Good afternoon and welcome to the Mancunian way. Might have forgot to say the overlay off the correct one there. So hello and welcome to the Mancunian way. My name is Martin. I'm your host and welcome to a very special stream. I do apologise. I'm trying to reset my internet because the one thing I don't want today is my internet to disappear on me. So what I'm going to do is bring Pat in. Evening, Mucker. Morning.
Hello. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm just going to switch my internet to my 2.4G because I'm on my 5G and it ain't no good when I'm upstairs.
That's all right. I've just moved to the fluffy microphone filter, and I think I can hear my own thoughts.
Fluffy microphone.
Yeah, the fluffy one. So if you want to have the ASMR channel on later on, it's therapeutic.
Oh, that killed a minute while we sorted out my Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's already in the building. Some people were messaging last night and we've already had a super chat in that will go down. I've got to open a notepad for all of this so I can actually make a note of the money that is made during this full day. So let me just this here.
While you're doing that, I'm just going to get a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah. So we have basically got already. I want to say a massive thank you. FIFA's in the building last night, saying hello to everyone. Off to Wembley. Welcome to a very special event. 12 hours to raise awareness for the Alzheimer's Society United Against Dementia. Target is £250 over the 12 hours. We want to thank every single one of you for your amazing support. FIFA saying you'll get that easy. Now, I was going to do a GoFundMe. Problem is, GoFundMe's take a few days to get linked up. So it becomes a lot harder. And they were going to send me charity buckets and everything. But if you look in the description, there's a registration number for Alzheimer's Society and everything. So the event has been registered with them. And that's why I said any super chats or donations that come in, the Mancunian way, or myself, should I say, because Pat will have a heart attack, the 40% will come back via me. So don't worry. And we will show proof of the payment sent as well. Alzheimer's Society are with HSBC, so I will send all that through. Not their details. I'm not putting all their details on. Lost my granddad to dementia. Thank you for raising awareness to this horrific disease. And this is what we're doing. Because there are so many people out there who don't even realise that a loved one has got this awful disease. LB, you will get over 2,000. Wow. That'd be amazing. LB cannot make it today. He's out. And I do expect that because it is internationals. But he has come in with the first £5 last night. A massive thank you to LB. Hi, bro. Might not be able to make the stream. Out all day. Have a nice stream. A fantastic stream. Big up the chat. Get your donations in. So there you go. That is from LB. Thank you so much. Blue, Benny's in the building. Christian is. Mingy Wong. Look, 4 a.m. and people were chatting, Pat.
Hey?
4 a.m. and people were chatting away in the chat.
Yeah. No, it's great to see.
Yeah.
I suppose for Mingy, it can only get better getting up at that time.
Work with people with dementia as a fellow City fan and subscriber, Martin. Good luck today. We will be watching. Thank you. I have got, I'm going to be putting some personal, I've done myself a little video for 5 minutes and I've done some videos we can put up throughout the day as well. Hello, Charlie. Hello, MCFR. How are you, mate? Hope you are well. Chris is in the building. Big up, Mike. See you all in New Zealand. See you in the, I think it's New Zealand morning. Thank you for championing their cause. Thank you so much, mate. Hope you are good. Alec Johnson. Waiting for the coach to Wembley. Yeah, some are going down to City versus City. England versus Brazil. Have a lovely time. Jack Lee, thank you for your lovely message today, mate. Does mean so much. MCFR, thank you. G Papa, hi, good luck, Martin. Please support the show. It's for a good cause in the fight against dementia and Alzheimer's, as I've had both grandparents suffer from the disease and know the struggles. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry for your grandparents, mate. Here we go, says Tona. Andy's in the building. Andy and the gang will be with you at 2 p.m. They're going to come up and do a 9320 pubcast on it. Anne-Marie, Paddy, and Andy. Top of the league. Here we go. Daps is even coming on today at some point. And Daps has left YouTube, but he's coming on just for this. So, yeah, it does mean a lot. Also, this evening, Geordie from City Extra may be popping in. Vader, Carl, Tony's coming on at 6 p.m. tonight. There's a quiz later on. There's all sorts going on. We're even going to watch the Guardiola documentary that I've not watched yet, Fuller. Don't know if you watched it, Pat. Good luck, Martin. Hope you raise money. Thank you, Jessica.
No, I haven't watched it yet. No. Was that the one? Was that the one to do about his time in Barcelona?
Yeah.
Yeah, from a few years back. That's right. No, I haven't had a chance to look at that. Yeah. Ugh.
If anyone's wondering what's going on, my missus is just handing me drinks. She doesn't want to be on camera.
Some of us have got it easier than others, don't we? I can't.
Hey, she's got me
wench.
for not 12 hours. She's got me for not 12 hours. She's over.
Yeah, I'm not in a position right now where I could just go more ale, wench.
Oh my God. We've already had so many super chats in, which is just amazing. Yeah. It's literally going to blow my mind this today. And listen, I'm going to give you a little warning right now. If I get upset, sorry, I'm not apologizing for it.
It's not like it'll be the first time we've seen him, mate.
So I wonder if Sirline will make an appearance today, possibly. Caribbean Race, hello. Fucking proud of you, mate. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that. No, proud of you, mate. Hi, Martin. Good luck with the stream. I'll be here for most of the day. Thank you. Hello, Muddy Duck. Pat looks knackered. I think Pat's just got in from a nightclub.
Can I just say how weird it is seeing you on camera when it's the middle of the day? I know you got your green screen behind you, but I can clearly tell it's the middle of the day over there. Because your face, you're a little bit more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Right, here we go. Amma has gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much. That is just amazing, outstanding. Yeah, out of this world, mate. It really is. Thank you so much. You are going into the budget. Well, the budget. I'm saying budget, you know what I mean. Amma with the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, mate. It doesn't stop there. Believe it or not, it really does not stop there. I told you I'm going to be a nervous wreck by the end of our list tonight. Gifted, there you go. W's in the chat for Amar. That is just outstanding. Thanks a million, Amar. It's after midnight over there. Exactly. Well, it's 11.
No, 11:15.
11:15 over there. I've shared this live to the Man City Vega and Pabit. Thank Jessica. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. So I gave the stream a shout out on Twitter. Thank you so much, MCFR. Go and give his channel a lot of love. Best way to donate, Martin, super chats or memberships, because, or I have said because the Alzheimer's Society website is on there, you can go direct and gift to them directly if you want to do. This is not about, because basically I'm just a middleman. It's all going to go there. So if you want to go straight to Alzheimer's Society and the website is on there, by all means, jump in. Blue Tone, thank you so much, mate, for your generous $9.99. All the best, Mike, today. Amazing idea and cause. Look forward to jumping on around 6 p.m. Good to see Pat on Get the Donations in everywhere. Thank you so much, Blue Tone. Really generous of you, mate. And that is, again, just amazing. I'm staggered. I'm astounded. Yeah. But thank you so much. It does mean a lot, that, mate. It really does. Thank you. And we'll look forward to speaking to you at 6 p.m. Where do I donate? Super chats, memberships, or directly to, I'm going to put it in the chat, and then I might see if I can pin it. Let me just have a look. You just talk with the people if you want a minute, and I'm just going to get it up now.
Sorry, I'm getting too acquainted with my...
With you what?
Getting well acquainted with my drinks. It's nice to be on the show and actually have a drink at a civilized hour.
So it says donate. So if you wish to donate to Alzheimer's Society, which is what we're doing today anyway, this is exactly what we're doing. You can help fund and visit Dementia Support and Research. And what you can do is you can pay in fundraising, which is what we're doing. You can donate by telephone with them, which is give them a call to donate by phone, and you can donate by post. You can donate by post at Alzheimer's Society, Suite 2, first floor, East Wing. I'm just going to keep all this up, and then I'll get it into the show. Because for some reason, you only have so many characters, which is very annoying. First floor, East Wing, Plummer House, Tail Your Road, Plymouth, PL6, Papa Lima 6, 5 Foxtrot Sierra. All donations will be acknowledged as soon as post is possible. And then you can donate by phone to 0330 333 0804. You can even donate by text, which CARE3, all in capital letters, CARE, capitals 3 to 70567 to donate £3. CARE 5 to 70567 to donate £5, and CARE 10 to donate to 70567 to donate £10. And Alzheimer's Society receives 100% of all your donations. So there you go. Oh, Andy's here as well. Evening, morning, afternoon.
G'day, mate.
Don't know where I'm even at here.
No, listen, I'm not on camera.
Hijack your channel.
No, I'm not on camera because I've not got my makeup on yet. I just want to say, guys, anybody in the UK, I'm not discriminating. I will make you any personalised mugs throughout the day,
which I'm now showing off.
Yeah, listen,
I'm showing off a different mug right now.
$7.99. That includes postage to you, and all proceeds will go to Martin's Charity Day. Every single penny. So anybody in the UK, whatever you want, you can go on my website, or if it's something special you want on personalizing on the mug, mouse mat, drinks, coasters, whatever you want, let Martin know. Put it in the chat. Martin can put me email address on it as well if you want, and email me with exactly what you want, and we can sort that out through the day. Let's raise loads and loads of money, guys, because all the massive charities get fully funded, and rightly so. But it's charities like this what don't get enough funding, and it affects us just as much as cancer. But if anything, this is more cruel because you see your loved ones not being your loved ones, if you know what I mean. So come on, let's get loads of money raised. Come on, let's have a great day.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Good stuff.
And people have Tom Betts been a member now for 10 months. Thank you so much.
Leave it to it, guys. I'll be listening in the background though. So
well, you're on in like 120 minutes.
I know. I just need to go to makeup yet.
Get rolling.
So make it 125.
See you in a bit, guys.
See you in a bit, mate. I'll tell you what, dude. Should we do a read along as well? Because look what came through the post for me today.
oh yeah, nice.
We're really there. David Bernstein's new book. Tony,
right,
thank you so much.
So we are going to do this ASMR channel. You do the whispering, and I'll just do the mic touching.
Thank you so much for your $5, mate. Amazing. What you are doing is terrific, Martin, and every one of your guests I will be tuned in for most of it. Thank you so much. You are a legend. Thank you, Tony. Tony, let's click on the $sign. Input. Thank you, Muddy Duck. You are a legend. Kazuzi is throwing out the love hearts. A very good friend of the channel, friend of mine, JSGCJ, top lad. I don't even need to go and subscribe to his channel because you all are. Top love. Thank you so much, mate, for that. $9.99. It is amazing. Best of luck, Martin. We'll hop on later this afternoon. Legend. No, thank you. You are the legend for that. And Jay will be with us as well later on. I told you got all sorts coming on today.
Got the full licorice all sorts, yeah.
Bennett, well, I don't know. When Alan comes on, we might all disappear. Don't tell Alan, but we might all go somewhere else. Benny MC.
Okay, so licorice all sorts with 1 sour warhead.
Yeah. MCR, thank you for your $4.99. You are a legend, mate. Really do appreciate that. Kaizu, 10 p.m. for me here in Oz, Brisbane. So I mean, even in Australia, you have different time zones.
Yeah, we'll be over soon. No more daylight savings. So none of this. Pretty much same line of bloody longitude or whatever it is. Yet somehow they're an hour behind us.
There you go. There's the mug that Andy did, Matt. And these are available at savageonlinestores.co.uk if you want one of those. There you go. Big up, Martin. Nice one, lad. Thank you. Can't watch the whole stream. Shall be dipping in and out. Good luck to you, Martin, on doing the wonderful thing. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. Keep those drinks, curly whirlies coming, Martin, missus. don't sugar man. Everyone's throwing a mile, a lot of love. Cade renewing his membership in 9 months. You are a legend. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you. Pisey, thank you for your 20 Canadian dollars. Amazing. All the best for the stream today, Mate. My grandmother suffered from Alzheimer's, awful disease. You're a good man. Thank you so much. That is so generous. And I'm just going to add you and Benny and JSGC down onto the old tick-a-tacker. Actually, that sounds a bit worrying, doesn't it? Tick-a-tacker.
Okay. Yeah. Bit
Bit
Ronald Koeman there.
Yeah.
Tiki-taka. Yeah.
Bit thingy, that one.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Brilliant, Pisey. Many thank you. No, it is. And Martin Whitaker's joining the group. Big up, Martin. Respect on the 12-hour stream. No, respect for you for putting in your hard-earned money. Thank you so much, Martin. You are now going on the list. I'm not going to do it. Do you know what? You're going to tell me some people who know wrestling are going to say to me in a minute, you just say the catchphrase, and I'm not doing it. You just made the list.
Oh, Chris Jericho, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Top quality stuff, Andy. Says Simo. Nice one. Andy Martin, will this stream be public after you finish it? It will always be here. It will always be on the Mancunian way. It doesn't go away. It stays here forever. Hey, PD, how are you, mate? Thank you so much for your generosity. See, we're even getting non-City fans in, which is just outstanding.
Only PD.
PD, friend of the channel, Newcastle fan. Thank you so much, mate. You are a legend. Thank you. Like you said, great show with charity. Thank you, Pete. You can also help the channel by giving it a big like, because it does push it out to everyone around the world. There you go. PD's link if you do want to go on the PD Proud Luck. A lot of love. What time is the quiz tonight? I'm doing the quiz tonight when the majority of people will be around.
What time are you thinking? Because I might try and plan my sleep around that.
Towards the end.
Oh, okay. All right.
So like going into the 10 o'clock stuff.
Okay. All right.
So like 9 a.m. for you.
Yeah, it should be okay. Yeah, that'll be all right before I jet off to work at about an hour and a half after that.
And we will be giving away a £50 Manchester City prize for a gift voucher, a £25 gift voucher, and a treble winning medal. There you go. savageonlinestores.co.uk for anything you want. Do not order on the website, but show Martin proof you've donated to the charity and he'll send you the goods. So there you go. JSGC's channel is on there. Savage Online Stores. So, I mean, a lot of you'll all be members of JSGC anyway. Martin Whitaker, thank you for your $2.99 sticker. Again, that's Martin's double dipping. Martin's double dipping, Pat. I was expecting a real witty comeback there, and he's just gone and let me completely down.
You're already on the list, mate, so don't need to write it twice.
Thank you. Anyway, Alan Kelly, thank you for becoming a member of the channel.
You call it Alan Alana. You just call it. You just called it Alan Nat Kelly.
What the frig are you? Shut up, you, Mr. Pronunciation.
Give us some respect. Just because it sounds like Alan doesn't mean you have to call her Alan.
Stop. What are you, a dictionary?
You're Alan Nut.
What are you, a dictionary?
Well, you're closer to one than me, given your profession.
Well, it's too early to say what dictionary. Your name is in dictionary, but it's part of it. But
I know what you're trying to say. Yeah, ha. It's a resemblance of the first syllable. Yeah, good on you. Let's move on.
Look at him there with his New York City. Thank you, Blue Soul. New York City.
Shirt. What do you think of it? It's a cracking shirt.
He's half and half shirt.
Bugger off.
I'm conch now. Hey, safe trip down to Wembley, mate. Enjoy. We will also be making our way to Wembley on Saturday, 21st, 20th of April, whenever it is. We're on the Saturday game at 5:15. How do we order mugs? You go on savageonlinestores.co.uk and get that ordered. I will tell Andy that you made proof. Andy, I don't know if you're watching, but Tony Kidvasky would like to order a mug. He's already made a donation. Sort him out a mug. Are you doing a City versus United watch-along? Is it on TV? Didn't even know that.
I think we're getting it over here.
That's a good idea, Cade. As Martin knows, I sadly lost my mum to Alzheimer's, and the kind folks from Alzheimer's say made such a difference with their help and support. Muddy Duck, you are a legend. Thank you so much for that. Yes, I already know. I speak with Muddy Duck privately. I know he's a real saint and an absolute scholar, and I've spoken to him. We've had some really good chats. And it's helped me. We've really helped each other. It really, really is amazing. Yeah. BBC One, right? I think we'll watch it then. We'll have a bit of that. We'll have a little bit of that, I think. Oh, do you know what it is? I figured out what's making my laptop this week go like there. It's got into a security scam.
Right.
That's taking forever.
So you need Danny from the old podcast, mate. He knows the what is it? He knows a fair few things about cybersecurity.
Was there?
Yeah, remember I told you. I said it's part of the reason why we couldn't keep doing pods, because he was probably one of the busiest men in Australia at one time.
True. Thank you so much for this amazing JSNZZ. Thank you for the 499. Presuming that's Czech krona.
Yep.
Is that right? Krona. See, I'm not that stupid. I know you think I am.
As smart as you look.
Thank you so much for your Czech krona, mate. Really do appreciate that. And that is a very generous amount. Thank you so much, JSM. Appreciate that. You have a legend. Dan Harrod, BBC One. Thank you. This is why I love this community so much, this fan base. It's just so helpful.
Yeah.
It makes Pat look like he's been a City fan for more than 5 minutes. It's amazing. Just watching the Man
I'll
City
take
in the background. Kickoff is at 12:30. Whoa, let's get it on the TV. Let's get it on. Obviously, can't do things. Excuse me a minute while we get the watch along going.
Yeah, I'm going to put mine on too.
No, I don't want to put it through that one. That's naughty of me to put it through that one. I won't show that bit. Someone's put, Martin's got a dodgy stick. No, I haven't. Look, it's virgin. I wonder if it's a record. Is anyone actually going? Is anyone at the Etihad today? Or is anyone's family at the Etihad today? Big up to the City fans whenever you are, young or old. I'm one that remembers 69. I lost my mother to dementia. So sad. It is. 40. That is amazing. 40,000 there today. Wow. Big up yourselves, City Blues. Right. We're on. Oh. We'll watch it as we're going along.
Looks like Mary Fowler's starting. Good. You don't want to get too distracted by this.
Bunny's down. Get up, Bunny. Come on. Come on, girl.
Mine's on delay as usual. Must be. Because I haven't even taken the corner yet.
They took the corner with me, mate. Bunny Shaw's down. How far behind are you?
It just went over a minute. Yeah, and that's what it's saying. It's saying it's live on over here on Optus Sport.
Wow, that is.
Yeah, you can get some pretty bad lag here. I mean, it's not like it's going to be exactly responsive, is it? I guess
That's true. That is true.
I'll probably say our friends in Asia and New Zealand, and that would probably be the same thing.
Yeah, lived here 29 years. Big up. Somewhere I've never been, that the Czech Republic.
I'm hoping to go in August.
Because we didn't get over.
Really want to go check it out. Just, me being the traveler that I am, it's just I've had so much, learned so much experience of people in my industry, and that everybody that's ever been to Czech Republic, especially Prague, has just rated it so highly. Well, I'm absolutely dying to go. I want to finally make it a European place I'm going to go to, where I'm not waiting on it to become a European away day.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem. That's why I haven't set foot in Spain yet, because I haven't been over there when we've had an away day in the Champions League.
True, very true. Do you want me to give it a City lineup for the women?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can if you want, just as long as Mary Fowler's starting.
Got Keaton in net, Kasparji, Kennedy, Greenwood, Owahabi, Park, Haskawi, Coombs, Fowler, Shaw, and Hemp. So Lauren Hemp's playing.
Well, we've got both our Tillies in there, Kennedy and
on the bench, Stokes, Horton, Kelly, Morgan, Pritchard, Blind, Kildy Brown, McIver and Mace on the rags. Earps, Ribery, Letitia, Turner, Blundell, Zalem, Neslund, Garcia, Tundi, Silva, Ferreira, and Paris. Can you believe Nikita Paris went over there?
Didn't she go to Paris? No,
she went to Lyon.
Didn't she? Yeah, Lyon, that's right. She went to Lyon.
By the way, Paris went to Lyon first, didn't she? It was Lyon she went to first, wasn't it? I'm sure it was Lyon. Someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. Didn't Nikita Paris go there? Hang on a minute. Why are you inviting Pat to Benidorm and not me?
Who's that?
Andy here. Pat, you'll have to come to Benidorm with me, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, where's my invite? Gareth Taylor, he is a blue. Scored against Stoke. How about you? Sorry. Always remember Gareth Taylor for the simple fact that he scored the winner in the 2-1 win against Stoke when they all had a massive ruckus at half time and they had a fight. And Joe Rowe just let them fight.
When was that? That was about what?
1998.
99? 98, okay.
98. Yeah. No, was it 97? No, 98, yeah. Boxing
Wait,
Day,
not the 5-2, not the 5-2 98, was it?
No, 2-1
no.
at Main Road.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
2-1 at Main Road. Gareth Taylor. We were getting beat
Just
by
light it up.
Stoke. We were getting beat by Stoke. They went in at half time and they had an absolute ruck. And Joe Royal just sat back and went, "Go on, lads, go with it," and just let them have a punch up. And they came out at half time and literally won the game 2-1. I can't remember who scored the first one, but I know Gareth Southgate scored a header, which, to be fair,
Gareth Taylor.
Gareth Taylor. What did I say?
You just said Southgate.
Gareth Southgate, Jesus. United are on the attack. It's offside. Yeah, Gareth Southgate hit a header, which I'm going to be honest with you now, should have been saved. Anyone remember the Southgate header? Gareth Taylor header. Keep saying Southgate. Gareth Taylor header. Anyone else think the goalie was a bit soft? A bit soft. Tell you what I have got, by the way, just to keep us all entertained. Haribo!
You're gonna need that sugar hit, mate.
Cola bottles. Let's go. Got my strepsils for when my throat goes. Got my Coke. Got my strawberry milk.
What are you expecting to do if at some point in the show you need to have strepsils? Is this part of the members only show where you're going to have a separate members only thing like a karaoke night or something like that?
Andy's on the floor right now. I can imagine it. No, I didn't mean it like that either.
Oh, for God's sake.
No.
That's why he doesn't invite you to Benidorm.
That's why I need strepsils. That wasn't where that was going. No.
That's why you're not coming to Benidorm. Oh, God.
All right.
It's a great community we have, yeah.
I say, naughty. You can't say stuff like that. We live in a society now that is not allowed that. Hey, Luke, thank you. Luke, if you want to come on, mate, send me an email or something, and I'll get you on. Gates, I'll be on at some point, Luke. Thank you so much for the $4.99, mate. You are a legend. And DJN1 has thrown in with the $19.99. Thank you so much. So generous, mate. Afternoon, fellas. My father has substance brutal disease. It's heartbreaking to see the damage it does. Respect to you for raising the awareness. Thank you so much to you, DJN1, for that lovely and so generous contribution. And also to Luke for the $4.99. I'll tell you what we are going to do as well at some point during the day. We're doing a fans forum. So if you lot want to come on camera at some point, you want to get yourselves in makeup over the day, you want to maybe come and have a chat with
Show us how it's done.
Pat or me or Andy or whoever, jump in. Water's lovely. We will put that out soon. Probably after the watch-along, Andy's show will start on here. Oh, I need to send the links to Paddy and Amber. Forgot. I'm trying to keep my head going here. We have got some information packs and slides to show you as well. Plus a little 5-minute video from me, which I will show you all at halftime, explaining why today is being done. DC.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Know what is, mate? DC, you are naughty. You are an absolute legend, but you are naughty. And DC has done so much for this channel. And I'm not saying others haven't, everything, but DC has sent me private presents, not private, but has sent me thank you presents and everything else. And it is amazing. But DC has come in with $100, basically. $99.99. Martin, give your parents a big hug. Tell them that their friend in America says hello. Absolutely. Fire, sharks, do whatever you want. But a massive thank you to DC and to everyone. Yep. It doesn't matter if you're doing £1 or you're doing this. It is, I cannot thank you all enough. And I'm already getting choked up. You are all amazing. Ali then follows up with £5 super sticker. Thank you. Doesn't need to be much. Never say sorry for putting in what you want, because £4 to me may mean a lot more to £4 somebody else. $100 to DC may mean a lot more to somebody. It's all relevant to you, the individual. Never apologize for an amount. All I would say is, please donate what you can afford. Do not put yourself in any hardship down this road. I know it's a good cause. I know it's an amazing cause. I know it's so special to so many people. And one thing why they've done this today is nobody admits about this disease. I heard some horrific news this morning by someone, a former colleague of mine, someone who I do class as a friend, who lost a family member of theirs. Again, that it broke my heart reading it. So I just want to say to them, they're probably not listening, but some of their family is thoughts and prayers are with you at this sad time after the devastating news this morning. Yeah, always here. Yeah. And they know who they are.
No, look, Martin, I can only say from experience, and mine is, I don't know if I could say this fortunately, but mine is quite minimal in terms of dealing with Alzheimer's at this stage of my life at 38 years of age. But I've certainly seen, friends or mutual friends who've certainly changed as a result of family members having it. And, I even said to my dad and my close family after my mum had passed away in 2016 from a horrible condition called pulmonary hypertension. And I said, said, like, you remember the last few months when she was really poorly and that. And I remember thinking to myself, it's like, after she'd passed, I thought to myself, I was like, yeah, look, it's so sad that she's gone and things like that. But at the end of the day, there's a big difference between living and being alive, if you know what I mean. And, the fact that Alzheimer's is basically taking that away from people while they're still able to walk and move around. And, to me, it's just like a quality of life is as important as actually having a life itself. So it's such a bastard of a condition to have. And, it just seems like something I wouldn't even wish upon my mortal enemy. And, it's just horrible. And the only thing we can do is just, help each other and, just do what's right. And, just basic human decency, helping people out that just through a horrible condition have just lost that quality of life and, can find it so difficult to cling on to a memory and things like that, because sometimes that's all people have. And Alzheimer's, that's what makes it such a horrible condition, because it seems to take that away from people. It's an absolute bugger of condition. And God forbid if it ever happens directly to one of my family members, because I know, we don't want to go down this bloody horrible rabbit hole again. I've been through enough bloody issues with other things, let alone Alzheimer's. So I can only imagine what yourself and other people out there are going through. Yeah. It's a tough one.
Yeah. It's I'm just changing somewhere a little bit. I'm just going to look at somewhere. Yeah, we'll do with that one. That looks a bit better. Cade, thank you so much for your £5. You are amazing, mate. Thank you so much. Thank you, mate. It means so much. And your name is now on the list. You've been added to the list. I had to do it. United are all over City here, I don't know if anyone's watching this in the chat, but I think City is struggling being on the Etihad right now. Absolutely struggling. There's not man mark. That should be 1-0 right now. That should be 1-0 right now.
I stopped watching it because I was just thinking of it being so late.
Keaton has kept City in this so far. Absolutely kept us in it.
Well, we've seen derbies like that before, getting
marking.
absolutely peppered and then still somehow score against the run of play.
United, you don't get me wrong, United are playing very, very well, but it's last-ditch challenges and misplaced shots that are keeping City at 0-0.
It's that Aussie defending at the back, Alana Kennedy. Go the Tillies.
And now I know people will say to me they played at the Etihad before. I realise they have. But on different days, on different occasions, because they generally do the derby at the Etihad anyway. So, but it can change. Sometimes you can wake up with another feeling, a bit more nervous. Things can change. I'm just going to carry on because there's so many other super chats. Cade, thank you. You're a legend, mate. Big up, Martin. Love your channel. Thank you, E-Tech City. You are a legend. Also, by the way, if you are new, hit that subscribe button as well. So we are trying to smash through to 5,000 subs by May. But we're going to get a 4,000 first.
Pretty close to 3.5K. Be good if we can make that by the end of the show.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, but we've gone up even in subs. I didn't even know that. I've been so focused on this. As Dave, thank you for your £10, mate. So generous. Great show. Keep up the work. Just a small donation. Mate, that's not small. Thank you so much. Hope everything goes well, Martin. Thank you so much. You have just no, I'm not gonna I want to do it. Let me do it. Gotta have a bit of fun on days like this because I will cry at some point. I promise you I'm gonna. Shout out to Martin from a Blue in the US. Great cause. Thank you, Jeremy Smith. Thank you. Whereabouts in the US are you? Because we have got a few people from the US on.
That's not Jeremy from New Orleans, is it? There's a Jeremy I know who runs MCFC.
Here we go. He knows him. Mister, I know everybody's in the.
If it is, mate, I hope to see on pre-season.
Here we go. I
need someone to talk to while Martin just keeps whinging and whining about ticket prices in Orlando.
Thank you very much, though, Jeremy. And if you are the person who runs what branch did you say?
New Orleans.
The New Orleans branch. Big up to yourself. United are playing very well. Yep, need to wake up here. They're moving the ball. They are moving the ball very, very well. Yusuf's even in the building. Are you bringing any Arsenal fans to the preview for next week's games? Yes, we are, Yusuf. Calm yourself down, lad. No, common name is from North Carolina. Okay. He said, thankfully, I don't know who you are, you half and half shirt wearing person.
Well, in that case, he'll probably be at Chapel Hill then, I assume. He'll be at the first pre-season.
Yeah, but it's AC Milan. No one wants to watch AC Milan.
No, Celtic. AC Milan's in New York.
Oh, is it?
Celtic.
Bloody hell, good luck to you then, because you won't be getting any bars. You won't be getting any bars, mate. Not with the Celtic fans.
No. They'll have a 3-block lockdown on every Irish pub.
One thing I will say is we're 18 minutes in, and this is a Man United wave at the minute. City just cannot get out. Paris is they're just showing that shot from Nikita Paris. Can't believe she left City to go to Lyon and then went to United. She's done a Tevez. Naughty girl. Shit from City so far. It is. Sean, I was having a look at your channel the other day, mate. Keep it up. Some good work there, mate. Keep it up, Sean.
Yeah.
Everyone smashed that like. Thank you very much, Dom. Hi, Money Duck, good thanks. How are you? Not a problem. Happy to help a fellow Blue. No, thank you, mate. Yusuf's doing okay. Common name. Yeah, we've done that one. That the new kit. You want to stand up, Pat? Give us a 12. Go on.
Yeah, I'll give you a half. That's all it is. It's just pretty much all black with one orange. One orange, one half trim, and blue the other half, which is what you want from a New York kit because it follows the same as the New York City flag. New York City flag is blue and orange. So, yeah, look, I love it. It's just so simple. It's clean cut. I hate to say it, Martin. I think Adidas make the best kits. And I'm not saying that, and United being the exception, of course, but no, they just make the best kits. They're the most comfortable. You can wear them all year round. They're actually generous in sizing. If we had a choice tomorrow to have a kit supplier, I'd go with Adidas.
You're talking absolute garbage, mate.
Really? Why is that?
Because, right, let's get this straight out right now. Anything in a half and half. Adidas do not make nice kits at all. They make awful kits. Awful kits.
Why do you say that? Because United.
Just we've had another guest join us. Good morning, Carl. Early, bloody hell, mate. Wasn't expecting you up now.
Good morning. It's about 8 o'clock.
Do you not sleep?
Not much.
Oh, welcome to my bloody world, then.
Good morning.
There you go.
Good morning, Pat.
Yeah, he's going to chat. Good.
Yeah.
So are you, Carl? Are you watching the game at the minute, or
about to switch it on? The derby.
Yeah.
Yeah, watching. About to switch it on.
You're not watching. You're not missing out, except you see again an ass kicks, really.
Really?
0-0, but it's like if it was a boxing match, it'd been stopped by now.
What's going on with the coach, man? What's going on with this guy? In the big moments, he just seems to struggle. Huh?
Well, they've been doing well. Are they still top of the league? Are they still top?
With Chelsea, right? I mean, with goal difference.
I'm sure they have, but it's yeah. I'm not sure. Like I said, in different moments, there's apparently 40,000 in there now. I know some have played in the stadium before, and especially with this fixture. But I suppose different days, some people freeze. I guess.
And Martin, most of them have because they played a women's derby there during the World Cup break.
But it's a different United.
So that was
team,
just over 12 months ago. Yeah,
United.
That was just over 12 months ago.
Team. So maybe they're more. Maybe they've stuck up to the occasion. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just need to read this. Rose, my grandma had dementia. Sad watch them become another person. Sorry, I can't. Never apologise, Rose. You are supporting by being here on this stream. Thank you so much, Rose. And I'm so sorry to hear about your grandma. I really am, because it is awful. Natural Talent with the £5 donation that is going in the pot. Thank you so much. I will just stick that in now. Thank you so much for your generous donation. That is going to go in. At some point in the day, we will do a tally up, see where we're at. I think we're going to end up smashing through the target of £250, which will make Alzheimer's Society very, very pleased. So you go on, Carl, you were saying?
No, sorry to hear about all those who are suffering from the disease. It's an awful disease. Robs you of your memory, which is the most precious thing at the end of the day. Once you get older, it's the memories, right? You have of all those years, grandkids, kids, family, and this is a good cause. So glad to support me.
No, I appreciate that. Can I ask? I'm going to ask you a question, Carl, while you're on.
Yeah.
Because I'm really happy you're on with this. And by the way, anyone who's going to say, "Well, why are you bringing this subject up again?" It's not about bringing the subject up. We've heard all this week about the ticket increases. And all we've heard is from the fans here, what they feel. I'm intrigued to know what fans abroad are feeling.
Yeah, it's a tough one because, I mean, you have to think about context, right? When we think about the price increases in England, and we compare that to what we have to pay to watch a game here, whether it's a football game when they come over, or a regular NFL game, or a basketball game. If you're interested in the basketball, I'm not a basketball fan. It's insane. The difference is just it's galaxies apart, right?
Yeah.
And I scratch my head and think about, if I have to pay £25 a game on average to watch the best team in the world and in the land, I'm like, wow, that's that's manageable for me. I can do that. Not given the fact that the economies are not the same, but it's a head scratcher for a lot of us. We're just trying to figure out what the furor is about increasing prices by 5 to 10%, because we know every cent counts, especially with the new FFP rules that are coming into place. Every cent counts. And my argument was always, people talk about record revenues, but it's not about the revenue, it's about the profit margin. If you're investing £500 million and you make a 5% margin, that's not good enough. It really is. Might as well put your money in the bank and get 5%. and our margins are really thin there. Even with record revenues, the margins are thin because the wages are astronomical. That's the issue. So those are the two sides of the coin. And I understand the local fans around the prices, but in the broader context of things is the reason why these guys are doing it, because they need to make more money. Every cent counts.
Well, how do you feel as in, because I'll be honest with you, and I'm going to get to the real crux of this. And this isn't about, because I've always said that I think season ticket holders should get first dibs, but I've always said fans from abroad help you grow and they help you make what the club. I've never been against fans from abroad. And Carl knows this. Now, what I love about someone like Carl or someone like DC is they come over to Manchester and it's not just sit in the ground, sit in silence and fold their arms. They want to come, they want to learn about the history of the football club. They want to learn about, tell me about Colin Bell, tell me about King Clancy, tell me about the bad times. So, and they're the ones, but I seem to think what I'm noticing is, Carl, Pat, even you, mate, and I've never really said this to you, but do you ever feel like this tourist tag that gets thrown out?
Yeah,
we get a bit offensive to people who are not actually tourists.
Well, think about it.
City fans.
Yeah, the reality is that as you grow and become successful, you will find all kinds of people coming to the stadium. It's just normal. There are some fans who come there and take pictures and just don't shout, don't scream, don't support, don't even know who the players are. And there are some of those, but there are others who actually follow the club and get invested in the club itself, and not just more the club, the whole environment, right? It's just part of the growth. It's unfortunate. It's
no, but it's not. But how? It's not fair when you're called a tourist, which I know you're not, Cal.
Yeah, I mean, technically, I am a tourist, right? I mean, I come there. I don't live there, so I'm coming to support the club. I travel there once in a while.
No, but when you came over, Cal, you rang me up and went, Martin, take me to where Main Road was.
Yeah,
I know when Pat comes over, he goes to High Road, he goes to visit people. Yeah. He's not just here because what I mean by tourist is, because some people say tourist is someone who comes in and when we become shit, they're out the door.
Oh, no.
You get what I mean?
Yeah. It's you're right. I mean, that label can be misleading, but you're going to get some people like that, mate. This is the part of the problem. It's the tension between growth, between transitioning from being a Manchester-based club to one that is around the whole world. It's the tension that we expose. But I think the job of the local fans is to try to encourage these people to learn more about the club and to get into the history and experience it. Not just
this is what the Mancunian way is. We're trying to teach everyone the Mancunian way from our perspective. We're not trying to say we're the ambassadors of the Mancunian way. We're saying we're doing it from our perspective. Our perspective.
You've been doing years. You've done a good job of that, right? You welcome all kinds of people into the channel, different opinions. We don't always agree, but one thing that we know is that when we walk out the door, we wear blue, we bleed blue. We may not know everything about Manchester, but we try to know as much as we can, so we can at least have a good conversation. That's what it takes.
Yeah, of course.
Let me put it to you this way. I would happily consider myself to be a tourist. I'm willing to put that because at the end of the day, I still need stamps in my passport every time I go in and out of the UK. But one thing's for certain: as soon as I set foot in that ground, I'm not a fucking tourist. I can guarantee you that. I'm a fan who has just as much passion as anybody else who walks through the door, basically. So that's how I see myself as. Because at the end of the day, it's like, if I'm not over there working or knuckling down getting stuff done, then I'm a tourist. Simple as that. But luckily, no one's ever put me in a position where they've ever questioned my loyalty towards the club compared to anybody, from Superbia members to somebody who may have just become a fan of our club since the treble season or since 93-20 even. So for me, I just think the whole tourist thing is a bit of a poor sort of tag to put on people. Just because you're not from the country of origin of that particular club, and why should you be labeled something that probably people would want to class as demeaning or derogatory in a way, just because it doesn't fit their idea of what a football fan should be. I've heard from people in our pubs here in Sydney. Some of them say, "Well, why don't you support an A-League club?" said, we don't support an A-League club because there's several reasons. The main reason why a lot of people in Australia support English clubs is because England is the home of football. That's a big thing. And also too, just with the amount of problems that Australian football has had over so many decades, and the fact that it's always been a minority sport. I know I went on a massive rant about this a few shows ago. No, the fact that it's such a minority sport that's always dragged through the mud by the media and is always, put down because all the football codes are put up, then it's very hard for Australian football to be made to have the same sort of passion on a global scale. And I'm going to actually mention something quite important. And I thought it really hit home with me in a really good way. Was did anybody see Postecoglou's press conference when they were talking about the Spurs, the prices in Spurs with the 6% rise, and incredible. He's basically turned around and said, so I'll go through what ESPN have basically said here about what Postecoglou said. They said, asked whether Premier League clubs are prioritizing attracting, in inverted commas, tourists or inverted commas, plastic fans who are willing to pay the most to attend a game, the Australian coach told a news conference. He said, that's really harsh, mate. And I'll tell you why, because I'm probably a plastic and tourist because I was coming from the other side of the world, really passionate about football. And if I could get across to see a Premier League game, that was the world to me. Couldn't have said it better himself. And then he continues on by saying, so to label people plastic or tourists, I don't think that's fair just because people live on the other side of the world. This football club has supporters all over the world, has supporters all over the UK that don't always get to access the games of people who live here. I think we should also, and I think we should always have the ability to accommodate them and give them that feeling. It doesn't make them any less passionate. I think it's really disrespectful to call fans who are willing to go to the expense of coming halfway around the world, open brackets as plastic fans, close brackets. You don't know how passionate they are about their football club. Maybe they've only started supporting in the last 2 years. Who knows? I don't know, but that doesn't diminish who they are, I don't think.
No. I'm just going to do these. Josie, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. SOS with the £5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for raising awareness, Martin. All the best for the rest of the stream to you. And all the guests that are giving up their free time. Yeah. Amazing. Thank you so much. SOS. Natural Talent has not only given a super chat, he is giving a membership as well. Thank you so much. Yep. And then Matt coming Fogg, strong, who is always so generous on this channel, gifting memberships 10, 20 at a time, super chats, has jumped in with a massive £50 of the English British pounds to the Mancunian Way, to Alzheimer's Society. Thank you so much, mate. Great cause. Hi, Martin and Pat and all the Mancunian Way family. Big up yourself, everyone who's gifted so far. You are all legends. Thank you so much, Mark. But again, fantastic, Mark. Only donate what you can afford. Because Pat, I can't send Pat round to make your beans on toast.
That reminds me, I need to get more Vegemite in the groceries next week.
Much. Oh, bloody hell. Sorry, go on. You too. Oh, Juliet has renewed her membership for a 9th month. Thank you so much.
Oh, speaking of tourists, Carl, are you doing any of the pre-season, mate?
Absolutely, mate. So
yeah, what's your plans? What's your itinerary?
Chapel Hill, 100%. Okay. May do New York. Those two at least. I know some tourists are going to be in Orlando. There's one tourist here who's going to be in Orlando.
Yeah.
Over there, they might not be at the game now looking at the bloody prices.
Yeah.
It's insane. This is what I'm talking about, Martin. Look at those prices. Right? Look at those prices for the Orlando game, the Barcelona game. It's insane. Yeah. What, $300, $400 a pop, right? For the cheapest ticket?
Yeah. What have you heard so far, Carl, in regards to prices for Orlando? Because we've been hearing all sorts of numbers.
Yeah, I'm saying $300-$400 a pop for the cheapest one. Yeah. It's
that'll be more than my flight and accommodation from New York to Orlando.
It's insane. That's what I'm doing. If you're going to Chapel Hill, make sure you get your hotels now. Just book it now, mate. Because
I can't do Chapel Hill. I'm just not. I've got time off, but even the earliest I can get out of work, I'd be getting in a day or two after. Okay. So I figured I'm just going to get into New York early.
Yeah. You can do that one. Stay in New Jersey. Just go over easy.
Oh no, I'm staying at a mate's place. I'm Upper East Side, so I'm all good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Should be fun.
Oh my God, she's garbage.
Hey, what?
Did they score?
No, just
I'm-
that.
I'm
We should have. Buddy Shaw and everyone, they did some great closing down and then just,
Yeah.
You've got Lauren Hemp there. It's closing down Letitia fabulously. Oh, my word.
Yeah.
What, did United score? Or is it still 0-0?
Oh, I see it. Oh, should have scored.
Is it pronounced Kasparigi? Yeah, no, forget it. Oh, that was a cracker. That was a good shot by.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens, mate. If you're over here, just let me know. We'll figure out a way.
Yeah. I'll be there. I just don't know in
See
what
how well
capacity
there
for
with
a
an
window, that's
absolute
all.
thunderbolt that should have gone in. But anyway, no. Douglas says I'm a Plastic City fan from Somerset, but my heart beats for Sarah. There you go. How do you renew your membership?
See, this is the thing. It's like you can't. To me, you can't be a Plastic fan if you are still a fan of one club.
Yeah,
You can only. I think you can only be labeled Plastic if your loyalty comes into question. That's it.
Listen, my debate is
that's it.
If you are a season ticket fan and you've been going for 30, 40 years, should you get first dibs? Yes, because there should be a loyalty thing there. That's why there's loyalty points. What my point is, though, then it goes to memberships. My point with the club is I know this for a fact, there are 100,000 on the membership list. Oh, City have scored. I've just been slagging her off and she just put the ball in the bottom corner.
No, she scored. Who's that? Shaw?
No. Who is it? Paris thing. Paris Kasparov, what's she called?
Okay.
Can't remember her name. But yeah,
because it's on delay, I can watch it without having a replay.
City have literally been battered all game.
Yes.
They're going in at half time on the look virtually. That's
good.
I'm watching.
Jess Park.
Oh, Jess Park. Yeah.
Oh, good goal. Taking your chances, mate. Taking your chances.
Jess
I see.
Park.
Number 16.
Yeah, 16 Josh Park. I thought it was 18. My eyes are going there.
You
can see why I need gigs now. But anyway, no, listen, I have no problem. But there's 100,000 people on the membership list, yeah, that all pay 35 quid. None of them will ever get a season ticket. Do you know why?
No.
Because anyone who gets rid of their season ticket, the club will not put back on the renew list.
Why not?
They will become match day tickets.
Packages.
Because City have 36,000 roughly season ticket holders, which is the highest of any Premier League club nearly, yeah?
So what percentage based on capacity?
It's about 70%, 60, 70% capacity.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Oh, we're 2-0.
No.
Why already?
Oh, it's
No.
disallowed.
Oh.
I don't know, there's no VAR either. Because obviously you can't VAR just because you've got it in the Etihad.
Was Bunny offside?
Way offside.
Yeah.
So if you ever notice, has anyone ever rung up on when the renewal date comes in and they say ring up at 9 o'clock, and if we've got any there, we'll let you know. Yeah, I know it was done when I saw the replay back. But by 9:00, not even 9:01, by 10 seconds past 9, there's no tickets left. You ever wondered that? How have tickets gone in 10 seconds? Takes you longer than that to get through to say hello to someone on the phone.
Is it demand and supply, mate, or is it just?
Nope. It's they're going to lower the numbers down. I got told. They are looking at lowering the numbers down.
Yeah.
So I think that's where some of the issues are coming in. Listen, I don't think it's a problem in terms of them. I think it's a problem in terms of It's where there's a breakdown in communication. That's all it is. So you get Pep Guardiola, for example, saying to you, United nearly equalised that Pep Guardiola, get behind the team, do this, that, and the other. But you don't hear anything by it's coming from the above people. So someone needs to say to Pep, stop making them comments because I know for a fact Omar Barada, I've now been told this by 3 separate people. Omar Barada was over the moon and said we made money. We made more money with no fans in the stadium than we did with fans, and told the players we're better off without fans in here. And I've been told that by 3 different people who would all know as well, to put it that way.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant what he says because at the end of the day, you need the fans.
No, but he was the guy running it, Cal. He was the guy pushing it through.
Yeah, I mean,
So that was the problem. Have you noticed there wasn't a big fight to keep him when he went to United?
Yeah.
Now,
Ray,
this.
Thank you. Great call. Sending love to you all.
Bray.
Hope you listen, Bray. We've smashed the target. I can tell you now. We've smashed the target. Absolutely.
Have we?
Smashed it.
Go on, we're going to set another one.
Added it up. Chris Bolton. Paddy, I'll come back to you one sec, mate, because I need to send you the link. Remind me, Paddy, I'm going to send you the link in a minute for your 2:00 show. £50 Chris Bolton, 50 of the English pounds. Told you we were smashing it. Absolutely smashing
Unbelievable.
it. Thank you so much. You are a legend. It is on. Paddy, don't worry, but if you want to do it, it's the $sign. If you hit the $sign, you have to be a subscriber for one, and then you hit the $sign, and that's where you can donate. And if you want to renew your membership, Jack Lee was asking, click where you would write a super chat or write a membership, and it will give you the option to renew. So yeah, but City are 1-0 up here, 42 minutes on the clock. Should have been 2-0 up. So are you still now? Listen, I have renewed my member. I have renewed my season ticket. Renewed. I am fully all renewed. Because my prices are not that bad. And it's not, I'm looking after me, Jack, I'm all right, because I will still fight the cause. But I know down the line there will be a cut-off point where I don't renew.
So at the moment for you, Martin, it's sort of like you're good, but for now, basically.
Yeah, it will get to a point where I can't afford it. I know that.
Is there any sort of discussion to the idea of the stadium upgrades? Like, are we talking about a drop in capacity while they redo the stand, or? Well,
it's like someone said, it's not actually a 10,000. It's not like a 7,000-8,000 capacity increase, because Dante was talking about this on the 1894. Do you remember when they have already took out 2,000 seats? Do you remember a couple of years?
Yeah, because the original plans were to have like 64,000+, and now they're talking about barely just getting over the UEFA requirements of 60,000.
Do you remember they made the advertising boards higher, didn't they?
Yes.
They took 2,000 seats out to do that.
Yeah. Do you know where I think they got that idea from? Pre-seasons in the United States, because they're all played in NFL stadiums. The NFL stadiums are similar. The first row is always propped up quite a bit because there's heaps of advertising.
Is that what I don't know? Is that what it's like over there then?
Yeah. So if you're sitting in the front row of the Etihad, you can't see the other end of the pitch, and that's not just because of the concave of the pitch. You just can't see the other side. But if you're in an NFL ground and you're in the front row, you can see the other end. Well, some could probably see better than others. Sorry, Martin, but yeah, that is what it is.
Sorry, man, it is what it is. I like it. Yes, people. Oh, City are now 2-0 up. They're looking at the linesman. Gareth Taylor's pumping the air. It counts. Manchester City ladies are 2-0 up against the Rags.
And
I'm
that's
behind.
good. That's good timing too, because I think we just got a super chat from Saeed as well.
Is it Mary Fowler?
Sorry, Saeed. Sorry, mate.
I'm behind you, mate. Is it Mary Fowler?
Yeah,
no,
the goal only just went in
Park
now on my
again.
broadcast. It's Jess Park again.
Jess Park on the double.
Oh, yeah. Again. She's onside. She's onside.
Sure it is. Ball comes in. Is it? Yeah, no, she makes the run now in. She's onside.
She's onside.
Ball comes in and Jess Park there at the back post. She took the bloody corner as well. So you are, yes, bots are available. Yes, bots. Do you know? So you know, like on StubHub and all them, there's bots that do it. Because we were having a look, and I said this to Pat the other week. Do you know some people have already bought tickets for City versus Barcelona in Orlando? They're not on sale on Ticketmaster until Monday.
Yeah.
Because they've done that. They bought the tickets and a bot will go into their spot on Monday. How common is that in America, Carl, with bots? Because you know where you can buy them early and bots go into the queues, don't they, for you?
How come it what? Sorry?
How common are, like, because like I was having a look saying a Pat there, people asking about bots. You can buy your tickets before they've actually even gone on sale.
Yeah, you can.
It's a bot who goes in the queue for you, isn't it?
Yeah, you can.
It's like a pre-sale before the pre-sale.
Yeah.
It's like Monday's actually only pre-sale, by the way. It's not officially launching. Monday's pre-sale for City Barcelona.
This is
depending what time zone it is, I'll either book all my tickets or I'll go straight back to bed if I see how much bloody Orlando's going to be.
It's all revenue, mate. It's all just pure revenue. Just pure revenue.
Yeah, I just had my doubts from last summer when I was in Japan, and then you heard the reports of in Japan, and Tanya and I were waking up hearing about reports about the Arsenal preseason matches being like $300-400, and then obviously you reiterated it a few weeks ago, didn't you, Carl? It's just a joke. It's like,
right, I've got to read these super chats out because people have donated really well. Mulv, Noisy Pod, thank you, mate. I know you're out today, so don't worry, but you are a legend. Yep. Get over to the Noisy Neighbours podcast.
See you in Columbus, mate.
Morning, lads. Streaming for lovely close to our hearts. We'll join you. Oh, he is coming on. Mulv, thank you. I thought you were out, mate. Super, mate. Obviously, you've got the link already, Mulv. Take care, mate, and I'll speak to you later. Well done, Chris. And then Saeed TV. How you doing, mate? Other side of Manchester, but big up, mate. Smashing it and brilliant cause. Thank you so much, Saeed. Have you gone to the England game with Steve today? I don't know if he's gone. I don't know if he's gone down there with him. But yeah, thank you, Saeed. Legend, mate. Thank you so much. An actual United fan who actually talks sense.
Yep. Good man, keeps it real.
Very generous by everyone, whether or big, small donations. Exactly, Julie. It's why we're loving it. I'm a match-going fan of 54 years, citizen member. I cannot get anywhere near these bigger games. They say they release on certain dates, but they never do. Yeah, Omar said that about City. Yes. Superstars in the chat, Noisy FC and Saeed. Got superstars on your screen as well, Martin the GOAT. I'm not the GOAT. I've always said this. I'm not the GOAT.
He does look a bit gruff with that facial hair.
I look like a goat.
Billy Goat.
2-0. I'm going to do these super chats and then it's half time. I will play. I've got to do some. I'm going to play you my story while I send some links out to Paddy and Anne-Marie for their 2 o'clock show. Big up Martin Jatley. I'm off dog walking duty for the day. Dog walking all day? How big's the bloody dog?
No, off. I think he's finished.
Oh, right. All right. I thought he meant he was like going round. Big up to yourself. Thank you, Jack Lee. Legend, mate. Thank you. We're all over United eventually. The last 10 minutes, we were all over them. From doors to doors, thank you so much for your £10 generosity, mate. Thank you, Mike, for raising awareness to dementia, Alzheimer's. That's this fine, sunny Manchester day. Big up to the City fans all around the land and all the world. Dementia is personal to me. My granddad suffered exactly. It's amazing how many people are suffering from it and don't say anything. And then Buddy Coles, has become a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Jack Lee. I'm just going to put these other super chats down. Have you two got anything you want to add for a couple of minutes while I just line up these videos to play?
Oh, let's see. No, I'm just going through the chat now just to see what's good. Yeah, just fantastic what everybody's been doing so far.
Yeah, and
bloody brilliant.
I will confirm now we've smashed through the target.
I felt like we did a while back.
Even with the 40% to come off, and I've got to put it on. So, yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do now then, I'm just going to do this Gmail, because I need to send this to Paddy and to Anne-Marie, because at 2 o'clock, I am going to leave you for an hour. I have copied it, Anne-Marie, and right, okay, so it's copied them in. What the hell? Invite. Let me just see if I've actually. I'm hoping I've already got them. Anne-Marie and Paddy. And so I need to get this to Patrick. Copper. There you go. Right. Think I might have got this right now. There we go. Super. So Anne-Marie, Patrick, have their 2 o'clock show. What I'm going to do for you now, ladies and gents, I'm just going to play some videos. Just for a couple of minutes. I'm just going to give you some information before we do. But the one thing I do want to say is, you can see here, Alzheimer's Society. Together we are help and hope for everyone living with dementia. Over 42,000 people in the UK are living with young onset dementia for support and advice. It's actually Britain's biggest killer on the up. It really, really is. It is a silent one. 1.7 people could be living with dementia in England and Wales by 2040. That is huge. And then you can see there, the Mancunian Way and Alzheimer's Society. Together, we are help and hope for everyone living with dementia. Now, what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to play you a personal video of mine. And then I'll play you some other videos as well. So, Saturday, 23rd of March. You're about to go into a stream that I've been wanting to do for a little while. 12 hours is a long time. But what this is about is far, far more precious. Today's about Alzheimer's, dementia, vascular dementia, all types of dementia, memory loss, a very awful disease that there is no cure for. And what I wanted to do before you enter into this 12-hour stream is give you just a big glimpse into my personal journey. And it's not for sympathy. It's not for feeling sorry for me or anything like that. I just wanted to share why Alzheimer's Society, dementia means so much to me, and these charities mean so much, and why we're trying to raise £250 today, which is a drop in the ocean, but it's a lot for people to donate, and we appreciate anyone helping to achieve that goal today. We really, really do. My father 2 years ago was diagnosed with mixed dementia, vascular dementia and Alzheimer's, more Alzheimer's than vascular, at the age of 79. Very proud man. My hero. And I'm not going to get upset on this. I've recorded this 4 times, cried twice. Not going to do it this time. I had to prep myself. While my father was diagnosed, my mother suffered from a brain tumour. She collapsed one day, bleed on the brain. Found the brain tumour. Was out. It was benign, thankfully. Got it out. But it was on her left frontal lobe, which affected her speech area, her memory, things like that. Through a lot of soul search and everything else, while all this was going on, my father was being diagnosed. I had to go and get him diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Memory test, memory nurse came round, everything like that, did the tests, then referral sent off to specialists. It was all, by the way, on the back end of the pandemic. Then 6 months ago, my mother was getting worse memory-wise, seeing sort of same symptoms as my father. And I did the same referral, went through all that with my mother. And then I got told my mother had Alzheimer's. I've given up my job for the time being, not permanently, but for the time being, to be full-time care of my mum and dad. I live with my family here, my wife, my children, and then I live the other half of the week with my parents, whilst being at my parents every day. Medication, caring, washing, shaving, that sort of thing. My mother's not as bad as my dad. But today's about raising awareness for this awful life-sucking disease. Because it stops you walking, it stops you talking properly. It basically is a brain disease that shuts your body down. And any way we can find to get a cure for this, because at the moment there is no cure. There is medication to delay and help, but there is no prevention from death. So this is not about feeling sorry for me, or this is about raising awareness. And Alzheimer's Society has got a special place in my heart. Always will. So let's have some fun. Let's raise some money with your amazing generosity. And let's kick off. Instead of me crying, let's kick off with a smile. 12 hours of fun. And Manchester City to guide us all the way. Let's go. So there you go. That is my story behind doing what we are doing today. So yeah, your donations mean everything. And they will do throughout the day. We're an hour and a half into this. That's it. We're an hour and a half in. You a dick. Thank you, buddy Cole, to your Australian 20. I'm going to come to him in a minute. Looking forward to a great stream with the best city content creators. Thank you so much, mate. That is going to go down. I'm going to chin you. He'll ask for that back in wages. How do I donate? You figured it out. I've seen some say thank you. Igal, cheers, mate. Stay strong. Appreciate your support, Igal. Really do, mate. Thank you so much, buddy Coles. I think I've cried and cried and cried, and it's you wonderful people that keep me going. Lovely computer chip. I love that name. That is a mint name. Superbia, told you you'd figured it out for your £5. Thank you so much. I think this time, I don't know. Sorry to hear all that, Martin. Football is meaningless compared to this. Football is my release. The Mancunian way is my release. So yes, that's why. It is what it is for me. I'm just putting everyone's donations in before they get down to silly boy down here. He's gonna get hit. He's gonna get a spanking. God bless you, Martin. You're proper man. Thank you. Keep like the video.
Can I choose who gives me the bloody spanking?
I can't believe you've done that. Hurts when both get hit with it, one after the other. Hard to handle. Patience plays a big thing. Yeah, and my sister has Down syndrome as well. So I'm technically managing 3, but today's not about Down syndrome. I'm managing 3 as well as my own children. My missus is an absolute warrior. Heart of the saint to deal with me. Trust me. No, thank you, Muddy Duck, for all your help and your guidance. Sean, thank you for your very generous $4.99 towards an amazing cause. Sean Fogarty, thank you so much, mate. $4.99 in the pot towards Alzheimer's Society. Thank you so much. He lost his granddad to dementia in October 2022. I'm so sorry for your loss, mate. And then there's this idiot. Who has thrown up 250 Australian dollars. A contribution from us all here at the Sydney Blues. This awful disease affects all of us. Easy to dream for more success from our beloved city, but it means more to dream than we can all one day live wonderful lives, free of pain. Bless you all and look after each other. Thank you so much, mate. It means a lot.
Right, mate. Yeah. That is genuinely a contribution from everybody. I sent memos out to everybody and just got them to pitch in over the last few days. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few more coming before we wrap the show up in 10 hours or whatever it is.
Yeah, we've only just got going and we've absolutely smacked through the target at 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah. Big up to all the super chats. It is amazing. Stay positive, Martin. You've got them and you're doing an amazing job. Thank you. Respect my medical situation. Listen, you lot help me keep my head up. It's people like Carl who, and Pat and Ozzy and Rich and even Alan and Andy and everyone keep me going. And then you lot keep me going on here. It's amazing. But what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to play a couple of personal videos, not from me, but from Alzheimer's Society. And there's one thing, there's a massive couple of messages, is that we need to remember for Alzheimer's and for dementia, we need to not say it's because it's getting old. Because I hear that excuse all the time. Oh, you're getting old. Everything's passed off as getting old. Well, there you go.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think about 8. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds about right. What time should we leave tomorrow?
I told you, 8.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
We're leaving at 8, Jane.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think we should leave at 8.
Fancy a cuppa?
Oh, that'd be nice.
Coming up.
You okay?
Yeah. Couldn't remember where the tea bags were.
I'm exhausted. I, Laura, take you, Adam, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward.
I know that. I know how to make a cup of tea, you know.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
I'm so sorry, Laura.
No. In sickness.
Hey, you've stolen that tea bag.
That's it. In sickness, Adam. In sickness.
I want to go home. I want to go home.
And in health. To love and to cherish till death do us part. I do.
At Alzheimer's Society, we vow to end the devastation of dementia, Britain's biggest killer.
So there you go. There are just a couple of examples of what dementia can look like.
Yeah, mate, that's a powerful message, mate. The first video really got me. Really got me. It's a powerful message. Thanks for that, mate.
No, and it's symptoms that get so overlooked because people do pass them off as just getting old. You're forgetful. And I go through that every day, 25,000 times a day of time is it? What's your name? But my father thinks there's two Martins. He thinks there's son Martin and Cara Martin. He hasn't quite figured out we are the same person yet. So I have to play two roles.
My mum used to say to me, mate, thank God you weren't twins. So don't worry about it.
You know, so I think he does think they are twins. But I just and there are going to be longer messages played throughout the day. There is, I don't know if you know, there is a very famous story that came out with a young City fan and his granddad who managed to get to games. Did a lot of work with Manchester City personally for this. And sadly, his granddad's got a lot worse. Was on TikTok sharing his stories. There is a story that I've got from them via Alzheimer's Society. There is adverts, TV adverts that we've got. 5 things you should know about Alzheimer's and dementia. And just different things as how people have lived with it for a long time. Things like that. But Blue Heart's jumped in. Keep going, guys. God bless you for doing this. All the best. Thank you so much, Blue Heart. You are a legend. By the way, City have actually now gone through more.
Yeah, you just one of the videos I just got alert on my phone. Yeah,
through Bunny Shaw with a close range goal, which is so City have gone from the first 30 minutes of this game looking like they haven't got a bleeding clue to absolutely smashing them. And now the corner's in and it's cleared and City are trying to get the fourth there. I think they are a bit thin on Chelsea's goal scored situation. Oh, cleared just in time. Just remind us all how important family is and to cherish every moment with them. Yeah. Respect, I know exactly how you feel with me being a carer for my wife. There you go. Because here's the thing, the person who's got the illness don't think they're ill. Do you know what dementia and Alzheimer's affects? Is you. Because they think they're perfectly fine. It's you that goes through the pain. Because you're watching someone you love not know who they are. My mum has already had the question off my dad of, can I go home? So when you saw that gentleman on second video say, I want to go home, my dad did that 2 weeks ago to my mum. in a house that he's lived in for 42 years, 44 years. He doesn't remember living there. So yeah, it's awful to watch my mother be told that he doesn't know who she is and he doesn't love her. They've been married for 49 years. Yeah. Wow, Patrick Holler, Sydney Blues, legend. Thank you, honestly, Pat. Send big thanks to everyone within the group.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you and everyone. No, Alan's in the Melbourne one, mate.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let him in the Sydney one. Trust me. Sean C with the $4.99. Thank you. Big up, mate. I can't imagine how tough it is for everyone personally and their families. Great cause. Let's push for a cure. Yeah, hopefully one day they can find it, and every little helps. We're not trying to do a bloody Tesco advert here, but yeah, every little does help to try and find a cure for this awful, awful disease. Everyone throwing in the winners there. 3-0. 3-0. Jess Park unplayable. She's playing well. DJN1. My dad lost his license for multiple speeding fines when the disease started to present. He still insists it wasn't him. He has a license and asks for his care every day. It's very sad. My father, I had to get the license revoked for him because I knew what was going on and I couldn't allow my dad to go out driving. They try and try to keep them as independent as you can, but I'm not having it.
Yeah.
So,
No, I know what you mean. My dad has to go and get mandatory. Like he doesn't. He's not. Thank God he hasn't. Not dealing with dementia, Alzheimer's at this stage. But yeah, once you hit 75 and that, you have to go and get a test every year to make sure you're okay to drive.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Andrew's put it here. Dementia's Alzheimer's crew. You lose your loved ones twice.
Yeah,
you did.
Yeah.
You did. So distressing. Hate Alzheimer's. There is a major injury down here at the moment. CPS617MYJ, thank you for your $10 super sticker. Thank you so much, mate. Just, I mean, I can't. How do I even put that name in? Can I call you CP? Is that all right? I hope you don't mind that.
It's the NYJ. Is that New York Jets?
New York Jets, possibly.
NYJ might be New York Jets.
AK, thank you, mate. How are you? Hope you are good. Ipswich is saying it's the Bunny Show. Alzheimer's is a true killer. Some struggling with this disease can be violent, but patient, don't lash out. Spot on. I am and I'm not. I am and I'm not. Proud on some days, proud and not on others. Well done, Big Mo. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Bang on, Mike. The first time your mum looks at you and you doesn't know who you are, it's heartbreaking. And by the way, that will never lead anyone. That never leaves you. That very first time your mother, your father, your grandma, anyone looks at you and go, "Who are you?" You never forget that day. That moment sticks with you for the rest of your life. There you go. Big up, Ed. Much love to you, Dan. Big up, Ed. The scary thing is I've got to go for major tests because both my mum and dad have Alzheimer's. I've been told that when
there is a hereditary side to it, isn't there?
I've got to go and have loads of tests at 50 years old.
Yeah.
So I'm like, right. Now we are 15 minutes away out from the 9320 Pubcast gang coming in and taking over while me, Pat, go and have a little break. Pat may stay with him. I don't know. Pat may want to stay.
I'll see how I go. Ask the chat. The thing I've got a few more, I don't know, half an hour in me. I don't know.
You want Pat to stay on, do the 9320 Pubcast?
That was probably silly. They're all going to say, yeah, they just want to see me die a slow death.
They're going to make you.
You know how much I love those guys, right? You know, I absolutely adore them. You know,
they're going to make you suffer. I out of face, not seen you in a while, mate. I hope you are good. Thank you for your $4.99. I will speak to you on Twitter, but I'm not seeing you in the show for a while. Great job, Martin and Blue family. Keep up the fantastic work. You're at work, but staying tuned. Thank you so much. Even at work, people are there. Thank you so much. I hope you are really good. And I hope work is not keeping you too stressed. I really not. DC's come back with an answer for your Pat, which you can probably guess.
All day. Okay, so that means I can actually have a sleep until sun up here.
Patrick stays on all day. Social and cognitive stimulation is so important but so difficult. This is not just an insight into nature disease, but the impact it has on loved ones and carers for those with it. BB, thank you, mate. And by the way, like I said, the phone number, everything is going across your screens, because what we want you to do, if you are struggling with someone, actually, I haven't put the phone number in, have I? Oh, no, I didn't. Naughty Martin. I haven't put the phone number in.
They're saying Bunny Shaw's goal makes her the record women goal scorer for Manchester City. Women's.
Does that?
Yeah, she's now top of the list.
Yeah, she's good. Yeah.
Does it have the numbers, the ratio, anything?
How good is this Kiara Keating? Where did they find this girl?
Yeah, I know, because I didn't think we had any problems with Ellie Roebuck. She was great.
Yeah, but this kid is just a whole. Yeah. She's so Edison-esque.
Yeah, she's pretty brave. She's not afraid to get off a line.
Yeah. And she's a shot stopper too. She can stop shots too.
I've put the phone number in now as well, by the way. So the phone number and the website, alzheimers.org.uk, is going across your screen, www.alzheimers.org. And you can give them a call on 0333 150 3456 if you want any advice on anyone, possibly even on the start of their dementia journey, and you want to get some help. It is there for you. I mean, how long have we got Bunny for? How long's the contract? I don't actually know, you know.
Didn't she just extend it recently?
I think so. I do think so.
2026. 2026. And let's see. I'm sure they'll give it. I mean, she only renewed it, just under 12 months ago. So that's the thing with the women. A lot of them don't really go for the massive contracts. They don't mind. They're more inclined to move around a bit.
Can I ask, what is the money-wise around women's football? In terms of who's the highest paid and things like that is what I'm just trying to establish.
I'm not sure. From what I can see here, I'll just use an example. I think Mary Fowler. They're saying her earnings are around about just over 280,000 Australian. So let's say that's about 150,000 pounds a year. But that's overall earnings. So that could be your sponsorships, endorsements with Nike, your salary at City, obviously all the sponsorships and everything she does here in Australia, not just in the UK as well too. So yeah, she's on probably about 150K per year. Right. And you can always say there's a big difference there, but it's still, it's a damn bloody good salary.
That's a weird one. I didn't, because I've always wondered what kind of money they got. I really did. I never knew. Because I always think you see a lot of the women move around a lot. Nikita Paris, for example.
Yeah.
She's moved around a lot. You don't
They don't really stay in one place for more than about 3 years. You'll get some that go longer. You'll get some that go shorter. Steph Horton's a big exception to that rule, but
So Muddy Ducks put here, I think Sam Kerr's the only one paid over 400k.
Yeah.
Because I think the money's probably changed even since like Steph Orton was in a prime and all that.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah. Even when we restarted the women's team, just over 10 years ago, I'm sure the player salaries have probably tripled or quadrupled by then.
Because I know Newcastle women, they're in the lower league cup final today against #United. Played at Kenilworth Road.
Right.
I think I'm just trying to look now. I'm sure it is Newcastle United women cup final. Yeah, the literally. I mean, I don't even know who the frig are #United.
I think there's some sort of social media based or social media origin. It's nothing to do with It's nothing to do with Manchester United. It's just.
So that's what I mean. Because I thought when I first heard it, I thought, are they saying that because of this? It's only one United.
So you're talking about like FC United and Manchester in the lower league.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Something like that. And they was like,
no. I think this is just something they just put United on it. Like it could have easily been #Rovers or #Wanderers or something like that. Yeah.
It is a weird one. It is a weird one for me. But I suppose
#United. Well, I'll have a look at the men's team.
Has anyone here ever heard of #United? Anyone ever heard of #? They are. Thank you, Sean. They're
a football team and an esports team. So I wonder if one derived from the other. I would say probably an actual team derived from the esports team.
Right. Spencer, I've seen some famous YouTuber, and I'm talking about another YouTuber. Listen, I don't class myself as a YouTuber. This is why I'm not in this YouTube world. I'm not KSI or Paul Logan here, ladies and gents.
It's Logan Paul, by the way.
I'm not Sidemen. We're not opening a restaurant.
You just called Logan Paul Logan.
I don't know, Logan Paul. I don't.
Sounds like a bloke who runs a fish and chip shop up in Queensland.
Paul Hogan. No, that was Crocodile.
Paul Logan, not Paul Hogan.
Paul Hogan was Crocodile Dundee.
Do you know what Paul Hogan's job was before he got into Hollywood?
G'day, mate. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Don't give up your day job. He used to paint the Harbour Bridge. He used to as the most Aussie bloke, probably the most Aussie bloke ever in terms of show business. Did one of the most Aussie jobs ever and painted the Harbour Bridge.
Someone's put Hulk Hogan.
Jesus. Oh
God. United look tired and lost. United look out of it.
Yeah, they only seem to have enough in the tank for about the first 30 minutes, and then that was it. They were done.
Okay, because obviously I can't have the sound on. Is the atmosphere loud or?
I don't know. The women's game seems to get little pockets of noise, I think.
They're all sat down in the standing up section. They're all sat down in the standing up section. Someone help me. Why are they sat down in the standing up section?
Laura Hemp is just next level, mate. She's just next level.
Oh.
I mean, she's everything that we want, and she's just next level. The desire. Yeah, my son is saying Hemp. Yeah, he's watching the game with me. He watches all the City games. Men, women, boys, he watches everything. Yeah, she's next level. She's next level. Say hello to Mr. Martin.
Hi, Mr. Martin.
Hello. Don't call me Mr. Martin, Carl.
Yeah.
Oh, here's someone who loves. I don't know if Anne-Marie was. I won't bring Anne-Marie in yet because I don't know. She might be waiting for Andy. She might just be early. I don't know if she wants me to bring her in or not. Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I thought you'd have been there.
Hello, Anne-Marie.
And I was at the away one, but I didn't go to the home one. But I know we're winning 3-0 and we're absolutely battering them.
Well, we were just talking about that the money in women's football. because I don't actually know how it is. I know the team, but I don't know about.
Yeah, I think it's
money within
starting to improve a bit, and you know, we just. I mean, I look at City, and we've got some great players there. Bunny Shaw's unreal. I mean, the strength she had today to score that third goal was fantastic. And Jess Park scored 2 good goals as well. So I think there is more money, and you just need to look with the naming rights of the stadium, and you know, on the kits, it's on the shorts and stuff. There is more money coming into the game, and I think it's just a matter of time before it really takes off. And I think what you'll find is people that can't go and watch the men's game might actually start going watching the women's game because it's cheaper and there's more involvement with the fans. You know, the players don't just rush off the pitch at the end of the game. They spend time with the fans, which is, you know, for kids especially, is great to see. Personally, you know, when I was younger, if I'd have seen something like that, I'd have been absolutely delighted with it.
Yeah,
I wish we had
legend, by the way.
Well, Big Morg's one of my favourites. But can you blame him? Thanks, Martin.
Jason Manford's in the stand. Oh, is he there? I didn't know he was there. Julie, thank you so much for your $50. We'll go straight into the kidder. Strength and patience to everyone. It's a pleasure to have found this channel, support it, and interact with everyone on it. No, the pleasure is all ours, Julie, for meeting you. And your support is amazing. Thank you so much for such a generous super chat. I'm telling you now, we have absolutely smashed through the £250 target set for Alzheimer's Society. So thank you so much. And we've only done 2 hours. There's 10 hours left to go yet.
Such a great cause, Martin. Have to congratulate you for doing it.
No, yeah, it's just I just want to get the awareness out. That's all this is about, today's awareness. Oh, hang on. One thing I have said, Emily, the marking's not actually fully at it in the women's game, is it? I did notice that on marking. That's the only thing I looked at. That they don't like marking.
No, I mean, it is, you know, you can't take away from it. It is different, very different to the men's game in regards to marking. But even when there's a foul, they don't roll around the ground, and they're not waving imaginary yellow cards at the referee and things like that, which is a real positive to see. And they don't mouth off to the referee either.
The respect levels are night and day here.
Yeah, and that's got to be a positive thing. So, yeah, I think the women's game is on the up, and I think it'll be, you know, if we were to win the league this season, which I think we stand a good chance of doing, because this game will put us 6 points ahead of Chelsea. And yes, obviously, they've got 2 games in hand on us, but our goal difference will be better as well. And there was a lot of people, and you know, our fellow mate that will be joining us shortly was one of them, was desperate to get rid of Gareth Taylor as manager. And actually he's done a really good job when you think of the number of players we lost at the end of last season, with the different players that left us after the Euros and things. So I think the women's game is improving massively. And interestingly enough, there's a program on, I think it's Netflix, and it's about the American World Cup team, and watching them and watching that and seeing how they've progressed, or in some regards they've gone backwards because they didn't win the World Cup, and the pressure that they felt, you can see. And I'm not a massive fan of Rafina, but or whatever her name is, but the fact that she stood her ground on looking for equal pay, I think was a massive thing. I mean, the women aren't on a fraction of what the men are on. The contracts aren't a fraction of what the men are on. But it's a damn sight cheaper to go and watch the women play. So hopefully it's going to improve dramatically over the next few years, the women's game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping it is. And well, I mean, you saw, was it the Arsenal game with Tottenham? They had 60,000 people in there, and it is growing. It's growing as a sport, and as long as they keep dickheads like Joey Barton out there.
Well, I'll give you an example of how well the women's game is actually increasing here in Australia. I read somewhere, or someone told me the other day after an A-League match, they said that the on average across all 10, 11 or 12 clubs, I believe, that are in the A-League at the moment, for every membership they get for a men's team, they're getting 10 for a women's team. That's off the back of the success of hosting the Women's World Cup last year. And obviously, given the run that Australia had, getting up to finishing fourth in the tournament as well too. It's such a good thing, and it's regardless of whether it's men or women, it doesn't matter. It's something that it's a huge thing that the women's game is really just going to just skyrocket in Australia, and I think that's happening all the way through from grassroots as well too. You see as many young girls now playing football as you see young boys playing football, and it's such a great thing to see.
You're right, Pat. It is a great thing to see, and I have to say, Australia did a fantastic job of hosting that World Cup as well.
Hammer, it's such a crime we haven't hosted a men's tournament yet.
It is an absolute crime, but it'll come. It'll come. Just a matter of time.
Maybe in my lifetime, yeah.
Oh,
so that's what that flag is. That wasn't for Fergie. That was for having a World Cup in Australia, not in my lifetime.
Well, they've scored. Sadler
3-1.
Yeah, they've scored. Money don't have to step away for a while. Honestly, I know people have to step away 12 hours. And if you are here for 12 hours on the run, you're mad. I understand you've got lives you need to go and do. So come and go. It's why we're here. Come and go as you please. It's open. So, but thank you for the support. It really is amazing. But yeah, United have got one back. It took a match. That was being crossed in. I'm just trying to look now. Oh, he's took a deflection. Sadler. Oh, it was nearly 4-1. Right. I think, anyway, good afternoon, Paddy. How are you, mate?
Afternoon, Martin.
I know you've been in the chat and just trying to... Good. I don't know where Andy is. I don't know where he's disappeared to. He's probably still playing with his cups and saucers. I don't know what he's doing. So, as soon as Andy does arrive, we will leave. Don't know if Pat's staying, or I will. Oh, Bunny! 3 yards. Wrong foot. Wrong foot. All right foot. Someone sat in my seat. They better be looking after it. Anyway, let my seat out. Yeah, I've actually renewed my season ticket. I ummed and ahed for about 4 days since Tuesday. I ummed and I and then I gave him. It was speaking with Dante on Thursday. It just made me go,
yeah,
oh.
He made some very good points.
Yeah, because it's like giving up's great, but it ain't going to help. Because you're actually giving them what they want. So I was like, no, I need to renew. So I renewed. The seats are all there, and we'll see.
He put a this morning on his Twitter account. Did you see it? For I think it's a Real Madrid match. For the match ticket and hotel and stuff like that, 270 quid, I think it is.
Yeah. But I said to me personally, we were talking about it when we Pat, was I think, say Beyonce's playing at the City Arena, at the Co-op Live Arena, I think you'll get her on a Saturday. You'll get a package for her, the hotel, and then the City game on a Sunday. So you'll get like a full weekend's, a meal in the brand new City fan zone, where they're going to have the bars and the restaurants. they'll do it as like a package, like 3,000 quid, get an hotel,
Throw in
ticket,
the skywalk where you can walk on top of the stadium as well.
Skywalk.
Yeah.
That's where they'll milk the money from.
Mm. Hotel guests will have access to the Sky Bar as well. That bar that's meant to be up the top of the North Stand.
I'm intrigued because I found out the other day on Thursday, I don't know if it's out yet, from Mark at City Matters, that one of the Real Madrid games, when we're at home, I think Take That are live at the arena at the same night. So don't know how that's going to work out in terms of parking. Because I remember the clubs promised us that was never going to happen. And it's going to be open, I think, a week or so, and it's going to happen. So I think Peter Kay's doing the first 2 nights in there for his tour, and then it's Take That. So I do believe. So yeah, that's going to be very intriguing how they're going to get around that one with the trams and the parking and everything else, because you're going to have nearly 60,000 out the Etihad, and then 20,000 coming out the arena all at the same time. So I don't know how they're going to do it.
It's all money to them at the end of the day, so they couldn't care less.
They did the same thing. They did the same thing in the Women's World Cup. Every time the Matildas played at the Olympic Stadium, the Sydney Superdome right next to the stadium was hosting Luke Combs, the world famous country singer, for 7 nights in a row. So you'd have 80,000 people there watching the Matildas playing the Lionesses, and then you'd have another 25,000 trying to get on the same trains.
Beyonce's not all that,
For $3,000, I don't know. I think for $3,000, I would be expecting Beyonce to come back to the hotel with me. Well, that's going to be something. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, imagine trying to get a pint in there. Looks like Andy's giving up his 2 season tickets. I'll let Andy explain that one.
I bet he doesn't.
I already know the answer. Speaking of the devil,
there he is.
His twin ugly brothers arrived. Hello.
Yeah, better late than never, Andy.
Yeah,
that's what my missus says. Well, that's another story.
I'm not going to buy you. I'm not going to buy you a watch.
First of all, thank you, Martin, for inviting us on to play a part in this, mate.
No, we're all one family, mate. You know, mate.
Yep. Yeah. Let's have some fun. Yeah, I have been watching it, and I've been watching the derby as well. I'm sure Anne-Marie's got an eye on that as well.
Certainly
I
do,
certainly
Andy.
have now. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. So currently 3-1 to the Mighty Blues. Good evening. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or whatever. See, this is
Jesus Christ.
Your guess is as good as mine at this time.
Paddy, you was out on the pub last night, weren't you, mate?
I was not, I tell you.
You look ruffled up. And you're
Anyway,
so,
I'm going to regret saying this, but I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Savage for the next hour or so.
We're doomed.
I'm going to...
Carnage.
I will try. No, listen, I appreciate everyone coming on and just giving me a little bit of time because obviously I can go and have a rest.
Yeah.
And chill, something to eat, but and then we'll get going. But thank you all. I will try and put some of the chat up as we're going along, etc.
I'm going to bounce as well too, guys. Yeah, I need to go watch the back of my eyelids for a few hours, but I will be back sooner rather than later.
Take care, Pat.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, so thank you anyway. It's a huge day, and as I said earlier when I popped on earlier, it's all about raising money for the charity and stuff like that. So, Mark, I know how close it is to Martin's heart and stuff like that. I heard the video on that, what he was playing earlier of what it means to him, his personal story, and it's huge. So how's Anne-Marie and how's Paddy? Well, I won't ask how Paddy is. The The look on your face says it all, mate.
All good, Andy. All good.
Yeah. So, right. This hour, we will have, we'll open the floor to anything anybody wants to speak about, whether it's the old times at Main Road, whether it's, well, the floor's open. I can't get the comments on the screen, but I can read them from here. So I will read the comments out as we're going along. So, Anne-Marie, let's kick off with what's currently happening now with the City Women. This will take us 3 points clear.
It'll take us 6 points clear, Andy.
6?
Yeah, but we've got 2 games in hand on Chelsea because Chelsea play West Ham tomorrow at 4:30.
Right. Do you mean they've got 2 games in hand on us?
Yeah.
Was you out with Paddy last night?
No. But they have got 2 games in hand on us.
You said, but we've got 2 games in hand.
No, they've got 2 games in hand on us.
But what's your gut feeling? Do you think we're gonna win the league? I do.
Yes. I think we will, because there's no way Chelsea can do all 4 trophies this season.
Mm-hmm.
I know they're at no more than Liverpool with Klopp. They'll be pushing for it because Emma Hayes is going, isn't she, at the end of the season? Yeah. But I don't think they'll be. I don't think they'll be able to maintain.
Lindy says 3 points clear on Marie.
Now it's 3 points at this moment in time, and it'll be 6 after today's game.
Will it?
Well, according to the league table,
I thought we was level on points, but there we go. Right. So, as I said on when I came on Martin, if anybody wasn't on early on Martin's show, I said for £7.99 to anybody in the UK, I will make a personalised mug and stuff like that, and every single penny will go straight to Martin's charity day today. All you need to do is go on our website, www.savageonlinestore.co.uk, choose whatever you want, but do not purchase anything directly off the website. The reason why, all I want you to do is donate $7.99 or more directly to Alzheimer's. Martin's giving you the links and stuff like that. Show Martin proof that you've donated directly to Alzheimer's, and I will post you whatever you want off the website. Can't say any further than that, can we?
No, that's good of you.
Yeah. So no, because like I said earlier, cancer affects us all and stuff like that. And it gets, and rightly so, it gets funded massively. Cancer UK and stuff like that. But some of the charities like this are just as important. Every charity deserves to be funded accordingly, because no matter what disease it is and stuff like that, it affects us all. But if we can raise a few extra quid along the way, then it's all good, isn't it?
Yeah. So realistically, they shouldn't have to be a charity. They should be funding there from the government for every disease going to. But it's a worldwide problem. Without the support of the charities or the money for research,
yeah,
it wouldn't be that.
It's like one of the charities close to me is Diabetes UK, because my son is type 1 diabetic, so I do what I can for that charity, but it doesn't mean to say that, I can't help and chip into other charities what are close to other people's hearts. So it's all good. And I think something, Martin, as we know, is a big, daft, lovable bear. His heart's in the right place, and for him to do something like this, it means a hell of a lot to him, because I'm pretty close to Martin and I know what he's going through and stuff like that. And it is tough, and I'm sure people in the chat have got similar stories, about similar things, what their families or friends are going through or have been through and stuff like that. So let's raise loads of money, and because it is sad at the moment, and things like that. So what should we talk about? Oh, looking at FIFA. Are you on the FIFA's on his way to Wembley to watch England versus Brazil? Will anybody be watching that tonight? I won't, because me and Paddy are out on the beer, aren't we, Paddy?
No, Paddy, you'd be in his bed.
I love
Good little boy.
And Marie, it was a disgrace, isn't it?
Well, it's always a bad sign when you get the text asking for drink recommendations.
and stupid, that was just stupid. And we oblige with tequila rose, baby Guinness, Jaeger Bookers. Did you try any, Paddy?
No, not at all.
Disappointed, Paddy.
So, fucking all night, Mr. Savage. I have an off button.
Well, I should be the same on the show, no doubt, tomorrow night, mate. So, this, although it's an international break and stuff like that, it doesn't stop us talking about everything Man City. So, in the chat, let us know what you want to talk about, and we will go through it.
Or if you want to ask us any questions. I've seen there was a comment there about Stan. Just to let you know, Stan sends his best to everybody.
Yes, he does.
He's missing us all. And all being well, he'll be back soon. But at his own pace, we just want to make sure that he's all right.
Yeah, I had a good catch up with Stan in midweek. I phoned him up to see how he is and stuff like that. And he does appreciate all the love and everything, what everybody's sending him, and he will be back. He will be back. He will. So, right. So, should we have a quick chat about, our players on international duty and stuff like that? Because it looks like Foden is going to start for England tonight in his preferred position. But bizarrely, Zako Saka has dropped out. Now, is that the same kind of a dropout injured as KDB and potentially Ireland?
Of course it is.
Well, if you look at it, are they dropping out? Because I've just seen on Twitter that Bernardo and I think Diaz are coming back to City early as well, and I don't think it's because of injuries, but I could be wrong.
No, and with them only being internationals anyway. Listen, I know it's all for players. It's probably a little bit different to fans, innit? Players want to play and represent their country and stuff like that. Well, I'll openly admit, I used to absolutely go mad when I used to hear United fans, Liverpool fans saying, internationals and are not important. The main thing is they want their players to come back. They're not bothered. And I used to go, how can you say that? But I sort of understand that. Maybe it's because we're successful now, but I do actually understand that point of view now.
Well, at this point in the season, why have two friendlies?
Exactly.
Such a crucial point in the season, and they're playing two needless friendlies just so they can start selling the new kits for the Euros. And even that's caused uproar.
Right. Paddy, in fact, but both of you are sort of like Irish. What's your thoughts on this new night kit? What's been launched where basically they took the mickey with the St. George's flag?
Well, any national emblem that shouldn't be touched, and they shouldn't have done it. They should have left it alone. But the way they look at it is generated publicity around it. So there's no such thing as bad publicity as such. But as a national emblem, like a national sign of England, or any country, that it shouldn't be messed around with. They should have left it alone.
Anne-Marie?
I agree with Paddy. They shouldn't be messing around with it. And also, the price is absolutely ridiculous. I think it's 125 for an adult shirt.
Sterling.
Yeah, and 119 for a kid.
No, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at Linny's comment there. Remember seeing the City players in the changing rooms? Can't get Alex Williams. It's out of my head. Scared the shit out of me. I'm not sure what you actually seen of Alex Williams, but my imagination does always run wild.
125 sterling for a football shirt.
Yep.
Fuck.
And they wonder why people go for fakes and stuff like that. A bit like what you buy, Paddy.
Exactly. Exactly. I think I've given enough to Man City over the years. We've given them. It's actually if you go on the Man City shop and you get the postage, buy the postage to Ireland, I think it comes back at 105 euros. Plus, you then have to pay customs off, because you've all left fucking Europe in your Brexit. We have to pay 7 or 8 euros and customs.
Yeah.
They collect it from the post office.
No,
the post office hold it hostage until you pay your customs clearance.
Let's read a couple of comments. Jack Lee says, a good afternoon, Jack. Hope you well, pal. 2 pointless friendlies. How about use it as an actual break? And that's exactly, in a nutshell, that's exactly what it should say. Alec, good afternoon. I keep going to say good evening. This is really throwing me this afternoon. Friendlies are stupid during this part of the season. Linny says, Rodri didn't play last night, thank God. Well, that, if anybody needs a rest, it's Rod, isn't it? Jag says, I don't care about the England kit change personally. I ain't exactly patriotic. They couldn't put a picture of Doug Shine. They could put a picture of Doug Shine on the front of all like. Well, that's each to their own. I must admit, I don't watch. I used to be more. How can I put it? I used to go out. But that's. I'm trying to choose my words with it being pre-9 o'clock. You see, I used to go out. I used to make sure I used to go out and watch England, all the time. Now, I'd just rather, in fact, if England was playing in my front garden, I'd close the curtains.
I think England is followed mainly by fans of lower league clubs. I don't think any of the top 6, especially the top 6 in the Premiership, I'd say very little of them fans follow England.
Yeah, beyond belief. Good afternoon, pal. I stopped buying new shirts after they went over 50 quid. Not worth it. I'd rather wear a retro shirt. Absolutely, mate. Retro all the way for me. Because as you've probably seen on my live appearance over on our show after Derby Day, I had a lovely 1989 retro shirt on. I much prefer that. Don't get me wrong. I do like some of the kits and stuff like that now. I think all last seasons were beautiful kits. I think this season's beautiful kits, but I can't justify paying all that money on a shirt. Now, if it's a kid and stuff like that, yeah, but I think it should be a one-off package with the name and all the stuff on, for kids, whether it's the badges, the name and number on the back and stuff like that. But you're talking what? Say, for instance, 80 quid for a kid's shirt, and then you've got to start paying per letter for badges, for numbers. It's where does it all end? Anyway,
that's for one kid. What about if you have 2 or 3?
Well, that's your own fault for putting it about, isn't it, mate? Charlie says, spot on there, Paddy. I have the same feeling as well. I have mates that support lower league teams, and they go out all the time to watch England. Yeah, because I think you do especially if you look in the crowd when England are playing, you normally see the flags of all lower league clubs, don't you? The stuff like that.
See that fourth top, Andy, that Man City are rumoured to be releasing. Is that definitely coming out? Because that's a beautiful top.
Yeah. Tell us right. I'll tell you my thoughts on the 4th kit. Let us know in the chat, please. I don't want to come across grumpy here, right?
Is that coming out this season or is it coming out next season?
This season, I think the end of April, either the end of March or April, I believe. Now, this is my thoughts on it, right? It's going to represent the 30th anniversary of Definitely Maybe, the Oasis album. Don't get me wrong. I loved Oasis, right? But the Gallagher, what's that got to do with Manchester City? Just because the Gallagher support City and it's the 30th anniversary. I would rather it be an anniversary of something epic or an ex-player, whether it was I know we've done a Colin Bell and stuff like that, but why has it got to be Oasis? I don't wish to come across grumpy, as I say, because I love Oasis. I love the logos of Oasis and stuff like that, but it's not really got anything to do. Listen, they hardly ever go to watch City anyway.
Unless it's a big game.
Yeah, and that's it, because he's Pep's mate now, Noel Gallagher, and he goes in the dressing room. But
as Liam Gallagher says about Noel would go in the opening of an envelope.
It does. Iptris, it does look a very, very nice kit, but it's just the thought of it's representing Oasis's 30-year anniversary, which I might just be a bit grumpy. I don't know.
No, because when you look at it in reality, Andy, 30 years ago, as a club, we were struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were asked to help.
Yep.
And they didn't. Yet they've made plenty of money out of City over the years. Like you say, Noel Gallagher's there for every big trophy-winning game, so he can get in the dressing room and act like the dog's bollocks.
Whoa!
My apologies, but that's just my thoughts on it.
True.
And I'd rather they didn't go to a game. Why should they be in a more privileged position than anybody else when they were asked for help?
Do you think it should be more City related? Do you think it should be more City related? And I agree with I think it was Jack Watts just said in there, 4 kits and stuff like that. We used to slaughter United and for money making and stuff like that. Maybe what they should do, if it's going to be an anniversary kit or something like that, have it at a massively reduced price. Because then it shows it's not a money-making thing and it's actually something what could be sentimental or
I think the whole thing's a money-making thing. You know the discussion we had about it the other night. Years ago, City would get one season, it'd be a new home kit, and then the following season, it'd be a new away kit. So there was never 2 kits a season. It was 1 kit a season, and it changed alternately, whether it was the home and away one.
Anne-Marie, can I just, sorry to interrupt. If anybody's a moderator in the chat, can you get rid of Mark Smith, please? Mark, have some. It's a charity stream, this, mate, for Alzheimer's. So why would you want to come on and troll a live stream, mate? Come on, have a bit about yourself, please. Have a bit of respect for people who are trying to, raise some money for a charity. It's nothing really to do about football. If you wanted to come on and speak about your team, you're more than welcome to come on and speak about your team, but don't troll a charity stream, for God's sake. Sorry, Anne-Marie.
It's all right. But, years ago, it was alternate seasons, alternate kits. And it was affordable. You could, I think at the time, the kits were roughly 40 quid each. The shirts were 40 quid each.
Yeah.
A reasonable price. And now we've gone to the extreme where we're getting, as it will be, 4 kits this season, and they're not cheap. What are they? I think the cheapest is, I think it's £65 or something like that, and that's before you get a badge or a name or anything put on it. We're just getting, as we've said previously, we're just getting ripped off, and unfortunately, they're on to a winner because they know kids are all going to want the newest kit.
And it's almost an emotional thing, isn't it? Where, Mom, Dad, can you buy me a shirt? Listen, it is what it is. I just thought it was City women have won 3-1, so top of the league. Just like City will be when we play Arsenal, hopefully. Touch wood. Yeah, so the next match on the 31st is Arsenal. Paddy, no offense, mate. You look wrecked. Do you want to know what you need, mate?
It's the sun, the fucking hailstones, and then it's sun shining.
Stop
and then it's
swearing.
rain.
Stop swearing just because you're hungover. This makes a change, Anne-Marie, doesn't it? It's normally me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, right.
So, levels is very low.
I believe you've made a decision about your season tickets, Andy.
Yeah, right. So, with the show, I don't know if anybody was privy to the show on. I am technically giving them up, right?
What?
However, yeah, I'm giving them up, mate. However, I'm not giving them up to City. I know somebody who wants to take them over, who's a massive blue. So I'm more than happy to do that because, as we said earlier, I don't want to go over sort of like an old ground because of the show and stuff like that, what we done on Thursday. But once that season ticket goes back, it doesn't go to out as another season ticket. It goes straight back in because they're lowering season ticket capacity. So I would much rather keep them season tickets alive to Blues than it go back to the club. A1M, $30. Thank you very much, mate. I am sure Martin will be absolutely really, really appreciative of that.
So is that you done, so, Andy, in terms of attending matches?
As you want, mate.
That's you done now attending matches, say, on a Saturday or whatever?
At this moment in time, mate, I'm done. And by the way, it's nothing to do with... It's a mixture of everything. It's even the game itself with VAR, and I'm sick of celebrating a goal and then looking stupid because it gets ruled out. The adrenaline and stuff like that. You can't have an adrenaline rush now when we score a goal until you get 3 or 4 minutes in and you're looking at the big screen going, is it a goal? Is it a goal? And you've noticed that with players as well now. Players don't celebrate as much as they used to. So they're taking our beautiful game away.
Well, I definitely think within 5 years, you will effectively be able to buy a season ticket for your team to watch all the time.
Do you mean on TV?
On TV, yeah.
Yeah, I've said that for many years, mate. And do you know something? It's got that way now where clubs are getting. Listen, it's not just City, by the way. You know, clubs are getting greedy and taking advantage of their fans. So if it means an individual, no matter where you are in the world, or whoever you support, if you can buy, because it's quite clear, because I know Martin touched upon it earlier as well on the show. See, Martin, if you're watching, I was watching you earlier. Omar Barada said during COVID times, we don't need fans. Well, okay then, on that premise, nobody go and watch it, but we'll subscribe to watch our team home and away. I know you can get it through dodgy streams and stuff like that now, but if you can get it legitimately, where it's proper commentary, proper pundits, who you can relate to and stuff like that, and the clubs don't need the fans. I don't believe that for a minute, by the way, and that just shows you the way football is going in general. So if you can do that, well, let's do it then. If the clubs don't need us,
yeah, but it's definitely getting that way. And I think COVID did serve as a fairly good reminder that, like, as I said in the show the last night, the match day revenue for Man City last year was 83 million.
Yeah,
that's peanuts to them. They don't, and that's everything. Like, that's fans inside the ground, season tickets, the whole that. 83 million. They'd easily find a way of replacing that 83 million easily.
Yeah.
But then, as a player, look at it from a player's point of view. Like, your dream when you first start kicking a ball is to make it in football and then hopefully represent your country at international level.
And money, and you know something, because I'm lucky enough to know some ex-footballers and stuff like that. I'm not going to name drop who and stuff like that. And it's exactly what you're saying, Paddy. When they was coming through the ranks and stuff like that, it wasn't how much money am I going to. And I know this because I believe them because of the people they are. It's not how much money am I going to earn. It's like, I want to play for the club. You know, like Foden. I want to play for my club. I want to represent me national team. And whatever they earn is like secondary. You know, whether it's a car or whatever. You know, through a sponsor. Through a sponsor or stuff like that. Money's secondary, but now it's just like you've got apprentices with earning absolutely stupid amounts of money.
50 and 60 grand.
What I'd love to see is, hang on, go and clean them boots like it used to be. I know times change and it might be a dinosaur way of looking at things, but that's how it should be. I just want to read a couple of comments because I've just clocked one there from Jack. Jack says, I'll soon be priced out the games and trying to go to as many as I can. Now, that itself is a sad state of affairs, but sadly, it's true. Linny says, got to say that was a great turnout for the women today. I believe it was over 40,000, Anne-Marie. That is massive, that.
Yeah, it was a great turnout, and and I have to say, even the game at Old Trafford in November was a fantastic turnout, and again the same result, 3-1, easy win.
And what's the price of the female ticket, Anne-Marie?
I think it was £15.
About 15 quid.
Well, there you go. Jesus,
And that's
15.
the
They're
difference.
15 and 70.
Exactly. And again, there'll have been a load of kids at that ground today that not only will have watched the football, will have had a chance to meet the players at the end, because the players don't just rush off the pitch. They actually spend time with the fans at the end of the game.
Yeah,
with kids growing up, it's such an incentive to keep following.
I agree, but the men's game used to be like that as well. So as the women's game gets more, you'll probably see. And by the way, that won't be out of the players not wanting to speak to the fans. That'll be people who are paid to look after the players what say no, you can't.
Of course it will, Andy. But at this moment in time,
it's great.
Young kids have got that opportunity that they're not going to get with the first team.
Yep.
So if you're trying to encourage younger fans to get on the bandwagon and support City, it's such a perfect way to do it. And
couple of comments here. Beyond belief, when the prices go up, atmosphere suffers. Absolutely. Alec, City women, very good. Julie, yeah, and that's just the way I think it's got to be for anybody who's deciding to give the tickets back, as it were. Just don't give it back to the club at any cost. Tammy says the club wants season tickets back so they can sell individual games at extortionate prices to tourists. A lot of truth in that. Iptris never felt more disconnected with a club. The soul is going out. It's a sad state of affairs, but something. You've got shows like Martin's show, our show, and there's some other good shows out there. What are very, very insightful as well, because although the show we did on Thursday, Paddy, in the main, mainly on Facebook groups, it's had a bit of a battering, because I've had people saying like that, or fancy slaughtering the club when we're seeing the best on the pitch and stuff like that. That's a one-dimensional way of looking at it, because we have absolutely got the best football we've ever seen, we're ever gonna see. However, the deeper thing is, and again, it's not overseas fans, it's us having a go at the club and saying you've got to do more to get back connected. Like Iptris said there, never felt more disconnected. The club.
Well, we said it on the show on Thursday night, Andy, that the heart and soul of the club's gone.
Hang on, Martin's just put, my missus has arrived, Andy. Not 9 o'clock yet. Read her comment, please, mate. I did, Tammy, yeah. The club wants, yeah, exactly, mate. I've read that one out, mate. And it's right. It's absolutely right. But I bet
you have to take into consideration what City have done in an individual basis. Like a rise of 40, 50, 60 quid might knock a store out of someone, where that could be the difference in somebody buying groceries for the week than being able to attend City. It's individual. It's like buying a bottle of water on a beach at €1 or a quid, and then paying 25 quid for the same bottle of water in a 5-star hotel. It's what value you put on the product. Yeah. Yes, we're playing the best football we've ever seen, but they're on 3 and 4 and 500,000 quid a week, or like they don't live in our world. They don't know like to have a household budget or manage finances. They're in a bubble, like. And there's a whole department within Man City. Even Pep said it. Like player welfare, it's called. Every need that player has is catered for. They don't have to worry about anything. They even go and do your shopping, bring it home, put the shopping away for you. Foden has a personal chef.
They even feed you strawberries now to the players. Yeah, how can you know?
That wouldn't surprise me. But like, Foden has a personal chef at home. How many people can afford that?
Yeah, Stephen, I'm not going to read your comment out, mate. But I totally agree with you. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Also, I've heard that Martin's good lady, Tammy, is very annoyed with Martin every match day because she wants to stay till the end, but Martin insists on going at 80 minutes. You'll have to let us know, Tammy, if that's true in the comments. Just put a yes or a yes if you in the comments. But it's right. Just trying to flick through. Stephen says, "Well said, Paddy," and it is, mate. It is. It's
Like, I have no problem contacting your man in China and getting my football shirt for $19.99. Like, I got a young lad of football top there a few months ago, and they asked you then when you're buying the thing, do you want the name on it? Do you want this badge on it? Do you want this? And he wanted Holland's name in the back of the shirt. That was $1 extra to put Holland on the back of that shirt. Go in the club shop and tell him you want Holland on the back of the shirt and see how much they'll charge you. It's about £2 leather, is it?
Yeah, I'm laughing at what Andrew said there as Martin renewed his Costa season ticket. And it's true. So it just shows you, Paddy, if they can do that. And listen, at the end of the day, if you go to buy a count, I'm not condoning buying counterfeit kits and stuff like that. But people say I'm not buying that. It's made in China.
And where do you think the original's made?
That's where they are. That's where they're all made. You know what I mean? It's so. But yeah, I agree. I think football in general needs to bring. See, Tammy's put 100%. Martin, your good lady wants to stay till the end. I think I've just caused a family argument. Sorry about that on today's. And
even if you go back to who was your man who owned Newcastle?
Mike Ashley.
Ashley, mine. He was videotaped at some kind of do, mocking the Newcastle fans, saying he was getting the shirts made for a £5 in China and charging Newcastle. I think it was 50 or 60 there in the end. Like the clubs are using Taiwan and China and slave labor and stuff like that. They don't. When's the last time they've gone into a factory and see who's making the shirts? They don't care.
They're not bothered, mate. So anyway, as we was before, we've got back onto shirts. I want to talk a little bit about Arsenal. Do you see this as pretty much a title decider, or do you think there's still much to go on in regards to United have got a big say in it? Spurs have got a big say in it because Spurs have got to play all three of us. United have got to play Arsenal and Liverpool. I hope United play as well against Liverpool in the league. Do you think it's pretty much a title decider between us and Arsenal, or do you think it's a bit more to it?
It's too soon for me. Maybe if there was 3, 4, 5 matches left, but I think there's 10, is there?
10 matches left, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not. It'll definitely give who wins the match. It would definitely give them a boost and momentum and stuff like that. You could inflict a lot of psychological damage on the other team. As regards a title decision.
And you know, Smith, 15 matches, City are treble winners again.
Yeah, let's not get carried away, Andy. But I think we'll beat Arsenal on next Sunday, and I think that is going to give us the psychological edge that we need.
Because, listen, joking aside, although I do think we'll win the treble again, as I keep telling you, Liverpool will drop points and Arsenal will drop points somewhere along the line, won't they? So it's more about what we do. All right, we took there in third at the minute with a point behind. It's nothing. It won't go goal difference, but it'll just be interesting to see the way we actually line up against Arsenal. Do you think he will go for a Doku on the left, say for instance, or do you think he'll tighten up with, dare I say it, a Nunes on the left? You know, just to, because Ben White's going to be a player in that as well.
Grealish is back, isn't he?
Yeah, Grealish will be back.
He's not match fit. So what we need at this moment in time is people who are fit. I think we need to.
Yeah, but I don't think he'll play Nunes on the left at all.
I'll come out of curiosity.
because I think he's more likely to, if he's going to play somebody out, or who he plays out left is more likely to be Doku. And if we're going for a more kind of defensive-minded team, I think he'll play Foden out on the left or Bernardo and vice versa. And, you know, as I said the other day, Kovacic in the middle with Rodri.
Absolutely.
I 100% agree with that. We have to do that.
Yeah.
I'm just laughing at Paddy. He's wrecked. But I agree. I think it's too early for Jack to start a game, you know, considering how long he's been out and stuff like that. If it was match fitness, I'd have Jack every day of the week, because on the left, for me, it's our tried and trusted, if you like, is Ake and Grealish. They've got that understanding. But if not, I wouldn't play Doku from the get-go. Maybe bring him on as a sub, or even Oscar Bob as a sub, because Doku doesn't give that tracking back what we're going to need, because Ben White is always up and down on their right. So we're going to need somebody who can track on our left, their right, obviously. And I just think we need a bit of... Hopefully De Bruyne will be fit. We just need somebody to... I think midfield is going to be the battle, what needs to be won. And with Rodders in there, who didn't play, somebody said before. And I do think Kovacic is going to be key for what we do between now and the end of the season.
But let's not go back to what we said, that it's about time. Like, there's 10 matches left now. Is the time now for Pep to cement that team and play the same 11 week in, week out until the league is over, and not to be messing around?
Sorry, Paddy. Sub says, if you say Nunes on the left 3 times, Alan appears. Nunes on the left, Nunes on the left, Nunes on the left, on the left. Here's Alan. He's not really.
Julie, it was Bernardo and Diaz have come back early from international break.
Yeah, but it's a big bonus that
for
that
what
Rodgers
reason?
not playing.
Well, I don't know the reason. I just know that it said on Twitter they'd returned early. I don't think it's injury related.
No, I actually think, Anne-Marie, some of these international managers have actually
started to cop on a bit.
Yeah, although they pick them, because if they don't pick them, you know, there'll be more questions asked in the media and stuff like that by these dickhead journalists. So Saka's not injured. We know that. We know De Bruyne is not injured. There was rumours that Haaland was injured. It's not. It's a lot of it is gamesmanship. The only thing I'm surprised about, although he's injured, was injured, was Jack didn't get picked for England, because I would have sort of liked Jack to have got some minutes for England, you know, just to give him a bit of momentum. You know,
I know, but he could. You know, I'm not a fan of Waistcoat, and this part of me really hopes he does go to United, because that'll be an even bigger laugh than Ten Hag. But I don't think he would have picked Grealish because he hadn't played, and I think that's it. But then at the same time, you've got Kane, who supposedly had an ankle injury and turned up to the England training camp. And I don't think he's going to play today, but I think he's due to play in the next game.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Jack's comment there. Me and Alan outside Nunes' house with cricket bats if he drops a stinker versus Arsenal. Oh, man. Brett says, Gabriel not gone on international duty with Brazil as well. He is also faking an injury. Martin says, unless Tammy, his missus, has got hold of his YouTube account, Andy would do a better job than GS. Who's GS?
Gareth Southgate. Not bad.
No.
Waistcoat.
Now, who are you calling? No bad, me or Gareth Southgate or both?
You.
Me. And Southgate's not.
It isn't, you know, it's not rocket science.
Julie says, maybe they understand they have to have a fit squad themselves in order to have a chance on the Euros. So playing important players in friendlies isn't really great. And that's a great point as well, Julie, because that's a huge possibility as well. Because if
Julie's giving men a bit of credit there for using common sense.
No,
Julie and I both know that that's not, doesn't happen very often.
I don't know if Julie's my wife, because my wife's called Julie. I don't know if she's, because she always puts me in my place as well. No, she really, really does. And I know my place as well. I don't know if Paddy don't agree because he's told me this in the past. I know my place because I know women are the better sex. They know more than men, so we should listen to women more. It's not what Paddy does.
I don't know what you're after, but you're not getting it.
What?
Your wife must be watching this, is she?
She's not even out with me later, mate. I'm out on a bit of a Benidorm reunion.
Oh, for God's sake. I don't even think you've recovered from going to Benidorm. Never mind having a reunion.
I will be having plenty of small, large vodkas later, probably.
Yeah, God help anybody who's watching us tomorrow night then.
Jack says, I'm better than Southgate. I got Kurz and Ashton to the Champions League on FIFA Manager. Oh, jeez. DC says, Andy, correct. DC, I know my place. Yeah. So, do you think it's the midfield battle is key for the Arsenal match, considering they've got Rice and Odegaard?
Yeah. Stop them till you stop Arsenal.
And that's why I think Kovacic is so important, just dropping in there.
Yeah.
And it's funny how things have changed, though, with some City fans where they didn't want Kovacic anywhere near the bench, let alone the starting lineup. And people are actually seeing what an important player he actually is for us.
Yeah, but have they not been watching him play? It's not that he's turned into this type of player overnight. He's always been like that. And I'll tell you, he augments Rodri 1,000,000%. And Rodri actually likes him in beside him because he has that freedom then to go forward himself, knowing that there's somebody going to be in front of the back four if there's a counter attack and he's in the opposition box. At least Matteo then he'll be cleaning it up or whatever. And if you ever watch him play, watch him closely, the ground he covers, I'd like to know his stats. He probably runs about 12 to 15 kilometers in a match.
Yep.
Rodri doesn't do that, but Rodri uses his brain. Rodri is a very technical, gifted footballer and reads the game very well, where Matteo is like a little Jack Russell. He runs around non-stop.
Can I be a little bit controversial?
Well, it's never stopped you before.
Yeah.
I want to state this. Gundogan is one of my favourite players of all time. He is.
What's controversial about that?
No, listen. No, Gundogan is. I think he represented us brilliantly on the pitch and brilliantly off the pitch. However, he only started playing properly every season after Christmas. Kovacic is doing that now. Okay, Gundogan used to chip in with important goals and stuff like that. He used to say Kovacic won't, or he'll make that pass where somebody will go in with an important goal and stuff like that. But people said he didn't come in to replace Gundogan. I think there's similarities there where the time of the season where they're just starting to click. Am I talking bubbles, Anne-Marie?
Possibly, yes, you are, because I think Kovacic played early in the season and did okay, and then he's had a few injuries, and I think that's hindered his performances. But there was no disputing, you don't win the Champions League. I think it's twice, isn't it? He's won it, or maybe even 3 times. Kovacic, he's won it 3 times, and you don't just do that by fluke. You've got to be a decent player.
Of course.
And I think he is a decent player. I think we've got a hard worker in the team. And I'm glad we bought him, if I'm honest.
For 25 million as well.
It was a bargain.
Tell you what, Pep won't be able to buy me for 25 million.
Buy you for 25 krona.
25 coronas, yeah.
But I think, so I think he was a good buy for us. I think we needed somebody that could play alongside Rodri. That's always been the key thing.
I always say to Anne-Marie, you can't really replace players. Like I know it's said within that, like he came in to replace Gundogan. You can't replace Gundogan, because Gundogan brought things what other players can't. It's like Rodri came in to replace Fernandinho. You can't replace Fernandinho. What you do, you bring a player in, and sometimes you have to play differently to get the same results, if you know what I mean. So Rodri brings stuff to us what Fernandinho couldn't do, and vice versa. So we have to treat each player, each signing what comes in, with their own, with their own respect.
Of course, you can't kind of look at them all and say, just look at Doku and Grealish. They both play the same position.
Yeah,
but they both bring different things to the game.
Like me, I'm the new Messi. Look at that. Look how messy my desk is there. I'm the new Messi.
Yeah, but you're always the same old dickhead.
Oh.
Yeah, Alex says Anne-Marie loved Riyadh more. Absolutely. And you know something? If I was on my own show here now, I would play that for you.
Yeah, and thankfully you're not.
Iptra says Gundo's final third is 10 times better than Gundop's. Sorry, Kovacic. Sorry, I read that afterwards. Mate. Then Kovacic. No, and that's what I'm saying, Iptra. Different players bring different things. What does Stan always say, Anne-Marie?
Different keys for different locks.
No, he says Anne-Marie's a knobhead. That's what he says. But he says that He says that as well. I'm going to get my revenge quite quickly there. But it's true though, isn't it? Every player brings different things to the team. It's like it'd be interesting to see if Edison's fully fit as well for the Arsenal game.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't worry me if he isn't. I've got no worries with Ortega in goal. I have to be honest.
I've not.
And it might not do Edison any harm to miss a few games, because it might make him realise that he's not necessarily a straightforward number one choice.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got no fear with that at all.
Somebody said we are City Super City. No, you can probably buy me for 25p. There's a lot of truth in that, if I'm being absolutely honest. Sean says Gundogan does more in the final third than cover. That's the difference. Well, at the moment, let's see how that one goes. Linny says Gundo will basically, Gundo will make a good coach. I believe he will as well, because he was going through his coaching badges and stuff like. Didn't he coach one of the age groups as well at City? As part of his coaching badge.
So the Gundogan.
Lee says, good stopper. I thought that said stripper then. And this is before I go out this. Good stopper.
This is a one-tracked mind, Andy. That's your problem.
I've been hanging around with you too long, Paddy. Sean says, we struggled to get the ball up the pitch when Edison went off against Liverpool. Ortega is very good goalkeeper, but he doesn't suit that way we play. And that's exactly the point, Sean, what I'm saying about, God, he's back.
Welcome back, Martin. I disagree on that point, because I think the fact that we struggled to get the ball up the pitch was nothing to do with the keeper. It was more to do with the way we played, particularly the second half of that game. We played very much within ourselves, and it's like we were happy enough to take the draw there. So I don't blame Ortega for that.
Big Mark's got a good point there,
I'm stopped.
Jesus. You won't sleep tonight, Martin.
Big Morg says there, and Big Morg's got a very, very good point there, to be fair. Only thing I'm worried about against Arsenal is Pep's overthinking.
No.
Do you think he's learned from that?
Yeah.
I think he's learned from that line. Just
one player scares me. No, you know, don't think you'll overthink it. There's one position and one player that scares me for Arsenal.
Saka.
No, and it's not because he's a bad player or shouldn't be in our team.
Oh, right, go on, I'm with you.
It's Julian Alvarez. I never know what Pep's going to do with the guy. And that's not he's a bad player and shouldn't be in the team. It's, like I've said many times, we've moaned for 3 weeks about getting Grealish back in the team, and everyone's put Grealish back on the bench for Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
When 3 weeks ago we were all crying out for Grealish, but now the Kovacic card has come in. But like I said, you can't have Kovacic, De Bruyne, Foden, Bernardo, Alvarez, and Grealish all packed into the same team.
Who gets dropped, Martin? Nobody, because they get rested.
Yeah, because I'm sure Riyad Mahrez thought that. Riyad Mahrez went to Saudi Arabia because Pep gave him a lot of rest.
Mention that name, you can see Anne-Marie going.
This is why I disagree with you, because you go, they're resting them. They're technically, because the players don't see it as rest. I know we do, but the players don't see it as rest.
No, I understand that, mate. But listen, all them players can't start at once. I totally agree. So
you put Alvarez on the bench.
Yeah,
it's very simple.
Yeah,
you put Alvarez on the bench, but you have to start that game with Rodri, Kovacic in midfield.
Mm-hmm.
That's a definite. And then you play, because Jack's not going to be ready to play that game either. So you're playing Foden and Bernardo, and then you've got a place for Kevin, and then you're playing Haaland up front.
Okay, let's go through the team. I'll kick off to see if you rejig it or anything like that. Sorry, Martin, you're the host here, aren't you?
No, sure, mate.
No, right. So this is what I would start with. If everybody was fit, it's a different one. But with what I think we've got so far, who's going to play or has a chance to play, I would go with Edison, Ake, Diaz, Stones, Walker, Rodri, Kovacic. No, this is mine. Stop shaking your head, grumpy, because you're hungover. Right. So, Rodri, Kovacic, Bernardo, KDB, Foden, and Haaland.
I'd agree with that team, Andy.
You always do agree with me, Anne-Marie.
Not always.
I put Akanji instead of Walker.
Listen, there's no wrong or right, because there's an argument for everybody deserves to start because we've got that good a squad. Out of curiosity, why would you go with the 10 of them, but you'd replace Walker with a couple?
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. In terms of defensive capabilities, both are very, very good, but they'd be equal in my eyes. Walker has pace, but he offers nothing going forward. Akanji can defend as well as Walker, but by God, he can put a ball in the box forward. He offers a lot more offensive.
I agree. I absolutely love Akanji. I think Akanji is absolutely brilliant. The reason why, and again, what Stan says, keys and locks, I just think if Martinelli starts for them on the left, on their left, obviously our right, if Martinelli or not, what's he called? Tossard, if he starts, they will give us a bit of problems on the left. And I think Walker is more capable of stopping that flow. That's the reason why. But that's not discrediting Akanji. That's not discrediting Akanji. I love Akanji, mate.
Walker box in the 18-yard box.
Have you turned Paddy's internet off, Martin?
No.
No.
What about dropping
You're
Diaz?
full. You were full.
So no, as I say, I love Akanji, and if Akanji did start, I wouldn't be going, "What's Pep doing?" La di da di da, because I've got confidence in Akanji. I just think because of Martinelli and Trossard.
His name's Trossard.
What did I say?
Trossard.
You know you did. All right, Andy. What about no Diaz? And he does what he did at Anfield.
I just think Diaz on the left of the centre backs is perfect. If Stones is at the side of him.
Possibly. Listen, this is why Pep's going to get paid the millions he gets paid.
I agree.
Because this is the problem. It's to me, Arsenal's striking issues are not my concern. Arsenal's fear is in the middle of their midfield with Odegaard and Rice and the two flanks. They don't have a top striker, to say. And that's no disrespect to Gabby. Gabby was a very good servant for Manchester City, but there was a reason we sold him.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
You know, and they're now saying it was Zinchenko. And again, that's not a dig at Zinchenko. He did a job and was magnificent for many years for us. But when it came to the top games, Zinchenko dropped.
Was it?
A couple. He did a job in a time. He just wasn't at the level to where he won a Champions League, if that makes sense.
No, I get that, but I just don't think...
Arsenal fans are even saying that now, that he's dropping blunders in the big games.
Mm-hmm.
And that's... I don't know, it's a weird one, because for me, this is why I want Kovacic in, because you need to stop Rice and Odegaard. If you stop Rice and Odegaard, you stop Arsenal for me.
So who would you start with then, Martin, out of curiosity?
My whole 11, I think Ederson will come back, as much as that's harsh on Ortega.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ederson will be back. I think it will be Walker. I think he'll go Walker, Akanji, Stones, Ake, Rodri, Kovacic, Foden on the left, Bernardo on the right, KDB, Haaland.
But and that's it's madness. Although I wouldn't start with that. I'd be happy with that if that makes sense.
And I don't like putting Foden on the left, but there's no way getting him in without Kovacic. Kovacic is the key to all of it, because Kovacic is allowing Rodri to be our Ilkay Gundogan.
And just looking at some of the comments, you know, like Iptris there, not confident with Diaz. I sort of get that. Michelle says Kovacic has to start. It's madness not to. I totally agree with that. But isn't it crazy the way people? I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying, Michelle, you're jumping on the bandwagon. What I'm saying is, people are starting to see Kovacic for his worth now, whereas early on in the season they didn't want him anywhere near the bench. And I know Paddy was a big advocate of Kovacic even before he started getting into the team. Paddy was banging on about it. We need Kovacic in there.
Go back to the start of the season. The first 7 games we won, and they're all saying, "Oh, we have a start. We never usually have that." Who was in the team?
Yeah,
Matteo.
No,
by the way, is Stones gone to England, or is he injured?
He's got to. He'll start tonight. Stones and Foden will start, and Walker. They'll all start tonight.
Did I read somewhere that they were looking at Walker for captain tonight? What have I dreamt that? Have I dreamt that piece of news?
Oh, possibly, because there's no Harry Kane. No Harry Kane tonight. No Cole Palmer, and obviously no Saka. So Harry Kane's the captain. So Kyle Walker is the most senior player there. So I think he probably will get the. Listen, an armband is nothing, is it? An armband is just something who tosses the coin and says which way we're playing. Captains and leaders don't need armbands.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I get that. It's up to Pep, I suppose, but to me, I think we'll beat Arsenal. I'm confident.
Do you, Anne-Marie?
Yeah.
Yep, 3-1.
You're confident, aren't you?
Yep.
Promise us then.
I promise.
Right. You've got it there. Anne-Marie has promised us that we're going to beat Arsenal.
Don't worry, Anne-Marie. Andy won't be at the game to come and have a go at you if you're wrong.
I will. I'll be there.
And you'll probably miss the last goal, Martin, because you'll have gone on 80 minutes.
Hey, see?
By the way, I don't know. Listen, I don't know where this has even come from. I leave on the 89th minute. I do miss injury time. I do miss injury time.
I love you, Anne-Marie.
No, I'm there till the end, till I watch the last player go off the pitch.
Solidarity.
Solidarity. My missus wants to leave early, you say, that's why.
No, Tammy, have you still in
No,
the
she
chat?
told lies earlier.
She's already said that she wants to stay till the end, but Grumpy Martin, he wants to go after 80 minutes. I might have elaborated on what she said there, but
you go on 80 minutes, you lose. You're missing about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't go on
Arsenal or Liverpool because they'll play 110 minutes.
So, Martin, have you got an update on how much you've raised so far, mate?
I haven't added it up, no, but we have got.
Have you smashed? I know you smashed it.
We've absolutely smashed. I cannot thank everyone enough. We've smashed through the target within 2 hours, which is amazing. But A1 put this in earlier on. Thank you for your $30, mate. Thank you for all the support. And then you went and gifted 10 memberships out as well, which is just phenomenal. And then JSN again has come back with his super sticker again. Thank you so much. That's roughly about 20 quid, which is amazing. Thank you so much, Chris. Again, big ups to you, Martin. Thank you for the £5. All of it is going in the kitter, and we will do a total big reveal at the end.
Don't you be revealing things you don't need to?
Yeah,
I'm not
doing the Kyle Walker.
Don't you be doing a Kyle Walker?
Oh yeah, I'm not doing a Kyle Walker, but yeah. And don't forget, later on there is a massive quiz. Once Andy sends over all the details.
I finished it, mate. But while I was listening, and by the way, I had a lump in my throat and tears in my eyes with your story before, mate. And that's what, and that is
I had to record that 4 times. I couldn't. I had to stop and keep recording it.
No, seriously, mate. And at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's about raising money for a charity. What's dear to a lot of people, and what you said, and I thought was absolutely spot on earlier about not a lot of people talk about, Alzheimer's and stuff like that, because I think as well it's out of embarrassment as well, and it shouldn't be. It really it needs to be. It's like men never go on about the mental problems or the problems, but that's slowly changing. So it's about time things like people started talking about Alzheimer's and stuff like that, because it's not an embarrassment. It's something. It's horrible. It's horrific.
It's like they call it the long goodbye, don't they?
Yeah.
Because the person that you know is disappearing before your eyes, and if you've got children of your own, and particularly young children, you see like at the complete role reversal. Mm-hmm. So the person that you could always have a conversation with, you can't anymore. Yet the kids, they're on the same level as the little kids, and it's heartbreaking to watch. And I, I've seen it with both my grandparents. It's cruel. It's cruel, and fair play to anybody who's having to live with it and look at it, because that's hard going.
Anne-Marie, you're absolutely spot on, and and sadly, it's not reversible. Like I hope you don't mind me saying you've had your dad going through cancer and stuff like that. We've got a success story with your dad, where it's ding dong that bell, at Christie's, which is absolutely phenomenal. At the moment, we've not got a success story for Alzheimer's or anything like that, but it shows like what Martin's doing and stuff like that now, what can hopefully not just bring funds into the charity, but awareness as well. And even if it's somebody like, say, a Martin or somebody who's being a carer for the parents or the loved one with Alzheimer's, to actually open up, and if they need to go and speak to somebody, whether it's a professional, a friend, or somebody else, open up, because you can't take that burden. You can't keep that burden to yourself. And I've told you that many times, Martin, haven't I? You can't have that burden on your own. You've got to open up to people and and get as much help as you can, because
absolutely
it's horrible. It's about time men stop being men, in it, Paddy. And I know you're a big advocate of that as well, Paddy. Where
my mother actually died of dementia as well, the low dementia. But I think the easiest way to describe it for loved ones or family members is, or people who don't understand it, is you actually lose your loved one twice. Like when the disease takes over, you lose them, and then when they do pass on, you lose them again. So you actually lose a parent twice. But I kind of lived my life kind of base my life on a native Indian lifestyle, and what they say going back all them years was not a new disease, is life comes full circle. And what they actually mean by that, when you come into the world, you are helpless and you depend on other people of dressing you, feeding you, cleaning you, minding you. And then as you get older, you become more independent. But then as you go towards the end of life, you start getting into that childlike state again. But they didn't know they were talking about Alzheimer's, but what they actually was talking about Alzheimer's or any form of dementia. You do become that helpless child again. But just on that point, even for yourself, Martin, because I do work in one of the most effective ways preventing any kind of form of dementia or cardiac collapse or Alzheimer's is by taking creatine 5 milligrams a day. You safeguard yourself. They've just released a long-term study of 30 years. I think there's 150,000 people in the study that creatine prevents them type of diseases. Even if not going to the gym or whatever, but creatine actually prevents the brain. But it's a horrible.
Yeah, the thing with me, I got someone, I had a doctor the other week. He was saying to me, because there are tests that show it can be hereditary. So, because my mum and my dad have both been diagnosed with it, it sort of puts me in the higher bracket. So they said by the time I'm 50, I've got to go and be tested again, etc., etc. I think the thing is you're spot on. You are watching them going back to being a baby again, and that's the hardest thing, especially when you look at. You know, Amber, you've seen it with your dad. Hope you don't mind me saying it, but your parents, people you look up to, it, and you look at them and you're like, it shouldn't. It sounds awful, but you always look at yourself and you think, I know we always say, this is my hero, and this celebrity is my hero, and this guy my hero, and your true heroes are your parents, because they're the ones that bathed you, clothed you, brought you into the world and made you the person you are. Now, I understand there are parents out there who don't deserve to be parents and they're not great. I understand that. But 9 times out of 10, your parents are the people who make you the people you are today. Mm-hmm. And if it wasn't for my dad, especially my dad, I wouldn't have had the strength to never mind look after one, never mind 2 at the same time, both at completely different stages of their life. Different stages of the disease. But it was weird because the pandemic, I got told this by Alzheimer's Society, the pandemic raised Alzheimer's and dementia into a more higher light because it brought it more into the public domain because people were alone. And part of preventing dementia is actually keeping yourself active as much as you can on a social level. And when everyone was sadly locked up and couldn't move, they lost all that social networking. And when you are staring at 4 walls for 24/7 days, your brain becomes inactive. And that was what the sad thing was, and it got noticed. And it was just, for me, I mean, listen, I still look upon it. I'm not doing this. I've had someone even message me today, I'm doing this out of pair. No, I'm not. I'm doing this to raise awareness. This is not about me. I put that video together for.
We had a knobhead in the chat earlier, mate.
Yeah, I understand there are people in the world, and God forbid, I would never wish any disease. And this isn't even about. This is worse than cancer. This is worse than strokes or it's not about any of that. Every disease is
different.
as bad as each other,
Yeah.
but each disease has its own pathway, and each person will go down that pathway. But, you know, as people know, I've got a sister with Down syndrome. I could have done a Down syndrome stream, but it wasn't about that. It's not about the raising. This for me was about helping to find a cure in one day, maybe 100 years.
Do you know what?
Awareness, because the one thing that annoys me is too many people pass dementia off as old age. It's an old age thing, and it's not.
Sorry, Paddy, what was you going to say?
Just saying the Martin there. Don't feel you have to justify the knob heads in that stream. But there's, I couldn't even think of a name of them, to be honest. They actually come on a stream who's doing a stream with good intentions and the best intentions. Not only to raise money, but to raise awareness around the whole thing that is Alzheimer's. And then they've taken time out of their day to come on a stream, to nasty comment on it, you know.
Because they haven't got a life, Paddy.
Don't feel you have to justify yourself to anyone, you know.
Listen, mate, proud of you with what you're doing, mate. Listen.
Absolutely.
You know, there's people who just sit back and hope that other people do stuff. You've actually got off your ass, mate, and doing something about it. Not for yourself, not for pity, but awareness. Earn a few quid for the charities what desperately need money. So it's that from us, mate, I tell you. Otherwise, yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'm just thankful that you invited us on to contribute a little bit, mate. Thank you for that.
And I just want to thank you all for coming on and giving me a break for an hour, and just, you know, it's been enjoyable. And, you know, you will see a lot more interaction between us, because this is what the City family is about.
Don't threaten us with that.
No, but the simple fact is we are not like other fans. You see other supporters, Arsenal, United, and they're all after who's got the most money, who's got the most subs, who's got the most followers. We don't care as a fan base. We're united. We're one.
No, we're not.
United.
Yeah, don't use that "you" word. We're together. We are one. I'd rather that.
Martin's showing his true colours from just before 2008 now.
No, that was Chelsea.
Has a United top under that.
I'll have to get the Chelsea top on in a bit, you know.
But seriously, mate, I will try and. It's not a threat. I'll try and come on different stages in the day. Not when I'm drunk, like when I was in Benidorm, but just to support you a little bit.
Yeah, he'll cut you off if he comes on when he's drunk.
I will have control of his stream.
Oh my word!
I didn't realise you had control of our stream until you ended it.
All I'll say is
for
future. And the person who's got the domain overall will always have control, whether they're there or not there. And this is what this lot in the chat know this. When I go to Tenerife or wherever, I always appear in the chat. I'm like, I'm having a week off, and then I appear.
I've done that as well. I've done that as well when I was in Tenerife.
I'll have a week off. I won't be here for you when I'm in America, though. By the way, my missus is still watching.
Hang on a minute. Anne-Marie, you actually cut me off when I was in Tenerife. The other way around.
No, it was you who stopped it all.
No, I mean when I was in Tenerife.
Very possibly because you were talking rubbish, but then
that's quite normal.
What's new?
One up, right.
Don't forget, go and give 9320 podcast all your love. Hit that subscribe. They did an amazing show. They do have amazing guests. It is banter, fun, a family. So go and give them a lot of love. You know all about Andy Sadler. Andy has helped me through a lot of times. You know, there are phone calls at 2, 3 in the morning where Andy has got me mentally off a ledge and helped me, and always been there even through everything. I can't thank him enough personally. You guys enough for allowing me to come onto your channel and having a say. For Anne-Marie, to Paddy, to Stan, wish Stan all the best. Pass on all our wishes to him.
Yeah,
such an absolute gentleman. Yeah.
And also, before we skedaddle, mate, anybody who's just joining and stuff like that, sadly, I can only do this to people in the UK. If you go on our website, www.savageonlinestore.co.uk, choose a mug or whatever, a mouse mat or whatever you want. Choose it. Do not order off the website, though. Do not order. But tell Martin what you want. Show him proof that you donated directly to the charity. That you just show him proof that. Martin will give me the details, and I'll send for $7.99, including postage. I will send it out, and every penny will go to the charity. So
I didn't tell you what I got today, did I? David Bernstein's new book ordered. I'm going to have a read of that. We were really there.
Paddy, you look like Penfold then.
So I'll be having a read of that later.
No, but thanks for inviting us on, mate, and just keep banging the drum with what if they show you the proof and stuff like that, mate. And I will get the stuff made tomorrow. You can personalize it however you want. Just let Martin know, show him proof, and I will get them orders out.
Yeah, if anyone would like a picture of me on their mug, we can arrange that with Andy as well.
That'd be on the bottom, though.
Is that you with Mahrez, though?
No, that's just me, Martin.
But
unless we get a little Diaz beside me as well.
But if anybody wants a picture of Anne-Marie on a mug with Riyad Mahrez side by side, then I can also do that. But listen, mate, thanks for the invite.
Appreciate it always.
Come on now.
Join him in tomorrow, 7:00. If Andy's not collapsed through alcohol poisoning at some point.
And if Paddy's sobered up.
By the way, just before you go, how can you have a reunion 6 days after you've come back?
Because I've not seen them for 6 days.
It's called being
an excuse.
Alcoholic.
It's called alcohol withdrawal, Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there will be a quiz later where...
Yeah, I'll fire it over now.
Just some fun, but yes, thank you all.
Before I go, how many questions you want? 20 and 20 pictorial ones?
Yeah.
I've already done that. I'll fire them over to you now, pal.
First question, when did City win their first FA Cup? That's a private joke between me and Andy. That will go no further.
Because Martin, the City historian, said 1903. It's 1904.
I said it by total accident, and he went mad at me. You're meant to be the know-it-all.
What time's the stream? Your live stream going to end, Martin?
Midnight, but I can imagine it going longer.
Not 10 to. I'll leave you on that one. See you later, mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Good luck.
Thanks, Martin.
No worries. Thank you. Right. So there you go. What we're going to do now, I'm just going to go through a couple of super chats that I missed. I'm out of it. The debt we owe our parents can never be repaid. And you know what? You are spot on. And you and our Matt are getting added on the list with your other one that you did earlier on, which is amazing. Then we've got Kelster, who has jumped in at the last minute there with the old super chat, who has regularly contributed to this channel as well. Thank you so much. Honestly, you lot are seriously making a grown man cry. Big up to the wonderful charitable stream. City should start. I'm just only getting burps. Should start Arsenal with control and bring on the chaos second half if needed. Cobblestone's Rodri on Odegaard and Rice is the way. Overwhelm them with the numbers. That's what I'm thinking, mate. Spot on. Now my Wi-Fi is going weird. I don't know why. What's happened is, ladies and gents, I have gone up to Windows 11. And since I've done it, it's totally changed. So, we have another guest. Someone who was disappearing. And listen, I'm going to say this because I'm going to give him the big intro. Someone who I know very well and I cannot appreciate enough for the support and help he's given me and everything down the years through Twitter stream. But someone who left, but is coming back for this one time to support, and I cannot thank him enough.
Hello,
mate.
Hello. You all right? Yeah, I'm good. I'm grand. I've just said
you're getting all beardy now. You fellow.
Yeah, I just because when Cass was turning the lights on, I was like, "Fucking hell, I haven't done this for a minute now." It's quite nice. I'm not going to lie.
Do you remember how to do it?
Yeah. It's nice that if we don't win the league, I can suffer in silence, and I don't have to. But I have said the 2 shows that I will do. I'm not saying I don't think I'll ever do lives again, apart from little one-offs like this, maybe a few city ones. But I just don't want to be in a space.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, but I did say the 2 shows I will come back for, never a foul, will be if we don't win the league, I'll do 1 show. Not if we win. If we win the league, there's no need for me to do one. I don't need to come on and brag to anyone. That's bullshit. But if we don't, then because I started that this season, I'll come on and I'll accept one last beating off of idiots. And the other one is 115. If we get found guilty of 115, then I said at the time, my whole thing, when people were slamming all of us as fans, I said, look, yeah, if we get found guilty, fine. But wait till we're found guilty. So if we get found guilty, I'll come on and I'll say, okay, cool. Explain. I don't know, like to this point, I think us as City fans, if we were to be found guilty, which I think quite a lot of us are quite confident we won't be, but if we are, then I still don't think we know how we're going to take it truly. I don't think we know if we're, as far as how we're going to feel about the board.
Do you know what? You're spot on, because that's something I've never even... People have asked me that. I know Alan has. And you know what Alan's like. You've heard him many a time. Alan's publicly said he wants the board out, sacked, gone. I've never really sat back in a due course and thought about it, because I've always thought, because like LB said to me, it would depend what they're found guilty of.
That's it, because I think at one point I'm pretty certain I did think, do you know what, yeah, if they are found guilty, they need to go. But then I sat and thought, why? If what they have brought us, the memories they've brought us, and let's be clear, when you strip everything back about football, the most important thing in football is memories for me, personally. Like, that's where I don't know the name, but there's there's a guy on Twitter, an old school City fan, and he said something about Daps looks different, probably more relaxed and less stress in his life. That's probably what it is. But he was saying, the old school City way. I think he said someone called Omar had said to him that, your way of looking at things needs to change now because we're a different club and whatever. And he was saying, no, people need to understand the history of City and what we've been through. And someone saying, no, we don't. This is a new age. And I kind of was like, no, because that's who made us. And football's about memories, right? And if we look at what these owners have brought us, nothing's going to take away the memories. Nothing. Will 115 tarnish some of the trophies? Yes, of course it will. But it won't take away the memories. And the memories, although the pitch and what happens on the pitch is important, it's also about who you're at the games with. And like I always say, right, Christmas Day is great, but the build-up's better. Going out with your mates is great, but actually the pre-drinking's better. So, and that can be the same with football, but the 90 minutes the game is on, yeah, that's good. But sometimes the before and after with your friends is just as good. And that's where...
You're spot on with that. And the 93 training moment, whether week that gets taken away, physically.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, because it was at the time me and my dad sat separately. My dad and my sister sat at before he got moved out of Colin Bell for the Tunnel Club. And I was over at the other side.
Lovely.
So, because me and my mate, we were all in the main stand together at Main Road, and me and my mate used to go with. We wanted to go to the Kipak, so we moved over to the Kipaks.
Yeah, I did.
So when we moved in 2003, me and my mate were over on the East Stand, or wherever it was. I walked all the way around. As soon as that goal was scored, jumped up, celebrated, had a load of fun, and then I left my seat. Now, I was leaving my seat not to go on the pitch. I left my seat to go and be with my dad at the end.
Yeah.
And I walked all the way around the stadium, which you could then, wasn't your journey from level 3.
Level 3 to Mary D's. Level 3 to Mary D's.
Yeah. Went all the way around. And I just remember at the final whistle, my dad said to me, go on the pitch. Now, I eventually did, but I did it at the time because I just wanted to have that moment with my dad.
Yeah. And
because it was for him, because my dad had seen City win the league before.
Yeah,
so for him, it was like, this is great. But he was more happy for me.
And that's the same with me, right? So my dad saw City win the league, but me and my dad never saw anything, never saw any trophies together. And we weren't there for that game because my dad, who very relevant, my dad passed away from, I'll blame partly, well, mainly diabetes, and dementia. So, and it was about, I think, 9 months after we won the league. But he was too unwell to go. So I went to my mum and dad's and watched it with him. And I always remember I said to my ex at the time, my ex-wife, I said, you can come over if you want, but it might get a bit emotional. And she was like, what? It's only a game of football. And obviously, when we're 2-1 down and we get this 2-2, we're like, no, it's too late. When we scored, I started crying, looked across, and my dad was a very hard-working northerner, right? Manc. He didn't show emotions, like at all. And that was the one time I saw him cry. He was crying. And then it was like after that, I started crying again. And then every time Vinny spoke, I started crying again. And that memory will never, ever be taken away from me. Like never, because it's not about, yes, City won the league, but it's being there with my dad and us actually getting to witness City win the league. That will never be taken away from me. So, yeah, but I do feel I do need to come on. And at that point, then we can look at how we feel on the board. And I actually think, do you know what? If someone has done something if someone's done bad, but they've done it for the right reasons, then, and ultimately, I think City's board have done it for the right reasons. I think City's board feel, and look, if they get found guilty in court, they get found guilty in court. But I think they feel by their morals, they've done nothing wrong, right? But their morals of business, they've done nothing wrong. Now, they might not have, but they feel like, why the hell should we not be able to invest in our business? Why should we not? And, we'll see anyway. Today's not about talking about 115, but I have said I'll come on and...
No, I appreciate it. It is the thing for me, and it's like what Craig Parts, I made a very good point. And like I said, I was to make this point and then we'll move on. Because like today, we don't want to go down the 115 road.
Turn it into 115 stream.
But the simple fact is to me is, we know if they're guilty because City fans know what we've been charged with.
Yeah.
Because our rivals don't fully understand the 115 situation. They just see a number and see it all. And that's why it's compared to Everton, Forest and Leicester and everything else. It's nothing to do with it. If we're found guilty, our situation doesn't just end at a punishment and we move on.
No.
Will then move to more than likelihood a criminal court.
Yeah.
Because then you're talking fraud and everything else, and it becomes a bigger situation.
It's going to take you, and then that's probably going to take another.
And this is the thing with City fans can't, and not you weird. City fans are avoiding it. We're not avoiding it. We know what we've been charged with, but we're not lawyers. But we're not experts. We can't go down roads that we don't know where we're going to end up.
No, 100%.
It's such a bigger situation, but. I do get some part of sat the board and everything else, but you would have to see who the individuals are. You would have to say, but on the other side, again, which Craig's put down, that's the problem the Premier League have got to prove.
Yeah,
because
100%.
How do you get any of these people to come forward and say anything and prove anything? Because it's not because you always spent 10 million on a transfer why we've been charged. It's not that simple.
No, it's not. And
It's
this is
so
where
complicated.
people really don't understand. Like the funniest one for me is when people say, "Oh, Everton, why is City's one still rumbling away when Everton got done like that?" And it's like, Everton went, for starters, Everton, forget the fact of one charge and 115 charges. That's a whole different ball game. Everton went guilty. When you go guilty, you almost skip the whole court things back and forth trying to prove. Like, so, yeah. But I don't know. The more and more it goes on, I think that comment there is a good one. Collapse. And this isn't me. The thing I said at the start is, because you've got to remember, just before the charges came out, last January, in the transfer window,
Big man.
Yeah, my dad.
This thing, he's from Manchester. This because he lives down there.
So I was born in Barnet, which is North London. My mum's from North London. My real dad is also from North London, and supported Watford, by the way. So I had the choice back then of Watford or City. And my mum remarried when I was 3, and we moved up to Poynton, and then we lived there till I was 16. And then
Mr. Posh here, Poynton.
Yeah, I've heard Poynton's really nice now. I don't remember. I don't remember it like that, but I've heard it's.
Hey, that's even has posh roundabouts down the main street. Has even posh little roundabouts now and little boutique shops and all sorts in Poynton.
Oh, that sounds Cheshire fully.
It's kind of near the border though, isn't it? It's like
yeah.
Stockport. I don't know if anyone in the chat has ever been to Disley in Stockport. Well, part of Stockport. Pointed at Manchester. This is the problem. It's not technically Manchester.
It's not technically Manchester. No, it's not. It's not. You're right.
Yeah.
Actually, do you know what? I also lived for a period. This is definitely Manchester. I lived on in some flats that overlooked. I can't remember the name of the park, but just off of Deansgate. The other side of the park was where the RAF museum is.
Yeah.
And my dad lived in a flat there. So when we first moved back down south, because my dad still worked up there, so he still had a flat up there, and we'd be up there for like the weekends. And he had a flat literally next door to Alma off of Coronation Street.
Wow. Yeah. I know my dad. And by the way, this is all part of the stream. Because I was going to do it. I can do it now if that's the mind. I did want to explain how I became a City fan anyway, because of my dad. And this is kind of in honour of my dad, partly as well, with it being, situation. My father was, people think I lied about this, but my dad grew up playing football from a very early age and went on now. Some will know this, some will that you may know this, Daps, but back then, City and United didn't get their players from abroad. They didn't go down to London.
No.
They all came through an area called a team called Manchester Boys.
Is that where what's his name come from there? I
think the Whitler lads came through there as well.
Paul Lake.
Yeah.
Ryan Giggs, because Giggs started
Manchester Boys.
Yeah.
All came through Manchester Boys. And my brother ended up going to Manchester. Now, my brother's a lot older than me. My dad's first marriage, etc. But my father was at Manchester Boys and then got a trial at Manchester City Football Club. Went on to Manchester City. Played for the reserves against United. Was a very tricky winger at Main Road. And got offered a full-time contract to play with Manchester City. Went to school at St. Damian's or St. Dunstan's, one of the two. Was in the same class as Bernard Alford at school. Believe it or not.
I think I met him in Portugal, I think.
Yeah, Bernard Alford lived down the corner from Mum and Dad in Failsworth off Alder Road. Lovely guy. But my father went there and he got offered, but at the time the money was absolute pants. It was offered
because of football, because of City.
It was £3 a week. That was it.
Wow.
£3 a week. He was offered, but he was offered as an art sign writer for Kendall's, I believe it was, off Deansgate.
Yeah.
For £19 a week.
Wow.
So at that point,
than footballers.
So that's the point. So the point is, he'd had a new wife, a new baby had come. He had to choose.
Yeah, so he went for
Now,
Kendall's.
if someone's offering you £19 a week and someone's offering you £3 a week,
yeah,
you're going to take the £19 because you need to buy an house and etc. So he did that, turned it down, and then they say the rest is history. But my dad was never going to allow me to support anyone else other than Manchester City Football Club. I could have turned around and said I wanted to support anything, and my dad would not have allowed me.
Do you know? So I had the struggle. So we moved up when I was 3, and then obviously from that point, my stepdad was buying me. Right at that point, as a 3-year-old, I probably didn't have a clue who I supported. But I guess to my stepdad, I was seen as a Watford fan because my real dad was a Watford fan. My real dad would be sending me up Watford kits and my stepdad would be buying me City kits.
And Elton John CDs. Some will get that, some will not.
And then obviously, I can't remember how old I was when I went to my first game, but then ultimately I was living in Manchester. Like I guess my stepdad became more my dad. And yeah, it was just from there, City. But yeah, I think that's where it is now. And I was trying to explain this to one of my mates who's an Arsenal fan, that at the moment, United, of course, and for quite some time, United have that fan base, right? But if you are, and I think this is where United are at risk now, right? And they won't see it for many, many years. But if you're a young kid now, if your dad is a hardcore United fan, you're supporting United. I don't care. If your dad supports the club passionately, as a little boy, you're going to end up supporting that club. If you haven't, something's gone terribly wrong, right? If your dad isn't into football, you will either support your local club or you will support a successful club. Now, that is where Man United will slowly start to become at risk. That in Manchester, yes, cool, still, they're your local club, so you'll choose City or United or whoever your dad supports. But if you're from outside of Manchester now and your dad doesn't support Man United, I can't see many people making a decision. Do you know what? I want to support United. And that's where slowly, I'm not saying they'll lose their fan base. Of course they won't. They're too big. But slowly, their fan base will decrease because there's not going to, like, I know living down here, a lot of my friends' kids are starting to support City. Like, it's just and I had someone, mate of mine, who's a coach for like low level kind of football for kids. And he said in his group of 40, half of them are City fans. And that's in London, by the way. Just because, but I always say it, kids want to be Batman. Kids want to be Spider-Man. They don't want to be the Penguin. Like, you don't choose one of the bad guys that ends up losing. You want to be, I won't call us good guys, that's probably pushing it a bit too far, but you want to be the successful team. And
you want to be the hero. You want to be the it's like you want to be the person who goes home with the woman at the end of the night.
Yeah, 100%.
And I don't mean that in a pervert. I'm talking about the way of, like, your hero always gets the girl and the praise and everything, and you go away on it. And listen, I think that's part of the thing with City is, and that's why it was a weird one, because I always saw City as, and it's why I've always said, when I became a City fan, I wasn't in it for the trophies, the fame, the glory, and the fortune. Because trust me, there was none.
It wasn't a part of, like, as City fans back then, we didn't support Manchester City because of even the thought of trophies. Honestly.
Well, while you're telling it, I'll show you something I've just got today, which just got Bernstein's new book.
Oh, right. Okay. I've heard a bit about that, actually.
Which, honestly, you've heard me talk about on other shows, everyone in the chat, about how I told you how close City were.
Yeah,
on two separate occasions to going bye-bye for good. I mean, worse than Leeds United were.
Yeah.
We were gone.
We never, like, I can't talk for you, but I can talk for myself. Winning trophies until, I want to say 2008, but probably even at that point, it was still a bit of a distant thought. Winning trophies never came into my head. It's never been a part of, like, I can't tell you a season before 2008 where I went into a season thinking, oh, we might be in a bit of a title race here. That isn't why. And I always hate when people say no history, right? And to a lot of people, history means trophies. Now, firstly, and I find this bizarre, that people really do think City had not won one trophy before 2000. Like, they actually really... Son is a rag.
Alex, that's harsh. The son is a rag. I'll put his rent up.
At least you ain't kicked him out yet, to be fair.
Yeah, at least you let him live there.
Did you hear? But see that story in Manchester Evening News yesterday about a 68-year-old City fan that was giving his next door neighbours, putting them through living hell.
No,
because they were rags. It made Manchester Evening News. He was,
look, read that.
Yeah, but I was just thinking, you snitching bastards. He's 68, man. Taking him to court and that for, like, writing things on the fence between calling him rag scum and stuff. I won't say everything. Some of it was a bit harsh, but it's still, he's 68.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah.
Oh, but no, we never dreamed of, like, winning trophies isn't why we supported City, right? No. And when people say about, oh, no history, I think it's funny that firstly, they really do think we didn't win any trophies before 2008. But also, I find that disrespectful to not just City, but to every single football club in the country, right? Because there are a lot of football clubs that really haven't won any trophies. Are you going to tell their fans that they've got no history? Because football is about far more than trophies. Like I said, I was a dedicated City fan, and for half of my life, trophies were not a thought. The thought of winning a trophy, winning a game, that was good, right? Watching United not win the league at Main Road,
yeah.
That was good. That was good. And I don't know if I've said this to you before. How ironic, the most I ever celebrated at Main Road that day, we lost 3-2 to Queen's Park Rangers. 1995, last game of the season, when Blackburn Rovers won the league, we lost 3-2 to Queen's Park Rangers.
Yeah.
Then you fast forward to the first Premier League, we won 3-2 against Queen's Park Rangers.
That's mad.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because I remember the one in '94, the Kippax last stand we drew with Chelsea 2 each.
Yeah.
You know what I recall from that game? It wasn't even the Kippax last stand. I remember us chanting to Chelsea to go and win the FA Cup the week later.
Yeah. See, back then was when they didn't have radios in the Kippax. The Kippax were just full of people with radios checking on the scores.
Yeah. I mean, that 95-96, the Liverpool game was a mad one because I sat in the main stand then. So I saw Niall Quinn come out, jog all the way down the touchline, scream, because remember, Lomas was in the corner with the ball.
Yeah.
Wasn't shielding it for 10 minutes. And then Quinn's like, no, move. We've got to win. Because I think Wimbledon were drawing, Coventry had then scored, Southampton had scored, and we were like, we need to win. And the scary thing is, we had chances to win that game. Because Liverpool, funnily enough, they were in the cup final the week after against United, because that was the same season they all wore those dog awful cream suits, if you remember.
Yeah.
You know, where they wore them called Skies Boys.
Yeah.
They all wore them cream suits the week after. It was like, what are you doing?
See,
Liverpool had half an eye on the cup final the week after.
Yeah.
That's a mad one, that.
It's funny.
Yeah, we ended up going down. And
another, do you know one game that always stands out to me? And I can't remember what happened on the pitch, but I always remember when we played Middlesbrough at Main Road, and it was kicking off everywhere in the ground. I can't remember. All I remember it was definitely
kicked off all outside. I've never seen it kick off.
Yeah, it kicked off in there. What they did I remember I was in the Kippax lower then. I was far right, so near the North Stand and where all the away fans were. And the beginning of the second half, all of a sudden, the other end of the North Stand, it all kicked off. And what somehow the Middlesbrough lot had managed to get into, like, gone as if somehow managed to get into the City end and just appeared at the top of the City end and were just kicking and punching anyone, kids, women. And then afterwards, as we were walking, me and my dad always used to go to Rush Home and meet my mum. My mum would pick us up and we'd go for a curry. And as we were walking away from the ground, could see something going on ahead of us. And as we got up there, in one of the terrace streets, there was probably about 100 Middlesbrough being pinned against the wall by police. And we were walking on the other side of the road. And then we got about 50 yards up the road, and there was, no lie, at least 500 City just swarming down the road towards them.
But that was a game where a mate of mine told me he was in, the betting shop where City Chippy was. There was a betting shop. There was some City fan had hid in there. Some Middlesbrough fan come in, knocked him clean out.
Yeah.
Right in front of everyone. And then I saw, this was, remember the Kippax? Then there was that big car park behind the Kippax.
Yeah.
We were coming out of there, and my dad was driving, my sister was in the front, I'm in the back, and I'm like, I'm just watching all this.
Yeah,
I felt like I was watching. When you watch Green Street at the very end.
I do.
And I'm like, I felt like I was in it. And
That was. I must admit, as a kid, that I've read a lot of books on football violence and everything. But the maddest thing about that Middlesbrough thing is when I moved down here, when I was about 18, I started drinking at a pub just around the corner from where I live now. And a new landlord took over, and he had a young lad who was about our age. So we started talking, and they're from Middlesbrough. And obviously, I was like, I'm a City fan. He was like, I remember we caused mayhem at Main Road. I'm like, what do you mean? And his dad, the reason they'd moved down here was because basically his dad had decided he wanted to give up the hooligan thing. So they had to move out of Middlesbrough because he was too deep in it. And him and his dad had been at the game with all the Middlesbrough lot, kicking it all off.
Well, we're in the car, and this, I'm kid you not, because you're literally fine, yeah. I'm kid you not, a break, full on break, was about that close from the windscreen, and it flew across the windscreen.
Yeah.
And I just went, oh my word, we're in trouble. I saw two guys kicking hell out of a horse. Policeman got knocked from his horse. Two guys were kicking hell out the
Zuma.
And I'm like, it was a mad one. It was like, and because I think Jorginho scored. No, not Jorginho, Janino.
Yeah, see, that was when they were fucking.
Janino scored because I
remember when Emerson, Ravanella. They were good for a period, weren't they?
Yeah, I'm sure we went 1-up in that game.
Yeah, was it 1-1?
No, we got beat. I think we got beat 2-1. But I'm sure we went 1-up in that game.
But I think that's one thing at the moment
that's not trivia, PK.
What's that?
Number 16, signed from Atletico, scores winning goal for our first Premier League title. I wonder who that is.
Fucking hell.
Sergio, by any chance, mate?
But I think at the moment, because I don't know, have you noticed there's a lot of police spotters about all of a sudden at games? Nick Barmby. Yeah, they did have Nick Barmby. He was good. Nick Barmby was good. And for England, it was Nick Barmby and Darren Anderton, wasn't it, at one point? I think I've got Darren Anderton. Actually, where is he? Can you remember him? These figures.
Yeah. The footy stars.
Shearer.
They're them footy star things.
Yeah. I used to collect them when I was young. But yeah, I don't know. Have you noticed at games there's a lot more police spotters about?
Yeah.
And do you know what? And the funny thing is, the reason they're there, I find, is a little bit sad, because it's not anyone that thinks that football violence is coming back. It's not. Compared to back in the 80s, it is not, right? They're there, unfortunately, to look at what people are saying and to issue fines and to kick people out and suspend them. And
check your ID. Don't go on the pitch. Well, it's why now they're doing this. If you go on, if your 14-year-old goes on the pitch, say, I think it's 14 and under, they go on the pitch and they can tell you, if they get caught, you and the parent will get banned.
I tell you, it's mad at Luton away in the cup.
Mad.
Luton's stewards in the cup game. Any City fans that were at Luton away, the stewards, every time City scored, the stewards were going absolutely mad. They were running left, right. And I was thinking, what are these stewards on? But yeah, anyway, right, to the football. I wanted to ask you this because I haven't done anything. How are you feeling about the league now?
Sorry, Craig Ignat. Jesus, you're making me feel old here. All these names, Craig Ignat, Nick Bammer. How do I feel? I'm still confident. I know that probably won't surprise you.
I thought you would be.
No, because I've got a feeling, I've said this all season, Daps. Do you remember when we played Bayern and Real Madrid last season? And we were immense.
Yeah.
Do you ever get that feeling of we were our own worst enemy, fans-wise? Because that performance is now expected.
Yeah.
Week out.
So, see, the thing is, last season, I remember, and by the way, this season and last season, timescale-wise, is different, right? You've got to remember, this season, the league ends on the 17th of May, I believe it is, right? Last season, the season ended at the end of May. But people had this City come good after Christmas. I remember last season, we played Forest away, looked good, but drew 1-1. Then we went to Leipzig, and we went 1-0 up, looked really good in the first half. Then second half, we were dog shit, right? And I remember... No. Leipzig away in the last 16.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Foden didn't get used, and it was frustrating because it was like, why did Foden not get brought on? And always, as usual, Foden, the first one, even though he didn't see a minute, was the first one over to the City fans. But after the game, me and Steve stayed in the ground and let everyone leave. And me and him were like, it's not good enough. And City fans were all going, nah, it's fine. We're going to take him back to the Etihad and smash him. And I was going, yeah, we will do. But this season, we're trying to win the Champions League. We're trying to win the Premier League. A performance like that in the second half is not going to, like, when we get through, when we have to play a Real or a Bayern, that's not going to be good enough to beat them, a second half performance like that. That was the last shit game I saw last season. After that game, from that point, now if you go and look at that date, I think that was very late February. So we didn't come good till very late last season, very, very late. Like
when
I said,
you say come good, do you mean our style of play?
You just knew. And the other thing last season that I think was a big carrier is our journey in the Champions League, I always used to say, maybe in hindsight, it would have been good if we would have won a Europa League first, because it would have given us a bit more belief in Europe, right? And I think Pep spoke on it that, you know, the minute Pep landed at City, everyone was like, City must win the Champions League. And Pep always said, look,
there was no European heritage.
I've got to change the whole heritage, right? And it wasn't until we got to that, like, if you think when we played Real Madrid under Pellegrini, right, we didn't, like, the fans didn't think we were going to beat them, and the players on the pitch knew we weren't going to beat them. And that performance told it all, right? When we got to that final, that was, and you can look at games, and actually City did a documentary on the build-up to the champ all the years, over the years. And if you look at it, I always said you need moments in the Champions League because moments create heritage, right? And like when we went on, beat Dortmund, then PSG, and all of that was creating momentum. We got to a final, but we weren't quite there. We did not believe enough, right? And I always said, and then obviously we got to Real Madrid in the semi-final by beating Atletico. The momentum was there. That was the moment I really learned to respect heritage. Being in that Bernabeu, being 2 goals ahead. Was it 2 goals? I think, 1-0 up at Madrid, and thinking, do you know what, we're going through here. Them scoring 1 goal and me hearing every single fan in the Bernabeu believing, yeah, we're going through. Even though they still needed to score, every single Real Madrid fan in that Bernabeu, and I'm trying to explain this to Arsenal fans about the importance of their second leg being at Bayern, and whether they face us or Real Madrid, if they get through Bayern, second leg being at the Etihad, or the minute you go to a ground, and the same, I can say it about against Villa. The minute we scored that one goal against Villa, we all knew. And
momentum changed. Everything changed. Yeah.
And that's what heritage is. Heritage is where not just the players, but every single person representing that club in that ground knows. You just know, right? And that's how I experienced it against Madrid. It was like, fucking hell. Everyone in there knew. And I remember looking at Steve thinking, this noise is mad, right? And it's a noise of belief. Then last season, when we were in Leipzig, and it was the first time on an away trip that we all walked to the ground together, right? And you could feel this buzz. And Leipzig away, we were still second in the league, right? We still weren't performing that well. That's when we drew 1-1. But the belief amongst all of us was like, we're doing something in Europe this season. And you could see everyone was looking at each other thinking, we're doing something this season. And me and Steve were saying, you can feel something's different here, the belief. Yeah. And then when we got
to feel that build up, you could feel everything change.
And same in Madrid. The walk to the ground on the trains in the ground last season to Madrid was insane. And you could think, oh, we are going and getting enough today. That's like, obviously it was the first leg and we drew, but you could tell we are getting enough. And when Madrid scored first, it was like, fucking hell. But no, we fought back and we got something. And there's one thing this season, the away game's still great, but the belief just seems a little bit different. I don't know. I'm not going to say belief, but the atmosphere is weird at the Etihad this season. Very weird.
I've said this here 1,000 times. I've said it, Bill. I think there's too much of this City are playing differently. Because I think people have to realise Pep never plays the same way 2 years on the bounce.
No, never.
He always changes stuff. Now, if you go back, the last time we lost the game was December the 6th, I believe. We're 22, 23 games unbeaten.
Yeah.
We've drawn only 2 games, by the way, in this whole 20-odd game run in all comps. It's like, technically, we won 2 trophies this year, but no one talks about it.
Yeah, yeah. I think
hardly anyone talks about the Super Cup or the Club World Cup. Like, they were just...
Look, I remember when we went away to that Club World Cup, probably it was a show with you. I was saying I'm really worried that by the time we get back from the Club World Cup, Arsenal and Liverpool are going to be 8-9 points ahead of us.
But they didn't take advantage.
They didn't take advantages and let us back in. I think we're there now. We are there. For me, I've said it and I'll continue to say it. I don't believe Arsenal get anything at the Etihad. I think we pick up all 3 points. And then from there, did you see the statement Rodri made just before international break, by the way, where he said, we're very happy with where we are. We are exactly where we want to be. We've agreed we're all going to go away. And although we're representing our countries, we're going to try and rest. And when we return, we return. And do you know what? I believe that. This is where there's a culture within City from 93-20 that as long as we're in it and we can win it. And
I said this, it was I've just got to do this super chat and then we'll carry on. John Grogan, thank you for your $9.99. That will go straight to Alzheimer's Society, mate. My father died of Alzheimer's at Broughton House in Manchester. God rest him. Respect to the care we received from the home and respect to you and all the taking part. Thank you so much, mate. And thoughts are with you. I cannot imagine what you went through.
Just give me one second.
Yeah, no worries, mate. It is awful. It is. I'm just going to jump through some of these comments. JCC is going to join us soon as well, which would be great to have Jay on. Hi, Matt. I'm here, Martin. You're a hero, mate. No, I'm not a hero, mate. Honestly, I'm not a hero. I think Jay's got the link. Put it in the WhatsApp chat we're all in. If he hasn't, he's here now. He's here now. So I do know he's got the chat. Afternoon.
Evening. It's not evening, is it? It's afternoon. I'm getting all my times mixed
up.
Yeah,
everyone keeps saying evening. He's gone again. He's gone again. So that was Jay's appearance. I'll be back in a minute. The Leipzig 7-0 was the moment I started to believe something was brewing. I just honestly believe, personally, from my point of view, I believe that some fans are a little bit concerned about the way we're playing, and I'm in that. So I think we are spot on where we need to be. I think we'll beat Arsenal. I think we'll carry on. And here's my thing. I'm going to get Jay on as well on this when he asks.
JSG, what you saying, bro?
You're right, Daps. Not too bad, my friend. You.
Here's one to you both. It's a 3-horse race right now. If we beat Arsenal, does anyone believe it becomes a 2-horse race?
Yes.
Let's put it this way. Whoever loses becomes a 2. And the reason I'm saying it is because if we allow 2 teams to go 4 points ahead, we're not just waiting for one team to drop. You're hoping for 2 teams to drop. And then vice versa if we go ahead of Arsenal.
Well, so here's my thing. I still look at Arsenal, and I look at the fixture list at the start of the season, right? And I work out who's playing who away. And the fact that I noticed early doors, we've got to go Anfield back end of the season, not great. Now I look at Liverpool's games, and I struggle to see where they drop points, right? An Arsenal fan said to me, they can still easily drop points. And I just thought, yeah, that's coming from an Arsenal fan that doesn't know City and Liverpool in a title race, right? You saying they could easily drop points. Liverpool can't easily drop points, not in a title race. I'm not saying they won't, but to think that just because Liverpool have got Villa away, that they could easily drop points. No, this is Liverpool with the bit between their teeth, right? When it becomes a must thing. So for me, you're spot on. If Arsenal lose, the only thing I would say is, right, if Arsenal lose City, they're out of the title race for me, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
City lose to Arsenal, I still think we could come second, but that would then mean we need Liverpool to drop even more points. And I just look at
you're hoping 2 teams drop somewhere.
It's just, for me, I'll be honest with you. Look, I think Arsenal right now, I'll admit, Arsenal are looking like the most informed team. They're playing good football. There's nothing, they're overcoming hurdles. They're looking like Rice has brought a better mentality to them. But I'm sorry, it's Liverpool I worry about. It's not Arsenal. And that's just, if Arsenal win the league this season, in future, I won't see Arsenal the same. But at the moment, I have to look at what I've seen from Arsenal. And at the moment, they're yet to prove. And let's look at big moments. Like, admittedly, the penalty shootout, them getting the job done, shows great mentality. But still, they didn't blow Porto away. They made hard work of it, right? And although I respect the fact that they kept their composure and won on penalties, they should be blowing Porto away. It shouldn't be going like that. So I still think Arsenal have to go to Tottenham. That is, look, if we had to go to Man United and we've got a damn sight better record against United, we'd still be going, fucking hell, an away trip to United, to our local rivals in a title race.
We've got Villa as well, haven't they? Liverpool have got a Villa as well. Spurs at home.
Villa to me look like they're dropping off a little bit at the moment.
It's an interesting one. Really interesting one. I'm looking at that Old Trafford game for Liverpool. I think that's the game I'm earmarking as the game. I think if Liverpool get past there, I'm not too sure if I see them dropping any points. If I'm honest,
it's really interesting now as well. If you look at what last weekend's result did to that game, there's part of me that thinks Liverpool are going to seriously want revenge, but then there's part of me that thinks, but them seriously wanting revenge could lead to their heads going because they overthink it too much and go there and I don't know. It's all. Then you have to look at the moment. You know, Liverpool going to keep having to play in the Europa League. We're obviously going to have the Champions League, and then as usual, we're going to have the FA Cup afterwards. That's going to be interesting how we approach that FA Cup. What team? Because remember when we played in the FA Cup against Liverpool after Madrid away, and we completely kind of rotated. Will we do that, or this time, because of the fact that we could do a repeat treble, will we take it a bit more serious? And who knows? Who knows?
I mean, Jay, you put in the chat you're confident.
Mm-hmm.
So you're very much like me. Why are you confident?
Because there's still so much left of the season. There's points that can be dropped. I think Arsenal's title race might be done if they lose against City next weekend. I don't think Arsenal have got what it takes to win every game between now and the end of the season. I think Manchester City and Liverpool do have that capability to do that.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be a north of 90-point season, and I just don't quite think Arsenal are there. And I think if City can continue just to put Liverpool under pressure, I can at some point see them cracking, because Liverpool's never been in this situation. They've always chased Manchester City and put us under pressure. It's never really been the other way. So
cool.
I think Jay's having some technical issues.
One thing I would say as well on the thing of, look, we've got a tough run at the moment. We know that. A lot of tough games.
Oh, yeah. All right, that's my next question. Because I saw AFTV do this. Now is it Julian? Gambling
Yes.
ball head.
Yeah.
The money man, as they call it.
I think I'm pretty certain he's the reason I'm no longer doing. Well, I don't do YouTube now,
Nah,
but
I
he's
didn't know.
yeah. I called him a tool and a weapon, and then because someone said
I got in trouble, but we won't go into that. I got in trouble with someone as well.
I just said he's a tool, and then someone said, "Do you know him?" And I said, "No, but his opinions and the way he talks about my club, I think he's a tool." And then he said, "Well, if you don't know him," and I said, "Yeah, but you know me, Alex." By the way, he's a Liverpool fan who works for DR. I said, "You know me," and I would say it to his face. And I'm pretty certain he went back to Robbie and said, "Don't have Daps down here no more, because if he sees Julian, he's now purposely going to say something to it." I don't know. I could be wrong, but after I said that, I've never been offered to go on that channel again. So anyway, but
YouTube politics, I love it.
Yeah, thank God I'm not in it no more. But I look at our last 4 games, right? And when that's where I think it could be interesting, that even if we were to slip up, which we might, I wouldn't rule City out, because I look at our last 4 games and they're 3 home games, 1 away game. I think the away game's Forest, all very winnable, right? I would not put it past Liverpool or Arsenal to, out of the blue, nowhere in the last 4 games, fuck up. And all of a sudden, City come through. But for me, I'll be honest, I said if we don't win at Anfield, I'm not sure if we're going to win the league. And yeah, I mean, I'm glad I'd stopped doing live streams after that game, because some of the crap I heard about that Liverpool game was absolutely insane, right? I'm sorry. Second half, admittedly, we weren't great. But the first half, we were by far the better team. And actually, once Kovacic came on, I think the last 20 minutes, I think was a 50-50 game. Liverpool had a great 20-minute spell where by far they blew us away. But apart from that, I really think the way people spoke on City and the way people made out like Liverpool were amazing. I mean, the funny thing is, I actually now get, looking at the way YouTube and the media is without doing it, that I do feel for Arsenal fans. Arsenal fans blow teams away. Sorry, Arsenal fans last weekend, weekend before last, Arsenal scored a last-minute winner, and it was all their scraping results, right? Liverpool drew with City, and everyone spoke about how
monsters.
Yeah, and it's like, hold on, that's not fair on Arsenal, because if you're mentality monsters by getting a draw, then you've got to actually credit, because we know. Like, we'll take the hand of Rod, no problem. But it seems like with Liverpool at the moment, this whole mentality thing is just, I don't know. Is everyone Klopp, by the way? And this would be the sweetest thing to happen this season. Jurgen Klopp's last ever game for Liverpool might be in the Europa League final, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they might be facing Leverkusen, right? Imagine if Leverkusen win, stop them from getting the Europa League, and then the day after they win, their manager says, "I'm going to Munich."
Is it? By the way, Jay? You might have heard this on Daps. I've heard somewhere he's turned them down.
Turn Liverpool down. Doesn't seem very hot, that rumor at the moment.
Apparently, he favours more Bayern now. I don't know whether, because the problem is, I know, is it Holness, whatever his name is, and has come out and said there's 3 teams Because apparently I didn't know Real Madrid apparently had been quiet about him either.
I can imagine that.
According to Bayern, Real Madrid have
Ancelotti keeps signing extensions, doesn't he? He keeps signing.
Because I thought he was there till 2026.
I actually think that Klopp might end up at Madrid. You know,
I don't know what's happening with Klopp.
I think Klopp might have a bit of time out till Ancelotti leaves Madrid, and then I think he might go there. And I think that would be beautiful to see him and Bellingham at Madrid together would be quite funny. But there's so many things that people don't really consider with players, with players and managers and where they go, right? And firstly, there is truth to the fact that, you know, look at Moyes following Fergie. It's hard, right? Then look at like when Pep goes, it's going to be some hard shoes to fill. Do you really want to follow Klopp so early on in your career and risk your reputation? But then secondly, you have to step away from the football side of it and think his family, he's been in Germany for quite some time, right? His family are probably very settled in Germany. Bayern is going to be a rebuild, right? Bayern are in a bad place at the moment. So the British media will always portray that the Liverpool job is the romantic job for him to go for. Well, he played for Munich as well. So why is that not romantic? I don't know.
I can
them
imagine
getting Edwards is interesting. I'll be honest. Them getting Edwards is very interesting. That might help. But
I can imagine Bayern Munich being as keen and the pressure from their media side in getting Alonso with just as much pressure as what Liverpool and media is over here.
We just see it, right? We don't see that,
Yeah, I don't know where Liverpool go if they don't pick up Alonso. I don't know who they bring in.
Who's the other guy they were after? I can't remember his name. Begins with A. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I don't know his name. I'll be honest.
Sporting Lisbon's manager.
Yeah.
What's it called? Sporting Lisbon's manager. That's the backup apparently.
Well, see, look, it's all
Almiron. That's it. I don't know what JSGC's having a right old time with this.
He's doing 2 shows at a time, and he's jumping on.
Is he moonlighting on different shows? No. Listen, hopefully we get Jay back, but Almiron is the guy that I've read. But
I think I'll be honest. I think sometimes people don't.
Benfica, sorry, not Sporting. Benfica, my bad.
I think people don't give enough credit to the people behind the scenes, right? And Edwards at Liverpool was, you know, people always go on about what Klopp did at Liverpool, and you know, the reason why he's been so good is because he's done it on a budget, right? And it irritates me because I think, no, they didn't win the league till they broke the British transfer record for a goalkeeper and the British transfer record for a defender, right? Edwards deserves the credit for doing some amazing business with selling players. Jurgen Klopp gets no credit for Edwards doing great business. Jurgen Klopp gets none of that. So for me, the business side of Liverpool is what needs to be credited. And with them getting Edwards back, I think he's very good. And the same with City. Like, when Pep goes, yes, things will change, but Pep got hired by somebody, right? In fact, not even Pep. Khaldoon is so key to City because he's the one that puts the right people in the right places. So, right. So, league, you still think we're going to win that? Champions League?
Yeah.
I'm more confident in Champions League, me. A lot more confident. I think the Champions... I've been saying it for probably about 3 months. I think the Champions League...
Said to me a while back.
It's easy to win this season.
I don't know what's going on with your connection, mate.
No idea, mate. You tell me.
Someone said to me, I think we did this on a Twitter space or an extra show, and I can't remember. I think you might have been with us, Jay. And I remember someone saying, once City win one Champions League, they could see us doing 2 and 3 on the bounce, just like go, go, go. And I can see us doing that.
Yeah. We got the heritage now. We got the belief. And I think this season, when I said at the very start of the season about the Champions League, and when you go back and watch that City documentary, not the one they're about to release, if you go back and watch the one that was about how we got to all the seasons before and how far we got. There's a lot of things we had to overcome. And I think we've overcome a lot of them now. And that's where I look at the Champions League this season and I think Real Madrid, they don't scare us no more. Like Real Madrid have conceded, is it 8 or 9 goals at the Etihad in the last 2 games, right? And they've got to play a second leg at the Etihad. Real Madrid, we don't fear. We did them 4-0 last season.
I don't fear anyone.
Bayern Munich, we've done them. We don't fear them. The only club, I'll be honest, that we still need to get payback in the Champions League for me is Liverpool. And Liverpool are not in the Champions League this season. So therefore, and then there's the other thing of the fact that we haven't won it yet. Well, we have now. So I look at the Champions League and think, yeah, Champions League is easier to win this season for me than the Premier League is. Especially with the fact that both our second legs in the quarters and semis are at home. I think that is, and this is where I think look at Arsenal and I think, you know what, yeah, you lot have got to go to Munich second leg. Like ultimately, Arsenal need to get a 2-goal lead, and I know away goals don't count no more, but when you go to that Allianz, yeah, they're a passionate bunch that don't stop singing, and they have European heritage, right? So we went there last season for the second leg, but we were 3-0 up already. They knew they had to score 3 goals. Once we weathered the first 25 minutes, their fans went quiet because they were like, we ain't going to score 3 goals against this team. And I just think Arsenal need to really take advantage of that first leg. But then once they've done that, and I think if Arsenal get to the semis in their first season back in the Premier League, that should be commended. But then they will have to go to City or the Bernabeu in their second leg. And I look at that and think, if Arsenal get to the final this year, we have to take our hats off to them and say, well done. But I just really do not see it.
I think on that half of the draw that you've got City, you've got Madrid, you've got Bayern and Arsenal, one of them 4 that gets to the final, huge respect because you're talking 4 fantastic teams. Yeah. We know what to do against Bayern Munich. We did it in the quarterfinals last season. We know what to do against Real Madrid. We did it in the semi-final last season. And what's so important, and this is what Arsenal are going to need to learn, is when you're at home, whether that be in the first leg or the second leg, if a game's there to be put to the sword, you've got to do it. You made a really good point there, Daps, about Arsenal needing at least, and I think that's the key word here, is at least a 2-goal lead. I could argue they're going to need at least a 3-goal lead to take to the Allianz, because you let that Bayern Munich atmosphere and you let the team get on top of you, they're going to crumble. We've had it before. We've faced some very difficult games in the Champions League. It took us nearly a decade in the Champions League for us to get to a point where psychologically and mentally we are prepared to win the competition. And to be able to do that on your first season back in so long, it's just so difficult.
I think the fans, I think the fans are being, especially when, as far as we've had to build heritage in the Champions League, we've had to go through the journey, right? And that's why when Arsenal fans are like, why can't we win it this year? Do you know what? I've often said, if Liverpool and Man United have seasons out of the Champions League, but then come back in, I totally understand why their fan bases would go, yeah, we could. Or Chelsea, I'll put Chelsea up there as well now. Go, yeah, we could win this. Why couldn't we? I go, I get it, because you have heritage. So I understand why you've got that belief. Arsenal, in 19 years on a bounce in the Champions League, reached 1 final and 1 semi-final, right? Mm-hmm. So for them to think they can come back in, first season in it, not as champions of their own league, and go, why can't we win this? And that's why I think already to get to the quarters, I commend them. But what you were just saying there about at least 2 goals, think season before last, we played, and it's very similar to Arsenal and Bayern, right? And this is where they will, however it goes, they will learn from this season. We had Real Madrid at home first leg. I think, was the score 4-3 or 5-4? It was 4-3, wasn't it? And we kept scoring, but then they kept scoring, right? Yes. So we ended up going
4-3, I think.
Yeah. So we ended up going to the Bernabeu with a 1-goal lead, right? Now that is where, and then we scored first in the Bernabeu, but this is what I was speaking before.
Then tried to get another one and tried to get another one and tried to get another one and kept getting caught.
Yeah, and then we ended up losing because the minute they score one, the minute a heritage team in Europe score 1 goal at their grounds and they know we must, they do, right? And what you just said there about the trying to score a goal, I think that was a pivotal moment in Jack Grealish's career, by the way, at City, because I think that season, when Grealish tried to score, hit the post.
Or the Courtois save, when Courtois put it onto the goal.
Yeah. And then, obviously, the rest was history. Real Madrid went, scored 3, knocked us out. Now, I think that was the moment. I think Doku needs a moment like this where Grealish realised, do you know what? 1-0 up. Sometimes just calm the game down. And I think that's why in Europe
got it, by the way.
Imagine
that goal and it got in at Anfield.
And this is
at
the thing.
The cup end in the 88th minute, and he hits the post and it goes into Alisson into Kelly's hand.
Yeah, and
like,
it's the thing where Doku was good that game when he came on, and he would have been a hero, instantly cult hero, because that probably would have led us on to win the league. So I think we have to remember Doku's young. It's his first season in the Premier League under Pep, where people usually say it takes at least 2 seasons. He's come in first season, but I just also would worry that Doku could do that in a Champions League game and make the wrong decision in the 75th, 80th minute when actually he should have just held onto the ball and calmed things down. And I think for Grealish, that moment there against Madrid made Grealish the way he was last season, because he realised, you know what, Pep's right sometimes.
Well, here's a question for you, Jay. And then I'll come to that. That makes some great points. I don't want Arsenal out of all of them.
No.
Not because I fear Arsenal. I don't want Arsenal in the Champions League semi-final, if we get through, which I think we will, when we're going on a title race with them at the same time.
Yeah, I hear that.
I think then the build-up becomes all too emotional.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that game would be played as it wouldn't be played as a Champions League game.
No,
it'd be played as a Premier League game.
Yeah, we've
that's
not got the best track record.
Not if anyone else.
We've not got the best track record when it comes to playing against English sides either in the Champions League. I think Pep Guardiola tends to just
Tottenham,
try and tinker
Liverpool,
things up.
thanks.
He doesn't really treat it as he doesn't really treat it as a Premier League game. He treats it as a 2-game knockout, which is what the Champions League is. But when you go up against another Premier League team, Premier League teams are just happy to go toe for toe with City. Liverpool were happy to do it. Spurs were happy to do it. And to be honest, Arsenal look at it and say they're probably happy to go 2 legs with City as well. If it up to choice, I'd rather avoid them. I'd rather face Madrid and I'd rather face Bayern Munich, just for the fact of the matter being there's so much pressure on them teams because they are the Galacticos. They're the big European giants. They're meant to beat Manchester City, not the other way around. Whereas Arsenal's the underdog. They like being the underdog. And there'll be no fear from them. They'll just tackle City because they know that if they go out, they've reached a semi-final and you've gone out to Manchester City, the current holders of the Champions League, then that, in terms of a European aspect for them, is a fantastic season. Nothing to lose. Whereas for Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, and especially Bayern Munich, because it looks like they're not going to win the Bundesliga, to do all and end all of their season now. So there's massive pressure on them. Real Madrid, there's always expectation at Real Madrid. Real Madrid go out to City. I won't be surprised to see Ancelotti not be manager of Madrid next season because they win La Liga. They're expected to win La Liga because Barcelona just aren't very good. Going out to Manchester City 2 consecutive seasons, getting to the semi-final last season and going out at the quarter-final this season, that's regressing, not progress. So there's different pressures 100%. Here.
I was convinced they would not put us and Madrid on the same side of the draw. And it actually, do you know what? The fact we are makes me think, do you know what? Maybe draws aren't always rigged because I'm
looking forward to it. I really am looking forward to it. I can't wait. Great games.
I'm going over there. And the main reason why I don't want Arsenal in this semi is my season is about European aways, and especially in the knockout stages. I don't.
You end up in North London.
I don't want exactly. Look, we're going to be down there.
Not very European, that is it? Islington.
Go Wembley twice, as it is, right? Got to go Wembley twice. They really need to. I know they won't because of the money, but they really need to look at taking it back old school and having the semi-finals at neutral grounds. There's something special about that Villa Park and that. I wish they'd bring that back, but no, I'd like to go. I'd like to go Bayern again, but like I said, I think we're in the final, because I think that second leg at the Etihad, I know the atmosphere will be good at the Etihad as well for them. I know the atmosphere at the Etihad has not been great this season in some games. And there's definitely things that need to be sorted out at the Etihad, by the way, with tickets. with.
We're staving off that in a minute, mate, because
look,
I'm going to end up getting banned out of City if I continue. I'm going to be on a ban.
Have you spoke with Steve recently?
Yes, privately.
Yes,
I'm not going to delve into it.
Yeah, but he's look, people.
It wasn't good. It wasn't good, Daps.
But he's trying, and he's got.
No, I don't mean from him. No, Steve's brilliant.
Oh yeah.
The responses he's getting, plus.
But he does seem to have ears. He's got some ears, but
yeah, but someone needs balls. And I don't mean Steve. I'm talking about the people who agree with Steve. I understand why, because they're thinking of their job.
Yeah,
you know what I'm trying to say it without saying it without.
Do you know what?
Right? So makes sense.
I don't want people to think here I'm siding with the club. I certainly am not. Right. But I do understand from the club's point of view that it's a difficult one, right? Because the club has this real kind of, the notion towards our club is that they are sports washing, right? The notion towards the club is that this isn't about City being a business. This isn't about the football club. This is ultimately about the Abu Dhabi lot washing their money and ultimately advertising their country through entertainment, right? That is the narrative, right? Now, if City's owners do not put up the price while other clubs do, then it will be seen that, you see, you're not operating as a business. You're operating as a sports washing club. So it's difficult, but but I think the opposite side is, okay, cool, but we're staying fucking loyal to you lot. We started off, Martin, speaking about, you know what, that even if they got found guilty, we'd find it hard to turn on our owners because of all the great memories they've given us. But we're backing our owners, so look out for us and don't make up prices. And I certainly think with something needs to be done about the way people get tickets. Maybe certain sections of the grounds need to be, okay, do you know what? Yes, we'll allow certain people in those sections. And by the way, just to be very clear, because I know anything that gets said on here, people will twist and think that I'm saying something negative towards a certain ethnicity or whatever. No, you could be from Wythenshawe, yeah? If you don't go to games regularly, then you shouldn't be able to get in the South Lower, as an example, right? It's not about where you come from. It's about how much you go to the game. And when people say, oh, it's difficult for me to get tickets, and I get inbox messages off of people all the time asking about, I need a ticket for this game, and they're not even a member, right? And it's like, well, fuck off, with all due respect. Like, you don't deserve a ticket over someone that is going, following City home and away 60 times and have been doing so for 30 years. And you think you should, I think that's been a bit wrong with the club, but it's a difficult, we have to look at it from the club's point of view that they also have to make sure
that balance.
Yeah,
that's this word is balance. And I just think at the minute, because listen, I've spoke with Steve privately. I know Steve is doing everything he can, from even being offered to being a fan liaison officer, which is nothing news because he's publicly talks about that, which I know some within the club back him, some back him and can't publicly say it because they work within the club. It is such a difficult situation because I think with the likes of me, Jay, you and Steve and Andy, or you, all the old school, here we go, the ones who are back in the club, we don't see it as a business. This is the problem. No. We're looking at it from that emotional fan who, if City were playing in a backfield on a Sunday morning, we'd all open our windows and be out there in the piss down rain. The club aren't looking at it like that. No. I said this earlier on. I know I got told by 3 people, my brother, who made that comment about during the pandemic, they were happy with no fans in there because they made more money on advertising than they did on fans.
Yeah, that look, and that is where I think the balance is spot on, because
that's where the balance loses.
Look, the boards generally have done a good job at keeping the club. You know, Paul Lake's book, Have you read it, Martin?
Paul Lakes. Yeah.
Paul Lakes.
Yeah.
So at the very end of it, where obviously he falls out of love with City because of the way he got treated with his injuries and whatever, and he kind of distanced himself from the club until the new owners came in and he wanted to do some charity work. And the new owners reached out and said, look, we're trying to get some of the old school City lot involved. We want to, you know, although we're moving forward, we think it's very important that as the citizens, which we have to remember that's what we're called, that we stay grounded to our original Manchester City. And I think this is, can I just say on the Steve thing, it's very, very...
game, by the way, Alec. He was coming on, but he's gone to the game. He's at England.
He's on the way to Wembley. Did you see he met Vinny on the train?
No. Obviously, because I've been on air, I've not managed to...
Vinny was on the train with him, Vince and company. But just to say, from Steve's point of view, I think most people in the comments and that watch Mancunian Way, they all back Steve 100% right. But I think for some people need to also understand that this is quite difficult for him because, yes, he now sometimes, he's not on the payroll of the club. I've seen that. He's not on the payroll. He works with the club, but he still buys a season ticket, yeah? He gets offered to go and sit in other areas. Once he's done work with the club, he goes back to the South Stand, right? He's been there and they've said, oh, there's some new shirts over there. And unlike certain other content creators that work with the club have gone over and taken freebies, Steve says, no, I'll go to the shop and buy one afterwards, right? Because he's old school. Steve was there at Main Road when we were being asked to go and buy stuff from the shop to help support the club. So he still does that. So he now has to find that balance where he's really trying to represent the fan base, right? But yes, he also is working with the club, so he is hearing their side of things. So he's got to find, once again, the balance between the two. And yeah, I overall, look, there's been a lot of clubs that have done far worse, club owners that have done far worse to their clubs than so far what our owners have done to us. But treble, it's on, innit?
I've just got to do these super chats will come in because obviously this is Peter Grester. Thank you so much for your £20, mate. It goes into the pot. Well done, mate. I will pop in and out during the night. Do not worry. This is why it's 12 hours, because you can pop in and out as you
I feel like Red Nose Day, this.
Pardon?
Feels like Red Nose Day.
And Rationale Catfart says $5, I'm presuming. Glad you're letting people get a word, Martin. Jokes. Great idea. I hope you meet all your targets today. Here is my bit. Big up the panel. No, big up yourself. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. I'll tell you what, we've blown through the target. That's all I'm going to say. Absolutely blown through it.
Lovely.
Magnificent.
I heard you say earlier as well, by the way, about dementia, that people think that it's an old age thing, and it isn't.
Nope.
It isn't an old age thing, and it impacts a lot of people. It certainly comes with old age, can comes with diabetes, can come from many different ways. But it's do you know the best way I would describe it, Martin? It's a sad way. It's a sad way to go in it for the people that experience it. It's
as I put, and I think someone mentioned it earlier. It's regressing in your life. You get born and you build as a person and you become an independent person and you're living and everything else. And what you're doing is, it's like life goes, stop. You're now going to go and live reverse.
Yeah.
You go back to being a baby, basically.
Yeah.
It's like I was playing some videos earlier, and 3 weeks ago, my dad come out with a comment. First time he'd ever done it was, turned to my mum and went, I want to go home.
Yes.
And he'd been there he was in his home for 40 odd years. And then turned to my mum and went, who are you? Now, the scary thing for my mum is, my mum's obviously got Alzheimer's, but that's more, not less, same as my dad's, but at different stages, as you know. But for her, and she'll get to that stage eventually as well. But with my dad, it was more because he's had 2 marriages. My fear for my mum is that he's going to go back to his first marriage in his head, and my mum's going to end up being out a little bit.
This is what I mean. And
I've got to try and keep a balance, because everyone said to me, put him in a home. I do get a lot of this. Put me in a care home, and I get it. But the thing is, my mum and dad said to me, because when they first got diagnosed, my mum and dad sat me down because I've got power of attorney, and I went through all that, and he said to me, "We don't want to go in a care home. What we want is to be here together as long as we possibly can. Now, eventually, end of life, they will have to go where they need to go. But that is a promise I made to them, and I will keep that promise, and you will stay together, because it doesn't even help me mum, because if I move my dad out, my mum's then on her own with Alzheimer's. So it doesn't help me mum. So I've got to try and keep that unit together for as long as I possibly can.
So my mum was a carer for my dad and my nan. And it certainly gave my mum, bizarrely, it gave my mum purpose. And when my dad passed away, she was still a carer for my nan. And she, you know, still is when my nan passed away, my mum didn't know what to do. But look, I've seen both sides of a care home. One, my dad, who had dementia, and my mum really didn't want him to go into a care home, but getting him up the stairs was impossible. And so she got she started work on a extension. Unfortunately, the extension didn't get finished in time for my dad passed away while it was being built. And seeing my dad in a care home with dementia, it was, I wouldn't, it was, you'd go there and he'd just be sat in his room looking sad. Sometimes like, you know, in dirty clothes, like I hate to say it, but the cares, you know, shout out to everyone that work in care homes. It's a hard job, and they're probably not supported and paid right. They work long hours, and there's a lot of people in these care homes. It's not nice, right? I've seen the other side with my nan, who didn't have dementia, and eventually when my mum would go away on holiday, my nan would be like, "Oh, I've got a holiday in my care home." So she'd go there for a week and she'd enjoy it because she'd see her friends there. So I've seen both sides of the care home, but I just, with dementia, I think you're right. I think it's not a nice place to be with dementia.
I don't think moving them to somewhere they're not used to, people they don't know, it's a danger. And listen, listen, you're right. Some carers are magnificent, but because I went to, they do these coffee mornings and it's for carers who go, because as a carer, people don't realize you can, it's, you know, I could be having a bad day. Like I said, people, you all know, I don't have normal sleep patterns. I don't get up. I can still be going at 2 and 3 in the morning because I'm down with my mum and my dad. I've gone 36 hours and no sleep because I've done it to try and get things that I can do. And I walked in and I said to her, and they said, carers are great. So we had this coffee morning, and they said to me, "Do you ever get frustrated with the same questions over and over?" Because I think people think if you're the carer, you're not going to get frustrated. And I went, yeah, sometimes you get a bit agitated or a bit, stop asking, because it's human then. And then you forget that they've got the illness they've got. It's why my dad sees me as there's 2 separate Martins now. There's carer Martin and there's son Martin.
Yeah.
And my dad and my mum still knows, but my dad has no idea which one I am anymore. And he had a little bit of a slip down the stairs the other day. It's why I was on a show and I had to jump, because he had a slip. Now we're getting a chairlift put in and some banisters. I've got
using that. I don't want to see any videos of you using it, Martin.
My missus said that. She went, "You'll be on it more than your dad." Just seeing me go up and down the stairs. I'm doing streams from the chair.
You'll be fidgeting with it so that it can go faster.
Yeah, chairlift streams. No, but I was like, and it's a very weird situation. But to me, I don't see it even as work. I don't see it as a challenge. I just see it as looking after my mum and dad.
Yeah.
That's the only way I have ever seen it as. Because like I said earlier on, they brought me in the world, they made me the person I am, and I will back them to the day I die on doing that. But I know, funnily enough, because my auntie, my dad's sister, had Alzheimer's, and I was talking to my cousin, at the funeral, and it was just as my dad got diagnosed, and she smiled at the funeral, and I was like, "Why are you smiling?" And she turned to me and she went, "This is sounding awful, but it's over." And I went, "What do you mean it's over?" And she said to me, she went, "I've got my life back. I'm happy for them. They're not suffering anymore, and now I don't have to suffer."
Yeah, I think the suffering thing, especially,
and I never understood it. I thought, "You selfish bitch, what you mean?" Got really upset with her, and now I'm in it. I'm like, I kind of get it. I do get it a little bit.
I think as well with so my dad passed away 4 days after I got married, right? And I will always remember going to see him in the home the day before I got married, and sat there, and he just, by that point, he wasn't living any sort of life, and kind of, like I said earlier to you, Martin, my dad was just a honest, hardworking, hated Scousers mank. Really hated fucking Scousers really badly. And
it wasn't called Alan, was it?
No, his son-in-law, who my sister married, is called Alan, and he's from Bootle, and he's a Liverpool fan. Yeah, I know. He wasn't allowed in our house for years when my sister first got with him. My dad wouldn't let him in the house, but he didn't say much. Was emotionally, he was all about hard work and whatever. And we both just sat there, and then he came out with, "I don't think I'm going to make it to your wedding." And I just burst. I'm a very emotional person. I just burst into tears and was like, "I don't care about you coming to my wedding. I just want you to get better, Dad. We'll come and see you after we've got married, before we go to the reception." And we did. And I've got pictures from that day. And bizarrely, I can't look at the pictures because it's in the pictures. There's a picture of me with him, picture of me and my ex-wife with him. And my dad looks like his soul is not there anymore. In that particular, on the day of the wedding, he's trying to smile, but you can't really see it's a smile. He's paler than ever, and you just think your soul's gone. And then the morning after we got married, as we were leaving the reception, my mum got a phone call to say, "You and all the family need to get to the home because he's deteriorating badly." Went to the home, and I was flying out on my honeymoon the next day. And I was like, "What do I do, Mum? I can't go." And she was like, "He's gone. Like, say goodbye to the body now. But although he's still alive, he's gone." Like, it's... And at that point, it was almost quite touching, because it was kind of, everyone always says he wanted to stay around long enough to see you get married. And I always, and then my daughter was born about 9 months later. So, and my mum always says, look, when one door closes, another one opens. And the whole feathers thing, do you know about, if you see a feather, I've always said to my daughter, "That's your granddad. He's here just to let you know that he's looking over you." But yeah, and for me personally, that was where Dementia had got to a point where it was his time to go, because he wasn't living a life that was enjoyable anymore. It wasn't fair. And he wanted to go up, see his dad, and watch City win stuff from up there. So
no, I know, Jay, you've got a bounce, mate, but I just want to say a massive thank you for coming on, giving up your time. I really do appreciate that, mate.
No problem. Pleasure having me on. Everybody, get donated to Martin's good cause. Is an absolute legend who's doing a ton of work, stuff you're not seeing in the background. I know from the City content side of things how hard it can be in balancing everything, and Martin's doing some tremendous work. So do go and show your appreciation. Absolute legend of the game. And thanks very much for having me on, Martin. Much appreciated. I'll try and pop into the chat as much as I can as well.
Yeah.
And show some more support for you, mate.
Appreciate that, mate. You're allowed. Thank you for the donation earlier. You're superstar.
No problem
really
at all,
appreciate
mate.
it.
No problem. Right, take
care, mate. I'd say all sub, but you're all sub to Jay anyway. So.
I'll try and send some of mine your way.
Cheers, mate. Take care. Couple of super chats that have come in. Big respect from an Ida Star. I know it is Altec, your legend, mate. Big respect, mate. Lovely spaces. Please do more spaces to run Foden Ballon d'Or agenda. I can't, because Arsenal fans come after me if I start running Foden agendas. Ad, thank you for your $6.99. You are a legend as well. There's loads. I'm just going to do these super chats because they're all flowing in all of a sudden. Craig, thank you. Party time legend as well. Thank you. And also £2. Great work. Keep it up. Thank you, mate. And I know you're always in LBs and that's so amazing. And Blue Tony's back. Thank you, mate. Great show. Some lovely comment stories in the chat. Top guests also, Matt. You're doing a remarkable job. See you at 6. Yeah. Tone and Sai are both coming on at 6. So, guest galore. And I think Geordie might be coming over at some point. There's a link anywhere. And I know Mull's coming in as well from Noisy Neighbours. Steve was coming on. We'd planned to launch the main road day show, but we are going to do it. I have spoke with Steve again. We are going to get it launched. Steve is that busy. It's balancing everything out. It's so hard.
Is that busy living the life?
Yeah, but thank you all.
Watching England train and then going to just all in a day's work for Steve. And now he's down there to see England. Walker might be captain, apparently.
Well, yeah, I said this earlier on, and other people were like, "Weren't too sure about this." Oh, Sai's joined us now. Sai's here now.
I'm not sure about Walker as captain, me, but do you know what? One thing I'll say about Walker that's really pissed me off recently is all these. I just don't think it's right. He's been doing interviews left, right, and centre, and that's not something you would have saw Fernandinho, Gundogan, and I don't mean interviews after the game. Do them, but he's going on TalkSport. He's going on Rio's podcast, and it's just a bit. I'm not sure. You know what? I'm a big fan of Walker. I think we have to remember Walker, Edison, there's a few others. We didn't win anything under Pep till these lot joined the club, right? But I'm not too sure about Walker as captain, me. I think Walker as one of the 5 seniors definitely worked. But I think Walker as the overall captain, I'm not sure on it. Tell you one thing I heard. Now I'm not doing shows. Sometimes I sit in the lounge watching Vikings or whatever else I'm watching, and I hear Cass having arguments on streams, and I think, fucking hell, is that what I sound like? Fucking arguing over abs. And he came in afterwards, and Cass is quite sensible, but he was on one show where they were doing overrated players, right? And Cass said, if we're doing overrated players, then I'm going to throw Gallagher. Connor Bradley in there, right? And straight away, the Liverpool, everyone was like, what? How are you saying he's overrated? He was like, do you not know what overrated means? He said, I think he's overrated because, yes, he's started well, but everyone's talking like he's amazing. I don't think he's done anything to... And they said no. And this is what, on the stream, they're doing team of the season, overrated team of the season. Kyle Walker, overrated, right? And do you know what? How can you say someone that pretty much will be one of the most decorated defenders in Premier League history? I'm pretty certain. I know there will be more that have won more, but he's won a lot, right? How can he be overrated? He's just getting on.
It's the personal issues. I'm telling you now, Daps.
It doesn't mean he's overrated. It just means
no. Because have you not noticed? If you remember the summertime, there's a lot of people. Oh, Walker to stay. Don't let him go to Bayern. There was some, let him go, but it changed when. I don't know what it is, but I think it's like the captaincy of set. If you remember, everyone said the captaincy of set. You are setting a precedent.
Yeah.
You are. And because he'd made some silly... Now, for me, I've got to say, you show me someone who's never made a mistake in life.
Oh, million percent.
I'll show you a liar.
It's the mistake thing.
1,000%.
It's not ideal. And I do understand that if you look at fuck me. One of our legends, right? And when we were in Istanbul, when Steve was on the big stage in Istanbul, in the City fan area, I was backstage, like starstruck by... Who do you think I was starstruck by? Ex-City player. Ex-captain.
Keith Curl.
Keith Curl, unreal. But Andy Morrison.
I was going to say Curl or Morrison. I didn't know which one to go down.
And if we want to talk about have you read Andy Morrison's book?
No.
Oh,
I
mate,
do want it up.
unreal. It's because
I've
that's
interviewed Andy Morrison. Absolute classic, absolute gentleman, Satan a gentleman.
Jen, you read the book. The book is brilliant because it's not just about City. It's about him growing up from Scotland but living in Plymouth. His two brothers were doormen, getting in fights away from I think it was Blackpool manager or someone who beat up. He's got some mad stories, right? He was not a saint. He had all sorts. So I'm not saying City captains must be saints. Do you know? There was one moment early in the season that really pissed me off, and little moments always stick in my head, like the Mahrez miss against Liverpool in the penalty. I'll never let that drop because we could have won at Anfield. There's a moment early in the season with Kyle Walker that really pissed me off, right? And it was against Sheffield United away. Their equaliser. And I know we went on to win the game, but if you go back and watch the equaliser, right, just before that moment, Kyle Walker and somebody both went for a ball near the touchline. And Kyle Walker slid off the pitch, right? And I don't know if he thought it should have been a foul, thought the ball had gone out of play. Can't remember exactly what it was. But the ball stayed in play. Kyle Walker stayed lying on the floor, looking for a decision and looking at the ref, moaning at the ref, lying on the floor. Sheffield United went and scored. I think as a captain, you get up and you go and by any means throw your body to win that ball back, not stay moaning. And I thought at that point, and this is where I think it's key to say, I think Kyle Walker is very important as one of the 5 senior players at Manchester City, right? And that's why when you have 5 senior players, each one plays their role. And I think Kyle Walker can play a role with Stones, with Foden, he's got that role. But I think the captain, for me, you look at Gundogan, you look at Fernandinho, you look at Company. Walker's the odd one out of those 4 for me. You look at him and you think, I don't know. Look, if we win the treble, what do I fucking do?
Yeah. But before I introduce Si, I've got to get Si's super chatting. Thank you so much, mate, for the good cause. Thanks, mate, for raising awareness.
I recognise you, Si. You are from Copenhagen, aren't you?
I am from Copenhagen, yeah. And you didn't come to my event, my friend. You promised me.
I didn't come to Copenhagen because I was unwell and I flew out to Abu Dhabi, so I couldn't come.
Oh, that's true. We actually talked about that.
It looked very good. Very,
he was too busy talking about Roy Hodgson. I had to throw it in. I've been told to throw it in when I got you on.
I wrote Steve. It was good. It was good. I wrote Steve because I'm going to Bernabeu as well. And
you going? Yeah,
I'm going. Yeah. So I asked him if I should prepare for any of the Roy Hodgson tactics from you at the stadium, and he said, "Well, I bring that, so you probably should."
Well, we fly out on the Sunday morning. We're there Sunday to Wednesday. And I'm already thinking 10 minutes in at the Bernabeu, I will be drunk. I'm gonna I don't know who I'm going to talk about, but I'm going to talk some absolute shite in his ear 10 minutes in. I don't know what I'm going to talk about yet. Someone, but yeah, I can't wait. Well, yeah, when do you get there?
I leave Sunday morning as well, and then back home Wednesday morning. So yeah.
My nickname when we're on away trips, my nickname is Yaps because
I know, yeah. Well, you can come down to me. I'll get drunk, pissed off as well, so we can be yapping together.
Charles Mayor will be there for Do you know, Steve ran me when we were. So whenever on away days, I book the flights, he books the hotel, and he ran me and said, "Yeah, we're staying in the same hotel we've stayed at a couple of times." I rang him and they said, "Yeah, we've just taken a booking for 40 rooms for Dortmund fans."
Damn,
they're all out there, aren't they?
Is it near Plaza Major?
Plaza Major, yeah. We'll be there the whole time. I think a few Blues have got apartments in the Plaza anyway, so.
Yeah, I was going to share this later on, but Craig's put it in already. Thank you, mate. Savio, yeah, fully exchanged. Paperwork is done for the 1st of July. Claudio Echeverri is going to Girona.
Mad that, because yesterday me and Cass were talking about him, and I was saying, Cass said,
I had that earlier on. Someone texted me about 4 hours ago and said,
Yeah.
plus I got told there is an interest now. I don't know. There's somebody else been added on to the what I'm just trying to think the wording that he's used to me. Apparently there is a massive interest in Rodrigo.
I think,
I
do you know
don't
what? Looking at this now,
So
I was thinking earlier on with Girona, right? And do you know what I think? Can you remember Khaldoon's interview at the end of last season, Martin? And and obviously we won the treble, so he spoke about the treble. But then he went on to say, I think it's important that I don't just talk about Manchester City and I talk about the other elements and the other teams in City Football Group and all the other ones that had won stuff. But then he said, but also let's look at Girona. Look, Girona, we got them promoted. We got them to La Liga. And we learnt from our mistakes because it didn't go well. We've learnt from our mistakes. We've made some changes. And this time we're hopeful it's going to go better. And I think that's the amazing thing with Khaldoon, because he's done this before when he spoke about transfer windows, because our first 2 transfer windows after winning the league were dog shit. And when we won the league under Pep for the first time, in the interview, Khaldoon said, we've learnt from previous times when we've won the league and not had good transfer windows, and we've realised we have to approach. And I think this is where he's so smart, that he's learning from things. Now, I'm looking at Girona right now, and the fact that we are getting players and loaning them out to Girona, you look at the style of football that City play, and I think they've got the perfect model there, right? That they're getting players that suit the City style of play. Maybe we're a bit young and not quite ready. And you've got a Girona team that, listen, if Girona come 4th this season, or 5th this season, there's no pressure for them to win it. You can go to Girona, you're playing with no pressure, right? But you're playing that style of football. And I think it's spot on that we can just loan people out there, see how good they are. Because ultimately, if you go to Girona and for a season, you are competing against Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico, Villarreal, etc., you're ready for the Premier League for me. And I think it's very, very, very good, shrewd business again.
Well, I'll read you the text I got. It said, some transfer news for you. The WhatsApp I got sent, not sent to him, not to me. Massive interest in Rodrigo, but yeah, Craig, they put it in. He has just signed a deal. He has got a $1 billion buyout. And also, would have to offer someone less game time if they get Mbappe. This is the key. If they get Mbappe,
Madrid.
Someone's going to lose game time at Madrid.
Yeah.
So that's where they're thinking, yes, he signed the deal, but they could play. We can offer you more games. The other thing is, apparently, they are... See, the Musiala one is a weird one because they are keeping tabs on Musiala.
Yeah.
Because, again, he's someone Pep likes. But the other news I got the other day was Bayern are ready to throw the kitchen sink to keep Musiala back the same way.
Do you know?
Which is where the Kimmich news came in of.
I think
they're willing to give Musiala the money and not Kimmich, so allow Kimmich out the door. That makes sense.
I feel like with Kimmich and Musiala, with both of them, that at Bayern at the moment, it's kind of if I was Kimmich and I'm Musiala, and I understand how important Bayern Munich are to German players, right? That both of them, I think, would probably rather sign a new contract at Munich, and keep winning stuff with Munich. But I think with both of them, they're also looking at it and probably not the best pleased with where Munich are at the moment, how Munich are being managed, not only from the manager. I also think the board at Munich recently have started to make mistakes that you never used to see them make. They're not running like that beautiful German machine that they used to be. And I think they're probably both sat there thinking, we're not in a rush to sign a contract because we want to see what's going on. We want to see if Tuchel's here next season. We want to see what manager you bring in. We want to see what changes you make at a board level, what players you're going to sign. And I think both of them are probably just waiting and biding their time. But I also think you're right on the Musiala thing. Look, Musiala is a bit like the star boy of German football, right? The future. And I think Munich probably think we need to keep hold of him. We really need to keep hold of him. And Germany, I think this is the thing you've got over there as well. I think Germany and Munich will be having conversations about don't let him leave Germany. You know, Germany are always at their best, where a lot of their players are playing at Munich and all play together. And I think they'll be thinking, no, don't let him go to another country. But I'd rather Kimmich, personally.
Is that because you see it as a either or? Because I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that
Oh,
Kimmich would be
You're not going to
like, I want them both. Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah,
they're two different
I want
things.
to settle, but I'll settle the Champions League and Premier League. But
We will
See,
settle
I've spoken with
Kimmich.
Si before. Si wants to buy 3,000
I
players
want
and
them
let's
all.
just go with it.
Yeah.
I just need to do these super chats because they have come in. Sorry, lads.
Yeah.
Sorry, typical City. Cheers, mate. Cheers, Johnny. Sorry I couldn't join you today, Martin. Love what you're doing, mate. Great cause, MCFC. Yeah, get over to Typical City. Show him a lot of love as well.
Great
Did a
channel.
Great
He's
show.
fine at the moment. Let's watch that video the other day with
Amazing show.
Stefan. Yeah, it was good.
John Grogan, thank you for your 1999, mate. In loving memory of John Joseph Grogan, a Manchester lad, a man who fought Alzheimer's disease with dignity. Fly high, Dad. You are free now. Absolutely spot on, mate. And this is what today's about. It's not just my story, it's everyone's story. It's raising awareness to this awful disease that, for me, doesn't get enough awareness.
Yeah, but it's true.
Because, again, people pass it off as old age.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Can I say, Martin, that big up for everything you've done today, but that video that you uploaded, the first one where you talked about it and let everyone in on your story, I just want to say that like, I felt that. I've been through some of it myself, and I think a lot of us have. And you opening up it's brave. I mean, that's so many people watching, and I just think that, yeah, man, kudos. I think, thank you for that.
No, I appreciate that. I really do, mate. Thank you. And if you, it's up to you, Si, but just had a couple of other updates. Apparently, who's got his new release clause? You're watching. Tell me who's got the new release clause. Don't just send me that. Tell me which player it is who's got the release
A City
clause.
player.
Somebody's watching who has messaged me and will not. Has just put his new release clause is now 87 million, but they're watching. They're not in the chat. They're watching.
What, a
just
City
tell me
player?
who you mean.
87.
No, someone. I think I'm not sure. He's on about.
Oh, Musiala, probably Musiala, if he signs a new contract.
Oh, Rodrigo.
No, it can't be.
Oh, and
Musiala.
also Peroni's going
Not
back
more
out
than
on
87.
loan as well, likely.
They wouldn't put a
Rodrigo.
release clause to Musiala,
Just
no
been
way.
told, Craig, I don't
not
know.
87, it would be a lot higher than that.
Rodrigo's new release clause is now 87
You know,
million.
so I've never thought of this, but so if
you think
Real
he's good
was-
enough? I don't think he's good enough. I don't rate him that
Who?
much.
Rodrigo?
Rodrigo, yeah,
Where would he play?
right wing, but I would like. I think we
Does
have
that mean
better
Pedro
options.
Neto? Are they bothered? Because I haven't had any update on Neto. I'm presuming that new injury killed Neto's.
Bakayoko now, right? I just saw that yesterday that they are.
I don't know.
looking
There
at
was
Bakayoko.
Eze as well. A couple of weeks back, they were linked with Eze.
Yeah, it's international.
Alistair
But
got
we linked with everyone, haven't we?
That's true. Yeah.
So I don't know because it's like I'm presuming if we've allowed Echeverri to go to Girona, I'm presuming the more confident thing is Savio may stay there.
I think. I don't think
The
Savio.
idea was for Savio to possibly stay back at Girona, but I can't see him because they're not going to be.
Yeah, that's true. You know, so that
We're
means
going to be
Savio
the
must
Premier
stay.
League will be all over us in the UEFA if we allow Echeverri and Savio to be unloaded.
Don't they both play on the left as well?
No, well, Savio plays on both wings, but have
think we're
primarily
all right
played
on the
left
left.
wing this season.
Unless someone goes out, I think we're all right on the left.
Yeah, but I think Savio is planned for doing the pre-tour and everything. Like,
See what you see.
I
think
don't see him staying. I don't think so. I don't think he has the level yet, but it was a smart move.
I think that's the key with that. You know, look, I really wanted, I watched quite a bit of McAtee, and I really wanted McAtee to succeed. Really wanted him to succeed, but kind of unfortunately watching him pre-season,
He's not
I just
good
thought,
enough, dude. He's not.
Look,
we want it to happen, but he's not.
Yeah,
Like, we have to be
I mean,
real.
I remember watching Foden's first ever game on the American tour, right? And I remember watching him and thinking, fuck me, this guy can keep the ball. He's constantly offering an outlet to get the ball. Then I've watched McAtee and I'm like, I'm not saying you're bad at all. You're just not good enough. Unfortunately, he's not good enough. And I think that's where I think Pep only needs a pre-season rounder player to ultimately decide if they've got it or not.
But he's a victim. Like McAtee will be a victim of the level of City, because we need world-class players, or players who can become world-class. And McAtee is a really good player. But I'm sorry, what I've seen from him, he won't be able to make it at City. But he can be a really, really good player at a team like Brighton or Crystal Palace, something like that.
I thought, I think that's the same with, obviously, Cole Palmer at the moment looking mint. I think
he had talent way beyond that. Like, we knew that.
But even with Cole Palmer, I think the key is, and you look at City, and the perfect example is Phil Foden, right? That people have obviously said, rival fans say, Foden hasn't managed to nail down a position in City's midfield. No problem. That's because the midfield, Foden was a young kid, and we had a midfield from Foden bursting onto the scene: Yaya, David Silva, Gundogan, Fernandinho, Bernardo
so ridiculous
Silva,
when you say it like
Kevin
that, right?
De Bruyne. It's and I actually think this is credit to how damn good Foden is, that during a period of having all those midfielders, and let's be clear, Foden came up through the levels, captaining England, winning a World Cup with them, player of the tournament as schoolboys, as a midfielder or a 10, right? But Pep saw enough in him to say, while we've got all these amazing, experienced, world-class midfielders, you're that damn good that I'm going to play you on the wing, because you still are impacting games. And it's only now that Foden's starting to drop into the role he's comfortable with. And I think the truth is, I actually think Cole Palmer could play that role as well. I think Cole Palmer, some of his best work at Chelsea is dropping deep, winning the ball, and advancing the ball up the pitch. Whereas at City, we more saw him out on the wing, cutting in and doing that. And I think Cole Palmer will have just looked at City, looked at Foden, and thought, I'm good, I'm not as good as Phil. Yeah. And therefore, I'm not. If it's taken Phil this long to start finding a place in that central midfield or in the 10 role.
Well, some good news.
Palmer forever.
Phil Foden deal very soon as well.
Yeah, that's 100% happening, isn't it?
I wonder what weight he's, because he's on what, 250?
I don't think he's on 250 already, but he did get the new contract like 1 or 2 years ago. 250. He wasn't like 80 before, so that would be like a 300% increase.
Or 250. I've got those. I'm sure he's gone up to one of them.
So high already.
Yeah,
I think he was like on 80 or something before that. Not even 80, maybe. He was on like
Oscar Bob jumped in there massively.
Yeah, but he jumped up to 50. Like
300. Can tell the person's watching. $300,000 a week with bonuses.
Look,
with bonuses on top of it, or with.
It's
a lot of City players have bonuses already.
Well, I think you can defend
that's why our wage
thing
was so high. If you remember
I've talked with so many people about that. They're saying we have the highest. We did. If we go back 3 years, we don't even have the highest wage bill in the league. It's only this season because of all the bonuses from winning a treble, which every team would have if they won a treble. It's like when people talk about our revenue and say, "Oh, how can you get more revenue in all these clubs?" Are you dumb? If United won a treble, they would have like $1 billion in revenue. Like
the funniest thing is what people. But it's even then they'll go. But the most that, say, whether it be United, Liverpool, or Arsenal, when they were in their prime, the most they ever generated, it's like, well, that's called inflation, mate.
Yeah,
that's
so
called
20 years ago, brother.
look I was saying earlier, his brother got offered £3 to play for City. Inflation means that he'd get offered a damn sight more now. So, but yeah.
Could see João Neves being understudy to Rodri.
Like
Bernardo doesn't go to PSG. Again, I think Bernardo's going to be the kicker to our bleeding transfer again. Bernardo goes, could see Douglas Luiz or Bruno G.
I think Bruno G. Do you know what? I think...
Ed, you're a legend.
I'll be honest. I do think Bernardo goes. I think he will have a clause in there. I think City were clever last summer And it's kind of what I suggested that they, with Gundogan going and a bit of a remodel of the midfield, it's very important we didn't lose Gundogan and Bernardo in one season. And I said, go and say to Bernardo, look, we want you to sign a new contract where we put a clause in which allows you to leave next summer. But I think the key to Bernardo leaving always will be the right club actually offering fucking money, right? And the right club is probably Barcelona or maybe Benfica, because he's getting a little bit older. I don't think he'd go. I don't think Bernardo would go.
Craig, I'm laughing. McAtee will be sold along with Callum Doyle, Tommy Doyle, Sergio Gomez, Liam Delap, Couto, and Kabora.
That's 100 million right there.
I had such high hopes for him, you know.
Who?
Do you know there's one player that
who Martin? Who of those?
Because I had
nice.
You remember there was people talking about him being our new right back, weren't there, Daps?
Yeah.
At one point of him taking over.
Unfortunately, that happens. Do you know there's one player that I don't think gets spoke about enough, as in what's going to happen with him? And I can't remember his name now. England under-21s captain.
Bellis.
Bellis.
Yeah.
But because we still own him, right?
Yeah, he's at loan at Southampton. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but
and he's doing really good.
Yeah, I know. And
get promoted.
Huh?
Do they have an obligation to get promoted?
Oh, so right. Okay.
On how much?
If Southampton where are Southampton in the league? I need to look.
They're like fourth or something.
So are they in the playoffs right now?
Right now, yeah.
Because I think they've got a 20 million pound. See, the fourth at the minute. See, they're probably going to be the playoffs. So the obligation is only if they get promoted.
Yeah, fourth. Yeah, but on how much?
It spoke on enough.
20 million, I think.
That's actually decent. Like we just saw all those names. That's 100 million easy.
Yeah.
Put maybe 15 on top of that of people we don't know. We will get 50 for Bernardo. We'll get, let's just say, 30 to 40 for Phillips, and then 25 for Cancelo.
30 to 40 for Phillips.
Craig,
he's going down in price right now.
Craig, do you work for the club? How do you know all this?
He's really good, Craig. I love Craig.
I heard about Haaland.
I've seen the Edison one.
I heard the Edison. Foden, a kind of new. KDB, I thought, was on hold till the summer.
What's KDB's current contract till?
Next year.
25.
Fucking hell. Okay, yeah, maybe get him an extension or something.
I think Wirtz will stay at Leverkusen this season, 100%.
They backed the truck up, 150 mil.
Do you know what?
I'll take it.
It's
150 mil. I take it.
150. Do you know the only thing I'd say with De Bruyne, and I think this is going to happen more and more and more, is it's a perfect phase him out, phase Foden in. And the beauty of having De Bruyne is with De Bruyne, we still have a player that you don't need to start. You can bring him on for the last 30 and he can impact a game. So, but I think, and that's where I think the hardest thing is at the moment is about phasing these players out in an order, because you don't want two midfielders to go in the same window, because that's just suicide. So, but 150 million would probably turn anyone's head for an aging player, right?
The club will sell him in a heartbeat. He's 30. He will be 34 this summer. If they offer 150, they will sell him so quickly we won't even know it before it's done.
As for Stones signed a contract extension last year.
No, did he? No, I think he's about to sign
the year before.
Yeah, I think so too. They're talking about extending it again.
It was the summer of the year before, so it's in between the two seasons. He signed. I remember him signing because then after that, he didn't play for ages. It was like, fuck me. And Stone's on nice money, to be fair. I think he's on about.
He deserves it.
He does.
It also depends what website you follow too. You ever notice different websites have different things. KDB is off 2025. Erling Haaland 2027. That's going to get lots of increased.
Yeah, that will.
Grealish, I got told there was still like that with. Believe it or not. Because the thing with Grealish is that's the one they could make money on.
How would they make money on Grealish? No one was going to pay more than
not money, but get money back on.
Yeah, but also I hear it, but also you got to think about
the homegrown.
Well, not just the homegrown. I think the other thing is, when people when people
Darts, 2026 Stones' contract
Stones.
runs.
Maybe
He's only got 2 years.
I think that the thing you've got to remember is when you look at players, you also have to look at the commercial value, right? And you know, the agents will be in the player's ear, telling them, no, commercially, you're worth. Even if that player might be, you know, you might think a player is better than Grealish. There's not many players that commercially are better than Grealish, and I know it's not good, but we are in a world right now, Martin, where our club needs to look at that side of things because we're being looked at. So Grealish will bring in a lot of money to the club commercially.
Sorry, I have a
Don't
question.
sell Jack. Jack, I love Jack. Like, I'm his biggest fan. I've been on that train the entire season. Don't sell Jack.
Me of being Jack's agent 3 years.
As long as we have Pep, don't sell Jack. Like, he is so pivotal.
How we got 20 million for Hartwood Bellis? His contract's up in the summer.
It's insane. That's insane deal.
How we got 20 million quid for someone they can get
by doing it as a what's it called? Yes, you can have him on a season-long loan.
Yeah, obligation.
Obligation.
If you
really, they've paid 20 million quid.
No,
for
we
the
did
loan.
something. Thinking about it, we did something similar with.
That's mad. I didn't know his contract was up this summer.
Cheeky.
Doyle had something similar, didn't he? We let whoever Doyle went to. Was it Wolves that Doyle went to?
No, he said Leicester. Who?
Which
Tommy
one?
or
Callum
Callum?
Tommy Doyle.
Callum was at Leicester.
No, Tommy Doyle.
Yeah, he went to Wolves.
We sold him to Wolves for quite a low fee, but said
it's actually only an obligation right now, but it will be a 5 million obligation.
That's how we got Nunes cheaper though.
Yeah.
So we
but
got
then the
Nunes
price went up on Nunes because we got more favorable payments after.
Oh, the other thing I got news is keep your eye on Paqueta news in the next. Did you
that's
happening.
By the
way, did you hear Paqueta's quotes?
Mate, it's hilarious.
Anyway, out of respect for West Ham, I'm not saying anything. You've just basically just said that we're done.
There's people that say the best way to deal with it is I'm focused on this season. I will be looking at contract extensions and offers at the end of the season. The fact he said out of respect for my club, I think it's
I know that's
okay. Well, that's do you want to go City?
He will cook at our club. Like he will be so good. I'm looking so much for. He will. For me, he's right now in the midfield, the missing piece. But he can play on the right, on the left, in the 10 as the 8, and with better players around him. If you watch him play, I've watched almost all the West Ham games this season where he played. His close control and ball retention and the ability to just not lose the ball either way.
It's perfect for Pep. I think in the summer when that whole scandal hit, that was a spanner in the works for Pep's plans for this season because I think he wanted Paqueta. And again, like I said, Leverkusen's current manager's last game potentially at Leverkusen is potentially against
Craig
Liverpool.
Time's on a smash
in the final.
moment.
Do you know that?
Then he's put. You work for the club, don't you? And then what's he put up here? He's even got figures and everything. Two-year extension.
And he knows everything about the financial fair play and PSR as well. He's so good. I've been having discussions.
He goes in LBs, doesn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's really good.
£230 million buyout clause, 2026. Edison will sign a new 4-year deal.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to say, do you know Paqueta's last game for West Ham?
Sitter.
Watch
awkward that.
After the game. I know.
Oh, that's actually true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
You might as well just stay in Manchester. You can go house hunting after the game.
If I was a City fan and somebody interviewed Haaland, and Haaland come out with, out of respect for Manchester City, I will no. If he did that, I'd be very pissed off by the end of it.
Because we know what it means.
Yeah. It's the same as Vardy was kind of saying similar-ish things the back end of last season and in the summer. That probably a bit better than Paqueta, but I think West Ham will want a lot of money for him though.
But it's the worst kept secret. Like we really tried to get him. We didn't get him because of all this stupid stuff with the betting thing. And like when he went to Pep and all the backroom staff at the first game and like hugged everyone, you know that.
Yeah,
we will come back for you, my friend. And
I think City handled it right because at that point, and still now, to be fair, if there are any skeletons in a closet, right, we can't go near them because the media get hold of that. Look, any club gets anything, yeah, exactly. So I think City have handled it right, and probably said to him, "You go," or to his agent, "You go and get all of that stuff done and dusted, your name cleared, and we'll come back for you." So yeah, I want Paqueta badly. I do. I think you're right. I think he is the missing link.
85 is also decent money. Like, it's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but
unless we made a deal with West Ham, I think they might ask for more.
But it's a buyout clause. It's
perfect.
active, so.
That's City's bread and butter buyout clauses.
Connor, thank you for the £10. Hi, Martin. I just wanted to say, keep up the great stream. It's been a great watch. 8, and there's still 7 more hours to go. We've got quizzes. I've got other dementia videos I'm going to share out, other personal stories. We're going to do a watch along of the Pep documentary at some point. We've got loads coming up.
I'm just going to say on that note, I'm going to jump off because I need to go and get ready. I'm going out.
Yeah, don't you worry, mate. I really appreciate you.
No. It's been a pleasure. It's got my hit of YouTube. Now I can go back to not doing YouTube for a while.
I would say see Daps, but you might not. So, you will do it at some point.
If you want to see more of me, then subscribe to Never a Foul, and I will be doing uploads on there at some point. I won't be doing lives, but I'll be doing uploads on there. And do you know what? Also, it's still part. I'm still part of the channel. And your support would be very welcome.
While you're on, because I'm busy all day, I can't do Monday. Just like Cass, no. I am doing, because I promised him, and I'll do it. I am doing the post match after Arsenal.
Will I see either you for that game?
I've got my daughter. Can't go.
You, Martin?
Which one?
The Arsenal game.
Oh yeah, I'll be there. I'm there every home game, mate.
I come say hi.
Every home game, I'm there. But yeah, tell Cass I will be on.
Yeah, I will do. And so I will see you in Madrid.
I will see you in
legend.
Madrid.
Thank you, Daps.
No, and people keep smashing likes.
No. Thank you for all your support in the DMs.
Same with you. And love everyone. In a bit.
Cheers, mate. So Paqueta could stop us winning the league.
He could, yeah. He won't. He'll miss. He'll miss an open goal for us. Yeah. Martin, can I ask you something? So your like goal for this stream was 250 quid, right?
Yeah.
How much are you on right now? Like, because it must have been blown way above that.
We are on roughly 100.
Oh, sounds good.
100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 200, 230, 250. We're at 250 now, and that's only in the English donations. I haven't even hit the foreign.
Really, guys, like, applause for the chat. Come on, guys, that's so good.
You lot have stepped up, and I cannot thank you all enough. I just can't. You are all
big up, chat. Big up,
every one of you. Thank you so much. And it's not even about amounts. I don't care if you've given £1. I don't care if you've donated 50. You be proud of yourself, because what you've done is you've donated what you can afford, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
And it's raising awareness, and that's what this stream is all about: is raising awareness. And we have only done 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
We're not even halfway through yet.
I think you'll reach the 1,000 quid.
Now, obviously, YouTube will take that 40% off. I will put that 40% back, because YouTube is nice and doesn't care that it's a charity stream.
What?
I was going to do a GoFundMe, 30 to 40%, depending on what they want to do. 30 to 40%. I was going to do a GoFundMe, but it takes about a week or 2 weeks to set up a proper GoFundMe. So I couldn't get it done in time. So what I'm going to do is we'll put it back, but what I will do is, because I've got a charity reference with Alzheimer's Society, I will send proof. The payment may take a couple of 2 or 3 weeks to get through, because I've got to wait for this money to come into the account, and then I can pay out, because that's the other thing with YouTube, you don't get paid straight away.
But do they take 40% of donations? What's wrong with that? Why? For donations, they take 40%.
No, it doesn't matter, because they just see it as super chats. I did speak to them and asked them about a charity stream. They just said there's other ways of doing it, like the GoFundMe. And I just said, okay. And the trouble is with YouTube, all you get are bots. You don't actually get a real person.
Martin, it's so ridiculous. What?
By the way, that's not just this stream. That's any stream.
Any stream. They check 40% of all super chats.
So when you're on LBs and LB gets 20 quid, the person on YouTube doesn't actually get 20 quid.
I had no idea they took so much.
Yeah, it's pence in a pound.
What?
It's pence in a pound.
That is so insane.
So you know when you hear this thing and people go, "Oh, I've got 1,000 subs, I'm going to be a YouTuber."
Yeah.
No, you're talking thousands upon thousands plus sponsorship and that's before you make money out of it.
No idea.
Yeah, I've even got $250 from Pat from Australia to come into the mix.
Yeah, that's actually like
it's about 200 quid. So
yeah, around that.
We've doubled it.
Yeah.
No, well done to you lot, and and we've not even got going. This is not me tired yet. Hit me at 11 o'clock when I'm tired.
Yeah, wait till people get on the booze. They will start donating.
We've got a £50. The quiz tonight. First prize will be £50 gift voucher for the City Store. Second prize, a £25 gift voucher for the City Store. The reason that is because I know there's people abroad who want to win. You will get a code that you can get online with.
Nice.
I want it to be as inclusive for everyone around the world as we possibly can. Plus, the only thing that won't be inclusive, unless people are willing to pay the postage, this is your choice. I have got this to give away for the third prize, but I might do something different for this.
I did this, Martin. I tried to see what you were grabbing, so I turned my head like this to see if I could actually. Oh my God. Wow.
Which is, I have got a few of these, which is the third medal, the treble winning medal that I will give away. That says treble winning one.
A real one?
No, it's one that all season ticket holders got at the end of the season as a thank you.
Well, that's
and
such a nice,
presentation box and all sorts.
I think that's really good.
So that will be given away as well to somebody with all the details, and you get a little message. It's got my green screen on from Pep Guardiola. So that will also go out. So we've got loads to come up on the channel yet.
Maybe we should do like a charity stream every third month or something. I think YouTube needs more of this.
Andrew, I do. Do you want to know how they get it? Because when you set up monetization on your channel, you have to put the tax in. And it's not company tax, it's YouTube tax. So the channel is currently under tax for tax purposes, YouTube in Ireland, because they don't have YouTube UK. Comes under YouTube in Ireland. Other YouTubers will understand what I mean by that. But no, big up yourself. So Andrew, I've tried, mate. They know all the loopholes, believe me. YouTube are big. They're not silly. YouTube always took percentages from Super Chat. It's been like that from day one. Oh, I've got another message. All I know at the minute, since the other day when I spoke, Kimmich's agent was, and he's waiting to push his name out there. However, Kimmich really loves Pep Guardiola.
Martin,
Pep Guardiola may be the kicker in any Kimmich deal moving forward.
If we get Kimmich, I will pray for every other team in the league and in Europe. He will fill a hole. Oh, my Lord. We will see an even better Rodri when he gets more rest and the different formation we can play with Kimmich.
Do you know what I love about Kimmich? How versatile he is.
Exactly. Like, we can do so much.
Wouldn't need a right back.
Nope. Wouldn't need an 8.
Turn down contract extensions. He can go because you've got your right back up. You've got your number 8 and you've got your number 6. He's just so. I've said this to loads. People never underestimate Pep's idea of versatility.
No.
And that's why he gets away with a small squad so much.
Of course. Yeah. And also, imagine if we, like, I know I say I want them all. I know we won't get them all. But Kimmich, I think, unless Bayern get a really good coach and they don't, like, increase Kimmich's money a lot. And just, like, if people don't know, Kimmich is on a hell of a lot of money already, like 350,000 per week. So I think we could actually end up with Kimmich and Paqueta as major signings, and then we will see if Savio will do anything. Might go in for Bakayoko, but that will depend on, on Bernardo. But I'm pretty damn sure that we will get Paqueta and a good chance of getting Kimmich, and getting those two with both their versatility. Martin,
yeah, much
that squad. Oh my God, that squad will be so insane.
Yeah,
Kimmich and Paqueta, wow.
Paqueta, I'm just excited about.
Yeah,
and you shouldn't underestimate. Look at West Ham. West Ham, when he was out injured, just fell off a cliff. 100%. As soon as he comes back, bang, they've gone mad.
You're 100% right. I've talked to a lot of people about the same thing.
Yeah,
he makes them click. He just brings something. We have seen players through the years. Some players just have something. You can't really quantify it. You can't really put your finger on it. But when they play, everything just works for the team. And I think he's that kind of player. And
you know what? You know what else it'll do? Rodri this week has talked about needing more rest.
Mm-hmm.
You can bring someone in like a Kimmich or another players, that gives Rodri more rest.
Exactly.
Because remember, we have got more games next season. Rodri cannot do another season of 70 games. I know we keep saying it.
It's true.
Kimmich is not Phillips.
No.
You can't look at Calvin Phillips and think, oh, Kimmich is very, very different.
Yeah. And also, like what you said there is spot on.
I've got it now, Si. I've been told I can read this out. I believe the idea is Rodri has spoke to Pep and the fitness team and said, I need more rest, even though I want to and love playing. I don't want any more injuries. Pep agreed with the amount of games coming up and players having to play.
Yeah. So that conversation, so Pep knows how important Rodri is, both for him and the team and the club. So when he points that out, almost as a demand for Pep, and we can maybe get a bargain on Kimmich, that will just push Pep towards Kimmich even more. Only thing that I'm a bit nervous is the coach they will be getting, and if they will spend a lot of money on Kimmich's salaries, and the fact that Pep have never signed a player from a former club, so he would break that streak of not buying player for former clubs. But I just think Kimmich makes so much sense, and if we're not in the hat for him, something's wrong.
Well, we have to be. We have to
be. Yeah.
I just need one thing I'm going to have to do, and I apologize because my Wi-Fi's gone really weird and I don't know why. I'm just going to swap my network over. So the stream won't end. You'll just lose me for about 10 seconds and I'll come back. Sammy A, what a fantastic cause. Thank you so, so much. That has now been added. I'm just going to switch, see if 5G helps me. I'm not sure whether it's because, just give me 10. Let me see if it swaps correctly. It may not even interrupt anything. Right, that hasn't done jack. So let me switch back, see if that helps. Because I'm getting...
So there? Yeah, good.
I'm trying to stop me jigging around. You know what modems are like? I don't think they like you being on one thing for 12 hours. YouTube Val didn't realise this. No, we get Kimmich. Everyone's saying the same thing. Get Kimmich, it's over.
But he adding him is just a game changer. Like it will be. And if you can then get a Paqueta, then you can gamble on a Savio or something. Like the completeness of the team will just increase. But I do think that we need to get more players in that we're getting out this season. Because last season we sold 5 players, got in 4, and then we sent Phillips on loan, right? And we're going into a season where we'll have loads more games than normally. So we need to. I know Pep's like a small squad, but we need more players than what we have had before. Like we can like reduce the squad again, because we will have reduced it 2 seasons in a row, and we're already like spread thin. You see, when we just get 2 or 3 injuries, our bench is just kids. No other team have that.
No. We're forgetting Cancelo and Phillips in those outs earlier. It's a good point. That's more money though, isn't it, Si, if you can get it?
Yeah, but that's why when I did the 100 million for the ones you read up, maybe 50 more for other academy. Then you have 50 for Bernardo, 40 for Phillips, 25 for Cancelo. So like we could generate like 300 million this summer if we get everyone out.
We're guessing here a little bit. I know
We're
you
guessing,
are. Craig.
yeah.
Bellis, we're at 20. We know that's an obligation. McAtee, 25. Will Sheffield United pay that? If it is them, I don't know. I think you're looking more at about 18. Kabore, 10. That's about right. Yanku, 2, 15. Phillips.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do with Phillips, because here's the problem side with Phillips. I only see him going back to Leeds.
Yeah, but they will get him for 25 when they get promoted. 25 is a fair deal.
They may be starting at -10 yet, Si, when they come up.
Who? Leeds? Why?
Leeds are very close, like Leicester are, to failing FFP.
Are they? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Maybe a loan
That's
with
what
obligation.
Stefan said. Stefan put a tweet out a week ago.
Yeah.
He put a list of clubs: Wolves, Villa, Newcastle, Leeds, Leicester, and Everton and Forest again. Now, Leicester have been charged. I'm presuming Leeds, because what it is, if you notice, is some of these clubs haven't fully put their books in yet.
That's true. Yeah.
Now, Leicester City are going down. They've done what we've done, denied total. What's the word? Denied all, guiltiness, and they want to go and fight it.
But they haven't denied that they have spent too much. What they're actually fighting is if they should have if they should have the punishment if they go up in the Premier League for like they're almost trying to say we should not get a punishment either way, because when we got the punishment from the Premier League we were in the Championship, and now they're getting a punishment from Championship and they maybe be playing Premier League, which
they're basically arguing on both fronts.
Yeah,
what they're
exactly.
When the Premier League are trying to punish him, they're going, no, we're in the EFL. Yeah. The EFL are trying to punish him. No, we're going to be in the Premier League. It's what?
Yeah.
So
they won't get away with that. No way.
Away with everything, and they're not.
They won't.
Delap, 15. He's doing well at Hull. He's doing very well at Hull. 150 million is achievable. And then Craig's come back with McAtee's going to Brighton.
I think that makes so much sense. Their midfield has been lacking a player like McAtee this season. It would make a lot of sense. And if you throw Bernardo on top of that, we're looking like a 250 million quite easily, Martin. That's a lot of, and most of that is pure profit on top of it.
In League Two. Wherever we go. No, this is the thing. City have 1,000% fine on FFP.
100%.
This is what I've said. When you hear all this 115 crap, it's nothing to do with FFP. Ours is fraud and conspiracy and criminal stuff. Nothing to do with we've paid too much for a player.
No, we're nowhere near PSR.
We've got this from.
No, but there, Martin, I am a person that spent a lot of time discussing with people online, because I think, at least in Denmark,
have you made them understand though, or are they just not willing to listen? Like they are over here.
I am seeing progress. So we have a few like big media here in Denmark, which almost every Danish person get their like news from, right? And I have been advocating on every single like post they have done for like half a year, explaining everything, because I can see in the comments like 99% of people, they are expressing such grave like statements like you should be relegated, and they have only read highlights and headlines. They know nothing. So I write these big ones, and I'll comment on everyone, and I'll give them it all. And people are actually, oh. So now I'm starting to see when they actually do a post again, people are already correcting other people who've done the same as them, because now they're starting to understand it. And I've been on a lot of podcasts and TV trying to explain those things. And I think we are getting a little bit of a crack into them understanding it. But some people just don't want to understand
because it's. I still think some are still thinking we've overspent on transfers, and it's just not. It's a madness, really, what people are saying.
But people don't want to understand, Martin. It's not about, for some people, it's not about understanding.
Of course they don't, because they don't want. They just want to see us gone.
Yeah, they just want to see the world burned. And when I say world, I mean city.
Yeah, I see. I've always said this with Echeverria. I think he was 18. He was a baby. This wasn't just going to come in and then get Savio. Because the thing is, you can't get Savio, Echeverria, and then not buy anyone else and ditch people. It wasn't going to work like that. I think people have just got a bit hyper because he's from River Plate and he's Argentinian. And here we go. I said this about Peroni. Everyone jumped on the Peroni bandwagon. And I said, the guy will go on loan. And he's on loan. And he'll probably go back on loan again next season. We just have to calm down and relax and let our club do what we're good at. We don't make bad choices.
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Chelsea are a mess. I don't know what Chelsea do. I don't know what they do, because they've got to do something by the 30th of June. Now, yes, they've got Mattison deal agreed, but it's when because what Chelsea could do is, because what we didn't know is, they put the Mason Mount deal onto last season's books to get around this season.
Yeah.
Even though he went in July. This is why I've always said, when a team announces a deal, doesn't mean that's when the deal got done.
No, it's all about, accounting, and you can do a lot with accounting
it's
to
when
make.
you put the paperwork in,
exactly.
the date of the paperwork.
But they're initiators, Martin. Let's just be honest. Them raising that much money before the 30th of June,
I don't see how they do it. Sorry.
Like that can only happen if Todd have been to Saudi and made already like pre-planned everything, because no English or Spanish or other big clubs in Europe will go and buy those players for a premium before that deadline, because players will be on holiday. Players don't normally do transfers before 1st of July. They just don't. So the chance of them raising that much money is just unthinkable, unless Saudi Arabia will just come and take 5 players, and it has to be all their academy players.
It took everyone 6 months to admit that Saudi are part of Chelsea, because everyone was just doing the Todd Bowley role and didn't realise
they have 5%, right?
Yeah, the guy's a front man, really, Todd Bowley. But Peroni's playing good. Yes, he is, but it won't make him have a City career elder.
But also, so for Saudi to come and so they have to almost either they can take the academy players because they're all profit, or they can price the like double the amount what a player's worth. Let's say 200 million for Enzo. That will be profit as well. I don't see Saudi doing that because they haven't at this point, right? So if they're only going after academy products, they're English, all of them, and any of them really interesting go to Saudi. So they have to not only get the deal done, they have to persuade the player to go to Saudi in his prime and his English. There's no way. It's just not possible. I don't believe it. If they get out of it, it won't. It will be something we haven't thought about.
Selling Lukaku is not going to help them.
Nothing.
Because the trouble is, the way it works is Lukaku, say, gets sold for 40 million quid, for an example.
60 million loss.
Yeah. So an immediate loss onto the books.
Yeah.
So they need a Conor Gallagher where they've paid no money for him, come through the academy, and they say they get 50 million quid, then it's 50 million quid straight onto the books.
On the books, yeah. But
the trouble is, they've got to raise, what is it, 200
200. They're saying up to 200, but we don't know the exact number yet. But around there, it can be higher even. So
I don't know how they do that without destroying their academy through.
Academy players won't go to Saudi. They're young and English. Why in the world would they go to Saudi? Do you like?
No, but if you're a Premier League club, why would you buy someone from Chelsea before the 30th of June?
That's what I mean.
When you know you could get him? Yeah, no, LB, I agree with that. 1998, but which clubs are going to buy these players before that deadline?
Also, it have to be fair market value. So it just can't be any academy player. No. Like no.
Like, look, Craig, window doesn't even open till July the 1st because what they're going to try and do is backdate everything.
No, but they can have they can even sell player right now. That's not a problem. They can do the deals before.
You can backdate,
but they can't register the players before the 1st of July. So that's.
I'm trying to think the best way. Tell you how the best way of doing it. This is the best way. People in the UK, you go to the doctors, you get a fit to work note or a sick note. Your sick note runs out, for example, say March the 30th. Your work rings you up and says, "Are you coming back to work?" You go, "No, I'm getting a new sick note." Right? Your work, no, you're not coming back, but you can't get a sick note until your old ones run out. And then what they do is you get that and then they backdate it and then it goes into work. So that sick note from the 30th won't go in till about another week later to your work. So you're letting them know, but then that's how they'll get around it if they're going to get around it. They'll let the Premier League know we've got all these deals in, ready to go, but it's who they sell for fair market value.
No club will help them. Like, why should they? A club can just wait because if they get relegated, they will have to sell players as well. So they can just wait. Yeah, but if they wait, they get relegated. They will have to sell players, and that will be on the cheap, right? So why would any club buy before 30th of June? It just makes no sense. If they fix it, it will be in a way that you and I and all of us haven't thought about. It will be something very clever, very billionaire.
Like they did with Mason Mount. No one knew they'd done with Mason Mount what they'd done.
But
But I'm not sure. The trouble is with Chelsea, unless they get into Europe, because the thing is with Chelsea, you're kicking the can down the road. Because if they get away with it again this year and they don't make Europe next year, then they're eventually going to get done.
Yeah, and Europe isn't enough. It has to be Champions League.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so if you don't, all they're doing is kicking that can so far down the road. Eventually, that can's going to catch back up.
Yeah, and all their amortization will just keep on piling up, and they're still talking about Osimhen and new players for 300 million. That will all just add up. Like it's such a mess. It's just a snowball of shit rolling and just keep on getting bigger. And at some point, it will crash into the club of every fan, of every leading person at the club, and it will be just a bath of shit.
Chelsea, would you just take the hit at some point, or has it got too big for them to take the hit?
So I think they thought they could just take a hit, right? Because I don't think they're so stupid they haven't foreseen what will happen, like accounting wise. But what I don't think they would have foreseen was that the white paper and the independent regulator coming to the Premier League, which sped up the process of Premier League trying to show this, like showing the government that they can actually handle the Premier League and punish teams and all that. And now people are getting big point reductions. And in the Forest document, it said, if you have major breach, you can be expelled from the league. Like what we are talking about with Chelsea, that would be a major breach, probably, right? So they could be expelled. So they can't just take the hit now, Martin, because the hit could be them out of the league. So what they thought, okay, let's just take 10 points a season of now it might be they have to go to championship, and then they're done. That would be a catastrophe.
I think Chelsea were operating on, like you just said, of a fine.
Yeah.
I think this season, because the Premier League have gone, right, we've got some teeth now. And listen, before anyone comes in and goes, oh, you're City fans, you shouldn't be saying this. We know if we're guilty, we are screwed. We 1000% accept we are screwed. We will get our punishment and we will take it as far as we can. What we're saying is we're in a very different case, even to Chelsea. We've not gone out and spent $1 billion when we didn't have the money. City sold 200 million to buy 200 million, and we were we're the only club that's been in the Champions League. Is it 10 years straight on the bounce, 11 years straight on the bounce? You get money for that.
And also, we will see an increase on the Champions League money with over 30% from next season on. So getting Champions League each season now is so imperative, because if you don't get it, those 30% it's like 40 million quid or something. That will just keep on stacking up every season, which will leave the teams who don't get Champions League like further left behind, because it will all be based on spending, will be all based on revenue. So 70% of your revenue will can be spent on wages and transfers, right? And Chelsea right now are spending 79% of their wages, or of their revenue, on wages alone, which is like that's a whole nother problem they're having, which they have to reduce that with so much. Like, there's problems all over for Chelsea in different categories. City have probably the biggest issue and problem, right? No one is denying that, but we know the problem. It's one problem. Chelsea is having problem of every level of kind of every rule book.
Our problem's been backdated. That's why we've got so many charges. They've backdated us from 10 years, so the charges for 10 years worth of charges.
It's 5 charges. Yeah, it's a handful of charges. It's just overlapping,
and
repeating.
40 of them are because we haven't complied with them. So we don't have to comply with them because we think we're innocent. I said something, Craig makes a great point before I bring this upside. The way transfer works is Haaland's 51 million means each year you get his value on City books decreases 10.2 million. That's how amortization works. So City sell Haaland for 150. He would book City this summer 129 million pound profit. It's the best. It's like when you buy a car.
It's just depreciate.
I used to work in car insurance. People did this. They'd say they'd buy a 50 grand Merc, and within a week they would crash it, or the engine catches fire, and it's written off. I would say to them, we're going to give you a check for 25,000. I would get dogs abused for 45 minutes to why they're not getting 40 grand. I would say to them, no, because your car depreciates by 10% the minute it walks, it drives off that forecourt.
Yeah.
It is old straight away.
Yeah.
It's like jewelers. You look at jewelers, when you go to a high street jewelers over in the UK, Beaverbrooks or whatever, and you spend 5 grand on a 9-carat gold, half-carat diamond thing. You take that to a pawn shop or a proper jeweler's, you ain't getting 5 grand for it. You're getting about 800 quid. Because the jewelers have put about 80% of their own money on top of the thing. It's very complicated. There's a lot of ripping off we get in the UK that we don't realise is happening. It's weird.
Go
on, mate.
Bree in the chat. Hey, Tone. Hey. Bree in the chat actually say something really good. So you just asked Martin if
the fair market
if people force clubs into Super League, right? So you just said, have Chelsea just expected to take a hit, right? What if Chelsea are expecting them to be fucked, like majorly fucked over, right, and be expelled from the league? But they, like the Super League have always said so many times, that a lot of clubs have secretly accepted to go into the Super League. They won't name names, but it's big clubs, even from the Premier League, right? What if, because I can easily see Todd Bowley doing a deal with the Super League if he knows that they will be expelled from Premier League. Couldn't you see that? That would be a way of them generating money and still playing, even though have a big backlash from their fans. But could you see that happen?
No, it's gonna be so hard for the UK now. Now the government have passed this new bill through Parliament. I don't know how much this bill that they've put in has got teeth on it, because they passed a bill because there is now going to be an independent regulator coming to within the Premier League now. The government have said, you're taking too slow, we're going to do this ourselves. So they passed this law in, which includes the safety of badges, club crests, stadia, they've got to have fan representation on the board now.
Really? That sounds good.
You're not going to be allowed to leave to join any kind of
by law.
Yeah, they put it within law.
Ooh, Chelsea's so fucked.
So I don't know how. So I don't know where they're going to go for this Super League.
Oh my lord, this is going to be.
By the way, good afternoon, Tone. How are you, mate? Lovely to have you on.
Good afternoon. Hi, lads. You're right. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure, and thanks for having me on, Martin. You've done. I know I've said on the chat, amazing job, mate, and well done. Well done with this show and all around it. Brilliant, mate. Well done.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, as you've seen, we think we've gone through all the transfer stuff, which you probably got a lot of it anyway already about Rodrigo and everything else that's been added to a list. You know what these lists are like. You get 300 players and everyone thinks you're buying players. No, I mean, where are you on this bill of lists in the Super League? Because does it change anything now the government have decided they want to show a little bit of teeth?
Do you mean the independent regulator? And
banning you from doing this now. And what was in Parliament the other day?
Yeah, I haven't seen that much of that particularly. I know about the sort of independent regulator and them wanting to come in, but I think the Premier League itself would still have the final say and make the decisions, but the regulator would just come in to make sure that everything's above board. Sounds a bit dodgy, but something along those lines. Is that right?
Yeah, well, I'll read it to you. It's on the gov.uk website. Press release, historic football governance bill introduced into Parliament. So it's historic legislation to reform the governance of men's elite football in England and put fans back in the heart of the game. It's going to be an independent regulator to enriched in the law that will give fans a greater voice. Regulator will promote financial sustainability and will have the ability to fine clubs up to 10% of turnover for non-compliance, which I think is better because now we're getting an actual line of where we're going to get done from. Breakaway closed shop competitions such as the European Super League are to be blocked under the new legislation. Now, they may get away with that terminology of closed shop. Regulator will implement strengthened owners and directors tests to be equipped with backstop powers to impose a new deal on financial distributors.
Okay. In that paper, could we imagine, because what we're seeing now, I think, in all different fan forums is season ticket prices is getting to a level for the normal fan in the local area. Could you see like an amendment, or what it's called, to that paper about having some sort of influence on season ticket prices, or would that be too much interfering in a privately club owned?
You'd think that's a club by club thing, I would imagine. I can't imagine the government getting involved because you've got different geographical. There's a word for this,
but they could maybe say like, you can't increase it every year, but you have to have a year where you freeze it, then maybe only 2% every year, like some sort of
like a cap. You mean?
Yeah, they could maybe regulate it. Do you know what I mean? So just don't do like this, like which is doing right now. If you look at I saw people on Twitter 10 years ago, their season ticket price is 3 times the price today. That's insane.
Yeah. Ideally, you'd want a cap to come in. Whether they will, I don't know. But my view would be that I would think that the clubs would have control of that sort of thing. Unfortunately, just going on those ticket prices, and look, I'm with all of, we said on LB yesterday, I'm with all of the people that have come out and spoken about it and all that sort of thing, and sent statements out about it. You know, unfortunately, it is the way the game going, and they will likely go up again next year, and so on. I'm not saying these people shouldn't voice their opinions; they absolutely should and kick the door down. But it is the way the game's going, and it's going more and more down the single game ticket, shall we say, and the hospitality route, the tunnel clubs, and so on. Yeah.
Well, I said earlier on, you know what you're going to get with this new Co-op Live. You'll get a concert ticket, you'll get an hotel ticket.
Yeah.
You'll get so say like City are playing on a Sunday, you'll get a week. They'll do a weekend package.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
So my question is, how many genuine City fans are actually going into the game, and how many are just going for the concert?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. And then there'll be some the other way round. So if I get offered a City ticket and go to watch bloody, who do I not like, Beyonce or something, I'm going to go to City and say, sod the concert, you can have my ticket for that if you want. But yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you get a whole package, and that is the way, not just City, other clubs are going.
Yeah, so I know, Si, you've got to jump, but you might come back
I have to jump, but thank you all, and big up chat. Keep supporting Martin, and I look forward to hear the end number.
Believe it or not, we're only actually halfway through.
Dude,
it feels like we're only 50% of the way there, but no, I mean, it has actually flown by. I feel like we've done 10 hours, but it's flying by.
You have done great, Martin, and big up. I will talk to you guys, and bye, chat. See you. Bye.
Take care, sorry.
Mike. So yeah, like we're saying, Tone, I don't personally, for me, I mean, I have had me rant on this, like you said. Seems to get older, I get it. Some are a bit more. Personally, I think it's the single match going fans.
Yeah.
And the ones who are going to get the bleeding biggest hit out of all this.
Yeah.
Because say like for me, I sell my season ticket, I get mine's roughly, because I'm disabled, but mine is roughly about 470 quid.
Right.
So it's what, 23.50 a ticket, roughly 24 quid, 25, something like that. That's a bargain for what I'm watching.
Yeah.
But if I sell that on the exchange site, you're going to pay 80 quid. For a ticket, I'm only getting 25 quid back.
And where does the rest
That's
go?
Where it's wrong.
Well, yeah. Right. Okay.
That's the bit that's wrong with it. Because the club don't want touts, but they're kind of touting themselves a little bit by upping on the prices. So
yeah, that's a good point, Martin. I hadn't realised that, to be honest, that they were making the money from if you and I sort of passed on a ticket or what have you.
We had a chat with Dante on 1894, and he's trying to tell 1894 to say don't go on the ticket exchange.
Yeah,
don't, because they're saying because one thing I did get told is they're not going to release new season ticket holders. They're trying to reduce season tickets, not make more of them.
I was told that yesterday, and I did not know that. I was on a show yesterday, and someone mentioned after the show that if you give up your ticket, they're just going to give it away for a single or what have you, and all that sort of stuff.
Because we've got the highest season ticket holders in the league, I think, 36,000. Right? Liverpool only have 20. Someone said 24. I believe it's 21.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That doesn't overly surprise, because like you said, they can charge more for the single tickets, and Liverpool got an enormous worldwide fan base, fans coming in all over the shop, as have Manchester City now. So it's the way it's going. I completely stand by people who I've seen people have season ticket hikes, I think 17-18% for a year, which is bloody outrageous.
Yeah.
And I completely support everybody who gives up the ticket now, or simply has to because they can't afford it, and all that sort of thing, and well behind it. But, and it sounds really horrible and harsh, and maybe someone in the chat will maybe have a dig, but I'm sorry to say that the club, they might read it, but they're not going to listen. That is the way it's going, and it is very, very sad to see. City aren't the only one; they're all doing it. All the club. When Everton have their new stadium up and running, they'll be doing the same thing, Martin. They'll be adding hospitality, all this new stadium, all this package things like you said. Yeah. It's very, very sad to see.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think did you watch any of the transfer news? Obviously, we're going to do all that.
Yeah, I saw bits and bobs. There was a chap called Craig, I think it was, who was putting some bits on the chat as well. Craig, is he on Twitter? Is he?
There's a lot of stuff on LBs, I believe.
That's why I probably know the name then. I think Paquetá is the one. I think that sounds as if it's done behind the scenes. If those allegations disappear or go for his betting stuff, that just sounds like it's going to happen if those stuff gets cleared. I personally don't see De Jong, Kimmich, Musiala, maybe. I
got told Kimmich is getting even closer.
Oh, really?
Apparently. Where did that tweet come from the other day? Was it some Christian folks? Someone said he is likely to leave. Apparently, they're going to try and put all their eggs into Musiala contract renewal. They're going to try and give him mega bucks. Now, I know Alphonso Davies, he's already gone to Madrid, or will be going to Madrid.
Yes.
Because I was like you said on LB's loads. I thought it was always the Tuchel issue.
Yes.
I believe a lot of it is some of the Bayern Munich issue in the way these players have been treated behind the scenes. It's not just a Tuchel issue. It's you chose Tuchel over us. You backed Tuchel over us here. Why are we staying? Which is part of the reason I think Alphonso Davies has jumped out and others have. And I think Bayern, because I'm not sure we read this yesterday, because others have told me they've read it, but I thought I dreamt it was Alonso may be on his way out to Bayern and not to Liverpool.
Yes, I've heard that as well.
So you think to yourself, "Oh, where's that come from?" So maybe they're just hitting the full reset button at Bayern. I don't know.
Yeah, possibly, and they may want to cash in. I mean, if Kimmich is, I said this on with LB, that if Kimmich it absolutely is dead set and says to the club, I'm going, no matter what, you can sell me now or I'm going next summer, I will not sign. I think they'll cash in. The big thing is the new manager. And if Alonso comes in, the arm around Musiala, the arm around the other one, these are my plans, young manager, very good young manager. Do you know what I mean? It could turn the heads. And that's, if I had money on it, I would say they will both stay. But obviously, I'd have either or both at City without any question at all. But then it would mean people going. And that's, you mentioned this earlier briefly, around people want all these players. Someone's got to go. You can't have, and I'm always harping on about this, you cannot have 20, 22, 24 top draw players in your squad. Oh, well, Kimmich will play when Rodri's not. No.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. They don't. Someone said, I sort of said to me, this is what I mean. Mahrez wasn't sat there going, oh, yeah, I'm happy. And then Mahrez come out with, no, I'm out. Now, I mentioned it last year. I said someone who I speak to said to me, where I get the info, is Mahrez is likely to be gone. This was back in January of last year. And I was like,
right,
no, don't be daft. And they were like, then 2 months later, they went, Mahrez is gone. I went, no, he's not. Now, at that time, they knew Mahrez was not talking to Pep. They were on a no-talk basis.
Right,
so I think that's where. And then it was, and I mentioned it when I did Twitter Space, I went, he's gone. And they all went, no, he ain't. And I went, he's gone.
Yeah.
And the next minute, it can't, because remember, Sam Lee got a load of shit for it. Sam Lee announced it and went, he's going. And then Mahrez went, no, I'm not. Don't tell lies.
Yeah.
Like, you are going and you just don't want to. Because at that time, he hadn't told his missus where he was going.
Right. Okay.
So I'm not sure if that was part of the reason of let me do the we're off to Saudi part before.
Yeah, I remember doing a show. Sorry, Martin. I remember doing a show with Laura, but I can't remember her bloody tag name now. But Laura on Twitter, we did a show a little while ago, and I remember saying at the time we were arguing on a show about whether we thought Mahrez would go, and I said yes, because he's at that age and he's going to get offered enormous sums, do a couple of years out there. That's him sorted. Whereas Laura was more, he's not leaving, he's part of this group and all the rest of it. So yeah, but Mahrez going wasn't a particularly big surprise to me. But yeah, Sam Lee puts his. I like Sam. I've read his stuff on the Athletic. I actually saw him. Where was I? The game with Newcastle, but I was trying to get in. I was rushing to get in, so I was going to stop and say hello. I walked literally past him and sort of eye contact, but I had to go quick. Yeah, I like Sam's stuff, and he does put his neck out there. He got a bit of flack, didn't he, for the UEFA judgment? I think there was something around that. But the thing that people don't realise with transfers, Martin, and you'll know this, is
that they change within 2 seconds, or they can change in 2 seconds.
Exactly, spot on. So somebody can say, yeah, nobody, like if I've heard someone or you have, and we put it on and we say, to be clear, this is speculation. Nothing is official until he is holding that shirt, no matter what anybody says. Jack Gorn, all those guys, ultra reliable. City, I think he said City are in for a Olise or Eze or someone. But it's, and everyone's like, oh, we're buying him. No. It's not official until, their hand shakes with Chicky and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, it's going to be a good summer. So I know you've covered transfers.
I've always said this. Ray, thank you for your £5 super sticker, mate. You are a legend. And Punit, thank you. You are a legend. Every little helps. Honestly, it's amazing, Punit, for that. And Ray, really do appreciate it. I will tell you now, we have smashed through the target. Absolutely flashed through it. And I will go through it all. And we're not even, we're halfway and we've flashed through it.
Wow, amazing.
The thing with transfers I got told many weeks ago, and I said it on here, was City have a tier list. So they do 1 to 5 line, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 line.
Yeah.
And they go down like that. And then with the 5 they look at is, because you probably heard this word before, it's not a player, it's a profile.
Yeah.
They like to use. And they look at, are they married? Have they got a partner? Have they got kids? The biggest thing to look at, has it got a release clause and how long's left on the contract?
Yeah. Absolutely.
City don't want to go into someone who's got a 5-year deal on the table, and there's no release clause, and 4 of the clubs are also after them. That's when City go, bye, and they walk.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not walking because the player said no. They're not going to start going into bid wars.
No, definitely not.
And it's like this, you heard this, you probably heard this. Nunes was 4th choice. No, Nunes was in the top 5. Just they look at different things at the time. Rice, they looked at. I got told Rice couldn't happen because it wasn't really couldn't go, because apparently I got told Pep had a conversation with his dad.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard the same. Conversation with his dad about it.
Right.
And it was, well, where am I going to play? Because that was when Calvin Phillips wasn't playing, and it was, where you putting me and how much am I going to play? And he had the offer from Arsenal to go. So it became a simple, let me go to Arsenal.
Yeah, Declan Rice, that was so funny at the time because it sort of come out of nowhere. And it was one of those, would have been funny to have got him just to annoy Arsenal fans. And that's really the only reason I think a lot of people wanted it, was because Arsenal fans would have had an absolute meltdown. But there was always the question of, and he's a very, very good player, Declan Rice, very good. But there was always that question of, well, where's he going to play? A bit next to Rodri. Yeah, I'm not sure that would work. It was always a strange one at the time, and I wanted him at City for the wrong reasons, to be honest. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There was that talk that City just jumped in, so they made Arsenal pay another 30 million or what have you, which that would be great.
City don't do that. City don't play them games. I know people want to do it.
Yeah,
I know you spent all summer on, we're not getting a winger.
Yeah.
Well, it can change so damn quick.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing I told Doku was, Doku, possibly wasn't even coming this season. He was a next season target, but Chelsea and Tottenham had shown a lot of interest, so we've got to go now. That can also happen. He was on a list. Don't think he was priority list, but
Doku, I got almighty flack for that. That was just my view that the way we were playing from the end of last season.
Same as you. I had an argument with so many people in here that we were not buying a winger.
Yeah, and I think me and you chatted on DM many a time saying, "Oh no, I'm with you, mate. We're not buying a fast winger." Doku, no. We don't need. We're not. That's not the way Pep works. And then bang, he joins, which is typical. But it was Fab. What's his face? The transfer guy. He was the first one I think who'd come out and said, saying City are in for Doku, and I was like, "What? Christ, actually, maybe this has got bloody legs." As has Doku, and it's it did that transfer through me. That absolutely threw me, Doku, at the time. And there'll probably be another one this summer that comes out of somewhere, and it's that's a bit of a strange one.
We talked one earlier about Rodrigo. I got told earlier, got added.
Yeah, is he?
Madrid.
Yeah, is he? Hello, everyone. Just hello, everyone who's saying hello there. Thank you. Is he signed a new thing? Is he that chap? Is that
signed one? But he's got a release clause of 87 million. But what I know, this again is all pure speculation. I'm not saying. I've always said I'm not the ITK. Somebody I know is, not me. But apparently, with Mbappe coming in, it's how much game time am I going to get?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think contracts in football, it's the same with managers. And look, we all want Pep to stay, but contracts to a large degree mean little in terms of whether the player is going or not. Obviously, the transfer fee and all that sort of thing, as you alluded to earlier, they can, if they sign a 5-year deal like this chap has at Real Madrid, they can obviously want a hell of a lot more money than they could if he had a year left. But because he signed last month or whenever does not mean he's not going. We see it all the time. Players signing contracts.
I remember Matt Hughes doing that, and I'm sure at my age now. Matt Hughes signed a new contract at United and then went off to Chelsea.
Yeah, exactly. It happens all the time. It's more, a lot of the clubs do it as to get a higher fee, essentially.
Or change release clauses. There's all sorts that can actually happen in it.
Well, this is the strange one, just to flip over to Bernardo with the 50 million one, which is a bizarre one. I think he add a year and put the clause on or something along those lines.
He added a year, doubled his wages because he was on 150, went to 300.
Right, crikey, yeah.
And then he got the 50. I think it's just under 50, I believe. But apparently he does want to see. I've had that changed again this week. The chances are he could. The Bernardo thing, I think, is going to change up and down fluently.
Right, yeah.
Because I've heard he's house hunted in France, in Paris. I've also heard he does want to go to Benfica. Yeah. I don't know what's damn going to happen with Bernardo but in the back of my mind is he asked for the release clause. So was it a specific club release clause? Is he trying to do it to get Barcelona? Because the problem is Barcelona are not going to buy Cancelo, ladies and gents. Cancelo,
no, they're not. Yeah.
So if they can't afford Cancelo, and so, by the way, you probably noticed City bent over backwards to try and get Cancelo to stay there. They were putting clauses in to try and help Barcelona. Barcelona cannot meet any clause that we're putting in at the minute.
Yeah, Cancelo's going. He will go this summer. I think he'll end up back at Barca on loan. I think.
Yeah.
The problem City have got with him is the other clubs know that how desperate he will not put on a shirt in a competitive game. I'm not talking about friendlies for City.
Yeah, because he will be going to America likely. Him and Phillips are likely to be going to America.
Yes, absolutely. Cancelo will never play for Man City again. Certainly not while Pep's there. Ever since the training incident and all the other mouthing
in a
off and all that.
competitive game, that is. I think
because he was there, last summer and played a game or two, and he played quite well in one of them, and everyone was like, "Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa!"
I know
He
that
will
scared
not.
me. That I thought, oh
Yeah.
Christ, he's playing. Didn't he set up one of the goals?
Yeah, outside of the footer, wasn't it?
And I thought,
Lovely
oh
ball.
Christ, he's going to end up changing everyone's mind, and everyone's going to want him.
Yeah,
I
and
was
they did.
still getting told he's not staying, he's going. He could have been man of the match, and he's out the door. And I was like, are you sure?
Yeah,
He's not playing like he's out the door.
That's what I thought. I was exactly the same as you, Martin, and I was going, are you absolutely definitely going? There is no, and they were like, there is absolutely no way on this planet. One of the national journalists said, there is no way he's staying, no chance. And that's what I put out and said, he's going. Doesn't matter if he puts a 10 out of 10 in, scores 7 goals, he's still going out the door. And he will go this summer. There's no way he's staying, and that's why Barcelona will eventually get him for what is essentially pittance. City will have to get rid, because people say, "Oh, Saudi club come in and offer 60 million for him." Yeah, but he might not want to go there. So if the player point blank refuses to go there and says,
Kevin.
Exactly. And if he says, "I only want Barcelona," City really haven't got much to juggle here. They either keep him or get rid of Barcelona on loan. And yeah, it's crap. And yeah, the money's crap, but it gets him out the door, and he must be on about 100 and odd a week. So
Cancelo's on I think he's on over 200 grand, I believe.
Is he? Oh my god, so get him out.
If
even
you
on
remember,
loan.
just before the incident, he signed a brand new deal till 2027.
Yeah.
And then he went and kicked off, because the guy I speak to was like, we're screwed here.
Yeah.
Because City really want him gone, but the trouble is they may have to face the same with Phillips.
Mm-hmm.
Leeds United is basically going to be our saviour if they get up, because that's going to be the only damn place he's going to end up at this rate. Because trust me now, West Ham are not buying him.
No.
Do not expect West Ham to be putting out 40 million quid, by the way.
Not a chance. Are they going to buy? Crikey, I forgot his name.
Has Calvin got a chance to turn things around?
Yeah. Look, we all want him to turn up, play well between now and the end of May, and say, right, I'm back on it. And West Ham fans going, yeah, that's the player. Yeah, let's get. At the moment, no one's putting money on that happening. Unfortunately for Calvin, the best thing, and I think many people have predicted, is that Leeds come up and they go and get him, and maybe they'll go and get him as a thing. Yeah. Thank you for that message. I just saw that at the bottom.
I ought to face again with another contribution. Thank you for the 99p super sticker. Legendary. Stockport winning 4-0.
Wow.
Have they been promoted yet? Are they on course, Charlie? I don't know. I know that they got a 2-each draw at Salford the other night, which annoyed me. I was hoping to beat them. Muddy Ducks is as good as ours. Bernardo's going. I can feel it. The Bernardo thing, I just think we're going to have a roller coaster again with. I just don't know where we go with Bernardo Silva.
I'll be honest, I think we're seeing the laughter burn with us now. I think this will be the last couple of months. As much as it pains me to say it, I can even hear it in my voice that I don't want him to go. But to me, he's at that age. He's got that clause. And it is a big if, he wants Paris. Paris will have no trouble paying, especially now Mbappe's gone, and they will want 2 or 3 in to say, this is the new team. Mbappe's gone, great. But we've got Bernardo, we've got so-and-so, and whoever else they have coming in. So I could see him move to Paris. I know people disagree, but I could see it.
Ray's become a member. I'm just trying to get Conway. Thank you for your 199 super stickers. So generous, mate. Conway's also renewed his memberships for the 10th month. Thank you so much, mate. Honestly, your generosity. I'm just going to add all these on to the lovely list now of contributions. I will told you 1,000 times, you guys have smashed it through the target.
Amazing.
And I'm talking more than doubled it.
Yeah, that is just unbelievable. And I see, I've been following the chat and so on, DC and Alex Johnson and all kinds of people, Alec Johnson, sorry, and all kinds of people on there just all day, all afternoon, and so on. It's just amazing support.
I'm going to speak to them later on, because some of them are just, you've been sat here for 9 hours, 6.5 hours we've been going.
Wow.
Officially. Wow. It is amazing from very beginning to Andy's show right the way through. You've all been here. Muddy Duck's been in and out, but Alec Johnson, DC, some of you have been here non-stop.
Yeah, Muddy Duck, yeah, great name. Brilliant.
I cannot thank you all enough. It really is an honour. Is there anything you actually want to talk about, Tone? Anything you want to, other than transfers and...
Yeah, transfers is always the hot topic, or FFP, of course, because FFP always is always a feisty bloody topic.
Trying to get out the FFP stuff. What are you thinking with the Arsenal game coming up?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, my other half supports Arsenal, and I say support. And we always have a bit of a bet before the game. You know, you can pay for a bloody next takeaway or something. It'll have something to do with food if it's me. And yeah, we always have a little. And I said earlier, right, we need forfeit for this or a bet or something. City Arsenal, and I said, I tell you what, Marie, if you can name me the Arsenal 11, a rough 11, any 11 of the squad they've got, I'll give up the forfeit now. She couldn't do it, so she didn't really care. But yeah, I think we will. I think we'll beat them. I hope I don't get shot down for this, but I think we'll beat them fairly comfortably. When I say comfortable, I'm not talking about.
You said 3-1.
Yeah, 2-0, 3-1, somewhere 3-0 maybe. I think it's 3-0.
I'm keeping mine so wrapped up because I'm on a few Arsenal channels next week. So I'm trying to keep it under wraps.
Yeah.
I might trigger a few next week. I'm hoping to get on Friday, so I'm like, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm away.
I might bring a Arsenal fan on this evening. I might send him the link.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, with the Arsenal game, I might be on with Judge Mo. Somebody told me he supports Arsenal now all of a sudden. I don't know if they were.
He's an Inter fan. He's an Inter fan, but he is now. He's gone on loan to Arsenal.
He's gone on loan, right?
Depends what day you're going on.
I think Tuesday. We're still to sort it out, but I think he's bringing that Rory Arsenal fan on. Who I mentioned that, and then everyone started going, "Oh no, not him." So I don't know anything about him, but apparently he's a bit of a clown. Sorry, I probably shouldn't say that on your show. But
yeah, let's put it on, mate. You're not going to get. It's going to be very one-sided.
Right, and that's not me.
Not by Mo, but Rory.
Yeah.
Thinks we're a plastic club. Blah 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 blah.
Oh, okay, right. Oh well, we've dealt with people like that, and we'll do again. If it's all the clickbait stuff, I'll be calling it out.
I don't know when I'll be on. I'm judging where, because I know Monday next week's very weird for me. I've got loads of appointments. You'll probably see me more Thursday, Friday. I've got to speak with Mo about that, but I know. See, I got offered. Do you want to go on with Rory? Do you want to go on with Dan Potts? And I went, I'll go on with Dan Potts.
Who's Dan Potts?
Rory, but
yeah, he's Dan Potts.
Very sensible. Doesn't call us plastic or have a go at us.
Right. Yeah.
Now, Rory's probably a nice guy, but
yeah,
he doesn't like Sarah.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't like Arsenal. So if we go on, I'll make that clear as well. I'll talk about their fans walking out on the hour mark every time they're losing a game. So
look, the ball gone 3-1, 4-1, 6-1.
6-1. If lovely computer chips, right? Then yeah, Dan, yeah, I like Dan, top man.
I'm wondering if anyone is like, because I'll be honest, I'm confident. Pune again. Thank you, mate. Wow. What's your view on that City expulsion report? What report's this?
What's your view on the City expulsion? I don't know. I feel a bullshit PR game. I don't know. Maybe you can explain in the thingy. Maybe I've missed something there.
Because obviously I've been on air. I've not seen anything in terms of.
I'll keep an eye on the
what this expulsion link is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
4-0.
Yeah, it was 4-0 last year, wasn't it? Didn't Haaland get one late, make it 4? Was it 3 or 4?
I've said, and I said this earlier, I think if you can keep Odegaard and Rice quiet,
yeah,
I think you're taking out all their threat.
Certainly Declan Rice. Odegaard is a funny one in bigger games. Same as Saka. Rice is a problem for sure.
Well, let's hit that 300 mark. By the way, but Bella, and it's up to you. So somebody's disliked this video today.
No.
Don't give your head a wobble, whoever's done that. It's for Dementia, mate. And someone has disliked this video.
Do you see
how bad the hatred of either me or Manchester City is?
Do you see who that is, Martin? Just out of interest, you don't have to say. No,
you never find out who they were. LB's not on today. LB's out with his other half, but he would have been on. But that's why he's not on. So no, there is no LB today.
Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I like LB. It's good going on with him, and I know you go on with him. And
we go on and talk for 3 hours, and I don't even know how we get down to 3 hours.
Yeah,
we just go on and we're going till midnight.
Well, we might be on. I presume he normally does a show after the big games, doesn't he? So I guess we'll be on next Sunday night after Arsenal. I'm sure he'll arrange something.
Yeah, I'm presuming so. I'm on Never a Foul straight after the game.
Right.
See, so I mean, I've got because of this huge game. Everyone's like, "Can you come on? Can you come on? Can you come on?" Can you come on? And I'm like, "Yeah." Trying to find enough hours, and because now everyone's seen my hours in my days can get very, very complicated because I'm doing my caring duties at the same time of doing this.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I'll be
it's
on
a mad
few...
one. Suddenly trying to get. So now, if you know I'm not available, it's not being rude. I'm just
yeah.
So damn busy sometimes.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I've been asked to go on. I think I was selling it LB. I think it's the Cuban football show or something. And I was saying to LB, it better not be in bloody Cuban or what have you, or
the Cuban football show.
Yeah, I'll send you their thing. They DM me and said, "Oh, Tony, do you want to come on our show before Arsenal?" And Patrick, who's a lovely guy, big City fan, I'll be going on his show as well this week.
Oh, true City fan.
Mo. Yeah, lovely chap he is. Yeah, really nice lad.
Guy. Known him for many years, top guy.
Yeah, and there's a couple of others in the works. LB, I'll be going on with him as well, I'm sure, at some point, although I'm away Thursday till Saturday, so I won't be going on Friday usual, but we'll get on. But Arsenal, mate, I'm going to come out and say it now. I'm going to go 3-0 to City, and my thoughts on it is, and this could be controversial, let me know in the chat, I'm sure you will, I'm going to Kanji right back. What do you reckon, Martin? What do you think of that? A Kanji right back, Arsenal? Or would you go Walker? Or someone else?
I've dropped Diaz.
And put a Kanji in the middle? And Walker right, I presume?
Yeah, and Ake left.
And
I've dropped Gabardio and I've dropped Diaz. Only because I want to get Kovacic into the middle.
Right, yeah.
Alongside Rodra.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Love Grealish for this, but I just think with no match thing, someone has to go out for me, so that's why I put Foden left. I don't even like putting Foden on the bloody left, but Foden left, Bernardo right, KDB, Haaland.
Yes, yeah, I'd have a Kanji right, Diaz Stones middle, Ake left, although I do like Gvardiol with the attacking option, but Ake pockets Saka, didn't he? So I'd go with Ake.
That's my concern with Gvardiol.
Yeah.
Is if he goes to, and that's why I've got Walker. I've got Walker to cover Martinelli if he needs to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Gvardiol. No, maybe, because by the way, I thought Gvardiol against Newcastle was his best game all season.
Brilliant. Yeah, he's a
fabulous.
He was.
But can he do that against an informed Bukayo Saka? I'm not sure.
No.
I just don't think it's a game to gamble. So I've not put Alvarez anywhere near the 11. I want this to be as straightforward, boring, predictable as we can get. Because this is a must win for me. Because I think whoever wins.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'll change it. I've said whoever loses is out of the title race for me.
I think it would, if Arsenal lose, they would certainly be out of it because of the like the mental part of the game. I think for them, if they lose again at City and when they get in there and they get beat again by one of the top teams, I think that will finish them off. It'll be very difficult as well if City lose for us to catch up after that. Not impossible, but very, very difficult.
It's the two-team aspect for me, Tom.
Yeah.
I think if you're second and say someone's 4 points ahead, I think, yeah, you can catch them, put pressure on them. When you've got two teams potentially 4 points ahead of you, are both of those teams going to drop? Because you're not just hoping for one team to drop, you're hoping for two teams to then drop. And I also think the confidence that would give Arsenal if they win at the Etihad would be so massive for them and game-changing. I think we would drop, because I think we start putting all our eggs in other baskets at that point. Now, maybe I'm wrong and we come back, but we've never caught up to two teams, always just the one.
Yeah, no, it would be extremely difficult if we lose this one, and I think it would be eggs in the Champ League. But just had a real quick glance at the some of the comments there, and someone saying what you said, Martin, about Alvarez not in the 11. I agree with that. I'm a fan of Alvarez. I like him, very good player.
I like Alvarez. Prove me wrong.
Yes, statistically as well. Terrific goals, assists. He's good. He's a good player. I wouldn't have him. Grealish is going to be fit and firing for this. He's going to be ready. And I'm at a point where I'd be very surprised if he isn't starting this game. I think Grealish will start, and I think he's going to be hungry as well. He was so upset coming off that last game. Was he Copenhagen?
Yeah.
I think it was, wasn't it?
Or the Newcastle.
Yeah.
Didn't he play?
No, he weren't.
No, it was Copenhagen, yeah.
It was Copenhagen, wasn't it? And by the way, the strange thing is the two of the best, I've mentioned this with LB, two of the best periods of any game we've had has been when Jack Grealish has been on the pitch. The first 20-25 minutes of Copenhagen, I'm sorry, I can't remember the previous one he went off on. We were
the Luton one and the Derby. No, the Derby.
Luton.
Well, the Luton game for the first half an hour.
Yeah,
I also think going back to that, I know it's United and I want to go, it's only United. Go back to that and watch Bernardo and Grealish on that left-hand side.
Yes.
They were like the ideal duo together.
Yes, 100%.
You ran United all over the shop.
Yeah.
Winter Surf, thank you so much for your $9.99, and you're a Chelsea fan. Thank you. Martin, wonderful stream you're doing from one fellow plastic to another. Well, I did used to be a Chelsea fan back in 2008.
Yeah, of course
said that once. Someone believed me.
God, no. We can tell your accent, Martin.
Who's the ref? Do you know what? I don't know.
I don't think they announced it, do they, yet? I thought they did it earlier, 4 or 5 days before. Or maybe they have.
Probably.
Whoever it is a mess, because they're all crap anyway, the refs. And I'm not saying that as in bias for a team. I'm just saying they're all bad.
Like Dan's playing, no Jack Grealish left, Martin will be ready. Who would you play on the left? Who would you play? Who would you take out for Grealish then? I'm going to do it because of Kovacic, and I can't drop Bernardo or Foden.
I'm guessing here. I think Dan means no, and I think he means like to break
he means
that
no.
up.
Thing play Jack Grealish left. Yeah, I think that's
yes.
That's what I mean. Who would Dan take out? Presumably, you say no Kovacic.
Unless you put Bernie, maybe I know it's not ideal, but Bernie or Foden left and right, Kovacic in the middle with De Bruyne, with Rodri just behind. Rodri's always there.
That's what I mean. I don't know which way you go with it.
No, you could still go Haaland because you'd have Haaland and then, for example, Haaland up, Foden right, Bernie left. Bernie right, Foden left, with De Bruyne and Kovacic and Rodri just behind. Am I missing something?
Don't believe that, Cade. Do not believe that he got any injured against Sheffield United. I don't believe it.
No, it's like
Nationals.
Yeah, it's like Saka. He was training with bloody Arsenal today indoors. They showed a picture, or somebody had a picture of him going in to do training. It's like, if you're doing training, mate, you should be back with England doing training.
It's like the Haaland stuff. Haaland's injured. No, he wasn't.
Yeah. Well, he said himself he wasn't, didn't he? He'd come off going, what problem? There was no problem.
It's like the KDB stuff with Pep. I want to thank Belgium. Why he's not been to Belgium yet? Well, why are you thanking him?
Yeah.
What are you thanking Belgium for? He's not been to see Belgium. Jay, welcome in getting cuts all season. I'd have Akanji, Stones, Diaz, Aka.
I'm with him, yeah. I'm with him on that. I'd have that back four. Yeah, spot on.
Should be Rodri in the middle of a front five.
Yeah, that's what I just said there. Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. What if it's a draw? Then it's advantage Liverpool if they win.
Massive.
Massively advantage on Liverpool.
They've got Brighton at home, haven't they, just before? And then they've got Sheffield United at home in the week. I mean...
Again, we still got to get over two teams. That's the problem. We're third at the minute for me. I think if we get second, right, you can see a finishing line, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
We see if we keep going second, third, I mean.
Yeah.
You've got to do one hurdle and then one hurdle. And I just think in my own head, I can see one team dropping. I can't see two.
Probably not. And we've got tough games to come. But the thing to remember, and I say this on the other show, is it's very difficult to predict now. It is very difficult to predict games at this stage of the season. We've got Forest away. Oh, Forest is a win. Not necessarily now, because they will be fighting tooth and nail to stay in the division.
Yeah, Blue in FA Cup. Oh, it's going well. Now in the pub watching a great Czech rock band, all the best. I'm loving that they're all in pubs now.
Yeah.
Where's Tone's beard?
The shave update, I had one yesterday, I think it was, because I was on with LB. If you watch that show, what? And now it's... I feel if you hear that
earlier, Dapson's suddenly come up with the beard from somewhere.
Yeah, it's the in thing, but I had to get rid of mine. Marie said if when I give her a kiss, it sort of knocks her skin and that. Oh,
I've got to have a beard. My missus has told me I must have a beard. I didn't want a beard. I got told my beard doesn't shape; it grows like an old man's beard.
Yeah.
I say the 11 is Chroma Biss gone Edison, Walker, Stones, Diaz.
Yeah.
So you've gone Walker, Stones, Diaz. Okay, so you dropped Kanji then. Rodri, KDB, Kovacic, Foden, Bernardo. So yes, yours same as mine, just without a Kanja. Oh, the only thing I would make is then Kovacic off for Grealish.
Yeah, a message to Chrome there. Would if Grealish is a he's put at the bottom here. Okay, sorry. I was going to ask a question. He's put I
think he's fit. He's not match fit. The one thing he did get told, he's now in a much better place than what he was earlier on in the season. Far better place.
Good.
All I would say is it's not too dissimilar to what John Stones went through a couple of years back.
Right,
when he
okay.
went and saw somebody. And it's a little lesson to fans of let's stop beating on other players and back each other.
Oh, they're absolutely right. It's like the
you are
Doku thing.
Destroying confidences and not realising it. And I've said it all season.
Well, I tell you, you're spot on, Martin, because Doku is going through something similar at the moment where some fans are jeering him. He's getting a lot of stick online. To be fair, he's excellent against Newcastle. But he's getting that. And I noticed a few times when watching him that even when he lost the ball, Pep was out of his seat, clapping like that and saying, Jeremy, putting his thumbs up. He didn't really do it to anyone else. But there is definitely something going on with Doku, I think. And to be fair, he turned up big time against Newcastle, Doku, more central.
Best game.
I terrified them. You just saw them running back like bloody hell. He was so good and also helped with Gvardiol. I don't think he would have had that role if Ake was there. And that's where Gvardiol also had arguably his best game down that left. He was amazing. Yep. And it allowed Doku to have his best game. So I do wonder, Martin, if Doku starts, does that mean Gvardiol starts as well against Arsenal?
Oh, I don't know. Well, Georgia said it's play Bob. Now,
he's had a good international break.
Confidence. But would it give Doku and Grealish a slap on the ass if you're playing Bob ahead of the pair of them against Arsenal?
Yeah, it's a big call. It's a big call. I wouldn't myself, but he's the top. He's going to be a top player.
I'm going to put it this way, and this is no dig at Bob. Playtime's over now with 10 games to go. This is not the game to play experimental in for me.
Same with Rico. Yeah, absolutely agree. I wouldn't be playing Rico Lewis. Yeah, he's
DC's got it. Saka's about as injured as I am.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, well done, DC. Spot on. What was I saying then? God, completely gone there with the Saka thing. It made me laugh. Both he hasn't played since that Sheffield game.
No, I think Arsenal will respect us, Alec. I think the fans don't respect us. But listen, the fans are also going to. I've heard fans think they're going to smash Bayern 5-0 as well. So let them think what they do. We'll find out in about 8 days. I can't believe that's 8 days away.
It's crazy. But the thing with Arsenal fans, and Liv Marie's listening in here, I don't mean her. I mean their other, the fans that. They're a bizarre bunch. They spend half the week comparing their players to ours. Go and win a treble, a domestic quad, go and break some records, then compare your players. Before then, it just looks silly to me. Rice is better than Rodri. Saliba's better than Diaz Stones. It's like, they're not though, are they? When was Saliba picking up Champ League trophy? If they go and do it, Martin, if they go and win the league and get to semi-final, final of the Champ League at least, and they're playing well and all that, then fine. Hold my hands up and say, fair play to you. Brilliant. But until they do it, they win the FA Cup every now and again.
Well, I can confirm Walker, Stones, and Foden all start for England tonight.
Yeah, they kick off shortly, don't they?
Yes.
7 o'clock, I think.
7. Grealish is nowhere to be seen. So hopefully he comes back. The full England line, it's Pickford, Walker, Stones, Maguire, Chilwell, Rice, Gallagher. Don't understand that. Foden, Bellingham, Gordon makes his debut, Ollie Watkins, and then on the bench is Konsa, Johnston, Dunk, Brathwaite, Gomez, Tony, Bowen, Rashford, Madison, Kobe Mainu, and Ramsdale.
Where's Foden playing is more of interest to me because that plonker they've got in charge, Southgate, get him with Bellingham and Rice.
Got him on the right.
Yeah, get him in the middle with Bellingham and Rice. Honestly, that three is as good as it gets in terms of international football. He's such a.
He's gone for the double pivot again. He's gone for the double pivot, but he's using bloody Gallagher there instead now.
He's just an absolute numpty.
He's got this thing with a double pivot. I don't get his negativity.
Yeah. Yeah,
he rides around with his handbrake on. I don't know what he does.
I just don't understand it. I used to stick up Southgate a bit because of the results in the tournaments, semis and a final. But the last couple of years, just completely disillusioned with it. Just had enough. And I think other people have. They barely tune in from the sound of it.
Yeah, it's mad. Big thank you to Simon Clark for your $12, mate. Great chat with Martin and Tone. Chill. There you go. Thank you, mate. That is really, really appreciated. Thank you so much for your generosity. And PK MCFC with a massive super chat. Fantastic work, Martin. Love your show always. Hello, Tone. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you very much. And you.
Yeah, so you two are now added onto it as well. I don't know what money is that. I don't know what.
Do you know what? I always wonder that, Martin. I want to know what.
I've seen that sign before. If anyone can help me, please do. And I don't mean to be rude.
Yeah.
I'm saying I feel like I'm being rude and I'm not.
Yeah, no, I want to know. I see it come up on other shows and think, I wonder what currency it is.
Not clued up on me and all the worlds.
No.
We'll see if someone can help me. So don't tell me what that is. What it is, I don't know.
Someone will on the chat.
Well, I'm hoping so. But PKMCFC, thank you so much. Because I don't. Oh, it's yen. Thank you very much. It's yen.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Because I don't know if someone's giving me 10p or the mortgage in the house. And I want to make sure I give the right props to people, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I want to know. I do want to know.
I'm not doing it so I'll show you. I'm not showing anybody up. I'm
no.
Making the point because to me, I don't care if it's 50p or it's £3.
Yeah.
Or it's 500. Every little helps. I just want to give people props on all their work. Plus, I also need to convert it for giving to Alzheimer's Society.
Of course.
So I know exactly how much is coming in for them. So that's the other reason as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can always DM me privately if you want to do that, because I obviously want to make sure. HN, thank you so much. Vanessa is in the building. Hello. Southgate for England. Southgate for United.
Yeah, oh God, I'll pay his bloody airfare to get him there. I'll sign his contract for him. Get Southgate to Man United today, not
Southgate
tomorrow.
or Ten Hag?
I'll give Southgate. Southgate will. He's perfect for the setup of Man United now. Not in a good way, by the way. He's perfect in a bad way because he's a yes man. He'll get told that Radcliffe chap. He'll be the one buying the players, saying, "Oh, da 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 da." Southgate, get on with it. This is who you're getting, and he'll be perfect for them because he won't say anything. He'll just go, "Yes, boss. Yes, boss." And it's going to be a calamity. I can't. Honestly, mate, I've said about, and I know you've messaged me about it, about having a party when we beat this nonsense FFP stuff. I'm telling you now, I'm on about throwing another one just if Southgate's appointed at United. That is worth a few beers. I'm absolutely sure.
Everyone's like, let's all meet up when we have it. I'm like, I'm on it. I'm on it.
Yeah, we're there.
You, bad boy. Thank you very much. You get over to Humour TV. Go and give Hugh and Joe a lot of love. Fantastic work, Martin, and all involved. Hugh, you are a legend. Thank you so much, mate.
He's
really
obviously
appreciate that with the €99.
He's City Extra, isn't he, Hugh? Is that right? I think.
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Absolute absolute legend.
Yeah, I've had tweets of him. Really, really nice lad. Nice chap. Very good as well. What he does on City Extra, really good.
Oh, thank you so much, Hugh. You are a legend. I have sent a link. People have asked me about some people coming on today. LB's not, and I don't think Stephen's not. I don't think anyone can come on. They just have to ask for the link, and I will get them sorted out. Absolutely perfect. Trouble is, I can't send the link to every code because it's very hard, timing wise. So I've always waited for people or the best, and then come on. Or they're in groups. I know Mul's coming on later from Noisy Pod Neighbours. And we'll see who else, but there's loads. Don't forget, Alan's coming on, Rich, Ozzy, Pat will be back. We've got, don't worry, there is loads to do before midnight. We've got the massive quiz to come. I've got some more stories to share from Dementia. Plus, I'll replay my personal story as well.
I saw you on with Pat first, wasn't he? I like Pat. Is he on Twitter and stuff? Or someone said he wasn't, but I don't know if that's right.
Isn't. I don't think he is. I don't follow him on Twitter. Pat's chairman of the Sydney Supporters branch.
Okay, yeah, he's a nice chap. I've been on with LB. Yeah, I like.
No, Pat's a top lad.
Yeah,
it's Alan who can be a little bit. A bit gas. Am I doing an England watch along? I wasn't going to do, but if people want it, we'll do it.
I've got TV, so I might just keep a little sneaky eye. Obviously, I don't think you can have it on your show, can you? Because you can't show the. You get a bit of selling off for that. So I'll move my laptop just a smidge so you can't actually see it. I'll keep a little eye on how they're getting on, but I'm in no rush to disappear or anything, Martin. You know, if you're waiting for people to come on and stuff, so don't worry.
No, the only thing I'll be doing in a minute, I will be running to the bathroom. Because if people think I can do 9 hours and not go to the bathroom, I'm just trying to. Cause I'll put the England game on. I'm not really going to do a watch along because England's not my bag. I'm not going to lie. I'll be telling lies if I say to you I'm excited about England. I don't get excited about anything Gareth Southgate does.
I tell you what, Martin. Do you want me to bring Laura on? Do you know Laura, who I used to do the blue ball stuff with?
Nope.
I don't know if you follow. So she's a City fan. I think fair few sort of follow her and stuff on there. But I've just been chatting with Laura then, just on message, and she said, I think she said she would come on. If you want her on, I know you were just saying about people coming on, so she'll come on and talk City if you'd like with me now with you. It's up to you, mate.
Yeah, if you want, yeah, that'd be good. You'd have to send me some details or whatever, and I can send the link
Yeah, cool.
What's up with it? Sorry, my TV's having a mind of its own here, ladies and gents. I don't know what it's doing, but it's having a mind of its own.
Can I send that StreamYard link you sent to me? Can I send that to Laura? Would that work, or is that like a
Possibly,
special?
yeah. It may do. It may do.
Let me just see if that works. Yeah, I can't.
I'm just trying to look now.
Yeah, sorry everybody.
Because we're not going to do the full watch along because I need to do some of the Dementia stuff as well. I need to go through videos with that at some point. So we're going to be in and out. I'm just trying to. I'll probably do about an hour on the England game, ladies and gents, and then while we're all chatting, and then I will come away from that as well. Muddy Duck, again, thank you. Keep up the great support for Martin and this excellent cause. I'm being dragged away for some food with guests now, but back soon. Mate, do not worry. Do not ever worry that you have to feel you've got to come back. If you're done for the day, you're done for the day. I appreciate so many of you giving up your time and your effort for this magnificent cause. And I cannot thank you all enough. It is amazing.
Yeah. Just message Laura now.
£10. I'm just adding it all up so I can save all this. And then at the end, and then tomorrow I will be on another show and I will go through it all. Because it does not want you watching boring England games. Well, England are on the attack at the moment with the old
Right. Let me just put my telly on. I'm just popping here. One second. Don't worry, it won't be on the screen.
Well, what I'm going to do, Tone, what I'm going to do is, while this is on, because I need to run to the bathroom. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play one of our Dementia videos to support, if Tone doesn't mind. So it's about, because I'm just going to run to the bathroom. I'm just going to play a video, Tone, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
It's about, I'm just trying to think which one it is. I'll play my video, because some have seen it, some haven't. And then I'll come back and then I'll play a couple of others, just so I remember to get these out, because we are here for a reason. We are here to raise awareness for Alzheimer's Society. I don't want to make sure. All right. So I will play this and it gives me a chance to go to the bathroom and also get awareness out. So give me about 5 minutes, 6 minutes. So, Tom.
Yeah, of course, mate. Yeah. Laura's going to join as well, mate. All right.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
So, Saturday, 23rd of March. You're about to go into a stream that I've been wanting to do for a little while. 12 hours is a long time. But what this is about is far, far more precious. Today's about Alzheimer's, dementia, vascular dementia, all types of dementia, memory loss, a very awful disease that there is no cure for. And what I wanted to do before you enter into this 12-hour stream is give you just a big glimpse into my personal journey. And it's not for sympathy. It's not for feeling sorry for me or anything like that. I just wanted to share why Alzheimer's Society, dementia means so much to me, and these charities mean so much, and why we're trying to raise £250 today, which is a drop in the ocean, but it's a lot for people to donate, and we appreciate anyone helping to achieve that goal today. We really, really do. My father 2 years ago was diagnosed with mixed dementia, vascular dementia and Alzheimer's, more Alzheimer's than vascular, at the age of 79. Very proud man. My hero. And I'm not going to get upset on this. I've recorded this 4 times, cried twice, not going to do it this time. I had to prep myself. While my father was diagnosed, my mother suffered from a brain tumour. She collapsed one day, bleed on the brain. They found the brain tumour was out. It was benign, thankfully. You got it out. but it was on her left frontal lobe, which affected her speech area, her memory, things like that. Through a lot of soul search and everything else, while all this was going on, my father was being diagnosed. I had to go and get him diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Memory test, memory nurse came round, everything like that, did the tests, then referral sent off to specialists. It was all, by the way, on the back end of the pandemic. Then 6 months ago, my mother was getting worse memory-wise, seeing sort of same symptoms as my father. And I did the same referral, went through all that with my mother. And then I got told my mother had Alzheimer's. I've given up my job for the time being, not permanently, but for the time being, to be full-time care of my mum and dad. I live with my family here, my wife, my children, and then I live the other half of the week with my parents, whilst being at my parents every day. Medication, caring, washing, shaving, that sort of thing. My mother's not as bad as my dad. But today's about raising awareness for this awful life-sucking disease. Because it stops you walking, it stops you talking properly. It basically is a brain disease that shuts your body down. And any way we can find to get a cure for this, because at the moment there is no cure. There is medication to delay and help, but there is no prevention from death. So this is not about feeling sorry for me, or this is about raising awareness. And Alzheimer's Society has got a special place in my heart. Always will. So let's have some fun. Let's raise some money with your amazing generosity. And let's kick off. Instead of me crying, let's kick off with a smile. 12 hours of fun. And Manchester City to guide us all the way. Let's go.
I mean, love is love. It doesn't matter what colour your skin is or how you come across it. Love is love.
What can we say? My name is Ananga. I'm 76, is it? 76 years old.
Hi, I'm Joanna. I'm the other half.
Well, I was born in Dementia in Sri Lanka. I was 10 years old when I came to England. I thought that I owe something for this country, and so that's why I joined the RAF.
Holy Bridge. That's where we first met.
We were in a cafe. Joanna was sort of staring, and my eyes just popped open, and I said, "John, I've just met the girl I want to marry."
So we met on the 27th of July 1972 and we got married on the 27th of July 1974.
2 years to the day.
Yeah.
Because she wore the sari, she said, "Well, you'll have to go in uniform."
You looked ever so smart and handsome then. And I knew we were starting off on an adventure together. But your mum taught me how to make curries. Because not many people know Sri Lankan cookery, it's lovely to introduce other people to what we love. And so that, to us, that's what it means. It means showing of love.
I feel fantastic about it, that she's embraced my love for curries.
Yeah, your culture and things
Yeah.
you do. It was really rare to see a mixed marriage, Asian and white.
People gave us 6 months.
Yeah. They couldn't understand that I could fall in love, or he could fall in love with somebody not of his ethnic origin. And part of us decided to stick two fingers up at the doubters. And I think the longer you're married, the more you grow together and become friends.
Yeah. It's not
equal partners, you know, so...
I mean, the love deepens.
Yeah, and you have a good friendship. You're very outgoing, you're very friendly, you'll talk to anybody. And little by little that started to disappear. We, the family, had noticed that his memory was getting worse. You can never really prepare for a life-changing diagnosis.
Because I didn't understand what was happening.
You were in total denial when they first told you had Alzheimer's. I think the saddest and the hardest thing was when he said, "I'll get better." And I had to say, "No, you're never going to get better. You're going to get worse, but you're not going to get better. And there may come a time when you won't even know me." It was hard to think that all of our plans and hopes and dreams about being retired and, you know, setting off to the sunset weren't viable. He stops dead in the middle of walking, he just won't move. I mean, I've had people push him out the way. He's got a Zimmer frame. He's trying to get on the train and somebody's trying to get him out the way so they can get on the train. So I stand like that. You won't getting on until my husband gets on first. He had a couple of really bad falls, so I bought him a stick to help him get around. His brain is telling him to walk, but it's not getting to his legs, so he'll trip up. And same with his speech. He's trying to talk and he's having a bad day and he's really, really stuttering.
Well, I have good days and bad days. Today isn't as good as yesterday because I'm really trying to speak normally.
I mean, the hardest thing is to know that day by day, month by month, little by little, I'm losing my husband. There's a lot of things that are really, really difficult to take. I mean, there are some days where I could just cry. I will be honest with you and say I was very close to having a nervous breakdown. Sorry. Alzheimer's Society, they've been like another arm to the caring process. The support person we have from Alzheimer's is fabulous at what she does. Kathy was able to show you that life still goes on. Through her, I was able to be a better carer. She was there to tell me, yes, you're on the right track. Yes, you're doing okay, you know, pat yourself on the back, you're all right. You're getting there, it's fine. Once a month I go to a carers meeting, it's either face-to-face or online, we do both. bringing us together to talk to other carers, I felt actually very, very blessed. But he also has a voice in Alzheimer's. We do team meetings.
To me, it was a chance of meeting other people with the same journey.
And he looks forward to it. He does it at least once a week for Alzheimer's Society in one form or another. And all of that is helping him to still be an active part of society and to believe he has something to give. And that is hugely improving his mental health.
And if it wasn't for the Alzheimer's Society, people would be lost because they won't have a guiding light.
Fond memories, eh? Marriage to me is a little bit like your favourite slippers. It's very comfortable, it's warming.
And it's like the closeness, the two of you become one. So that she can read my thoughts and I can read hers.
And he can't read mine.
But I forget.
It's 48 years of building memories. And all of those memories are steeped in wherever we call home. It's in the pictures, the books, the little trinkets. Yes, my teddy. So we renewed our vows to each other by saying that we will always be there for each other.
And I feel humble that she's picked me to be her partner in life.
Okie dokie then. So there you go. That's just some stories that have come in for what today's all about. So yeah, this is just, there are others that I will play as well during it. I'm just going to have Laura now. Thank you, Tom, for that, for your patience, mate.
That's all right. Really, really nice videos then, mate. Really, really good and eye-opening as well, for sure.
I'm just checking now because for some reason the quiz stuff, I'm having issues with the quiz stuff. Good evening, Laura. How are you? Thank you for coming supported.
Thank you. You're very welcome. It was lovely to see that video. Heartbreaking, but completely heartwarming too. What a beautiful couple.
Yeah, there's loads. Come on. I don't know what's going on because apparently Kyle Walker's having a bit of a nightmare, it seems.
He's got, well, he looked like he got a hamstring problem.
Oh, no, he's off. Yeah.
Oh, he's coming off.
There you go. That might be the Akanji situation sorted out for everyone.
Yeah. Well, we were only just talking about that, weren't we?
So it might be Akanji's in. Hopefully, we'll see. Konza's coming on. I'm just looking whether he's walking. He's talking with Foden.
Bit of a limp, little limp.
Hang on. He's walking perfectly fine. He's smiling, and he's just whispered to Phil Foden. Okay. We know what that's really all about. The guy is not injured. The guy is playing games. Anyway, right, let's get back then. We've had another super chat, which is amazing, from Chris. Thank you, Martin and all. $20 from New Zealand. Thank you so, so much, Chris. Again, we have absolutely smashed through our target today. And there is still 5 hours to go. So big up yourselves. Everything in the chat. You are amazing, generous. You have done everything that I cannot believe and more. Thank you so much. Alec, that message has hit me. Beautiful video. And there is more. There's more videos to come through that as we are going along. That's just one of the stories as well. There is the long goodbye. We'll stand together, support the supporters. Me, and you're also going to see a video about someone who does work for Alzheimer's Society as well as a carer. Everyone is saying hello to Laura.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Chrome, that's what I would call a very tactical injury. But not by England, by my Manchester City, mate. That's a Manchester City tactical one.
Let's hope so. Let's hope he's just off and he'll be fine. I hope.
See, Gareth Southgate and Pep do talk a lot, and now you know why. If he's not injured, why play him for only 20 minutes? To get him injured, SOS. It was just strange because that's an hamstring. You don't walk off smiling and whispering to Phil Foden.
No, we'll see.
Don't make sense to me. Right. So, like I always do, open it up, talk about whatever you want, Wise.
Well, I'm just watching Phil Foden right this second on the ball. So I think Tony's my my feelings about that kid.
Yes, I think you're a little fan, just a little. Yeah, if you see my head turning, it's because the game's on over there, and I don't turn this thing around because it'll show the game, and Martin will get in trouble. So if you see me looking over here, it's not because I'm being told off or anything. England's on, all right. So I am keeping a little eye, and I can't put it here because bloody telly's over there, which would be better.
I'll tell you what we'll do, because I'm intrigued on this. What do you both make of the season in general? Because there has been a little bit more niggly moaning than normal. And I will put it as moaning, because I do think it has been moaning. Hey, that's me. I'm happy clapper. Laura, we'll start with you. What do you think of the season so far and in general?
I think I've been relatively quiet this season on Twitter. I think we've been okay. I think there's been some, like you say, a lot of moaning, a lot of like pinpointing particular players. And I won't name them because I think like it just feels really unfair because I don't feel like it's an individual player issue this season. I think it's a combination of things, and I just think we don't have that, like, I feel like sometimes we've been lacking that fire a little bit that we've had before. It's not to say that they don't want to win maybe a treble again or an FA Cup again or Premier League or whatever, but I do think that maybe it's a little bit of fatigue in some of them. Some of the new players have, Kovacic, for example, has been fantastic, but I think they still need a bit of time to settle in. And I just think coming to a treble winning team and being expected to be at that level straight away is really unfair and really difficult to achieve. So I think there's just a combination of things. I don't think we've been on top of our game, but we're not far behind. We're still right up there. With a couple of the teams that have like just been getting all of the praise, and have been performing well. If they've been performing so well, and we're looking at our team and thinking, well, we've been a bit off it, but we're still right behind them. We're still up there with them. That's not too bad. That's all right. I'm not going to complain about that. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know. Maybe I'm just casual now, like.
I agree with you 100% about the fatigue element. It's human nature that you will have a drop-off after winning so much. And it's not just last season. It's 5 of the last 6 years we've won the Premier League. It's incredible, that alone. And the fact that we are, I was going to say second, we're not, we're third. We're a point off the top. Champions League quarter-final, FA Cup semi-final in, where are we? I can't remember the month, middle of March or wherever we are, towards the end. If they'd have offered me at the start, I'm going to be honest, I probably would have taken it, because we've seen City from this point to the end, the big games, the crunch moments, City tend to turn up. We know they do. They've done it before, and I think they'll do it again because they can play better than they have. We know they're better than what they've played, and look where we stand. Point off. I've zero doubt that we'll beat Arsenal. Okay, I'm going to get whipped for that if we do now, and I've zero doubt we'll win the Premier League. None at all. But the season so far, for City's performance level, if you're asking me out of 10, the performances they put in purely, I'll probably say about a 6. Yeah, I'll probably put about a 6. But maybe that's a bit harsh, maybe 7. But we know they're better than this, and that's the frightening thing for everybody else, is we are still in with a shout of everything, and we're still far better than what we've shown.
I mean, for me, I actually think I think people have undervalued our season. I mean, I don't do stats. I generally don't. But I was looking at some stats the other day, and we're actually a point better off this time now than we was this time last season. We've lost less games than we did this time last season. We've won more games than we did last season. We've only conceded 1 more goal less than we did this time last season. Sorry, conceded 1 more goal more than we did last season.
Wow.
That feels insane, because it feels like we've just been conceding loads of goals. So it's wild.
You know where the massive uptake comes?
To compare,
We've scored 14 goals less than we did this time last season.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
That's where the issues have come of. There's been many games where we missed really gilt-edged chances. Because if you go, I remember the Chelsea game, Brentford. Was it United game? Because we created 78 chances in that 3 game. Hello. And this is the remarkable thing of, I think Haaland has the highest goals to miss ratio at the moment. Which I think it's partly because he's had injuries and partly because of personal issues, and other defenders have learned how to be a bit more rougher with him. I think he's perhaps adapted his game, because I've said this all along. For me, Pep never wanted Haaland first choice. Haaland was never first choice for Pep Guardiola. Harry Kane was. If you watch what Haaland's suddenly becoming now, it's very similar to Harry Kane. He's dropping deeper, he's holding the ball up, getting involved in the play. The trouble is, it takes time to learn that role. And I think with someone like Haaland, I think we forget he's still young. He's not, I think we look at Haaland, I think he's 28, 29. And he's not. He's 22, 24, I think, something like that. Well, he might be 23, but
I think he's 23, isn't he?
Yeah, the scary thing is, we're 23 games unbeaten right now in all comps. We've won 2 trophies already this season, and we've not lost the game since the 6th of December.
It's crazy.
That's what I mean. And some people are like, a bit of a that season. I'm like, I can't wait to see when we're having a tip-top season. We'll be clear by 30 points. And this is what people see. I go on to other shows that I've been on, and I get this off Rivals. City out the 3 teams are playing the worst football. So no, we're playing a different football. And I've just noticed this because if you look at the Etihad this season, every team's coming and playing a flat back 10 with us.
Yeah.
So I think Pep's gone and decided to use the overlapping fullbacks to try and get round the back of that. But the trouble is, when your 2 fullbacks go, it leaves spaces in behind, which is where I think Rodri's been a little bit more left exposed, which where I believe we've got caught with the ball over the top too much.
Yeah.
And the other stat I saw was, I think we're conceding, this season has been the highest we've conceded on our first chance. So I think that's where, like you said, Laura, it feels like we're conceding a lot. I think we're conceding a lot more first chances, and then we're feeling like, oh, we're really bad at the back. And we're actually not technically, we're just conceding on our first chance back.
Yeah.
I don't know. And maybe it's me. People have said I'm trying to work for the club and be Mr. Happy Clapper. And I'm not. I'm just, I don't think we're as bad as what people have proclaimed we are. And I think it's like the top six thing of we can't beat top six teams. When you look at the Liverpool, Arsenal and City records, we've actually really all drawn with each other.
Our record's better against top six than Liverpool.
Well, Liverpool's is dog awful, actually.
It's about 8 points, isn't it, or something? Yeah.
We've got 11. I think Arsenal's has got 12. So I just think there's a period within the season where some fans have looked at it and thought, we're really bad here. And I don't know if it's that Tottenham-Chelsea period where we were conceding 3 and 4 a game. I think that's...
There was a lot of discontent. Sorry, Martin. There was a lot of discontent after the Palace one. Do you remember when we were 2 up and drew 2-2 late on? And my God, the number of people that wrote us off. And it was like, City, they're done. They can't win the league. I mean, at the time, we were like 4 points off the top. And this was like, I think it was like, was it Christmas time maybe? I don't recall. But it was bloody 20-odd games to go. I was thinking, what do you mean we can't win the league? What are you talking about? There were so many at that point. But if you look at the treble season, we were not that good. Not that good. I mean, at our best until later in the season. And I remember many writing us off around Christmas time last season saying, we're not the same. We need a refresh. Haaland's not suiting the style. All this other waffle. And then we go and win the treble. I'm not saying we'll win it this year, but we're going to be in the shout. And that's all you can ask is that they're in the shout. And I still think we can improve.
Yeah,
agreed.
I mean, that's the scary thing, is we can improve.
Yeah, we're harder to beat as well now, as the record proves. We went to Anfield, and the second half, in my view, was the worst half I think we've had all season. And if somebody would have said to me, you'll have your worst half of the season at Anfield, you'd think, Christ, we're going to lose 4 or 5. We still drew. We still drew. You know, it's a great point at Anfield. It is. And people go, we should win against that 11. It's a point at Anfield. And when you come away at the end of the season, a point at Anfield is a good result, especially with our
I feel as though we've got a mental block at Anfield.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Don't know.
It's like the Tottenham one. I feel as though I'm a lot more confident with Tottenham because of what we did in the FA Cup. Dominated them, scored goals, created chances, absolutely dominated them. Because the thing is, it's a different Tottenham because they've got Poch now who's going to play an open attacking brand of football. Suits us a little bit. They're not coming playing a flat back 10.
Yeah.
Liverpool, I'm not sure if it's the Klopp factor or the Anfield factor, but we just seem to freeze. And what upset me with the Liverpool one was we scored the goal and then we went time wasting after 25 minutes. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you time wasting? Didn't understand the Alvarez situation. And I like Alvarez, love him. I didn't understand the left wing situation.
Yeah,
I thought we were a lot better. I mean, like, I love Kovacic, Lord of Usman. I think Kovacic is a great signing. You don't win all these Champions Leagues and all these trophies because, you know, you're bobbins and don't know what you're doing. But,
exactly.
You know, you're not a bag of shit because suddenly you're winning Champions Leagues and everything else. But I think the Kovacic Nunes thing has come from because I'll be straight with you. I think there's a little bit of almost think Brazil might score here. They should do. There's about 5 chances. And it's Piquet who's just hit the post. And oh my God. Honestly, Brazil have just missed about 4 chances.
I must be a bit behind you.
We'll see in a minute. I don't know what Brazil have just done there. Where was I? No, the Anfield one just shocked me. I think the Kovacic and Nunes thing is the names aren't big enough.
Yeah. Agreed.
This snobbery of we must sign world-class footballers.
Yeah, exactly. And I think really when you think about it, other than Haaland, like, when have we ever done that?
Never.
Like,
we've always brought the next level down.
Exactly. And we've made them into world, like De Bruyne, he was great at Wolfsburg. He was fantastic, but people weren't really talking about him in the way that they talk about him since he came to City. So I don't think we, other than Haaland, we've never done that, and we've never needed to do that. It's not. Sorry, I get distracted. Someone distracted me in the comments. I always get distracted so easily. Yeah, so I do. Yeah, I agree. But then I also think, like, part of me is wondering if the reason why people feel that we're not like great at the minute is that sort of like treble come down. Like, we reached such heights last season. Like, towards the end of the season, we won the treble, and like that was just so insane, so unimaginable.
Yeah.
Like, I think maybe now people are like coming down from like the honeymoon period's over. Like, we enjoyed the summer, right? We go again, and people, I think, were expecting us to be like just this godlike team, smashing everybody out of the way. But actually, like, it doesn't work like that. And maybe that's part of it. Like, people's expectations haven't been met.
Yeah,
well, it's like I'm just looking at the clean sheets record at the moment. No, hang on, where's that? I had all the stats up then, and people were like amazed with it. You've got Haaland, who's having a crap season, who's still top goal scorer. Well, I'm sorry, that's bad on the rest of you lot then.
Yeah.
You've got Rodri with the most passes. Edison's still second on clean sheets. He's got 8.
Right. Yeah.
Just that there's a few of them all on 8. So he's still within a chance of the Golden Glove.
Right.
And Arsenal have scored 70 goals, Liverpool 65, and City have scored 63. That's what's normally down. And then the goals conceded, looking at it, I can find. Oh, the wins as well. For most wins this season, Arsenal have got 20 wins. City and Liverpool have both got 19 wins.
Yeah, there you go.
And then when you're looking at the losses, it's, again, Liverpool on 2. City have got less losses than Arsenal.
Is that right?
2.
Yeah.
City have got 3 losses, Arsenal have 4.
Yeah, see, that's quite interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that. Yeah.
No, but it's that period between the Arsenal defeat, the Chelsea draw, the Tottenham draw has just sort of swayed, I think, people's belief of we're really bad. But the talking about Arsenal having the greatest ever team, they've lost more games than us.
Arsenal think they have.
Arsenal have lost 4 games. We've lost 3, but we're a bag of crap. Can someone make it make sense to me? I'm totally, and you'll see this when you go on Footy Judge Moto, and this is what you get.
Yeah.
The excuse you get back is, I have a higher standard for Manchester City. Bollocks to your higher standard. I'm not having about this higher standard crap, because you don't regard anyone else with higher standards. You're telling me this is the greatest Arsenal team in 20 years. So where's the standards for them then?
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I don't get it. You get me on my high horse now.
The highest standard thing is absolutely right, because we are constantly told Liverpool, City are too good. Oh, it's not fair. But then when it comes to game week and we're playing Arsenal, their fans have got 8 of their players in the combined 11. It's either you're better than us and underachieving massively, and we are massively overachieving, or we're too good anyway and we're far better than anyone. So it means nothing. It's both ways. It's whatever the argument flips flops. We are the best team in the world, and I don't give a toss what any Arsenal fan says. If they start winning stuff again, then I'll listen. Until then, it can clear off. That's my rant.
Yeah, it's like, even I was trying to see if they had draws, who's drawn the most this season, but I can't. Most draws, let me see, because it might be the draws that have actually killed us.
Yeah.
It might be the draws that have actually destroyed us, because I know, let me just have a look here. United have got the least amount of draws with 2, believe it or not. I don't know, that's figured out. City have got 6 draws this season. Arsenal have only got 4, and Liverpool have got 7. So that's what it is. Them draws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Palace one. Yeah, the Palace one. That was one of many. Where Chelsea 4-4, winning till late.
That was on Pep though for me, because that was when you probably know so when Pep was trying to prove his point back to the fans again. Over here we go.
Yeah.
Because I don't want controlling football. It's boring. I want exciting end-to-end football. That's what you get.
Yeah, let them off the leash. That is what you get. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But we have dropped too many points. Chelsea home, Chelsea away, Tottenham home was very frustrating. Because I tell you what, we played Tottenham and Liverpool at home, both off the park. We should have won both of those games, and we just.
Oh, what has Maguire just done?
No,
why is Harry Maguire a footballer? I do not know.
What is happening? I must be so behind you guys.
What's he doing?
What's he doing?
Ball. You win the header. Harry Maguire's got 4 yards on him, and he still loses it.
Yeah, he said, "Oh God, I've just seen it."
Oh, I'm there. Oh dear.
Someone needs to tell me what Harry Maguire's doing. I really hope Southgate goes to United. Not having a great game, should be sent off. Yeah, he's not. Berger, thank you for your £5 contribution, mate. Sorry, listen, never apologise for saying it's not more. We've said this at 12 p.m. today, 8 hours ago, virtually. Doesn't matter whether it's £1 or 100. It's the contribution that helps. Even being here, there's people who have been here from 12 p.m. and never come off.
Yeah,
there will still be the same people who were here at probably 12:30 in the morning when everyone's in bed and I'm still rolling around. And by the way, let you all know there is no shows tomorrow. You will not see me for heaven or earth tomorrow. For any shows tomorrow, there'll be no shows.
I think you deserve a day off, Martin, to be fair.
I'm still on a show in the evening. I'm on a show in the evening that I'm looking forward to.
Right.
I'm going to break, but I'm not. There'll be nothing on the Mancunian way.
Right. Well, fair enough.
And it's prepping for Monday, Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm struggling to be around because I've got hospital appointments.
Fair enough. Have you got coming on, Martin, between now and 12 o'clock, just out of interest? I know you said Pat. Is he back on, did you say?
Pat's coming back on, Rich, Alan. I've got loads coming on, I think. We've got a quiz to do as well, which will be about 2 hours because don't forget, we are giving away £50 gift voucher for the City Store, a £25 gift voucher for the City Store, and we're giving away the treble medal as well. That will have to go to someone in the UK. The other two can go anywhere around the world. Just the UK one, it's going to cost a fortune in prizes. Plus, we're going to do a watch along of the Pep Guardiola documentary as well. I think we'll still be going after 12.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
And then whoever else is joining, there's loads. I'm just absolute lows.
That's brilliant, mate. You've done a great job. With it. I was going to just bring up, Martin, if you don't mind. So we've got Arsenal, Villa, and Palace in a week, right? Is that right? We've got 6 days between the three, or 6 days, and then we've got Champ League, and then I can see Laura's face up. Bloody hell! Laura's either.
Why is Declan Rice taking a corner?
I was wondering what that face. I thought he was doing it. What I was saying, I was like, bloody hell.
Sorry. I told you I get distracted easily. Go on, sorry, I'm listening.
No, it's not that. I just thought, Cross, what have I just said now? I just saw your face.
Sorry.
Bloody tone talking shit again. So I'm just looking at the fixtures, right? And this is without a break. Okay, so there is no midweek break. Arsenal home, Villa home, Palace away, Real Madrid away, Luton home, Madrid home, Chelsea FA Cup, Brighton away, Forest away, and then we have a midweek. But we won't have a midweek then if we beat Real Madrid. And then if we beat Real Madrid, we get no free midweek to the end of the season, and the Spurs game would be played on the last week of the season. I mean, imagine having to go.
Have they put the Brighton game in though?
Yeah, that's in. This is a joke, by the way. People in the chat, I'm sure, will jump on this. It's been moved to Thursday, the 25th of April, Thursday at 8 o'clock. Now, that is in between Chelsea home on the Saturday and then Forest on the Sunday. But here's the biggest joke of all. If we beat Real Madrid, that game gets moved to Wednesday. You will get 6 days' notice if you're travelling to Brighton and doing travel arrangements, booking hotels. You have 6 days' notice, and you will not know if it's on Wednesday or Thursday until 6 days before. It's just a joke.
What's the City Madrid date for the derby?
City Madrid date. The home game.
The home leg, yeah.
17th, Wednesday, just before Chelsea.
Wednesday the 17th. Let me
Yeah.
check for that. I'm sure I confirmed the same earlier on. I am sure this is true. And I need someone to confirm it. Let me look.
If you can tell me why we're having to play Chelsea on Saturday and not Sunday.
Because United and Coventry have got there was some issue in for that. There was a problem with that.
Oh, okay. What, that they can't play Saturday?
Yeah, there was some issue going on that I can't fully remember what it was.
It'll be United, no doubt.
There's one of them anyway. There's one of them where apparently it might not be saying that. There's going to, I said this earlier on, there's going to be a clash between the Co-op Arena and the City game where we're all going to be there at the same time.
Oh,
I need to figure out when that's going to be. I had that confirmed from the City Matters group the other night. So we'll see. I was talking to Mark from the City Matters group. Because I think it might mention tomorrow. I think Ian Cheeseman's podcast is out tomorrow, I believe. We recorded it on Wednesday. So that'll be out tomorrow, and Mark's going to confirm it in there that there is a date when we clash. So that'll be fun for 80,000, 60, 70, 80,000 of us all trying to get away at the same time.
Yeah,
Mark,
that'd be nice.
thank you. You figured it out. I knew you would, Mark. You've been asking and asking. But thank you so much, mate, for that. You are a superstar. Thank you so much for your very generous donation. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Don't forget as well, we'll go through it all in a bit. Yeah, so I'm just trying to, I don't know why we've been given the Saturday. Is it 5:15 and it kick off?
5:15, Saturday the 20th, yeah. And we've got Real Madrid 3 days before it and Brighton on the Thursday, which could move to Wednesday. So,
because they've done us with the Palace game, because we've got Aston Villa on the Wednesday at 8:15.
Yeah.
And we've got Palace at 12:30 on the Saturday for some weird reason. And Palace is a nightmare to get to if anyone's ever been there. So good luck trying to get down there for 12:30. You will have to leave it, and I'm not kidding you, you're going to have to leave about 5 in the morning.
Yeah, and take a guess. Palace are at Bournemouth on the Tuesday, so they get a nice little 24-hour gap. Funny how these things, I know I'm going to tinfoil it here, tinfoil that, but it really is just absolute mess.
Are you going to come out with your conspiracy theories?
I love a conspiracy theory, Mike. That's
you're not an LBs now, you know. Don't be making that over here.
No, LB shuts me down on there. If I mention anything to do with any conspiracy, you just see him sort of like his face drop. If he's watching now,
hello, Lewis. If you're watching,
he'll drop.
Probably not. He's out with his missus today.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm misreading it, but he tends to sort of go. You see his face go, "Oh, not this again." You know, so that sort
Craig's
of thing.
Back. Hello, Craig.
Love it. Ah, yes.
I'm also very here for Tone's football conspiracies.
Ah, thank you, Laura.
There you go. Southside England game. And as we all predicted, you ain't missing much.
Yes. It's weird because some people saying Paquetá's not playing well, and some are saying, "Oh, he looks brilliant, Pep, get him in the door." It's like, I can't work. I haven't really seen it.
I told you, It's done. It's signed, sealed, delivered. The guy's in a blue shirt. It's not even.
Unless.
No, that's one thing I will not go unless on. To me, that's 100% done. That interview he did the other day, when he got asked and came out with that, was the biggest thing. If I was a West Ham fan, I'd have been fuming after that interview.
Is this where he said he can't talk about it? He'll do his best for
Out
West
of
Ham.
respect for West Ham, my current club, I will not say. You don't say that if you stay in. That is out of respect. I'm not going to tell you I'm out the door.
Yeah, if the betting stuff's done, he's moving to City. He will be in a City shirt. Yeah, there's no doubt.
That's what I got told. As it wasn't just the English FA we had to wait for; it was the Brazilian FA as well. And that's when they cleared their part. It was our FA that just needed to clear their part, but they were waiting on the Brazilian one because I know Paqueta had sent all his mobile. He had to send his mobile phone, email, everything in to prove to him that it wasn't him.
Right.
Because West Ham were not overly helping him. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Sullivan was helping Paqueta.
Yeah. I hope we do get him, though. He's a wonderful player. I've said on the other show, he ticks every box for me in that midfield. Laura, what do you think? I haven't really spoke to you about Paqueta.
No, we haven't actually. We haven't really spoke about him. Yeah, he's all right. I'm not sure about him, to be honest, which is unusual because normally I've made my mind up about someone beforehand, but I'm just not sure about him. I don't know. I felt like when Gabby left and went to Arsenal, I thought like, and then I don't know. I thought maybe we need a bit of that, like, I don't know, that Brazilian like fire, a bit of passion, that bit of Brazilian energy. But I don't know, like, I suppose we could do with somebody like him in midfield, but is he the player that I'd sort of pictured? I don't know. I don't know what it is. There's just something about him, like, I'm just not sure. Maybe in the back of my head, it's like this betting stuff that's just like.
Well, it is the funny one with. I'm going to call him Paqueta. I don't know if that's right, but I'm just going to call it. I know people say Paqueta and all this stuff. I don't know which one it is, so I'm going Paqueta.
Brazilian chap.
The Brazilian chap who's really good in midfield, plays for West Ham. So I'll say that every time. But Paqueta is. He was moving to City. We all know that. Deal was agreed. And what's weird, and I don't know if he's watching the show, but a chap messaged me and said, Paqueta deal's fallen through. And I was travelling to Manchester that day. I was coming down for, I can't remember, Newcastle game. That was the day it dropped, was the day before we played Newcastle in the Premier League in August. And I went to that game. And as I was just about to travel, someone messaged me and said, that Paqueta deal's fallen through. There's a betting issue. And I thought, what are you talking about? He's having his bloody medical at the weekend. But no. And then I drove all the way to Manchester, got to the other end, and it was all over the news. Oh, it's fallen through. And I was thinking, oh, my God, it's bloody true. That was a mad one. I was gutted as well. But then we got Núñez straight after, I guess.
Yeah, for me, it's just, I think it's what I was told was the versatility. I love versatility. The guy can play on the right, he can play 8, he can play on the left, he can even have a go at 10. It to me is everything that a Pep Guardiola player wants. And I go back to 4 years ago, he wanted him when he was it Lyon?
Yeah, that's right.
Lyon. So very much the same as Núñez. Followed him for 2 or 3 years. And that's what I love about Pep. Pep doesn't get starstruck by a fancy name. He doesn't get done. If he likes a player, he watches him, he follows him, and he goes for him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why. And for me, if Pep believes in Paqueta, I'm 100% with him. I look at it at West Ham with garbage when he was injured. Absolutely garbage. Losing games 3-0, 4-0. He comes back and bang, they get rolling again.
Yeah, spot on.
The guy is the linchpin behind that, and he's now doing it for the Brazilian national team. I'm just over the moon. And it would, if happens, I think it would soften the Bernardo blow if he left.
Yeah.
Because he can play on the right.
Yeah, it's a big, big loss, Burn. It's that hard work and energy that he brings.
Yeah.
I love Burn.
I don't think he's had a particularly great season, you know.
I agree with you. And also, I will add with Burn, and I love Burn. I'm not just turning on him or anything like that before I get a load of stick that I did last week. But the what's it called? Where Burn is not so good is going forward, and his link up with Haaland. Haaland gets particularly peed off not very often, that's a bit harsh, but every now and again. And his attacking link-up play isn't great. Burn is amazing in midfield, holding the ball, playing, working hard. Terrific player. Unbelievable player. But he does miss that attacking thing, in my opinion. You know, the good cross, the good through ball, the good link-up up there. And that is his downfall. Everything else he's brilliant at. But
I don't think he's never been that player, though, has he, really? I've always said with Burnett, he's never been the goals and assists guy. He's always been the dogs of war sort of assist to the assist, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I love it. Listen, I'll be good if he does, but I've said this loads. He asked for the £50 million release clause for a reason.
Yeah.
He wanted it. He got it. He must have had some idea. For him to ask for that release clause, he's got a plan in his head.
Has he got a year or two left after this summer?
I'll have a look now.
Okay. Is it? Yeah, because I think he went from 25 to 26.
Yeah, because I know he went from 150 a week to 300 grand a week.
Christ, no wonder he signed it.
He absolutely jumped in terms of his contract.
Yeah, Christ.
Which, to be fair, I think. Yeah.
His contract says, why is it not got on here? It's just put 6-year contract, but doesn't actually tell me when the bloody contract ends. So we'll come off that website because that's no good.
I think there's some people in the comments saying 2.
Oh, 2 years. Oh, really?
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah, I thought that was it. Yeah.
See, that's my other thing. 2 years then.
Yeah. So, but it's that 50 mil. No, but it's that 50 mil. If it's Barca, Brocalona, whatever you want to call them, they won't be paying it. Well, unless they do one of these lever things that they keep pulling and all this other nonsense, renaming bloody changing room walls or whatever else they're up to now.
Selling glass.
Yeah, Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, little bits of grass.
DB, thank you for your generosity of £5. You are a superstar. That goes straight into the committee towards Alzheimer's Society. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And there is another one that I need to make sure that I get in as well, which is coming from Doors to Doors. Thank you very much for your £2 generosity. Thank you so much. That will also go in. And Simo Soaps has gifted 10 Mancunian Way memberships.
Amazing. Good work.
Amazing. So thank you so much. Super City's in the building. Hello, mate. How are you? What an amazing stream. Congratulations, mate, and all the contributors today. You should all be very proud. Sorry I've not been on much. I've had family commitment. Mate, do not worry. We spoke early yesterday. I know you're busy. Do not worry about it. Honestly, thank you so much. I think Craig's back with his news. What's he put here? Barca can't afford 20 million for Cancelo, never mind 50 million. And it's a release clause. That means the whole fee has to be paid in installments. Barcelona can't pay that instantly. Sorry, I think he means. And then, has he got any other? We're here for your news, Craig. Come on now. To be honest, I think Bernardo is at his best when he plays next to Rodri in a 2 over the 3.
No one is signing Cancelo, paying money for him. It's just not good.
Cancelo's going out on loan again.
Yeah, 100%.
You just have to accept that. Craig saying hello to Laura. Alec Johnson, Paqueta at City. Paqueta at City under Pep will be class. The Brazilian FA, yeah, that's said that earlier. I've now cleared Paqueta, which is why he's back in the squad and playing tonight.
Good.
Yeah,
and our FA will take God knows how long, probably another 3 or 4 years by the time they've bloody well opened the thing.
I did get an update, by the way, on what would you think of Bruno? I want to ask this one because we got linked with old Bruno.
Yeah. Sorry, Laura, were you gonna?
I mean, it's all right. I just feel like he's a little bit overrated in that Newcastle team, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I don't know. I watch him and I think, yeah, he's all right. But just the way people talk about him as though he's like the DBs. So I'm just sort of like, yeah, he's good.
You're not sold on him.
He's probably one of their better players. Would I want him at City? No, I don't think so. I don't think he's that.
How about if I said for 110 million quid?
And I certainly wouldn't be spending that on him, but it's not my money. I trust the club. They know what they're doing. They know who they want. But yeah, certainly not for me. He's not that good. No, he's good, but he's just not as good as what people make him out to be. Joe Linton, I prefer him for Newcastle. I think he's stands out for me in that Newcastle team. I know he's injured and he's injured a while now, but Joe Linton stands out for me in that Newcastle team. Bruno doesn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being harsh. Maybe it's the name. Maybe it's the bias.
Cade, you're being a bit naughty there with that comment. Behave now. You could not see Cancelo being in the same team as Ronaldo. Because that'll just be another training ground.
God.
City are trying to sell Cancelo to Saudi before any deal or loan deal gets done with Bruno again.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll try, but I don't see it. He seems absolutely dead set on Barca. And Barca, is it Laporta? He's come out yesterday saying, we want him back, we'll have him back and all this. So he's going to Barca on loan. I would put very, very good money on that.
Well, what do you think of Bruno? So, would you have him?
I'm more in line really with Laura. I think he's a good player. If his chance to impress was when I went to the cup game, he did not do it because I thought, to be fair, he wasn't the only one. Newcastle were terrible, but he did not play particularly well. He is good. He's probably a top 6 player. Is he City level? Not convinced. Paquetá, in my opinion, is. Bruno G, probably not. But obviously, if he moves to City, I'll say he's world class and the best player on the planet anyway, as I always do with everybody, and then change my mind.
I don't think he's good enough for City.
Yeah, no, I'd fall in line with you too. Yeah, with that.
Not for 110 million plus the wages he'd want. But I did get something that apparently City are starting to distance from it and it was the same day the Kimmich news started coming out. So I'm not sure whether the City have gone, well, distance from that, we've got. So, I mean, I think Kimmich and Paqueta have always been the 2 number ones they wanted.
Yeah.
And if they can get them to 2 number ones in the door, I'm happy with that.
If they get, let's say they get Kimmich and Paquetá, then other than Bernardo, does anybody else need
I'm
to
giving
go?
it 10 out of 10 some of them, mate. I'm done with those 2. I'm like, thanks very much.
Oh, I'm going on holiday, mate. That does. I'm booking the holiday same day and disappearing for a month. But if let's just say they get them 2 in and Bernardo goes, and is there one more that has to go? Do we have to get rid of another one? Because the squad is pretty good. I'm not talking Gomez because he's going and he's been told he can go apparently in the summer. I'm talking about one of the main sort of players. And if so, who would it be? Because the squad is pretty good.
I won't say mine because I'm going to get in trouble because I love him.
KDB, are you going to say it? No.
Nope.
No.
I don't think it'll be KDB. I think somebody else will be out the door.
Go on, Martin. Let's hear it.
Break my heart. I got a feeling Grealish might end up going.
Ooh.
I don't see where, if you're going to play what you want to play with the players you want to play, where Grealish gets in for enough game time.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I mean, I can't see.
And that I hate saying that because Grealish is my favourite player. But I'm sitting there looking at it. If you're going to play Paqueta on the wing, potentially, Kimmich is in, you've got, and also look at the way Gavardio plays, it doesn't suit Grealish.
Mm-hmm.
Gavardio is playing a very, very different way that I don't think would suit a Grealish. And now, listen, Grealish is my number one on the team sheet all day. And I would hate it. But with Savio, potentially, Doku, potentially.
Yeah.
Who else is it to sell for money?
Yeah, there's some talks. There's some talk Savio's going to go back out on loan, which that doesn't add up to me. Is it Echeverry? I can see him going. But Savio's torn.
The plan at the minute. No, Echeverry he's going to Girona. That's the plan.
Yeah. So, but Savio's already torn it up at Girona. So why does he need to go back out on loan?
What I got told was they were going to look at him over in America and then make a decision.
Yeah. I did the same with pre-season. Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, see, the thing for me, Savio was always going to go back to Girona, but how can he go back to Girona if you've got Echeverry going there? Because surely the Echeverry deal is the sweetener for getting Savio.
Yeah.
You're not going to give both players out to Girona. I don't see that somehow.
No.
Plus, I don't think the FA would be very happy with that either because they'll try and lamp us with another, trying to cut the books or whatever we're doing.
Yeah, can Girona be in the Champ League if we're in? Because I saw something that they couldn't.
Yes, as long as the board is completely separate. See, this is where people mix the rules up.
Yeah.
If all your board are different, it's like the Nice, is it Nice in France? And the United thing.
Yeah.
You can have different, that's how RB Leipzig get away with it. They have all different board members. So the two boards are nowhere near the same. And there's a certain percentage. If, for example, Khaldoon Al-Mubarak was the chairman of Girona and he was the chairman of City, and they all had the same, how's that not gone in? And they all had the same board members and chief execs.
Yeah.
Then yes, you would have to start being very clever.
Okay.
It's really weird how it works because I'm sure that's how RB Leipzig and who's the other one? RB and the other one get away with it in Germany. Dudley, thank you for your $4.99. You had a superstar. But I just think, I don't know. I think this summer's going to be a real weird one. But and I listen, I hope I'm wrong. Someone's saying where would Grealish go? Villa.
Back to Villa.
Took me a minute to register that then.
I've just seen Craig. Sorry, Laura. You go.
Were you gonna? I don't think Grealish will go. I know somebody's put comments to his links today with West Ham. That came from a West Ham account. Like that came from a West Ham fan account. I'm pretty sure. Like yesterday.
I don't see that.
I saw that initially. I don't see him going to West Ham.
Yeah.
And I don't see him leaving, to be honest. I think, if anything, this season has shown us how important he is to
huge
the way that we play, especially in the bigger games. I think we've struggled without him. And this is what, like, I suppose we mentioned it before, Bernardo isn't necessarily a goals and assists player, but he's often credited as a fantastic midfielder and probably one of City's better players. Constantly like, his technical ability, he's just so great. Grealish is similar. Like, he might not be the same way in terms of technical ability, but he does bring us tempo control, and actually he may not get all the goals and the assists, but that's fine because we've got other players that do that. I just don't see him leaving. I think he's been really unlucky this season with injuries and form. But I think it is very clear at the moment, and I don't think Kimmich. I've got my own theories, but and my own stuff, but I don't think we'll get necessarily all of the players that people are so sure we're going to get this summer. But this summer.
Yeah, I agree with you with Kimmich. I think he'll stay. I think Musiala will stay. I think they'll appoint Alonso or someone.
Because that's what I got told was why Kimmich was out, because they're going to put all the money into Musiala's contract.
Yeah. The thing is, it's that thing, and we get it every window of, let's get him. The squad is already pretty chocker, to be honest, and it's pretty. If one comes in, one goes. We're pretty much near that sort of level.
We need a bigger one though for the more games.
Are we allowed a bigger one? Are we allowed to register bigger squads from next season? I don't know.
Well, I think that's going to do something, because you can't add more games.
Yeah.
And not make your squads bigger. I don't understand how they're going to do that, because even in the summer, we've got this Club World Cup that's going through for a month and a half.
Yeah.
So, and you think, these players are not robots. They're just going to drop at some point. So I don't. It is a weird one, because they bought Savio already.
Yeah.
Looks like the Paqueta deal's going to get done.
Yeah.
They're then looking at one or two players. Like for me, they are after two midfielders. One of them was Paqueta, the other one. They've also looked at Douglas Luiz and other people like that. But if they're after two mids, someone has to go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who is it? I don't know who is
exactly.
it though, because this is the problem of, and this I know, by the way, you brought in Sabio, you bought Echeverri, which could be for future. You've got to get him in at some point.
Yeah.
Someone has to go. Doku's just arrived, so it isn't him.
Yeah.
Bernardo, unless someone pays the money, won't be going.
Nunes, Kovacic.
Nunes was just walked in. Kovacic, the only thing I heard about him was Galatasaray wanted him on loan.
Saudi club as well wanted him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, you've got Alvarez as well, by the way, you've got to try and fit in.
Mm-hmm.
And so every time I look at it, as much as I hate it, the only guy that stands out like a sore thumb of where you're getting in the team is Jack.
Yeah.
And that destroys me, because he's the first name on my team sheet. But because Alvarez isn't going to sit on the bench for 3 years, he'll turn around and go, "See you, Jack, I'm going."
Yeah, I was told KDB was going to sign a new contract this summer. But...
Exactly. So it's, I don't know. Are we playing 22? I've said this to so many people.
Oh, I have. Yeah. I'm the exact same.
Where are you going with it?
I'm the exact same, Martin, where people say get Kimmich, Musiala, Frankie de Jong, get them all in. It's like, where they're playing. Frankie de Jong is not going to sit playing reserve football waiting for Rodri to get suspended. He's one of the best players on the planet. It's ridiculous. I think that's why I always say at the start of the summer, some people are going to be very disappointed with this window, and they will be again.
Craig, I've got on 21 players, but that includes Gomez, Lewis. Lewis got to try and get in. Bob, by the way, that's another thing for the left-hand side.
Yes.
So now everyone thinks I'm going to hate Grealish here. Listen, anyone who's watched this channel for any length of time knows my fixation on Jack Grealish.
Yeah.
Love the guy.
I'm creepy now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Bob. I'm looking at Doku. I'm looking at Alvarez. Who's the guy who's the square peg in a round hole out of it all?
Yeah. I've been just going on Craig's comment here. He's right on the match day squad, because when I've done a match day squad, I think Gomez has missed out and Calvin Phillips missed out when he was with us. And that was when we had 11 and the 9 subs. But the thing is, he's right, but Bob's not going anywhere. Now, I mentioned Rico going out on loan earlier, and I may have bitten off. So he's probably not going anywhere anyway. Gomez is going. So then you've got to have 3 keepers. So you can't, like I said earlier, on a match day squad, you cannot have the level of De Bruyne, Diaz, and all these lot just sat around waiting to play games. You've got to have the Oscar Bobs and the players that maybe aren't quite at that level, that maybe are happy to sort of dip in and out. So, look, people want, say, Nunes out, bring De Jong in, Kimmich in, get rid of Rico. It doesn't happen that way for many reasons, including FFP or whatever you want to call it now, because you couldn't afford all these players' wages. So the squad, I've just looked, there's no plans to increase squad numbers at the moment. So although Arsenal have complained about it, surprise, surprise.
Well, they would have done.
Yeah, they're the first ones to have written, apparently, to the Premier League to say there has to be, because squads, and to be fair, they've probably got a point, but if there's no plans to do it, there can't be that much business unless people go. If Gomez goes, Bernardo goes, fine. But you can't. City do not stockpile. Pep likes his squad trim to a degree. He's been quite clear with that. He said that himself. So I don't see that much business unless a shock or two comes in. Maybe, I don't think it'll happen, but maybe De Bruyne. Maybe De Bruyne says, you know what? Actually, I'm going to go and play over here. I don't think it'll happen. But if it does, then he'll need replacing and so on. But we're not just going to sign 4 or 5 players. It's just not happening.
I think we could, but you'd have said 2 or 3 would have to
absolutely
out the door.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's a weird one. Clinical, thank you for your super chat, mate. Question for the panel: would you prefer to keep Bernardo for 3 or 4 years, happy, but not get Kimmich, or lose Bernardo and sign Kimmich to a 3 or 4 year deal?
Good question.
Boy, you're not asking easy questions, are you, Clinical, mate? You know what I mean?
That's a good question. I don't know. What do you got? I'll let you 2 answer first, and then I'll just sit on the fence. What do you guys think? God. I don't know. Laura, what do you think?
When you say happy, do you mean a happy Bernardo? Or are you talking about a Bernardo who still really wants to go and play and get the sunshine?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I love Bernardo. I really do. I think he's just fantastic. And Tone will know how sentimental I am. Like, I will keep hold of every player if I could. Which yeah, I just love people so much. I'm like, please don't leave. Which I know is not realistic, and I do love him, but I am sick to death of every single summer rumors about him wanting to leave. If you don't want to be here, don't be here. Like, if you don't want to be here, leave, because it honestly drives me insane. Like, I'm sick of hearing it. I think we're a great club. I think we're a great place to be for anyone. I think we do a lot for the players' families as well. So I don't think it's necessarily anything that we've done wrong. There's just something, for whatever reason, he wants to go, then go. Just be gone now. I don't want to keep rehashing the same thing every summer. So if we could potentially, if that was the option, and get a player like Kimmich in, then I'd be more than happy to give him a whirl and see how it goes out.
I agree with Laura. Yeah, for the same reasons. Kimmich,
I'm going to be straight.
Love it.
We did a video 2 years ago on the channel, and it was about, if you could sign any player in the world, who would it be? Top 3, and it was Mbappe and all this, and in my top 3 was Joshua Kimmich.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Joshua Kimmich all day on a 3 or 4 year deal. The guy's a Rolls Royce of a footballer.
Yeah.
He's played for Pep. He knows Pep.
Yeah.
Joshua Kimmich was always one of them players you thought, he's never going to end up in a set. And you're like, as much, listen, I love Bernardo, but I'm with Laura. You want to leave, go. So I'm not, listen, we've upped your wages. We've done everything we can. The next thing is giving you the keys to the door and making you the manager. We can't do anything more now.
No.
You've got your release clause. You've got your pay increase.
Yeah, to be fair, he's done his shift and he's never not put a shift in. He's done his job.
Got nothing left to prove exactly, has he? It's not like got to go and win a load of things again. He's won everything.
Yeah, he goes with everyone's well wishes, best wishes. He's wonderful, and he's been wonderful for City. But like Laura said, I get bored and piss bored of hearing, "Oh, I like the sunshine." I'm paraphrasing here, but you know what I mean. If he wants to go. Just get rid of him.
Yeah.
Look at some of these comments. Bellingham, yeah, well, I don't think that's gonna.
No, I got bit on Bellingham because I went for 6 months time. Everyone Bellingham was in the door, and then he decided to disappear. I even got shown an email that we'd agreed a fee, we'd done everything, and then
Wirtz is the one that everybody's going to be after. I don't think he'll move this summer. I hope and pray.
I don't think he's moving to England.
You think Bayern Munich? Yeah,
I think it's Bayern Munich written all over him.
If Alonso goes there, he'll be following him.
Again, I don't see a world where you fit Foden, KDB, and Wirtz into a team.
Unless KDB's not there. That's the thing next summer.
Then you've got Alvarez. I'm still don't know why we're putting Alvarez yet without keeping him in an happy bunny situation.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned
Not in the midfield.
Not in the midfield. Alvarez.
Yeah.
I love him, and I'm not, like I said earlier, I would never, it's not about criticising individual players at all.
Exactly.
Because I wouldn't do that. I just think that it's so harsh, because I think quite clearly we've seen before that they do read what is written about them on social media. So it's not about criticising individual players, but Alvarez is not a midfielder. His first touch is not of midfielder standard. And that's fine. He doesn't have to be a midfielder. He's not one. And he doesn't have to be one. Just don't force him to be there. Bless him. Because then it's also his confidence as well. He'll know himself. His best performances are not when he's in midfield. And he's sort of being forced in there. And it's and I'm sure he's glad he gets to play, but at the same time, it's going to impact his confidence. He's going to maybe feel a bit self-conscious, thinking from a psychological perspective. It's going to impact him being sort of forced into a position where he's not, just to get onto the pitch. And I think that can be really quite unfair on him sometimes, because then obviously people will then criticise him. And I think he's a fantastic player, and maybe just a little bit, maybe I think alongside Haaland, or maybe a bit behind Haaland, is fine. Even on the wing, I've got no issue with him on the wing.
Yeah.
But it's just the problem is in midfield is if he doesn't have the first touch, we lose the ball, and it's just too dangerous to have him there with the way that we play, I think.
I mean, clinical, sorry, I just say we are going to have to stop the sentimental stuff and lose one or two players at some point. You got to remember, we lost Aguero, Company, David Silva, and we went on and won the treble.
The pain.
And this is the scary thing is if any manager has earned the trust of the fans to make the right decisions at the right time, it's Pep Guardiola. I'm sorry, but listen, we thought we had the world's greatest players, and we still do with Company, David Silva and Aguero. Couldn't win the Champions League. And that's taking nothing away for them. They were world class. We made them world class. They were fabulous City legends, deserved the statues. But we've gone on and won a treble. So it shows there is life after these players. Fernandinho, we were all scared of losing.
Yeah.
We've now got the world's best CDM.
I know, that's so mad.
Let Pep do what he can do. Honest. So if it means he goes, he goes. But guys, Paqueta is not like some jolly up Ipswich player, with all due respect, coming in he knows what he's doing. He's a Brazilian international. Kimmich would be a Phillips replacement. I do think we'll sign someone, whether it's Kimmich or on, because I think Rodri he can't do another season of 70 games.
No.
You've got to have someone who's come in and play 30 games. I'm not saying Kimmich, because Kimmich can play right back, covers your right back, if anyone's injured, can play 8, can play 6. can play everywhere. Douglas Luiz is going to cost God knows how much. Douglas Luiz and Bruno are all going to be over 100 mil.
Yeah, Kimmich, Phillips replacement. I mean, in number maybe, but
I don't think it is.
Not in terms of Saturday. No, this is what always. I know I rant about this all the bloody time, but squad numbers. It's more than numbers. It's the quality of players. You cannot have 20 world-class players. It just doesn't happen. But we all want Kimmich, or not everyone, but most probably want Kimmich. Anyway, yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Because knew that was Kimmich. Kimmich is a lot deeper than just a new contract.
Yeah.
He's very hurt. So I don't know what's... I think Bayern are going through a change.
Yeah, they are.
And I think, I'm not saying it'll definitely be City. I know City are in, but I think Bayern are willing to sell. I don't know whether 60 million's the money. Don't know how I feel about 60 million quid, but because I know that's what they're wanting at the moment. That's a problem. Foden now in the 10 as Bellingham goes off. Foden is now the 10. So at least Southgate's trying him, but this is my other issue with Virtsor and Musiala. Foden wants to be our number 10.
Yeah.
When KDB goes.
Yeah, Wirtz has scored an absolute beast for Germany as well. Just now, so everyone's going absolutely bananas about that. I've just seen it on Twitter. I think, is that him? Yeah.
Anyway, what I'll do is do another couple of minutes with you. That's all right with you two.
Yeah, of course.
Play some videos, and then I'm going to go and have a break.
Yeah.
While I move my back after 8.5 hours. Can't believe I've done 8.5 hours. And listen, again, I just want to make a massive thank you to everyone who has contributed to this channel, from guests to you guys in the chat, from the contributors. This stream has been much more than I could have ever wished for. And you've done Alzheimer's Society proud, the Mancunian way proud, Manchester City fans proud, human beings proud. And never underestimate that. And the ones who've been sat here for 8.5 hours, go and get a life. No, I'm joking, but obviously amazing. Alec Johnson has not moved since 12 p.m.
Good man. Top man.
Has been in and out. Everyone, you are absolute stalwart superstars. And that's why I call our family, because that's what we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alec Johnson said he's staying on for a week. I'm not. My Wi-Fi would not go for a week. Oh yeah, we've got 115 people on.
Wow. Oh, love it.
I want City to get 115 put on the shirt somewhere next season. I don't know why.
Yeah, I want the ginger wig. I love his stuff. I want him to do a T-shirt. Literally, I'm going to message him later. Just says 115. That nothing else. Just 115. I'd buy it. You guys might buy it.
Maybe like a hoodie. I'd like a hoodie with 115 on it.
Yeah, right. We'll get hold of him. He might be watching, but if not, I'm going to message him straight after and say, get 115.
Yeah. Tell him I want a hoodie, a 115 hoodie.
I will, Laura.
I'd take João Neves over Bruno. That could be Bernardo's game.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a shout.
What is he, 19 or 20?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Let me have a look.
Sure, he's only a young. I know he's got 120 million euro release clause.
A 115 tattoo.
19.
Has everyone just got 100? Has everyone just got a bleeding £100 million release clause when we come knocking?
The thing is, though, Martin, is 100 million in this game right now is not that obscene. That's the crazy thing about it.
At 19, though, is. That's like Mbappe sort of money at 19. What's he going to be at 25?
If he's that good, yeah, get him in now.
That's what I mean. That's mad at 19 to be 100 million. That's more than, well, how much was that? No, I don't think Enzo was that. Saying that, we
100.
could have got Enzo for £6 million if we'd have shows we didn't want him.
115 million Enzo went for 115.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We could have got him
115.
for £6 million when we bought Alvarez, or something really daft like that. We got offered and we said no. Yeah, no, João Neves could be one, and that could be. He could do a double there. Let Bernardo go, get his wish.
Yeah.
And then
City's scouting him. The City is certainly scouting him. So
he's on our list. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm happy as long as I have a pair.
Yeah, good man, Jack.
Hold on, before you got, I haven't asked you. I've asked Tone earlier on. Where are you at with all this club raising prices this week and blah blah blah?
And so
didn't like that question. I can tell.
I know, because like on the one hand, I get it. Like they're not the only club raising their ticket prices. I get it. We are successful in the way that we are because we're run as an incredibly good business. So we have a great business model. With that comes, more expensive products, including season tickets. Mine has gone up, and it's a little bit frustrating because I bought a house. Tone will know, and maybe some people from Twitter, that is like 250 years old. It needs a lot of work. I need a new roof. I've had a new boiler. It's costing me a fortune. And now my greatest love has put the price up for the one thing that I enjoy that is keeping me sane. And I'll probably pay it. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it hasn't gone up all that much. And also, there are cheaper options. I don't know what people go for, what's within people's budgets, but I think, if it's getting beyond your budget now, then maybe look at other options, some of the lower priced options. Not that you should have to, but if you're at a point where you think this is too much for me, and it's getting you really wound up, then it's not worth getting wound up about. As in like your health. But yeah, I am a bit frustrated by it, but at the same time, we get to watch great football, so I can't complain too much.
I mean, I'm not happy overall. Personally, from an independent point of view, my point of view, it's got up 20 quid.
Yeah.
Which is pence each game. But I do understand. Such a difficult one because, like I said earlier on, I don't like it. I don't agree with it, but I know they've got to make money. 84 million quid on a match day revenue is nothing. I know we're the fifth out of the top six. We're fifth, 5 or 6 in earning on match day revenue, and I know that annoys the club. Tottenham have a bigger match day revenue than us, and that really winds them up. But on the other side of the coin is, I don't like what Omar Barada said, which I've said 3 times on this show today. I don't know. I keep coming back to the word. It's a balance. Club have to get a balance.
Yeah.
And how they get that balance, I do not know. That is the $1 million question. I don't know how they get that balance. But I do know they are losing fans. There are some of my mates who have been going for 30 years. They are not going back next year. They have done.
Okay.
And that's the problem. And it's other little things such as being late on prizes, being promised trophies at supporter branches, and then they don't turn up. And it's if you're going to promise something, make sure you deliver it.
Yeah.
That's my only thing. Don't sell tickets for a supporters branch, promise 5 trophies and none turn up when they've all been queued outside in the rain.
It's more and more football versus fans. It's becoming more that way. I don't want to harp on because I said earlier, but it is becoming more that way now. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Hello,
Lazila. Thank you for coming back. But yeah, no, it is hard, and it's like I said. If anyone's ever got the answer out there, please let somebody know because I think you'd end up with a pretty decent job if you can give City and the fans the answer. But and I think all the fans want is a meeting. And it doesn't have to be me, and it can be anybody. Just get a fan rep, City Matters group, whoever, to sit down and have a chat with the club and just try and iron out. Because I don't think it's just about ticket prices. I think it's running a bit deeper than just the ticket pricing.
No, of course not. And I think, yeah, like you say, it's some of those other things as well, isn't it? Like, being sort of having expectations set and not meeting them. And I think as human beings, we just want to be heard sometimes. And I think there has been for quite a while this maybe it's the success in itself that's the barrier, but there seems to be a bit of a barrier between the club and the fans at the moment, and there has been for a little while. And I think sometimes the fans just want to be heard, not even if there's any, it's not even about saying actually, okay, we're going to put a freeze on ticket prices or whatever. It's not even about that. It's about saying, listen, we hear you. We know that it's a struggle, but we really appreciate you coming to watch us every week. And thank you for being with us. Sometimes that's all you need. It's not about expecting massive changes. It's just about being heard sometimes, and that doesn't really feel that that's happened for such a long time.
I think the best way, you made that great point there, Laura. I think some fans feel the soul is going a little bit.
Yeah.
We understand we're a business and we're not the club of 30 years ago. I get it. 100% agree with you. But we used to be the people's club, the soul club, and it was them lot down the road that was soulless and didn't give a damn. And I think it's just, I don't know. It's a difficult one. It really, really is.
Yeah, success breeds it, I'm afraid. The bigger you get, the more it parts between. It's football. Even the other clubs are doing it now. The mid-table, the ones below.
Look at Tottenham. They've just got rid of if you're over 65, you've got to pay full whack now.
I mean, that's disgusting for that club as well. They're getting up bloody money. That's
Is it disgusting, or is that really Daniel Levy and that's the way he is?
He probably is him, yeah.
Because remember, it was Mr. Levy who wanted all these FFP fun and games that he's now rolling out with. Savio is on. Mine's gone up 65 quid, and it went up 50 quid last year. That's the other thing. Me, it's gone up 20 quid. I know others, it's gone up 200 quid. It depends where you start, I suppose. There's a difficult one. But what I want to do is I just want to thank you both for coming on. You've been you've been on for 2 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What time did I come up? 6, wasn't it? Across 2 hours, 40 minutes. That's bloody flown by. I'll do another 240 now. I better not real.
Brazil have scored.
It's not Savio, is it? Who scored it?
Hendrick, the Brazilian wonder kid, the Brazilian Real Madrid kid.
Oil much? How far behind am I?
England are complaining though. Something's happened in the build-up. I think. I don't know what. Martin, just want to say, mate, just quick. Firstly, thank you very much for having me on. And you're doing it. Yeah, thanks, Laura, as well with the texts and that and jumping on it. Just, Martin, honestly, you're doing an amazing job. You're an amazing guy. And just keep up the good work for the end of the show and onwards, mate. All the best to you. You've done brilliant. Well done.
No, I appreciate it, mate, and always welcome. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And,
congratulations, you've done amazing.
Thank you, honestly, for coming on. The support has been amazing.
Thank you
so much.
Thanks so much, guys.
Tone, you know where he is on Twitter and over on LB Show, and Laura's on Twitter as well, which you can follow. So go and give them both a follow.
Yeah, thank you everyone in the chat as well. Really, really good stuff. Thank you, and thanks again, Martin and Laura. Take care.
Anytime. Take care.
Nice to see you both. Bye.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do now, 9 o'clock, Aussie, Rich, Pat are going to come on. I'm going to disappear for 30 minutes to go and have a little bit of food before I, not that I'm going to starve to death. I mean, look at me, Jesus. I've had a little bit of an issue with the quiz. And I don't know what's happened. Andy did send me the quiz through, and it's not Andy's fault. Andy's sent it. It has not come through. I do not know why. So what I've done is I've now got a new quiz up. I will look in, so I'm going to speak with Gmail to why that's not come through. I'm annoyed. I know Andy sent it. He showed me proof of it, but Andy's now away from his house, so can't get the quiz here. So we'll still do the quiz, and I will try and sort it. Get a break, Martin. I'll take control. No, there's no Costa, mate, honestly. There is no Costa. Got me Costa. Still got 2 cups. Oh, do you want the good news or the bad news? Alan's coming on at 9 o'clock. God forbid. We've still got the Pep Guardiola watch-along to come for the documentary. I was going to play FIFA. My word, was that complicated to get that up. So we'll sort that out. We've become everything I hate the rags for. Thank you very much, John Grogan. You are a superstar. Michael Feeney, thank you. Sorry, we'll come back to Stephen. Michael Feeney with the £2. Thank you so much. All the way from Ireland. That is now being added to the old tally there of £2. Thank you very much, mate. That is amazing. Thank you so much for your super sticker. And then Stevie has jumped in from there. Stevie Belfast with £20. Thank you so much. It means so much that. And like I said, it's not about the amount. It's not about who gives more than the other person. It is about helping and being generous. Whether it's 50p or it's £5,000, it does not matter. Every little helps. And we're not a Tesco advert. Are you going, Craig? Are you Craig going, or is he saying bye to me? Is he saying bye to me, or is he saying bye? I don't know who's saying bye to. Craig, are you saying bye to me or bye to Tone and Laura? I don't know who you're saying bye to. W in the chat for the old Michael Feeney. Michael is a legend. He is. Sends me lovely messages. You need a break, Martin, my friend. I'm still going. It's my voice that's starting to go after 9 hours. Get the beers in. Alan moan along for what? What's Alan going to moan about? Unless he looks in the mirror. Michael Feeney, still with Belfast. Nice. We love him, really. Big W's for Stevie and Michael Feeney in the chat, and for everyone who has been ever so generous tonight. A lot of love for Alan. Have a soft spot for Alan. Alan has a soft spot. It's called his belly. I can say it because I'm joking and I'm fat myself. All hell will break loose at 9 o'clock. When's FIFA starting? I'm going to sort FIFA, and it's going to be a few weeks. I was going to start it tonight. My word, Charlie, was that complicated. Trying to get the FIFA onto a laptop is hard. I can stream it from my PS5, but I can't stream it to the laptop without really complication. So we are going to start FIFA on the channel, but it'll be from, and we need to buy the PS5 camera and do it from my actual PS5 and connect it into the YouTube channel. But doing it onto a laptop, whoa, is not easy. Third play, got to say, have the energy for 9 hours. Hey, we still got another 4 hours left, mate. Not done yet. Ask Alan if you like Nunez's goal for Portugal. Michael Feeney, a winner. Alan Fan Club, I love his vibe. No, saying bye to the guest. No worries, mate. Thank you. It's not fat. It's pleasantly plump. You talk to my missus. That's what she says about me. You're not fat. You're cuddly. What am I, a bleeding pillow? Comedy show starts at 9. What's for tea, Martin? I don't know. A sandwich, I think. It's just chicken sandwich. Boring chicken sandwich. Alan is a double-decker. Hard on the outside, soft on the inside. Isn't what I read on a bathroom wall about him. Alan, a classic old school City fan. I turned it on when I woke up, just listened to all the conversation with different guests. Super fun stream. Thank you very much. Lenny's laughing. Love all the transfer talk. Plump. Martin is gorgeous, as is. Trust me, I ain't gorgeous. DC, we'll get you some new glasses. Thank you very much. Right, what I'm going to do now, let me just double check I'm going to play the correct one. Just bear with me. that one, I think. I'm going to play you a couple of videos now. This is going to be one of them.
There are 5 things you should know about dementia.
It's not a natural part of growing old.
It's caused by diseases of the brain. The most common of these is Alzheimer's.
It's not just about losing your memory.
It can affect thinking, communicating and doing everyday tasks.
It's possible to live well with it.
There is certainly more to a person than the dementia.
Please share this video with your friends and family to spread awareness of dementia.
And then this is another video. This is about 8 minutes long. But this is simply about Bill and Joe, which is called The Long Goodbye. And puts into perspective exactly what kind of a disease this awful, awful disease really is.
Who am I?
Who are you?
Yeah.
Bill.
Bill what?
Wilson.
And you are Joe Wilson. And we've been together for 50 years almost. And married for nearly 42.
It's dreaming again.
And that's why we've been together all this time though, isn't it? Because we just work well. Someone who's dying of dementia does so over and over again in the eyes of their loved ones. And you lose a bit of that person time and time again. You lose the essence of them too.
I'm going on the bus.
Do you want to go to the shops or what?
Are you coming or what? And today's my birthday.
Happy birthday. We met at Newcastle Polytechnic on a Friday night band evening, and I shouldn't have been there because I was only 16. It was just one of those things. I spotted her on the floor and thought, like the look of that. I love to look back on old photos of our lives together. There are so many happy memories, some sad memories too. Looking at them now, it just drives forward that, you know, that love story, that bond that we always had. And I think because we had a special love story, it made life so much easier. A lot of people would say, God, you two are joined at the hip. You know? And yes, we were. And the photos all kind of show that. The first time Joe died for me was my realisation that Joe had dementia, because I knew then that it was the end. It was the end of something, and that was the end of our lives together as I knew it. I decided that we'd take some cruises together. It was difficult because bits of her died day by day. The forgetting where the suite was, the forgetting that we were on board a ship. So it took me 2 years to get a diagnosis of dementia for Joe, and that's how it is in this country. So it was almost like a double whammy. She died once because the GP had said, I'm sorry, Bill, but this is the situation. And then the same death repeated again 6 months later, when I actually had the final diagnosis from the consultant that Joe had frontotemporal dementia with Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
I'm here, I've got you, but don't sit.
Don't sit
down. I know you can sit down when we're getting the lounge. I knew what I had to do was to take her there and put her into residential care. But I didn't want to. It's Thursday morning. Joe had a peaceful night. and she seems comfortable this morning. Her breathing is very shallow and fast. And I love her so much. That was the moment that I realised that Jo knew she was going to die. And it was as if we'd got back that deep sense of love that you know what the person's thinking. And she might not have had capacity to say things, but we both knew that she was going to die that week. So Jo died. And was that the end? I don't think so. That was the beginning for me of my new life. It started with the Alzheimer's Society, and Jo's funeral had the Alzheimer's Society there too. So it kind of shows the support that's there. The Alzheimer's Society have given me the opportunity to carry on the work that Jo and I started, the campaigning, the influencing.
I'm Annie, and I'm a stories officer at Alzheimer's Society. Bill told me he wanted to shout about dementia, so that's really where it started.
Hi, come in. Oh, it's lovely to see you.
Long time no see.
It certainly is. I think we just got on so well straight away, didn't we? And I felt comfortable talking to you.
Yeah, ditto.
And we joked about stuff. We joked about the BBC. And
oh, yeah, the red sofa, and yeah, I mean...
Who knew that was going to happen?
Who knew?
We loved joking about it. But I think the Alzheimer's Society are always there for me. And they continue to give me the opportunity to get that message out. And if I can keep Dr. Jo Wilson in everybody's mind, then that's great, because then they're thinking about dementia, they're thinking about the Alzheimer's Society, and without whose support, I'm not sure I would be here now. I love you with all my heart and soul, don't I?
So there you go. That is just some stories behind this horrible disease. That one affected me a bit more because that is exactly what I've gone through, helping my dad up and downstairs and things like that, even at 4 a.m. Promised I wasn't going to do this. I just want to thank everyone for 9 hours who has contributed and helped. And it isn't just dementia and Alzheimer's. It's awful disease from cancer to diabetes to all sorts of many diseases out there who who destroy lives, families. And all I would say is make as many memories as you can for them, for you, mainly for you, because the sad reality is they won't remember them. They won't remember them. But it's for you, because this is a journey anyone has to go on who's suffering with someone with this awful disease. Yeah. So anyway, let's get back into your comments. We get a little bit of composure. I want to say a massive, massive thank you to Michael Feeney, who's jumped in for another $20 euro, should I say. Thank you so much, Michael Feeney. You are an absolute superstar. Thank you so much for that. When I total this up at the end, people will probably be a little bit amazed about what we've raised. I'm not going to total it up now, but I will do as we're going. It is truly amazing what people are doing today. I will confirm to you now, we have absolutely smashed through our target of £250 for Alzheimer's Society. Absolutely smashed through it. For 9 hours, you people have been outstanding, amazing, and shown the real humanity of life. A lot of people say life, society, human society has gone worse. You have shown that human society is not, and there is still a lot of good in this world. And from me, my family, all my friends, our associates, everyone, I cannot thank everyone enough for your support. Really, really means a lot. I'll just go through some of your comments. Ozzy, Alan, and Rich will take over at 9 o'clock for about half an hour. I like going, have a little bit of composure. But thanks to our brilliant people in the chat for the fantastic support. Wishing everyone all the best. Thank you very much, mate. Everyone who's super chatted from every city channel who's joined in, it is amazing. The last year I lost my girlfriend and sister to cancer, and I'm with parents full time now. Both strength is the key. And Tim, my thoughts and prayers are with you, mate. 1000%. Michael, I'm sure Martin will be grateful when he comes back, which I am. Yes, it is a disease and an illness that is not forgiving. Nothing you can do to stop it or cure it. It doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor, healthy or unhealthy. It's a disease that will never be stopped unless we try and stop it by helping that a little bit to find a cure. Love all the transfer talk. Sorry, I'm going to bring Alan in. Evening, mate. Morning.
Well, good morning in Melbourne. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Blue Tone, thank you again for all your 3 hours, mate. Appreciate that. Great point, Alan, about his take on Nunes. Good goal for Portugal.
Yeah, but he can do it for Portugal, but he can't do it for City, can he? And usual England performance. I've just watched the last 20 minutes because he's got to shoot to score, you know, England. Pardon me. God, they were terrible. It was shocking, England to watch. Shocking.
Berger, again, bawling my eyes out, which wasn't the intention. I didn't want to upset anyone with that story. It will be 3 years on the 5th since I watched my granddad lose his life to this disease. 12 years in May since it took my nana. Devastating disease. And that's what it is. It is a devastating disease. And I'm so sorry for your loss, Berger. Ozzy's now with us. Good evening, mates.
Evening.
Evening, Oz. Good evening, Oz. How are you?
Sums it up, Chris. Mancunian way, awesome global family, and that's what you are.
I'm good, thank you, Alan.
Good. Did you watch that Bowfest, England, or not?
Nah, mate, I'm not watching that rubbish.
Craig says, once you become a Blue, you join this worldwide loving family, which is extended family. And we all know someone, family or friends, who suffer to this similar of what we all are. Exactly. Wilco with the Love Arts. Well done, who all can give. And listen, if you can't give, you being here is supportive. Hitting a like is supportive. And that's what matters. Just taking up, even if it's 10 minutes of your time to come here, I want to say thank you. Well done to everyone. Hey, we're not done yet. There's another 3.5 hours yet to plug through. We've got a quiz. We've got a watch along and a pep documentary to come. Loads of things. You've got Alan, Ozzy, and Rich talking a load of garbage for the next 40 minutes. Going to talk about Alan's love life. So good luck with that one. That should take about 30 seconds. Oh, Alan's not happy at that one. Alan hasn't been on 2 seconds and he's already moaning.
Stand down. Can we sack Southgate now before the Euros? Are we allowed to do that?
Tell you what, 50 quid super chat for someone and I'll sack Alan live on air right now. I'm joking. No one do that. No one stick me a £50 super chat in to sack Alan live on air. I'm not that cruel. Everyone's saying hello to Ozzy, Chris, Blue Art, Ozzy shirt is fire. Someone's saying background noise, Ozzy. Yeah, tell your missus to shut up. Blue Moon Troy, thank you for your £10. Absolutely amazing, mate. That will get added up as well. And don't forget, earlier on, we had a live 9320 pubcast as well. Big thanks to Pat and Marie and obviously Andy for coming on, giving up their time on a Saturday and helping raise awareness for what we are doing today. But thank you so much, Blue Moon Troy. It is amazing. Thank you. And again, when Pat comes back, $250 from the Sydney supporters branch. All of them are put together for that. That was amazing and outstanding. Ozzy, hope you settled in. DC's put in $100. We have £50. We have £1. It doesn't matter. You have all done your bit. Even just being in the chat, you're doing your bit, and that's what matters. I do agree Southgate needs sacking there, Alan. You've got some help.
Thank you. He does need sacking. He's crap.
Are you originally from Glossop, Alan?
No.
Yeah, he used to be at Glossop Caravans.
No, one of my best mates lives in Glossop, actually. Ashley Shaw and Paul Shaw. So they're from Glossop. So I have spent some time drinking around there when I've been home.
Southgate doing fine. Southgate's doing fine.
Toss him. He's absolutely he has no idea.
All right, Alan, just get us demonetised within 30
seconds. Listen. In the last 20 minutes of the game, we had one shot from about 30 yards, and we didn't even look like we were going to shoot. Do you know what the game is? You've got to score goals. You've got to shoot to score goals, Southgate. He's absolutely clueless.
Alan, there's nothing new that you're saying there. I mean, I think most England fans, have that sense that you're not going to get anywhere. Don't get me wrong, he's done well, but let's be honest, he's got England as far as he's going to get them.
I agree. Totally.
Thank you, John Grogan.
Every time they play against a decent side, every time he plays against a decent side, they get beat.
And to be fair, this Brazil side, yes, they've got a fabulous,
they only won one
Junior
game.
Rodrigo at.
Mate, they've got 2 wins in 12 months before today.
Yeah, but don't sack him now because he won't get the United job if you sack him now.
Why not? I can sit there and wait for the fan. He can go to United. He's absolutely clueless, mate. We all know what's going on.
Morning, Rich.
Morning.
Morning, Richard.
Rich.
Yep. I think Southgate should be left in place till after the Euros and then move to United. We don't want to jeopardise any chance Wales have of, doing well if they beat Poland. So we certainly don't want to strengthen England. So yeah, keep Southgate, keep Southgate in the job, and then let
Rich. You're not getting past Poland. You're not getting past Poland. Get back.
More
in the box.
importantly, Walker's got injured. Can anyone tell me what's
Well,
he
he
done?
hasn't got injured.
Hamstring.
I've never seen a guy walk off smiling, whispering
Yeah.
to Phil Foden when they're injured, mate. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah. To be honest with you, I think
Injured
he
my
had a
ass.
minor. I think he had a minor niggle. Had he carried on playing, from what you see, maybe it could have turned into one, but it's precautionary. But it may mean he needs. It may mean he needs a couple of weeks just to make sure it doesn't become anything. But
tell you what it means.
It's obviously not a serious.
Pep Guardiola texted him before the game. Throw a sickie 20 minutes in, sunshine. Say you've done something. Tell Phil Foden and whisper to him, get the off, and then walk off. If that's an hamstring, I've never seen a guy smiling when he comes off with an hamstring. Watch it again. He's smiling.
I know,
he's coming off.
It's not a serious injury, but if you feel a slight tweak, then you're not injured, but you might still think, yeah.
Thank you so much, Wilco, for your
I don't wanna
$1.99.
play.
That has now been added to the list as well. You are a superstar. Thank you so much. That is now added in as well. I've said it 1,000 times. Give yourselves a massive applause. You have smashed through the target. Absolutely smashed it to smithereens. Now, I'm going to disappear for about half an hour or so. I'm going to leave you with this rabble. If you do donate in that time, sure, one of them will read it out. I will read it out when I 100% get back. They do stay on the screen. All 94 of them are still here. But don't forget, we've got the quiz coming up. We've also got the Pep Guardiola documentary. We are going nowhere. You have literally got another 3.5 hours yet of Mancunian way goodness. Alan's jumped in.
Look at him.
I've not finished yet. I've not finished yet.
Hang on a minute. Have you what's Sir Alan 7? What? Have you paid $7.99 to write 30 or put 30 to write 7? I don't know what you've done here, Alan.
I'm gonna make
Someone figure that one out. Has he paid 30 or paid $7.99 to write 30?
Yeah, I think he's paid $7.99
to write 30. I don't know. Anyway, right.
It's coming down.
It's 37.
Bloody hell, I said Sydney Branch have done this, and Alan's gone into competition mode. They're not beating me, the bastards. What's going on here? Right, thank you. $30.99. Thank you so much, Alan.
Yeah.
Alan, you've done $7.99
plus the 37. Yeah.
But
He
paid
he also pays
$7.99
30
earlier
as well.
to write $30.
So save that for when I'm over. You can take me to the Shea Cardinal. I'll have a chicken vindaloo, please.
Yeah, it's been inflation.
Someone explain to Alan how a charity stream works. It's been inflation. Right, I'm going to leave you all.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Bye all.
See you in a bit, mine.
Right, can we talk about Southgate? Can we talk about the board to get sacked at the Premier League? Because how much of a shambles are they making of the Premier League right now? How much disgraceful behaviour are they showing? I want Rick Parry sacked. I want Masters sacked, and I want them all sacked. Because
Rick
all you have to
Parry's
do,
not in the Premier League.
Yeah, but no, you can have a vote conference in the English Football League and a vote conference for the Premier League. You only need 11 votes to get rid of them all on each. So to me, they should be all fired immediately.
And I'm not going to disagree because
It's what a joke they are.
the sense of the change, because I think Masters has really let the Premier League, go in the last 2 years. What was a pretty united body, or relatively united body, and at least had 15, 16 clubs aligned, even if we weren't always one of them, has become a full-on rabble now, which means that Masters doesn't read the room. He doesn't know what's going on beyond, I think maybe beyond the Red Cartel, and I'm not even sure he knows what's going on with them now. but you don't have a vote of confidence, and you don't throw, the grenade into the room unless you've got a solution on what happens next. So unless they've got somebody who can come in and do that job and do it well, unless they've got someone who can bring the teams together, unless they've got some answers, you'd only make things worse by doing it.
They reckon Aston Villa are next, then Wolves, and they could be, and they could, Leeds United are also in danger in the next couple of weeks. So I'm very sorry.
And they've got Chelsea. They've got Chelsea and City as well.
Chelsea and City. But let me tell you this now. There is a way of getting rid of all these jokers that run the English Football League and the Premier League, and that is a vote of no confidence by the clubs, and it's up to them to get 11 votes each on each vote.
You know what I'm curious about is like
you have to have an answer.
What happens, right? Let's just say like the likes of Chelsea, us, and a few other Premier League clubs. What if we all get relegated to the Championship? Does that mean the Championship have to kind of the lower league? Do they have to get pushed down to League Two?
No,
we can't all fit in a Championship.
No. Because the teams that are 4th, 5th, and 6th get promoted. So if for example they relegated 5 teams, firstly what they do is they dock points, and so the team that was going to go down will stay up. So they'll still only relegate 3 teams. But even if they decided to relegate 4, they'd promote 4. So you're always going to have, and no Championship team's going to argue with that, getting an extra team into the Premier League. So I think that's fine.
At the moment, half the Premier League clubs look like they're going to be relegated. So,
but the question is, what happens if, for example, if for example they had to relegate 4 teams, and it was Villa, Chelsea, City, and Everton? Now, what fans don't know, and this could impact them even if City got punished, is that there's a lot of clauses in TV deals around ratings and all that stuff, for whatever, no matter what fans who were living 25 years ago say that people don't watch City, the fact is now there's considerably more people watch City in the US than watch United, Liverpool, or Arsenal. City are now rating the best, and the Champions League later stages get the highest European ratings. It's not when Liverpool, Arsenal, United playing, it's when the biggest games are being played. And that's been City in recent years. Chelsea still have, Chelsea, Villa, Everton, big support. If they, for example, relegated those teams, you would see the Championship TV deal, advertising, everything else in the Championship go up like rocket, because it would be a huge story. And, there is talk of, negotiations in place or being put forward by a couple of the TV platforms around what they could do if City were punished and went dead. A Down Among the Dead Men Netflix documentary would be worth tens of millions to City, and it'd be an amazing story. So what they're saying is that people think, this punishes City. Well, yeah, it would punish City, but it might also reduce the Premier League TV deal, which might cost clubs down the bottom who don't have that much money, because if the Premier League breached their KPIs, that would be an issue. The Championship would absolutely love it, because it's going to bring crowds, advertising revenue, attention, and even if they can't push up the TV deal for a year, it's going to be massive for the Championship. So all these people saying, they get relegated to non-league or something, it's not going to happen. The Championship is waiting with bated breath for big gun or 2 or 3 to get relegated, because they know that is just chucking money from the Premier League into the Championship, and that's what they want. And sadly, because
I think, to be honest though, Rich, as much as we're hearing that certain teams could be relegated, I don't think they're going to relegate City. I don't think they're going to relegate Chelsea.
Of course they're not.
It's just rubbish. The most that will happen is they'll dock us points at the beginning of next season, so it just makes it harder for us to win the league.
The interesting thing is that I think even if they found City guilty of something, I think it's going to be very hard to show Sporting advantage, because they're fair value tested all the sponsorship deals and everything. So I don't think they're going to be able to show sporting advantage very easily. Chelsea's a different case because Chelsea is going to be in exactly the same offence as Everton and Forest. So you assume that depending on how big Chelsea's breach is, they'll punish them proportionally to Forest and Everton, and perhaps that means Chelsea will be strong enough that they have got enough points. But City's a totally different thing, and it's going to be interesting whether it's even a footballing punishment for City. It might be a fiscal punishment because they're not actually. None of those things are the same. We've got a sporting advantage.
Well, the big charges are they're hard to prove because City have basically turned around and gone, we're not going to show you the books. We're not going to comply. Really, they've said, you've got.
Well, no, City have supplied the contracts with Etihad. They've supplied the bank statements. They've supplied the audit reports. What the Premier League is asking for is evidence that you assume doesn't exist. They're saying, well, prove that this document doesn't exist. Well, if it doesn't exist, how do you prove a document doesn't exist? If I say, Ozzy, you've got £1,000 of mine hidden in your house and you haven't, how do you prove you haven't? You can't. It's impossible because it doesn't exist, and you can't disprove the existence of something that doesn't exist. And so that's the problem with the Premier League. They've said these things. They've got the evidence that Cass had. They've got the evidence that the auditors had. They've got all of this, and they're saying, they're not saying anything actually. They're just sitting on it, and I guess they're sitting on it because they're hoping a whistleblower is suddenly going to come forward who hasn't come forward for 10 years, or the 5 million emails which we've got, which Cass had and the journalists had. We're going to find something in them that no one's found for, was it 8 years ago they were released? No one's found them in the 5 million, but we're suddenly going to find something. Or, one of the chairmen of one of these big companies in the Middle East is suddenly going to go, "Ooh, I'm going to go forward and say I feel guilty. We did do." I mean, it's just they're just waiting for something now. But all these other cases, they've pled guilty. They've submitted their figures. They've pled guilty to the crime, and they've showed the figures. And the Premier League has suddenly decided we're going to turn the whole thing into a lottery.
When we discussed about UEFA, Nate, and we said, and I said at the end of the verdict, we now should go to the European Court of Justice and get the FFP thrown out. And Martin said, no, we've got to carry on playing, blah, blah, blah. I've been proven right. We should have gone to the court and done what we needed to do. Well, because it's all right saying no, because we're now in deep shit. And could get, basically, I think we could be, they're trying to railroad everything in the Premier League now, and it's proof of it right now as we see.
Yeah.
Right? And it could be rigged. And I don't care what anyone says. It could be rigged. We're looking at what's happened to Chelsea, Everton, Leicester's a disgrace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's still never, if it had been an easy legal case, it would have been done years ago. There's other clubs who have been affected. There's other clubs who want rid of it. If it had been an easy, you just go to the European Court of Justice, this is quite obviously wrong. There was a huge amount of legal advice and things into those rules to try and make it watertight. Now, that doesn't mean it's watertight, because on some of the matters of law around the Super League, UEFA was called out by high courts. Most of them, though, it was sustained. So I don't know that it would have got us anywhere. And frankly, bearing in mind we're now probably the club most advantaged by the rules around, I know I've stuck by my view, but look at Chelsea. Chelsea voted for FFP. They were against it for years, but by the time the vote happened, it was actually in their advantage. So Chelsea flipped and voted for something they'd always been against.
Yeah, but that was before. That was before Abramovich got kicked out of.
Yeah, but why would City go and spend tens and tens and tens of millions, and for the UAE put their reputation on the line to overturn rules which are actually in their favour, and that's why they were never going to do it, because why would they? But it doesn't mean. I mean, my view is, and it always has been, yes, Everton and Newcastle voted for it, and they're reaping what they sowed. Aston Villa didn't, incidentally. So if Aston Villa get done or City get done, we're getting done for rules that we never agreed with, we stood against, and we said why they were wrong. But I just don't think that's going to happen. I honestly think at the minute the Premier League is hoping and praying Arsenal and Liverpool win the league, and in the aftermath and excitement, imagine Liverpool wins the league. The hyperbole, you won't be able to get a page in the newspaper, so they wait for that to happen, and then they come out and they say, we've dropped 87 charges, 28 are going to a tribunal in October to go forward. Now, I just think it's going to be a bit of that, try and hide the news at the right time. That's the way to go.
I don't know. I just think that time has come to have a vote of no confidence against both boards of the Premier League and the English Football League, because I think they're incompetent, mate, and they're corrupt, big time.
Yeah,
and the proof's in the pudding now.
Alan Martin wants to know what's a disgrace. He's asked me to read this.
Go. What do you mean? What's a disgrace? The disgrace. It's a disgrace. What they're doing right now. We've just come out of COVID a few years ago, where every club, by probably City and Newcastle right now, right, have suffered financially. I think we all agree on that, right? I think City have, right? And now they're starting to giving points deduction for clubs that have been struggling for 3 or 4 years to rebuild their clubs financially and also compete. It's an absolute disgrace because it's an anti-competitive rule that they've got, and I think it's an absolute disgrace that the people in charge of both leagues, but Rick Perry was the one that grasped all the information on our UEFA charge, let's be honest with you now, right? So he should be fired straight away. And both boards need to go. Masters is an absolute disgrace because he hates it. So for me, the whole thing needs to be rebuilt with new people in charge.
Do you know, Masters just isn't big enough and capable enough and for the job. He's just, he's a bit like Southgate. He just doesn't think far enough down the line. And the trouble is, once you've let loose, do you know what? To get the sporting integrity back, there's some things the Premier League could do now and vote the clubs. And I bet the clubs would well, maybe they wouldn't. Who knows, actually. The clubs have all got a load of weirdos in charge of them, a lot of them. But you say, right, there can be no... punishment has to be future only, not in the past. And punishment can only be given out between the end of one season and the next. Because you cannot have... during a season, clubs going up and down in the league, down 10 points, 4 in appeal, back up 4, down 6, someone else down 6, someone else gets promoted. You can't have that. You have to know.
Well, you wouldn't change the game. You wouldn't change the rules of the actual game, would you, during the season?
Well, this is like during a game. Oh, right. Handball, we're going to change it at half time. I mean, it's just madness. So bringing some rules like that to bring some certainty to the league and the club's integrity. Because for fans, I know it's not affecting the top of the table at the minute, but for fans, if you're a Luton fan, you're an Everton fan, you're a Forest fan, you're a Burnley fan, you're a Sheffield United fan, Bournemouth fan, you deserve to know that if you're 16th after 38 games, you're going to stay up. Not that you could suddenly be relegated. You need to know with 5 games to go, you're not suddenly going to regain 5 points or lose 10. You have to have that integrity during the season. So they've got to change this kind of...
It's a shambles.
Cowboy, everything happening. That is just disastrous. Get some certainty in, and then maybe, I think it would be terrible if, at the start of the season, you have like the Champions League draw where they announce how many points each club's getting deducted, and you start a league table with everyone on different points. That's what will happen, which is still absolutely terrible. But at least you know what you've got to do. So they need to start doing some of those things, and then they need to start thinking about their overall commercial interest. Because I tell you what, for a sponsor, and the Premier League is about money, they don't want to turn a $2 billion deal into a $1 billion deal because they spend their whole time devaluing their own brand by punishing by saying half of our clubs are somehow dishonest. So that's stupid, because that's just going to. If I was non-corrupt league in Europe, I don't know if there are any, but if I was Germany, say, I'd be like playing on this internationally. Coming by German football, integrity in the league. You don't get points deducted during the season. Sell that in your TV, sell that in your media.
We all know why this was brought in, why the Premier League is doing what it's doing, because they were worried about the government coming in and introducing a regulator, so they wanted to get the house in order, and they've basically decided to do, rather than going in and trying to kind of do this properly, they've just took a sledgehammer to the problem. And you're right, Richard, it will affect the league, it will affect the brand, and if the Premier League continues to do what they're doing, it will affect financially the Premier League, and if it starts hitting them in the pocket, I think that's when they'll stop.
Yeah,
because it always comes down to money.
Mate, Ozzy, I think it's already done, mate. I think it's already a shambles and already done. They've opened a can of worms that I don't think it's going to stop.
Well, I agree, Jan, that I think they've opened a can of worms, and I think they haven't yet decided to kind of, try and put some of the worms back in the can. But it will get to that stage, because it will. We've all said it will.
I think the clubs have got to turn the situation with Leicester now, right? And I don't care if it was in the league or it wasn't in the league. The both leagues are having a go at them now. I think, and they've got 10 games left to try and get promoted. You might even have a club that turn around and say, we're going on strike, we're not fucking playing a game. Then you're going to have problems, because if that starts to happen, which it could, then you've got a massive problem, right? Yeah. Because you'll end up teams turn around and say, we're going on strike, we're all pulling out of the league, we're all going back in the Football League, and just leave the three red cartel teams in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you something, if it carries on the way it's going, it could escalate to a point where.
But the trouble is, Alan, and this is why everything's in trouble, is there isn't 17 clubs united against them, because it's now so separated. You've now got some teams, like Villa, Newcastle, who would be who would be massively advantaged, maybe Everton, depending on their takeover, massively advantaged by a change. You've got clubs who are against it in principle, but actually lose out if it's changed, like City. City now is a team who benefits from the rules they are more than anyone, but doesn't like them. And if Sheikh does want to go out and spend $500 million on Mbappe or something, he couldn't. So probably doesn't like it. You've got teams like Forest and Burnley and, the teams down the bottom who are probably in trouble with it, who want to spend, and they'd be against it, but they're not. They haven't got the power of a Villa or a Newcastle. You've got teams who desperately want it to stay, like United, Liverpool, and Arsenal, because in fact United might not anymore, because by all accounts the reason United are going through their job cutting is United are going to at risk of failing next season, because if they don't get into the Champions League, United's 24-25 season is at risk of failing FFP under the new PSR rules. So maybe United will flip and suddenly say against it, which is maybe why Radcliffe's out there saying, I don't want City punished, because maybe United are going to flip, and if United flip, that would smash the red cartel.
Well, United got another thing to look at. If City do get punished, right? They've got their new CEO who was put a signature to all the things.
Well, they've got that, and possibly some other people in there, coming in who are connected to City, and also. The truth is, City and United gain from both being big, because both being big and successful is a story in itself. for Manchester, having City and United both really strong, like they did for a couple of years before Fergie went, before United became a bit weak, is a big thing for Manchester. So there's all these clubs, Brighton and Brentford would probably love FFP to stay because they're winning under it. They've got a model that is better than all the other clubs of the same size. So every club's now got a different view. So even if you've got the red cartel here, United are probably getting out of it a little bit. Tottenham are sniffing away, wanting desperately to get in because the model works for Spurs now. Because Spurs are up with just about the best match day revenue in European football. You talk about commercial revenue. Tottenham's commercial revenue is utterly out of proportion with their ability as a football team. But like City invested in a global network, Tottenham invested in a brilliant infrastructure. So, I think it's fair that their revenue's big. They've done something. But I just think they'll never get 11 teams to vote together. I think everyone's so got their own interests at heart. No one's got the interests of the football game as a whole.
I do think that the boards of both the Football League and the Premier League need to be voted out, and that means a vote or no conflict. I honestly do believe that, because the mismanagement from both boards is horrendous.
Yeah,
and the current state of English football is a shambles. I'm sorry, it is, and they have to go and they have to rebuild it because the reputation's gone through it's gone through the floor. I'm sorry, but it's terrible.
No, I agree, and I think, but we know football's resilient to that. We've seen what the Qatar World Cup, FIFA corruption, UEFA corrupt. Football has an ability to bounce back from it because at the end of the day, a shitload of us want to watch every Saturday. Want to watch
exactly
the game.
I don't think I can watch the Premier League next season if things stay the way they are, and we get punished and everyone else gets punished, leaving the red cartel at the top. I'll be honest with you, Rich. My Optus subscription over here in Australia will not get renewed. Will not get renewed.
I don't think the red cartel will. I think the problem is, and this happens. You talk to the fans, and they don't know what's going on out there. Like you talk to Liverpool fans this week going on about if Liverpool get to the Europa League final, 3 times as many people will watch it as watch the Champions League final because that's how they think in their pub in Liverpool. It's a bit like Donald Trump. If 50,000 people go to a stadium and Trump's in the middle of it, he thinks everyone supports him. Now, and the same with Liverpool fans. They go to they live in a bubble where they see a lot of Liverpool fans, and therefore they think that all those Liverpool fans are bringing money, they're watching the game and all that. But the actual data shows that probably 5-10 times as many people will watch the Champions League final as the Europa League final. Optimistically for them, probably different. It shows that twice as many people are watching City in America, which is the market everyone's after more than anyone, than are watching Liverpool. Now, I'm not saying they're City fans; they might be neutrals, but they want to watch the best football, or they want to watch Haaland, or they want to watch Pep. And so they're living in the past. The fact is that what surprises me about City is that I think we're 5th, aren't we, in commercial revenue in Europe. I'm amazed at 4 European clubs with the media viewing figures they have, which are nowhere near what City get. I'm amazed they're ahead of us because that doesn't make sense. Your commercial revenue should be in line with your TV viewing and your TV money, because that's what drives commercial revenue, is how many people see your sponsorship on their TV. That's how it's measured. And it's
I mean, we could continue to talk about FFP and all of it. We have covered it a lot before, so I think we might just move on now to a few other topics that we all agreed we'd have a discussion about. So I think if we talk about the Champions League new format now, obviously it's becoming it's changing a lot. I think a lot of fans have complained to say that the old format or the current format is boring in the first few stages. It's not until you get to the latter stages that the games get more interesting. Now, for me, I find actually the early rounds quite interesting. I enjoy some of the games because, sometimes you can get some upsets. You look at United; they were in and got knocked out quite early. So, and the likes of smaller teams get through. So I do find it sometimes interesting to watch. I know that's not a opinion that a lot of people share, but I think I'd just like to kind of discuss about what the new format people think might bring, what they're looking forward to, and what they're not looking forward to, because it is obviously going to be different. There's going to be more games. It's going to put more pressure on the players, the manager, plus fans. It means you're going to have to spend a lot more money traveling around if you're, an away supporter. And with things being very tight for a lot of people right now, I think some people still forget that, City's fan base, the core fan base, are working class. And, a lot of people just can't afford, the extra games, the extra mileage, I do think I think it's a shame that the old format is finishing, to be honest, for me, because I still have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the way it's been, and I think for me I think it's just another part of football that's slightly dying for me, because
if I had
too much changing.
I found my way. I'd take it back to the old European Cup, where it's complete knockout competition, because we all enjoy the last 16 onwards to the final because it's a straight knockout. And I think the old European Cup way, where it was a knockout from the word go in the first rounds, is the best way.
Trouble is they'll never do it.
They'll never do it because they want to have more games to create more money.
Well, it's not just that, Alan. It's the fact that if you only have champions, you basically started with 5 big teams in, and you don't have a single big match in UEFA terms till the final. And the truth is, they want to have 4 or 5 Premier League teams in because they want the red cartel all in there. They want Barcelona and Real Madrid and Atletico. So that's the problem. I love the purity of the Champions League. Of the old European Cup, of the Cup Winners' Cup. That was great. Cup Winners' Cup, and then trouble is to now if they had that today, the UEFA Cup would end up being bigger than the European Cup, because the UEFA Cup would have more big teams in it than the Champions League would, and unfortunately, then you'd have this undeserved thing of, you might have Arsenal, Liverpool, United, and Spurs competing in the UEFA Cup, City in the Champions League, but they'd be up against Barcelona and Atletico, and they'd be up against Bayern.
I enjoyed the old days when the UEFA Cup was being played in the European Cup. I enjoyed it.
I'm not disagreeing. It's just not going to happen because the money just isn't going to. Unfortunately, the money just isn't going to.
I don't see the format of having more games is going to be hard on everyone who's not playing the game. The clubs won't mind because they're just about making money, and UEFA don't mind because they were all about making money. But the people that actually go and watch them, which we all know now, it's not about people who go to the grounds anymore. It's about TV rights, because they make more money on TV rights than they do about people attending games, which is true, they do. And you have to think about that. Match day attendances are only 10% of what City earn, which is true. It is 10%. The majority is sponsorship and TV rights, and that's where the money comes from now. So you have to think about it that way. And I know people don't like to hear about that. I don't want to accept that, but it's true.
It is, unfortunately, it is true that it's a game dominated by money, and not only football, cricket, golf, American football. Most sports have become, there are some that have actually not changed that much with money, but but most sports have changed a lot with money.
Oh,
You know, money has changed it
IPL,
all.
the cricket's
Well,
IPL now.
you know,
India-
2020 wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for just cashing in on the sport. You know,
Yeah,
and same with Live. Same with, you know, it's just the way sports change, sadly. And you know, if you know, it's why there's still a lot of people in England, not so much the rest of Europe, but a lot of people in England and Wales and Scotland who go and watch lower league football or go and watch non-league football because, you know, whilst there's a lot of economic problems down there, it's still a lot more, you know, a lot more aligned with how football used to be.
Yeah.
I mean, things like Wrexham's changing that though. You know, they're monetizing the lower leagues, and you know, it's a bit mad. It's not quite like when it was 19 quid for a season ticket in the Kipax, and your main thing was worrying about how you were going to go for a piss when you were little without it going above your shoes. Because like it's all right for these.
If you're at Anfield and you're in the Cop End, you have to piss in front of the person in front of you because you can't get out.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah.
Could I just quickly give a bit of a shout out to a True City fan? He is sent us a fantastic donation of €23.99 euros. He says, "Here is my support, lads. I wasn't sure how much to support anything, mate. It's all going to a good cause, so we appreciate you donating anything. Really fantastic." And
do you know how much we've got now, roughly?
Martin has all the figures, mate. So he'll let us know later on. But I just wanted to say, True City fan. He's obviously great channel. Please go and support his channel, guys. All City fan channels are doing a great job at the moment, and we've had a few people on today, and it's just been great. So thank you for all of your support. And I mean, do we not think there's a bit of magic as well that's been lost from the format that's happening? I mean, because it was brought in because obviously of the Super League, and we all know about when that happened. You know, this is UEFA's kind of bringing this in to kind of squash that. So I'm a bit torn whether or not this is really going to be.
It all started when they had that meeting at UEFA, the football clubs that are in the Champions League, and they were arguing about the share of money that clubs were getting and how much the UEFA were keeping. And when they all disagreed, most of them walked out of the meeting. And about 3 weeks later, that's when it was announced about the Super League, and all chaos then happened, right? But it was all to do with about the share of money. So obviously they've looked at the Champions League and said we'll have more games to create more money for the clubs. So it's imploded. So that you've got to look at the reason why they did it. The clubs want more money out of it, especially European clubs. Because
there's two things. Yeah, there's two things. One, they hope there'll be more big games because there'll be potentially more big games and different games. Instead of Dortmund home and away, we might have Dortmund one game, we might have Madrid another, we might have Bayern. So they're hoping that there's 2 extra games. Now, how on earth you get 2 extra games in that's beyond me, because there's already too much football. And I do hope that Pep next season thinks I need 2 more players in my core squad than I need this season, because I think with the World Club Cup coming up,
more than just 2 players, mate.
And well, I'm talking about 2 top players. I think we probably need a few more younger players and fringe players as well.
Will the UEFA and the Premier League say where you can have 2 more on your squad numbers? Because the way they're at the moment, no.
Yeah,
I'll tell you the other thing that
we haven't often used our full. We haven't often used our full squad, Alan. So we probably can go up, and we've got players who aren't exactly, vying for game time in our squad as well. So I think City can actually do that. FFP, etc. Who knows? If we won a double or treble again with the bonuses we pay, we're getting pretty high. Although I think we probably still have enough room for a decent signing or two. But yeah, it's all about more games, and that's the trouble. The answer from football to making more money has always been more games. They've never sat back and thought, how do we have better games or bigger games? How do you make, could you make the Champions League more elite? Because there's so many crap teams in it every year. Is there a way to do that without just ruining the smaller leagues in Europe? Should the Premier League be 20 teams or should it be 18? There's so many things to think about. How can you actually make football better, not
Rich,
make it more?
Yeah, but you've got you've got games like Copenhagen who beat United and knocked them out. I mean, are you really wanting those type of games not happening? Because for me, I think those are sometimes great games in themselves. You know what I mean? Because it's just a bit of a lower kind of, as you said, team. No offense to Copenhagen, but they're not one of the elite clubs. I think it's a shame if you lose that. The other thing that worries me is that I don't think has been really kind of answered by anybody is what happens if there's a few games postponed in the Premier League. It does happen. I mean, we look at what happened when, the Queen died. I mean, there was a complete stop of all football and games had to be rearranged. What happens if a load of fixtures have to be rearranged and then you try to fit in more games? I don't see how it's going to work.
You actually get to the point where the integrity of the Premier League's at risk because you could have to have games that go beyond the last game of the season. And if that happens, the whole game's set up so that all 10 games are at the same time on the last day so that no one can have an advantage of the other. But, let's say something happened and 2 City games got postponed. I don't think there isn't enough windows or midweeks or anything if we don't go out of the FA Cup or Champions League to play those games before the end of the season, unless you're going to make a club play a Premier League game Tuesday, Thursday. And I don't think they'd do that. But if the alternative to that is, City get to play a game after the end of the season where potentially they could know they're going to win the league or not win the league, or the game could matter. That in itself would be unfair. Because I think it's good that all 10 games are at the same time. You don't know what your rivals are doing, and you haven't got an advantage. So the only way is fewer football games, and that means changing the Champions League so there's 4 games pre-Christmas, not 6, rather than what they're doing, which is making it 8. We've had
the other thing is going to be what happens to FA Cup replays. I mean, they've already been kind of cut back already this season. Then you get, I mean, City, for me, I think City decided quite early on they were going to. I think City early on decided they were going to throw away the League Cup because I think they've seen this.
The World Club Championship gave us no choice in that. We were going to be in Saudi Arabia when the quarterfinal was on. So, what was the point of us even trying when we'd have had to play the under-16s in the Carabao Cup? I don't understand why Pep played the team he did. I still don't understand why we didn't just send the under-16s to Newcastle for experience. But
because we're not allowed, are we?
Martin did give me a good reason why we didn't do it, but I still don't understand that. But they've got to think of a way to cut down football, and I hate FA Cup replays going because one of the biggest things to help lower league clubs, especially Championship, but Division 1, Division 2, was if you could go away and get a draw at a top club and bring them home, how much money that was worth to you. Or if you could get a draw at home and then go away and get your share of gate receipts and a replay away at Old Trafford or whatever, that was huge to them. And all these things are about putting in more football for the elite clubs and taking it away from everywhere else so that more and more money can be hoarded ultimately by the teams that are in the Champions League. It's all about that. So, and we're one of those, we get the advantage of it, but let's have 6 Champions League games. We'll get an extra 5 million, but we'll scrap replays and that'll cost these lower division teams 1 million. Oh, that's good. Let's, fix the Premier League so that the top 6 teams always come top. Then we get more money because we're guaranteed to get the money, and the teams down the bottom.
That's what the Red Cartel and the Americans want, is the guaranteed income, because that's what they used to.
They want no relegation. They want no relegation. You have the same teams, and every so often a franchise can buy its way in by paying a huge amount of money, or an owner can sell their Premier League ticket to another club. And the way they'd have it, you'd have, Luton aren't doing very well and Leeds are massive. They want to go up. Luton can sell their place to Leeds. That's what the Americans want. And that's not football. Football is the dream that you can do what City did, what Wolves. City did it to an extent, but Wolves and Brighton went to the bottom of Division 4, as it was in those days, before they came back up to the Premier League. Fulham went down like we went down. That's the dream of football.
Leicester won the league. We won't have another Leicester, which was fantastic.
I don't know who was, but in 98, 99, Brentford were in Division 2 with us, weren't they? Fulham were in Division 2 with us. We're in Division 2. I'm sure there's someone else I'm missing, but there's teams down there who've made it up. And I think at that time, I'm not sure where Brighton and Wolves were. They could have been worse than us back then.
Look at Sheffield clubs. Sheffield clubs get over 20, 30,000 week in, week out, and they've been in Division 2, Division and Championship, whatever.
Yeah. Sunderland.
There's big club, Leeds United, massive club.
Yeah.
And they are massive clubs with a big fan bases.
Yeah.
And they're a lot bigger than Brentford. They're a lot bigger than Luton.
Yeah. And all of those clubs deserve that someone could come in, buy them, and actually get them back into the Premier League and back having a go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, Martin, we haven't been great with comments, Martin, but...
No, it's all right. You've not been great with your bleeding sign about waffle on FFP here.
We've got to talk about it.
What was going to happen, Martin, with these two? Jesus.
I've been messaging Ozzy like, will you tell him to give facts and not bleeding what they're talking about here? Right, listen, great topics, but just throw little facts out. Premier League made a rule 2 months ago. Things have to be sorted out within the same season. Leicester is a very different case because Leicester have fallen into a grey area that they're fighting for now because the EFL tried to charge them. And then Leicester's argument was, we were in the Premier League. Then so the Premier League went, okay, then we'll charge you. And Leicester went, we're in the EFL. So Leicester are trying to get out of it in 2 ways. Leicester are doing what City are doing and saying, not guilty, Your Honour. That's why Leicester is. That's why Nottingham Forest and Everton it has to be sorted out within a 2 or 3 week period. To stop the going into a new season, to stop all that. The other thing is, City, if they do get found guilty, their punishment will be pending an appeal. So they won't be straight away expelled. It will be on to an appeal. Because again, City's case will then become criminal. It's a very different way. And the reason City think they're out of it is because they have to get certain witnesses to say certain things which the Premier League will not be able to do. All the Premier League have got are emails. The same way UEFA got it. And if UEFA couldn't prove it, I don't see how the Premier League are going to prove it.
Yeah.
Simple.
Anyway, we've been told we've got to go back to football. No,
yes, and also, Alan,
back to football.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm going to write allegedly.
No, I never talked about City's predicament. I talked about the fucking corrupt incompetence.
Allegedly, because you're doing exactly.
It's the red cartel at the top.
No,
it's
let me
corrupt.
explain.
It's
Let me explain,
corrupt.
Alan. Let me explain. You're doing what City can sue for. City can sue for defamation of character.
Yeah.
You're doing exactly the same thing, but on Richard Masters, calling him a corrupt bastard.
Yeah.
He is.
Can I just?
No, you've got to
can I
say
just
allegedly,
say?
Alan, or you get
Can
sued.
Can I just say one thing? To sue, you've got to actually sue and get a punishment. You've got to show the damage. I reckon that Alan's saying that the damage that Alan's calling that person Richard Masters is a bit low, so we probably don't have to worry about it.
Anyway, I just want to say I know Ozzy's done a brilliant job at saying these, but True City fan, thank you so much for your €23.99 supporting us just being here, mate. Massive thank you to our very own Rich, who has super chatted the correct way, unlike Alan.
I did it
Alan, you paid $7.99 to type $30 in. I don't understand.
Yeah, and then I put $30 in after, so don't worry.
Sarah, Chrissy, I see. What? Shut up, you Chrissy.
Yeah, I couldn't see what I was writing, because I was concentrating on the stream. But all I can say is, ooh, Chrissy Wood.
And then Paul McLaughlin, thank you so much for your £20. Fair play to you, Matt. Horrible illness. Every little bit helps, and it does. And I'm just going to add all these in now because literally it is amazing. I'm just adding them all in now. And then I won't be able to know fully tonight how much things are because I've got to work out converting rates and everything else, and you don't always get them straight away. So it will take me a couple of days to get the final figure, but I will give you a rough estimate before we leave tonight. We will be going over the 12 hours, I can assure you, because we've still got the quiz and other things, and we want to make sure we do it. But yes, it is amazing. Off you go, carry on with your conversation, because I'm off to support netball and tiddlywinks, because Alan's killed my football dream for the rest of my life. Because Alan doesn't like the Premier League, he doesn't like the Champions League. I don't know where Alan wants us to play football anymore.
Super League. Here he is. Good morning, Patrick.
Fresh haircut. Is that a fresh haircut, Pat?
Is it raining where you are? Have you been in the shower?
I've just been in the shower.
Because
I had to wash myself. Because I had to wash myself of all the absolute garbage I've been listening to on the backstage for the last half an hour.
I know.
Oh, Mr. Allegedly Alan. God's sake.
Do you know what? The funny thing
we
is,
don't want to talk about things that Alan's allegedly done.
Do you know the really scary thing is?
I
Alan
think we
will
only
send
heard
me a
10%
message
of
in a
it
couple of
too.
days saying, "How dare Simon Jordan say everything he's saying about our football club? He can't say that. I think we should sue him." But then doesn't understand when he says it about other people. Make that make sense.
Bless him.
Right, go on, Ozzy. Carry on.
So,
listen, I've gone square lazy. I'm on 10 hours now. I've gone loopy crazy at this point.
So, Pat, as you've been patiently waiting to get on, what are your thoughts regarding the new Champions League format? Your likes, your dislikes, how you basically feeling?
Dislikes just expanded, just for more money for UEFA, more TV, more match revenue, more, just the usual sort of stuff. The overall format itself, I'm kind of okay with in a way. To me, it just seems like a more expanded, the whole like semi-league format just feels like an expanded group stage, which I'm okay with in a way. The whole, AI generated bot UEFA computer thing that they're going to use to draw whoever's in what groups and whoever plays whoever. I have a little bit of concerns about that. You can call it randomization as much as you want to, but just how random is it, especially when it's UEFA? So, allegedly, yeah. So my thoughts on it are sort of like, I think whether you agree with moving with the times or not, I I agree with that. Alan says I'm a bit of a traditionalist, so I still think it should be the winners. It's never going to go back to that. But that's just the traditionals of the game. But at the end of the day, basically for me, it's just an expanded version of what we already know in a way. So, thanks, Richie. You're good.
Yeah. Well, just saying, you just keep your hands down. But
someone's been asking. For Patrick's tardiness. I just got out of the shower with him.
Lost the key,
Yeah.
obviously. Yeah, but managed to break it away. That someone's been asking, and someone can correct my simplified version on this, but a couple of people asking about the new format. So as I understand it, and you can correct me, there's 24 teams. Or is it more
36?
Than that?
36. 36 up from 32.
In one big league, and they get randomly picked an equal number of home and away games against teams from the different kind of parts of the seeding. And then you play your 8 games, and then there's a league table at the end of the 8 games, and the top 8 or whatever get through to their quarterfinals, and the next 16, or to the last 16, sorry, and then the next 16 get drawn into 8 games to play those 8 teams in the last 16. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, it's like a final 9 or 10 go automatically through, and then like 4 play, and then there's like another 3 or 4 places at the remaining 6 or something after that.
Yeah,
I don't know the exact numbers, but there's like an automatic promotion. Then there's another playoff.
Yeah,
and then those that make that go through. The rest that don't fall back with the others into Europa.
Out the Super League, it'd be damn sight easier and make more money.
Yeah. So at the end of it, you've got 36 clubs. You've got 8 who go automatic, 8 who've won their way through. The 8 teams who lose that go into Europa, and 8 people who are just rubbish, like United, who just go out. And then £7.53 for their treble. I've got some good comments explaining it. Yeah. So why is I'd like to know why Michael Feeney thinks that DC handcuffing Patrick is a good gesture.
I thought it was a convict joke, but anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
It was more of a Christian thingy joke. Jenny Collier, thank you for your £2 super chat. Brilliant effort, Martin. No, thank you. Brilliant effort is by you legends in the chat. And DC again. Stop it now, DC. You'll have no food for the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Again, with another $50 basically. Martin, this has been the best show. Love to you all in the panel and chat. We're family, and that's what we are. Thank you so much.
And Martin, Pat's been made to work for it, so it's value for money.
Craig Part-Time, who has been amazing with all the information today. 36 teams in the league, top 4 play for top seeded play, 4 home, 4 away. Top 8 go through, then automatically, then the remaining teams play each other in playoffs to play the 8, which becomes the last 16, etc. So, Alan, that's your Super League.
Does that keep you happy, Alan?
Do you know what I think they're trying to do is that with those 8 playoff matches to get into the final last 16, that's just more fixtures to replace the Christmas break. Because if you think about it, it's like Champions League has always been everything's wrapped up a few weeks before Christmas, and then there's no football again, no Champions League until what, February?
Yeah.
Now those playoff games are going to fill that gap. So it guarantees, UEFA get some form of Champions League football pretty much a season round.
Can I just say, and I'm going to do this live on air, I don't give a shit. 3 people have down-ticked. I've disliked this video. Go and get yourselves a little live, because this is for Dementia and charity. So if you think this is funny and you seem to think that down-ticking on a charity stream makes you edgy, go and get yourselves a live. Get out the bedroom. Take your know-what out your hand. Go and get a girlfriend or a boyfriend and go and get a life. Seriously. Because you're pretty sick in the head. If you think disliking on a charity stream makes you edgy because it's Manchester City and you don't like it, what you don't realise is you're still helping the channel because you're interacting. you'd have been best just ignoring it and scrolling on.
But let's celebrate the good thing, Martin. Just look there. Just look at
£99.
Wow. Absolute wow.
Yeah.
Do we know D-Man? Is D-Man someone that he's not being very honest?
He's the man now.
D-Man rules the world.
He's the man now.
So D-Man is rich on his other account.
His burner.
Wow.
No, Rich, I'm being serious. Is that your burner account? Waiting to be deadly serious.
No, I haven't got a burner account called Demand. And you'd
whoever
see if it
Demand
was
is,
me, 'cause
99
they're in the UK because
Well, I gathered
it's in pounds. So if it was my burner account, it would be in Aussie dollars.
I know, but hang on.
Detective
Not to
Williams.
throw it out here for the tax man, but Alan has a British bank account still. D-Man, thank you for your £100. It is amazing. You are a superstar. Thank you so. And like I said, when I had this up, you are. Thank you so much, D-Man. You are a superstar. Thank you so much. I'm telling you now, we have smashed through the total. I never dreamed in all my days I did £250 and I thought, you know what? There has been over 3,500 views on this already, nearly 400 likes. It is amazing. And we've even gained subscribers, and that wasn't what the plan was.
Yeah, I saw you hit 3.5k while I was asleep. You hit 3.5k, Martin. So
yeah,
I said that at the top of the show, so that's good.
4,000 views already, and we've still got another 2 or 3 hours. It is outstanding. People are asking for a rough total, so if you four want to discuss while I just try and do some quick maths somehow. Oh, by the way, I hope the man isn't my missus.
Oh, Mrs. Guardiola's in now.
I know.
Oh,
she's sat there going, "Oh, Aunt Martin, now go on, we'll give him a £5."
Well, should we read it out while Martin's doing his total? So, Miss Guardiola said, "Brilliant stream, brilliant cause.
You can
Thanks,
see that
Martin,
brain's
to
working
everyone
overtime.
involved. Big up the Blues. Thank you."
Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Guardiola. You are a superstar. I'm just, carry on, you lot. I'm still adding.
Does anybody else
this
want to
wasn't going to
say
be a
anything?
2-second ad.
Can we just right? Favorite Chris Wood goal? Go around the room.
I'll come back. I'll come back in
We
a
haven't
minute.
had a.
So basically, what's your favourite? So
Wood.
basically, what's your favourite goal from the hat trick you scored against Newcastle a few weeks back?
Yeah.
I reckon the second one. Second one was easily
the first one was a nice finish as well.
Yeah, I guess the first.
That was Haaland-esque.
Well, he is Haaland-esque, isn't he? I'm surprised we've never signed him.
Yeah,
I think
still
more
time,
needs.
Rich.
Yeah, we need to
Rich,
talk
what do
more
you think about? Because they're on sale at the moment. Do you think-
Wood.
I'm gonna try and get Martin a Chris Wood New Zealand jersey, New Zealand shirt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Martin loves walking around with Wood on him, especially on his back.
And that's 4 dislikes, people. Oh god. Oh dear.
Yeah, but Martin's just adding up. It's quite funny. He's got there. You can see his little fingers going.
Yeah, you're deep concentration at the moment.
And every time we talk, you see him swear, and he has to start again because we might randomly.
He's got
say,
the thing with the beads.
Yeah,
he's moving.
Beads. Yeah.
2099.
Yeah.
He's not sure.
Oh shit! What's the conversion rate on that one?
Do you know what it is? I'm more shocked at. I'm not even halfway.
Yeah.
The total.
Someone.
I'm going to end up crying at this rate.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you.
He's in a bit of a meltdown because of a couple of donations.
Should we maybe save it for the next
Zimbabwe.
show? Tell us how much it is on the next show.
Yeah.
No, carry on. I'm halfway now, and we're at £500.
So, has anyone else got anything to say about the Champions League format, or should we move on to our next topic?
Yeah, I think they need to find a way of getting Chris Wood into the Champions League.
Should we make a topic of trying to get Alan a girlfriend?
I don't think there's enough money.
Sorry, that's another charity stream.
Yeah. That would be so good. Like, I wonder how much like our donors would come in and donate for that. Super chat.
Hello.
Alan, you should probably go for this. You might get a free holiday. You might get a week in a nice hotel somewhere, flights and everything paid for.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, we could do like what was that? Could be some like show, some 1980s style British comedy with Alan as the Bachelor, going through it. Or does anyone have any TV contacts that we could get Alan on?
No, but the man's gonna make me cry in a minute.
Oh wow!
Naked Attraction, yeah, Naked Attraction.
Right, I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna stop this now. I'm gonna punt you, without obviously because we're looking at over £1,000.
Yep.
Thank you to everyone.
Fantastic. Well done, Martin.
Yeah.
There it goes.
There we go.
I figured you'd get close to that because you were at 250 quid after about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Big
and then
thanks to everyone.
when the attractive, studs come on at, 9 at night. Thankfully, everyone's got their beer goggles on. Everyone's looking at the TV like, who's that handsome man, sir? He's a sir.
Sir Alan.
Suits you, sir.
Yeah.
Alan, Alan, if I do
that man there still trying to make wet look hair gel and Lynx Africa a thing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guardiola. Brilliant stream, brilliant cause. Thanks, mate. Everyone involved. Up the Blues.
Can I just say something? And this for a super chat donation. Someone will have to super chat donate for this. But Alan is a bit of a fashion icon. He's a spokesman and a model for an Australian tailor called Men's Club. So if anyone wants to make a super chat donation to Alan, he'll go and get one of his Men's Club jackets and do a twirl. And you'll see what an eligible bachelor he really is.
Yeah, I've got plenty of Men's Club's jackets to do
so come on.
and wear.
Yeah.
And I've got a very special one, which I wore at the Etihad when I was in
if someone says the secret password, he'll put out his Freemason jacket as well.
When I was in the certain club of dining area of City, and I'll wear that again. And if you put in a donation of another $50 between now and the next half an hour. So if you can all club together, we'll wear it.
Wow.
Scott Williams, congratulations. Everything a mammoth at your £2. Thank you so much. I've not even added these in yet. Alana Keller.
Yes. Thank you, Alan.
Anyone who was on earlier on. Hello to the TMW team. Loving the charity support. Thank you for your £5. The man has literally been the man and has done £200 in less than 5 minutes. You madman. Don't be emailing me back tomorrow saying I was pissed. Let me have my money back. So much it really does. Blue Art, £10. Just did this to get you over the 500, mate. Because of you legends, Blue Art, and the rest of you, we're well over £1,000. We're now touching over 1,100. I've said this before. It will take 2 to 3 weeks to come through because YouTube don't give me the money instantly. And I'm afraid I don't have 1,100 quid in my bank account just to whack over tomorrow morning. I wish I did, but it will be shown. I have got all HSBC's bank details. I promise you. So don't come back in 2 weeks. Why have you not shown it? Are you paying for your holiday in Tenerife? No, I promise you, all funds will be shown, a receipt will be sent, and it will be shown live on air. It's not going to these for wages, don't worry. No, honestly, I cannot. I'm flabbergasted. We've not even done the bloody quiz yet.
Listen, I'm going corporate at the Formula One this afternoon, so you need to pay for that. So come on, guys.
What do you mean? Whoa! What do you mean you're going corporate?
I'm going corporate to the Formula. The
And you
F1
stuck $30 in, you cheap twat. By the way, I'm joking. Me and Alan are mates. We have banter. This is before someone comes in.
See,
Dano,
going to the F1 with Alan wouldn't be too bad, actually.
I know who Dano is.
Because at least the cars
You
would be
are
too loud for him
amazing.
to
Dano,
stop talking about how
Dano.
everything's shit.
Dano,
or hear that laugh.
No,
Yeah.
can I just say, Dano came and see me a couple of years back at Wembley to thank me on another channel. Thank you for following over. Thank you for all your help and support, especially the contribution of the Bernardo Silva frame. It is amazing. Been watching all day. Great job, legends. Thank you so much. I've not even added that. I need to add that. And you lot talk because I need to add these in. Jesus, I've not even added them in. Excuse me.
Right, we've got 45. We've got £45 in, so we need another $5 for me to wear the jacket. Come on, $5.
By the way,
if you donate 100, I'll put on a straight
thing
jacket.
are you going to today?
Antwerp, the Australian Grand Prix.
The Australian Grand Prix is on Formula One in Melbourne today.
Oh, is that today?
He'll be there going.
Well, no,
He'll be
qualifying
going.
today. The race is
twilight.
Oh wait, no,
here,
it's Sunday, isn't it?
and
Yeah,
it's
the race is today. Yeah,
time in
Be
Europe. Time in Europe.
He'll be going there.
You're not
Lewis
actually going to
Hamilton.
the real
He's
race.
got no pace. Yeah,
He's
rubbish
shit.
driver. He's rubbish. Get him off. Get a substitute on. You know, Rubens Barrichello. Never been out of play.
That's what happens when he's driven an Access Powers cars. He should be in a British Leyland.
How old are you, Rich? Ruben
How old am I?
Barrichello.
How old are you, Rich? Anyway, you're younger than me.
Yeah.
Rubens
I've got four.
I don't know now. He's come
I've
up
got
with Ruben
four in
Barrichello.
front of my age. That's how old I am.
I mean, Rich, we're talking about bloody Alan Prost in a minute and Senna and
What's wrong with that? Absolute legends.
Who's the other one? The guy Englishman.
Nigel Mansell.
Nigel Mansell. Jacques Villeneuve.
From your neck of the woods, isn't he, Oz?
Yeah.
Murray Walker.
Just tell everyone where Ozzy lives.
those were
Why don't
glory
we back,
days.
you know what I mean? He
Yeah.
won't mind.
Yeah.
Watson, no one knows where he lives anymore. He's moved.
I have. I could be anywhere.
He's moved next to Alan.
No. I can't afford where Aaron lives.
No, you can't afford where Rich lives.
Well, that's
I'll tell you
Oz,
what,
if you lived next door to Alan, you wouldn't need a microphone.
Rich
I
lives
wouldn't
in
Living
a very,
next door.
Rich lives
to
in a very
Alan.
posh area of Sydney. Put it that way.
Not as posh as well, yeah. Rich is the one with money. Who do you think funds the channel? I'm joking before anyone thinks he does. Alan, Rich
he is
again,
the
thank
man.
you.
I'll go get the jacket.
First donation to the Alan Fashion Show Fund. Just need 5 more. By the way, I have got some news that I just got told by my friend. The reason they've been in a meeting all day for this reason. I'm just going to look now. Oh my God.
You all right?
Person I get the info off, I'm not going to announce them. They've just said for this charity stream, they're going to get a signed Manchester City shirt for us.
Ooh,
Nice.
brilliant.
Thank you.
He'll sort it in a few weeks when the lads are back from internationals. That is, I can't thank, and I'm not even going to name them because I cannot name them. I will not distrust them in that way. All EFL clubs have been given the white paper funds that the Premier League clubs didn't want, which means it will help clubs with infrastructure, etc. So the Premier League clubs didn't want the white paper, so the EFL will. Tell you what to do, and this is very simple. Rich, this can be to you, Pat, or to you. £1 donation, and Alan's got to say, live on camera, I love Mateus Nunes. He is my favourite player. £1. I do it myself, but it won't let me chat on my own. It won't let me donate to my own channel, our own channel, whatever. You know what I mean? Won't let me do it. £1. And Alan has to say that. If he comes back naked in a minute, Rich, I'm going to slap you.
How much do you reckon we could? How much do you reckon we'd have to raise to get Alan to kiss and hug a life-size model of.
No, we're not doing bloody hell. It's not one of them streams, Rich.
Oh wow!
This is not OnlyFans featuring the Mancunian way.
I tell you what, if you want to get over to Alan's OnlyFans channel,
don't give it out live on them.
Chromabis says Ozzy moved into Alan's basement. Harry's gone for Swindon. Bloody hell, we're having bets on where Ozzy lives now. Fangio.
Right, Wilco's paid for Alan. Alan now has to do whatever that.
No need to explain, and you say you do this and that. Nobody here would doubt you doing this for China. No, I just know because there will be one or two who will ask in a week, why have I not shown it? I know I've played this game enough. I know how it goes. And listen, I know 99% of people in here, Craig, will say that. But
Alan, DC wants to know what your OnlyFans channel,
right
is.
Alan, because it's a charity stream, I announced something while you were away. I said if someone donated £1 and they've even got even worse, they've got even better, $1.99, mate. You got to do it. You have to say Mateus Nunes is absolutely amazing and he's my favourite player. And before we do it, and it's for charity, Alan, you got to have 1 minute of saying how brilliant he is. We're all disappearing while you do it. Unmute yourself, you clown. Alan, unmute yourself. It's like teaching a baby. It really is.
Listen,
right, 1 minute.
Nunes is a wonderful footballer. He's shortchanged the City and he should play more minutes because he's a fantastic footballer. Very good assists. He's quick. He can kick with both feet. Maybe not to City players very often, but he's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful footballer. And that's the best I'm going to do. So there's your £1.
I've got to say,
I was just waiting for you. I was just waiting for you, Alan, to say, and he's available for only £20 million.
I'm going to
six easy payments of $7.99.
I'm going to corporate today, right? I'm going to corporate today. Now I'm picking a blazer to wear, so it's between these two. So I'm going to put this one on first, and I want you to tell me which one I need to wear today. I wore this one at the Tunnel Club at City when I was there. See, as you can see, we're wearing a white shirt or a blue shirt. So,
has that not got mothballs? You wore that 5 years ago.
I know it is. I like it. It's my favourite though.
Have you only got one?
No, I've got about 10.
Time's a bit hard, mate.
No. I've got this one, which I've just bought yesterday.
You look like a posh chef in that first one.
Yeah, he really does.
I've got this one. This one I bought.
That doesn't fit you, mate. I won't wear that one. Jesus. Try and fasten it.
Nothing.
When did you buy these, Alan? They look like
1992. Oh my god! Oh, that's the greatest thing ever.
Oh, he's gone back for more.
What's this? The Alan Parish.
Oh my god! You've got everyone absolutely losing it in the comments.
Victorian government's going to lose Melbourne Fashion Week at this rate.
God. Oh, Alan, I've never ever cried, and then Pat's even come back with you bloody. Oh my God, you lot are just going to send me loopy tonight. Thank you so much, Greg.
Is that one? It's a navy blue one, look, and you've got
you, Alan, are coming in.
Which private school kid did you nick that one off?
Yeah, so he's got that one as well.
Yeah,
all from the men's club in Bridge Road, Richmond.
Is that your Freemasons jacket?
Yeah. All from there. So if you want to go Bridge Road in Richmond, mention my name, speak to Marco or Mark.
You have to do the secret handshake.
Yes, you do have to do the secret handshake as well. He is part of the Masons.
You
Can I just say as well, Greg, thank you so much. I'm trying to update all these as I'm going. Greg, thank you. You are a superstar. Patrick, our very own Patrick, it's come out of DC's purse. Alan should put a number 27 on the back. That jacket that straps us up at the back. All I can say is I have got people literally howling. That clip is being clipped and it's going up on every show when Alan slags Nunes off. Who else does he not like? We'll start on that one. Should we get him to say Richard Masters?
Otamendi. No, we forgot the greatest defender in City history, Nicholas Otamendi.
Right, I'm going to confirm we're going to start the quiz.
Ever say he was a good footballer.
So the quiz will begin at 11 o'clock. I know it's late. Screw it. We're going to go. Some of you have been here so damn long. I promise you we will try and get it done. If I'm still here at 1 a.m., we'll go with it. I'm going to go as long as we can with this. And all I would ask is after 12 o'clock, all donations stop. We'll keep it up, but after 12 o'clock midnight, all donations stop. You've done enough. You are superstars, each and every one of you. You will get bonus because the quiz may probably go longer, but you deserve something back, which you always get here at the Mancunian way. You're going to get the £50 gift voucher, the £25 plus the treble trophy. Treble trophy, Jesus, you're not getting a trophy. The treble medal will also go out.
Don't think we can afford that.
Christine, Caitlin, thank you, mate, over in Oz. Keep up the good work. And problem is because people in Oz are now waking up, so we're going to go a bit longer because, yeah. Keep up the good work, Martin. Well done to everyone that donated. Even my son is now in the chat having a whinge. I've upset my son today.
Is it cold in Sydney, Pat? Is it cold or not?
Yeah, it's mild. It's not too bad.
Richie's all wrapped up as if he's in Manchester.
No, I've gone back for my
that's an
traditional. I've gone back for my traditional Zelensky look.
Can I just ask?
Yeah, it's already 20 degrees here, mate. So we're doing all right.
I need one person to possibly stay with me during the quiz.
How long are you doing the quiz now?
No, 11 o'clock.
I can't do. I have to head off to work in
Anyone?
about 45 minutes till
I
now.
can, Martin. I can drop off now for 20 minutes to do chores and come back on in 20 minutes.
Would that be all right, mate? Only because
yeah, fine. Yeah, I can do. I can do 10 to 11. I'm a crooked accountant. I'm a crooked accountant as well, so I'll be able to sort out the scores.
Get yourself a piece of pen and paper as well,
Yeah,
Rich.
everyone, get your donations in. Donations, super chat donations with your accountancy tips for me when I'm scoring the quiz, and we'll see what can be done.
Right, hang on.
I'll be 15 minutes.
Donation in. Right, off you go, Rich. Cheers, mate.
Yeah.
Right. Man City for life. I've not been able to play on the PlayStation today. I've made my own donation. I want to say a massive thank you to my little boy who has literally given up his whole PlayStation time today.
Poor kid.
For a 14-year-old on a Saturday, that's hard. But he'll make me pay. He doesn't know yet. He's not going on it tomorrow either because we're going out as a family. Number 27 is Nico Hulkenberg. I don't know about
Formula One. Yeah.
Fantastic prize. Yeah, it is. A date with Alan, treble medal. They are. DC wants a date with you, Alan, over the treble medal.
Well, yeah, there you go.
You really don't. I've been here all day, been to work and back.
It's all right, Alan. You're taking a lot of pressure off me.
Yeah. Listen, 30 degrees is winter. What, in Oz? Probably is.
Yeah, it's not. It's going. We're in autumn now here, so we're going the other way.
Thanks, lad. DC's a lady. Man City for life. Junior Martin. He doesn't even look like me. Do you want me to bring him on camera? To come and say hello to you all.
He's the built ones, isn't he?
He's going to tell me to piss off in a minute. I had to get my missus to come on and give us the women's point of view, but she said no. I will say, by the way, don't forget, like, City's ladies, that feels like it was hours ago, smashed up United in the derby earlier.
3-1.
Get them.
Harry Sharman, amazing job, Martin. This is his cause. He's very close to my heart. Love this channel. Love this club. What I'm going to do now, just while we've got a couple of minutes, because I did promise I would do this, I'm just going to play a couple of promos. They're only a minute and a half long, don't worry. But one that is very, very close to my heart, and I will play this. If that's all right, gentlemen?
Go for it.
Of course.
Fancy a cuppa?
Oh, that'd be nice.
Coming up.
You okay?
Yeah. Couldn't remember where the tea bags were.
I'm exhausted. I, Laura, take you, Adam, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward.
I know that. I know how to make a cup of tea, you know.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
I'm so sorry, Laura.
No. In sickness.
Where are they? You've stolen the tea bag.
That's it. In sickness, Adam. In sickness.
I want to go home. I want to go home.
And in health. To love and to cherish till death do us part. I do.
At Alzheimer's Society, we vow to end the devastation of dementia, Britain's biggest killer.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think about 8. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds about right. What time should we leave tomorrow?
I told you, 8.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
We're leaving at 8, Jane.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think we should leave at 8, love.
So there you go. They're very short, but they're very, very powerful. And that's been the main message today of dementia, Alzheimer's is not getting old. It is an illness. It's passed on as getting old too much.
Yep. My father's going through it now. He's just started with it, so I know.
And I know Alan jokes and he laughs, and we all love him. But Alan is going through a very devastating time of his own with his parents, and we support him as much as we can here on the channel. We know he can be a bit of an idiot, but he's our idiot. He's your idiot. Yeah. And we look after each other. We are a family. And the biggest thing is today is that people stay silent for too long. Talk with someone.
It's not nice. But my mum and dad now live in Hobart, Tasmania, which is the island of Australia, near my sister. And trust me, he when the old guy that said, I want to go home, My father says that on a regular basis, and he's over going home now. He doesn't know what day it is sometimes, and it's heartbreaking to see it.
Yeah, I had that. Well, my mum had that 2 weeks ago.
I know it's very, very difficult, and it's heartbreaking to see your parents go through that. It's very, very difficult, and I think the only thing he watches every week is City on Optus now. Watches live. He was watching the Champions League when they won. He was in tears. So he's a big blue, massive blue. That's the reason why I'm a blue.
Yeah, it's too many people stay silent and they don't get the help. And the thing is, you can get that help at www.alzheimers.org.uk. And if you don't want to do it online, you can ring them up. You will speak with, in pure confidence. There are other people as well you can go to. There is Dementia UK. There is Help the Age. Everything else that is out there is not just a one-stop shop. And it's the same for all illnesses, cancer, everything. The big difference is, and this is not saying anything's above, with some forms of cancer, there is no help. And with others, there is a, because like I said, someone who I work with, class as a friend, lost their very, very young son today to leukemia. And they had Down syndrome, and it's devastating to know. So yeah, it's we never know what goes on in the world, but like it says on your screen, you can call 0333 150 3456 and get that help that you need. Or don't suffer in silence. If it wasn't for these absolute legends that are sat in front of me right now, including Rich, and you legends in the chat, I probably would have broken down in the last 2 years. Some of these know how close I've been to breaking, and phone calls in the middle of the night, the help, everything else. So I want to thank everyone who has supported me. This channel is my outlet, is my release. Manchester City, some people say, is my life. Certainly my missus does. But yeah, we're a family, and we always will be. It's not even about subscribers, numbers, everything for me. It's about what we do. By the way, my son has replied, "Where are we going? Piss off." So he doesn't want to go out tomorrow. So there we go. Yeah. Everyone's sending you their love, Alan.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. My father's a massive bloke. He's from Broughton in Salford, and I was brought up in Whitefield. So we went to City together for a long time before we emigrated over here.
We were going to do a fans forum. I've not even got the fans forum out yet. We'll do that for next week. I will do the fans forum next week. I promise you, we've not even had time. I thought 12 hours we'd have no time to do everything. We'd need to fill stuff. But I promise you there will be a fans forum. I promise you next week. Is this a lockdown stream? No, it's a stream for Alzheimer's dementia, mate. That illness could have happened to any of us. It's heartbreaking to see family, friends, and the community go through this. Imagine our memories of our loved ones, the treble, etc., being forgotten. Horrible. Yeah, my dad doesn't even remember the Aguero moment, and he's the reason I supported City. Yeah. Andrew W., thank you for your £10. I've been here most of the day. Great cause, great people. Well done, Martin. No, well done to you lot, not to me. A true blue who clearly puts all his family, puts his all into his family. Take care, all. Thank you. AK's put Southgate out. Yeah, Alan, I agree with you.
Totally.
GW, everyone's showing you love, Andrew, because it is amazing. Everyone who's given today's section, thank you. Very sorry about your friend, son Martin, my conditions to him. Well, man, I thought it was just me. It was a wet lettuce. Love you guys. Listen, takes a true man to get upset. True man. Kelsey, lost my grandma to dementia. Both my parents, some of the things. Cherish your loved ones. Spot on. Big Blue family, we all stick together, says Dan. Support Alan. Exactly. Alan, listen, we're there for Alan. He may have some wild takes, but we are there. You know, don't forget, I've been there at 3 a.m, calming Alan down when he's having an absolute wild time because you're going to get charged with everything here, there, and everywhere. Me and Alan support each other. I know people think me and Alan hate each other. We have banter and we have a laugh.
Yeah, we do.
So it's not always what you think. Had the big C 3 times. Still here alive and kicking. Going to work as a plasterer. Don't take life for granted. Spot on. And True City fan earlier, you all know, had to announce he sadly had cancer. And love and support is there for him as well. Through these sad times. He's got to GoFundMe up. I'm not sure if it's still up or he was doing. But that was to help him with his bills, he's everything in his life. So you never know what people are living with until they open it up. Because nobody knew about Pat. Nobody. So it's, big up to Pat. Alan asks, sincere regards to your father. God bless him. I wish you as many good days as possible. Andy Slate, amazing. Very sorry about your dad, Alan. Wishing you the best. Sorry to hear about it's his dad, aka not his son. Patrick, again, we all deserve a better quality of life. Dig deep and look after you. Right, Pat, enough now. Stop now, mate. You're going to get me shouting here.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention too, we wanted to have a shout out as well. Bodie, who's one of our Sydney Blues members, he's dealing with his dad's got dementia or Alzheimer's at the moment. So, yeah, just wanted a quick shout out for him as well.
No, it is. Shout as many people out as you want, mate.
Yep.
Because that's what today's all about. It's just amazing. Andrew W was putting you in now for your £10, mate. I'm still staggering about totaling all this up. Jesus, like I said, we were at 250 quid. England needs to get rid of this bum. But big up Martin and everyone that's been on only an hour left. No, but mate, we're going past. Trust me. If we get dementia, a face to blame.
What happened with Kyle Walker? I heard
go on.
He went off injured or something. What's I don't know anything about it. What happened there?
Walked off, smiling.
Ah, right, okay.
Apparently, it's a bit tight.
Right.
Like a tiger.
Something.
Tight like a tiger.
Tight looking tiger.
Yeah, it's I recovered early this year from prostate cancer, giving her the all clear, which was great. But people suffering this illness will never recover, and it affects them every clear. Do you know what? Spot on, mate. And I'm sorry about that, Craig. I had no idea. Yeah, that's horrific. All our thoughts and prayers to you, Dan Allen, Andrew W. Winner, Craig. Very happy to cover. That's a relief. Look at the amount there, though. A little nod to 93.20. Love it. We noticed it. Tight hamstring. Well, at least it's a tight hamstring and not a tight anything else that he's on show this at the minute.
Well, it's certainly one thing you can't call everybody in the chat tonight. They've been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll be honest with you, I'm amazed. There has been 117 super chats today. That is just wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can I just say as well?
Go on.
Just gonna say, I know obviously you've played the clips all day, and obviously you've talked about your own, and so has Alan talked about their own experiences. I don't have direct experiences of family or friends, but I've nursed a few people with dementia, and I'd just like to also put out there that it's not just older people that suffer, younger people as well. I've supported a lot of people that are still in their teens to their 20s, even who have sadly caught I've got dementia, and to be struck at that time in your life where you barely lived. I mean, you could say that, you know, for the likes of Martin and Alan, at least their families have been able to kind of have a bit more time. For people that young to suffer, it's just heartbreaking, even more so. So I'd just like to put out there, it's not just people of an older generation. There are young people out there who have sadly been affected by this. So, yeah. Martin, you've muted yourself, or I don't know, mate.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's because I'm muting myself on the microphone now instead of doing it on here. But you're spot on, Ozzy. That is an amazing message because it's known as early on dementia. And that doesn't get talked about. There's people in the 20s, 30s that get it.
Yeah,
and
there
they'll
is.
never see 50.
No.
They'll never see 40. Because all that there is for dementia is medication to slow it. There is no cure. Because they can't, whether you like it or not, they can't give you a new brain.
Nope.
There is nowhere in the world you can get new hearts, new lungs. You cannot get a new brain. Doesn't work like that. Alan, because I just want to do, people wanting you to show the full photo, mate.
Right, because you only see a part of the photograph. Just 1 second.
So what you can do is, Alan, you disappear, move your chair and you. We'll all disappear for a minute. I'll make you full screen and then everyone can see your photo. Because in fact, maybe you explain that photo to people.
Now that was when City brought over the Premier League trophy and the League Cup when we won it a few years ago, and it was on show, not to the Imperial, but they did send it to the Imperial. But my dad came over for a weekend with my mother, and we went to the Melbourne City game, and they had the two trophies on show. So I'll move out of the way so you can see it properly. I'll come out of the way. So that's me and my father behind the Premier League trophy and the League Cup. So, and we used to go to I used to go to Main Road in 1971. We sat next to my father, and he put me on the wall at City on the Kipax and sat me on the wall where he stood behind. So, big time. Thanks to my dad.
So there you go. Craig's explained, because I did say that Craig worked for City earlier. No, he works at the CFG. But nothing to do with transfers. So there you go. Right, lads. We're going to start the quiz in 5-10 minutes. Anything you want to add before, obviously, some of you disappear? Because I don't want to end on a cry fest.
No, it's all right.
Let's up it a bit.
When's the quiz starting?
11
minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes, right. I'll come off in a bit then.
Just to keep my voice going.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll do the quiz, but I'll just hang around a little bit before I head off to work in about 20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Yep.
Not the worries. By the way, thank you to everyone who shared across social media. There has been loads of you. Sai was on earlier. Blue Tone has shared it around. Laura shared it around. Rich, for everyone who shared it across social media, thank you so much. It is amazing. It really is. I cannot thank you all enough for that. That is just out of this world. Loads of you have shared it. Do not apologize for not being able to donate. You are here, and that is more of a donation than than people realise. LB, when I was smiling, think a tight hamstring. Yeah. He was smiling and whispering to Foden. That's what gave it away for me. Hugh Murray's back. Thank you, mate. HMTB. Apologies, I couldn't make it on today. Just want to say massive well done to Martin, everyone who joined the stream and everyone who donated. Fantastic cause, fantastic community. No, thank you, Hugh. Don't ever apologise, mate. I know it's a hard one because we did it during international duties and a lot of people have quite rightfully made the day about going out or having a family day or whatever, a partner day. And that's listen, don't ever apologise for people spending time with the family. Because that's
what this is about.
Yeah.
Is never ever give up that time with your family. Because you'll never get it back. Trust me, I'm learning that now. There's things I wish I could have said to my parents that I know I can't say now because it loses the importance. They won't remember it. Everyone who's retweeted, it's amazing. I'll carry on telling everyone about this brilliant show. Appreciate that, really. Guys, one thing I'd shout about our club is the succession planning there. Hoovering up talent now 14 to 20 with a lot of signings that will either make us cash or first team players. There you go. Thanks for Alan, your dad, a little of the Tony book about him, special memory.
Yeah. My dad used to see Bert Troutman play, so that goes back a long way watching City. So he's of that era.
Finley Gorman, Claudio Echeverri, the American kid is 14. Liverpool, Montevideo winger, Luciano Rodriguez is close as well as Sabio. Yeah, just while you get that, did you get the news today about Echeverri going to, looks like he's off to Girona?
Oh.
On a little loan.
It makes sense because when you look at Girona, you know, the great season that they've had, a lot of that's all loan pieces. They've all got to go back to Real Madrid, Barcelona, for example. So we need to replenish the stock somewhere, and I think Echeverri, it's a good stepping stone if he wants to eventually play first team for City.
Yeah,
I think it was also to smooth through the Savio deal as well.
Yeah,
it makes sense, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Because then you look at it, with Savio for Girona, I think it's a win-win because it's like they get good money out of him now, and then if we decide to loan him back, well, then it's going to replenish their lineup and that for next season. So,
did he even get on the pitch today, Bruno?
Sorry,
did he even get on the pitch for Brazil? Does anyone know today?
Savio, he got the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. It's barely enough to show anything off, isn't it? Really.
A loan for him, no harm, exactly. He'll replace Savio, exactly. And that's, and then we'll make the decision on Savio. Claudio Echeverri will join January 1st, 2025. And then in summer 2025, he will be assessed. Oh, Rich is back. Hi, Rich. Sorry, did we catch him mid-cornflake?
Yeah, but no, a bit of Weetabix this morning.
Ooh, you got
good start to the day.
Bowel problems.
You're on mute, Alan.
Why do you need bowel problems to have Weetabix?
Pat,
that's all brand. That's all brand. That's
no Weetabix as well. They tell you to have as well. To help you poop.
Yeah. Well, I'm all right there.
Never had that. Well, thanks for that, Rich. So while we all know Rich has got the shits, Craig, are City interested in Verts and Easy in chair? That's to you, Craig. So, Alan, which blazer did you decide on?
Which picnic table? You're on mute.
That's Alan at his best, Pat, remember.
Great opinions.
So he's gone for the one that don't fit him.
Yep.
Savio was quoted saying, looking forward to playing alongside Mateus Nunes. Jesus, don't tell that.
Wouldn't you?
Martin, what's your opinion on the England flag? I'm staying away from that opinion. I'm not opening that can of worms, not tonight.
You have to
Contingency
go there,
plan in
didn't you,
case we
Kate, with
get
Alan on the
stitched
show,
up.
for God's sake.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Good job he's
whole.
on muting it, Pat.
Yeah.
Michael David, well done, Martin. It's a great thing you have done. No, thank you, Michael, for your amazing super chat, mate. That's getting added in now to the total. This is just, I can't believe this. Wow.
Martin,
Right,
did mine come
anyway.
through all right?
Shall we get the quiz kicked off?
Martin.
What?
Did my super chat come through all right? Because
Yeah, I think I saw yours, mate. Just
okay, I wasn't sure.
I didn't even see you on there. Bloody hell, my eyes are going.
Right,
I know what happened. It came in between two different ones at the same time.
Don't worry about it. I just wanted to make sure it had come through.
Martin frozen.
It's mine froze. Yeah,
Oh,
I was just thinking that.
That's another one. It's 2 shows in a row now. He's pulled an absolute. Look at that. That's Failsworth Blue Steel right there.
Wow.
Gurning like an absolute mong. Look at that.
As Alan
It makes sense. It makes sense considering there's 3 statues in the background. So now you.
So we've got Martin who's froze. We've got Alan who's still on mute. And
there we go.
I've just shit myself.
Hello.
Oh God!
He started talking about Weetabix and it's setting up.
Mannequin challenge. Yeah, that was
Hey, in Australia, mate, it's Wheat Bix, not Weetabix.
No, this is Weetabix.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
I couldn't give 2 hoots because I'm a Vitabrits man myself. They're much better.
Yeah. This is you can get Weetabix on Amazon.
Okay.
My Ryan's jumping as well now with a £50 donation.
Fantastic. On your map.
Thank you so much, mate, for that. I will read your comment out in a minute. This is, I can't believe what I'm going to add up soon. Great cause, well done from a 50-year-old man. No, thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Well, I think it's time now we give a little bit back to you, legends. So it's going to be quiz time. Now, the original quiz I had, we've had a real issue with terms of, I had some issue with the quiz. I don't know what's happened. I need to speak to Gmail about it. It's not Andy's fault, but we're going to change it. So the quiz is going to be, I'm going to start off with some nice, easy answers, but there's going to be some rules to it. So I'm going to make this as fair as we can get, Rich, because this is going to make Rich very easy. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to answer. So I'm going to make this, Tom Little's in now. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Big up, mate. Real effort for a fantastic class and one close to my heart. Thank you so much, Tom. I really do appreciate that. I really do, mate. And hopefully we can get to do a stream on Judge Mo at some point. It'd be really good to have a chat with you, mate. But thank you so much, Tom. Really do appreciate that. Thank you. Really means a lot, that, Tom. Right. So you're going to get 10 seconds. No, I know it's going to take, because it's not really 10 seconds. 10 seconds in my time. The chat members, we can't win it. The chat members are playing it.
Right.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is put all super chats.
Do you want me to come off? Do you want me to come off?
Stay on if you want, but don't answer the questions.
All right.
Don't answer the questions, Alan.
Go back to being mute.
That's what I'll answer the questions.
Go back to being Alan. Wouldn't it be funny if Alan tried answering them, got them wrong? Bevo, Thank you for your $9.99. Fantastic thing you're doing, Martin. Or should I say Elsa? Frozen. Yeah. Listen, my Wi-Fi's been going for 11 hours non-stop. It might have a moment or two. Look, Alan's 55 and he has a moment of 6. Thanks for your content. No, appreciate that. And Rich is 60 and has a few moments. No, oh, Jesus Christ, my jokes aren't that bad, gentlemen.
I'm clearly not 60, so.
You bloody had an hard paper round then. Right, listen, I'm going to ask you, all of you, something very special. Can the super chats for the next, while the quiz is on? Only because, not because you're not, I'm being nasty or anything. It just, I want to focus on the answers now. Because it's now time for us to give something back to you legends. First prize will be £50 gift voucher from the City Store. Second prize, £25. And the third prize, this will have to go to somebody within the UK unless you are willing to pay postage, only because postage is that expensive abroad. You're going to get this treble medal that you can't even see.
Turn your green screen off.
Where the frig's the rest of it gone? Hang on, I've lost the holder. Right. So, Rich, are you ready with your pen and paper?
Yeah.
When I type stop in the chat, any answers, Rich, that come in after I've typed the word stop do not count.
Right.
Right? Okay.
Right, I'm going to sign off so you've got more of the screen. I'll catch you in a bit, guys.
No. Ozzy, thank you, mate. Appreciate that. You are a legend.
Thanks, Ozzy.
Good day, guys.
And if they answer before you've asked the question, can I give them a bonus point?
No. Hang on, Rich. I'm just going to do something while I just need to just do this.
Why is your brother not on, Rich?
Why's my brother not on?
Yeah, he lives in Melbourne, big city fan. Hey?
I know who my brother is.
I know him, so do I.
Right, Rich.
Send him a message to get on.
Rich,
I'm concentrating on this.
Rich, I'm sending you the website I'm using.
Right.
The answers are all on there, mate.
So I need 2 phones here. Jesus.
Right, do you want a minute to go and grab your other phone?
Yeah, I've got to get.
Come on, put King Clads there. King Clads in my ass. Definitely, by the way, Tom, we'll get that sorted out. And listen, the only thing big about me is me. You don't need to be a big fan of me, mate. Must be a bit of paper to write 163 names down. Listen, I don't know. We'll just see where we go, because I'll tell you now, it is 45 questions.
Right.
Rich, you've got them there. The answers are there.
Can I suggest one thing? Because if there's 163 people on, it is going to take about an hour to write it down. I reckon as soon as how are you going to keep it going? Is it just the person who gets the most right on the trot? Because if there's more than 50 people, it's going to take hours to score.
Yeah, no, thank God I'm heading off to work soon.
Right, I'll tell you what we'll do then.
Yeah, the questions are quite easy.
This might be really complicated. I've not even realised that. Right, let me put it in the chat, because this may take 2 hours with 160.
Yeah.
Listen, we want you all to do it, but I know it's getting on to 11 o'clock. So we'll do one or two things, because you will get the quiz. Let's continue for another 2 hours. I'm just, Rich, because I'm going to be fair to everyone.
Yeah.
I want everyone included in it. I'm going to put something out, and I'll do it Wednesday night. So I'm going to give you a choice. We can do the Pep Guardiola documentary watch-along for an hour right now, or we do the quiz Wednesday night, or we do the quiz now, but it'll be about 2 hours.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, Rich, I'm going to put for 5 minutes only, I'm going to let you gentlemen in the chat and ladies, because you're all amazing, choose. Because it's your channel, it's your choice.
Yeah, and I think anyone is going to do the quiz, Matt, and if we decide to do the quiz, we give 5 minutes for everyone to write quiz in capitals or something.
Yeah.
And so that we know they're entering it. And then I can write down all the names before the first question who are doing it. And hopefully then we'll know whether they're 75 and we can write the names down up front. And then only the people who start at the beginning.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to do is ignore the yes or the no. I'm going to do the quiz now or when I'm going to do it this way. So it's the quiz now or Wednesday night, and you get a choice. You're going to get 2 choices. Ignore yes, ignore no. You're gonna click on quiz or pet watch along, and we'll do the quiz on Wednesday night. You've got 5 minutes. Hit away. Right, gentlemen. Have a chat for 5 minutes while they just sort this through. So you don't put it in here.
I'm gonna drop just so I can get ready, but I'll jump back on for the drive up to work.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
I'll be back shortly.
What you got a choice of? Because I thought I'll be straight with you. We're doing a poll, Charlie. It's up there, mate. If you go on up to the top now, ignore the yes, ignore the no. Put quiz or pep, and we'll go with the majority. If it's quiz, we'll do the quiz, but it's going to be 2 hours. And we'll have to limit the numbers that come in. Or Wednesday, where we can get everybody in.
Yeah. What we'll do is just
I'm trying to make you lot choose because it's your channel.
Yeah. If we do the quiz tonight, everyone signs up before the first question, so we can write everyone's names down, and then only those people are in there. You can't join late.
You are still going to get the exact same thing: £50, £25, and this. You will get them all on Wednesday night. Put it in the community chat. Right, Alan.
Yes, mate.
I just wanted to ask you a very simple question. What would you give? Yes, it's the one on the BBC. We'll do a watch along together. Would you do? If I had to give you an A, B, C, or D, A plus, B plus, what would you rate City's season this season so far?
Oh, indifferent, I would say. There's been good patches and there's been good patches.
Rich, help me. Bloody help me, Rich. I said, give me an A, B, C, or D, and he goes, indifferent.
A B. A B.
A B. Why a B? Why a B for you?
Because I don't think we're as fluid as we were last year. I think there's been down patches where we haven't been good at all. But there's also been A's in there as well. We've played well. I don't think we've been consistent as the previous 2 seasons. I really don't.
In what way? Okay, in what way? Because I've told you, I understand what you're saying, but with more points now than we did last season.
Agreed.
So stats don't match what you're saying.
No, listen, I'm talking about performances.
Right. Okay, there's a difference. Okay.
Right, I'm talking about performances. I don't think we've been as fluid as we have been the previous 2 seasons. I think last year we were sensational at times. The year before, I thought we played better football with a false 9 than we do with Haaland up front. I think there's games where Haaland goes missing, where he struggles, and I still don't think. I think the Gundogan factor this season, him not being here, I think we've struggled at times when he's not been there, because he used to bring the calming, collective, and also scoring crucial goals at certain times when we've struggled and come and be able to do that. I don't think we've had that this season. And I still don't think we have resolved that issue. Jack's been injured most of the season, which he has. and I think we've missed him. His control element of the game. Yes, Doku's got potential, but he in recent weeks and probably last month really, he's fallen away because he's lost a little bit of confidence, and that's to do with losing the ball a lot. I just think that the pluses are Oscar Bob massively, and Foden brilliant in midfield. KDB not being fit for 4.5, 5 months, and we've missed him badly. I just think he's been a pretty. If you're asking me, are we as good as we were last year? No, I don't think we are. I don't think we are.
Superbia, thank you for your £5, mate. We've been out all day. Come back, you lads still going. Our 2 French Bulldogs have stayed watching all day. The names Sergio Cunaguero and Vincent Kompany. Oh, loving it, mate. Loving it. Thank you so much for that, mate. You are amazing. Thank you so much. Rich, would you agree with Alan there?
Not as much, not that much. In that, I think we were pretty poor till February last season. So
yep, we were.
I don't think. I think in relative terms, if we were to go back to last February, if we say it's a B. And how can it be a B if we go on to win a treble? Because we've done everything right to win a treble. So last season it has to be an A. So why is this season any different? I mean, this season's different if the outcome's different. And that's why in some ways doing a midterm report is a bit moot, because what you want at midterm, you want a fully fit squad. So you don't want injuries. You want to have rested your players and got players fit. Now, we could easily be, depending on whether Walker needs a couple of weeks or anything like that, we could easily be at full strength. So in that sense, it's an A. And we have rested those players. You need to peak in April, May. I suspect we are going to peak April, May. You need to be in all the cups you want to be in. Now, we're not in the we didn't get far in the Carabao Cup, but we had no choice, so you can't take any marks away from that. So we're at Wembley for the semi-final. We're in the Champions League quarter-final, and we're still bang up there in the league. So we're exactly where we want to be. Everything is where it needs to be for us to go on and do what we did last season. Now, whether we do or not, only time will tell. We could come out of this season not winning any of the 3 of them, or we could go and win a treble again. And therefore, for me, it's an A now, but it could drop down to a C if we, at this stage, because we're exactly where we want to be. But it could drop down to a C if we lose to Chelsea, lose to Arsenal, lose to Madrid in a week. That could become a C or a D. I mean, that's the reality of it.
Did you both hear what Rodri said last week?
No.
Alan, you're on mute again.
No, I didn't. Go on.
Oh, sorry. Was your mouthing? Was your lip reading? Alan's on his phone, ladies and gents, if we don't know. Put that porn away. Listen, Rodri said, and he actually did it. Rodri said we are exactly where we want to be. We are. No, I do agree. Because if you go back, because I said this earlier, by the way, I think I said it with Tone, and even I think I said it with Daps and hang on a minute.
You've lost your way.
No, I haven't. Because I'm getting messages as well. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm multitasking. I know that's hard for a man. I'm multitasking. Especially a middle-aged one like me. And I was saying, this time last season, up until about February, as Rich said, we were not playing good, Alan. Because I remember doing shows last year when everyone was going, we are crap. And then we got charged, and then we hit the rum.
Yeah.
We're not kind of doing that this season a little bit. But because we've not got the charges,
I'm just going off performances, not results.
No. Alan, I totally agree with you. I know what you're saying, but explain to me then how points-wise we're better off. We're a point better off now than we were this time last season. And we've only conceded one more goal than we did this time last season.
I just think it's harder this year because we're fighting against two teams, not just one.
Right? No, I agree with you. Someone's put we were poor at Villa, but we were really poor at Tottenham last season.
Yeah.
We were poor against Brentford. So was Villa just our Brentford?
Maybe not. I just don't think we've got a strong squad.
By the way, I'm just going to end the poll now. Carry on.
To be honest with you, that Villa match we played back in December, the way Villa played and the way they set up in the crowd that night, they could have played anybody in Europe and they would have won. And they proved that by beating Arsenal 3 days later. So they were just the informed team in Europe at that point in time.
Right. By the way, just to let you know, the poll has ended, and it has ended quite surprisingly, actually, the way I didn't think it was actually going to end, but it has ended. 2, the quiz is Pep documentary was 48%, the quiz was 35%. So what we will do is we will do the quiz Wednesday night. I will see, is anyone available Wednesday night? Anybody?
Yes, Thursday morning.
Yeah, I should be available.
All right, I'll come off now, Martin. I'll come off now and watch you upstairs on the TV. All right?
No worries, mate.
Thanks very much, guys. Take it easy.
Stay strong, mate. We're with you.
I'm available. I'm available if it's early, but not if it's late.
Well, give me a late.
Well, I'll be starting work at. Yeah, I'll be starting work at 10 p.m.
Can you do 8 o'clock?
If it's over, by 9:30 or so, I believe so.
I'm off work. I should be off work that day, so I'm good anytime, all time,
we'll
anytime.
8 p.m. UK time Wednesday.
Yeah.
For the big quiz.
I may be in the car for a bit of it. Yeah. I may be in the car for a bit of it, so I may need Pat scoring.
Don't worry, mate.
Yeah,
so there you go. Big quiz.
I'll be there if you want me there, mate. Don't worry. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
See you later.
Always. We'll do the quiz Wednesday night, 8 p.m. I know some are not happy at that, and I do apologise, but I tried to be as fair as I possibly could. It is my fault. I basically mistimed everything. I apologise. It is my fault. I will make it up somehow. I do apologise. I don't want people to go mad. But the quiz will be sorted out. I promise you. Right. See, I'd give it an A, and we are going to start the Pep documentary in about 5 minutes. I'm just going to load it all up. Pat, what would you give the season so far out of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever you want?
Probably like a B plus maybe. Could be better, but certainly not a hell of a lot worse. Just gonna go off for a sec.
No, don't worry. See, I'm at a B plus, maybe an A.
Yeah, we're where we want to be. I just
I'm really happy with it. And I know some will say, Martin, you're a happy clapper. And I know I am. I get it. City, give me a call. That's why I slag off you won't giving me expensive tickets because I'm trying to get a job there. No, in all seriousness, my point I'm making is I'm not particularly bothered about the standard of football. I'll be straight with you. Because I've seen us play. Listen, I've seen us, and maybe it's me, I've seen us go 6 months and not score a bleeding goal at home. So conceding a few, what's the word? Martin, everyone is what for? Oh yeah, of course. What for? Well, what I'm going to do is for the tell you what to do, Rich, because I don't know how long you've got. I'll make this even fairer for everyone. Are you talking about for the medal, mate? Sub 2, are you talking about the medal? What we'll do for the draw for the medal, if you want to be included in the draw, Rich.
Yeah.
Can you possibly have you got able to look at the chat?
Right. Yeah.
If you, what I'll do is we'll do the quiz Wednesday night for the £50 and the £25. What we'll do is to make it even easier for everyone. So this is the way of making it fairer. Sub 2 makes a very good point. If you want to be included in the draw for this, say yes, just put draw. Type the word draw. What I will do is Rich will take your names right now and we'll draw that on Wednesday night. For people who are not here, it will be recorded. Get in touch with us. We'll get it out to you. I hope sub 2 and everything else that makes sense. So I'm trying to be fair for the ones who wanted the quiz tonight, but they're not available on the Wednesday. Does that make sense, gentlemen?
Sounds good to me.
Sorry, I'm making Rich do more work. I do apologise, Rich.
Yeah. Is there two?
Rich, I'll make it up to you, sweet cheeks. So there you go. So loads. I'm going to let Rich, don't do anything, just put draw at the minute while Rich catches up with everything. And then on Wednesday, we'll do first prize 50, second prize 25. And it's actually, that'll make the quiz quicker. So if you want to be in the draw, we'll do a draw on Wednesday for the medal. So if you're not here, at least you're in the draw. G Papa, thank you so much. £100, 99.99. It's amazing what can happen when a community comes together as one big family to raise awareness, donate to a fantastic cause. To Martin and all the guests and everyone in the chat, you are our legends. I lost both grandparents to dementia. I miss them every day. And honestly, mate, my heart goes out to you, mate, because it's a disgusting, awful disease. And I can't even imagine what you're going through to lose them. But thank you so much for that. Alzheimer's Society are going to be over the moon when I put this through to them. And I will be emailing them first thing Monday morning about this. Thank you so, so much. Right. I'm just going to load up the BBC app now. Has any of you two watched this pet documentary?
No, not in full.
Never watched it.
Partly because I don't have Netflix.
It's not on Netflix.
I thought it was.
No.
I'm sure
You
it
have
was.
to get You have to get Netflix, Pat, because the City show's on it in about a week's time.
Yeah.
No, I
know. It's on BBC.
Yeah.
Now, I can have a bit of thing on, but I'm going to have to take the sound down a little bit. I will play it. It's only 58 minutes long. We will be finishing probably 12:30 because I need to go and say goodnight to my kids and my wife before she thinks I'd run off with another woman. Not that another woman would have me.
I reckon she's fairly confident, Martin, that you're still here doing City.
Whoa, what are you trying to say? I'm an ugly sod. No one else would want me.
Yeah, she doesn't lose sleep over it.
Right, so however you're watching it, load up. I'm going to give you 5 or 10 minutes. So load up your iPlayer or whatever you've got. Charlie said it's a decent documentary. I've seen better.
What I love is the
DC's
people
laughing
now,
at Rich.
The people are now writing the names 2 or 3 times and then asking me whether I've written the name down. Yeah, Charlie, you were number 1. You've got nothing to worry about.
Are you putting numbers next to their name, Rich?
Not yet, but I can.
Oh, well, I can't bloody draw out a name unless I put no. I'll have to write. No, I can't write 200 people's bleeding. Put a number next to the name. You're all going to be assigned a number.
Yeah. They're all putting their names down about 5 times, so they're going to get extra draws.
Right, I'm going to give
Martin,
you 5 minutes.
You don't have to write them, but you can just type it out. I mean,
I'm just going to run to the bathroom, Jack.
And people say there's only one Alec Johnson, but there's 2.
well, we've got uppercase Alec and we've got lowercase Alec.
Have we?
Yeah. Well, isn't uppercase Alec the real Alec Johnson?
No, they're both uppercase.
Because his letters, letters stand up.
Yeah, they better be uppercase and lowercase. That's getting beyond my.
No. Every time he sends a chat, every time Alex sends a chat, it's in uppercase. Something wrong with his YouTube or something.
I'm glad this is on a city one, not a Welsh rugby. That'll make it even harder.
Yeah.
Although Scott Williams, the Welsh centre, is on. Top player. Lions tour.
I don't know, mate. All I could say is you could definitely we definitely know that nowhere in the Bible wasn't Welsh because it rained in the Bible. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights in Wales. That's still the best summer you remember.
Yeah. You can't. Manchester's pretty good.
I'm hungry. Has anyone ever had this? Pop popcorn, cocoa pebbles.
That looks really, really healthy, man.
Mate, yeah. I've been going since 12 p.m.
Has someone got a heart monitor on, or is that you driving, Pat?
That's me driving.
Ah, right, because I was going to say I was watching House last night, and I was going to suggest you go for a checkup if that was the old, Jan Tart going there.
No.
Craig.
I actually just channeled me into Martin by going through McCafe drive-through to get a coffee.
Yeah, because I think it was Mexican tapeworms that you could have.
I am not a bleeding Gruffalo. Who's calling me a Gruffalo, you cheeky shot? Rich, how far are you going down with that number? Where you at?
I haven't written the numbers yet.
I meant names. You can give my number.
Don't talk with your mouth full, you grub. God's sake.
Right.
Talk about the way we talk about ourselves.
Watching what you're eating, Martin, it's that wouldn't have been allowed before Brexit. But the Food Standards Authority would have. That's a Brexit dividend. That you get to
don't
eat.
give a shit, mate. Right.
I'm surprised there's not a Walker's Farage, Chris.
No, Dan, you're in. Don't worry, mate. You're in the draw. Make sure you got Dan Harrod. Dan Harrod.
Yeah, Dan Harrod's
right,
number
Dan,
16.
you're in the draw for the medal. Right, I'm going to start the pet documentary in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pep Guardiola, chasing perfection. So we have Pep Guardiola walking out in the Champions League final. And now he's doing some hand gestures. Arteta's talking about him. Who's that woman?
I'm watching Tom and Jerry.
I'm watching The Bloody Road.
Yeah, make sure you don't crash. Arteta. Oh, it's little baby Pep. Bloody hell, I forgot Ida Good Johnson played for him.
He was decent back in the Chelsea days.
I totally forgot Ida Good Johnson signed for him at Barcelona. No Gallagher. Should we turn the lights off and have it like a cinema? No, it don't work that.
Martin After Dark.
Thing is, we can't watch it in Australia, so this is a bit weird.
Yeah. It'd make more sense if the Richard, it'd make more sense if the show was in Braille.
Yeah. Thank you for your £5 super chat.
I reckon, Pat, you name a show and I'll put it on, and then I'll do a co-watch along with whatever I'm watching.
Yeah, I tell you what's a really good. I tell you what's a really good show, like documentary, is the one they did on Michael Hutchins a couple of years back, Mystify.
Yeah, and imagine,
that's a fantastic documentary. Yeah. I think it was done by the same guys that did Supersonic.
Yeah,
the Oasis one.
Gone. Pep Guardiola started as a coach. Haven't been able to watch all day with family, but I hit him hard so hard it's important. Thank you so much. We might have even hit 1500 Brie, I don't know. But thank you so much for that amazing super chat. Well, I can't bloody put it on here, mate. I've took the sound off. We watched it together. Were you surprised that he wanted to be a coach? No. It was a matter of time, says Chica.
Alan's just sent me a message on his watch along. He said plumber's van driving down road. Lady looks through curtains seductively.
We're about to find out who's
got the subtitles.
Handsome young plumber gets out from car. Plumber looks a bit like a young Nicholas Otamendi.
I didn't know that. A lot of games, according to this, a lot of games in Barcelona B, there was a lot of games where the grass wasn't even cut on the pitch. He introduced things in the third division that had never been seen before. Kind of
Cameron and Chase,
a professional.
Cameron and Chase are just giving Pat an MRI.
It's a Volvo MRI.
So he treated players in the third division like superstars. Take care, Blue Out. You're a legend, mate. Thank you so much.
I think I better drop for 20 minutes whilst you watch this final. It's going to cause more disruption than good.
Have you done all the names?
I think so. Unless someone's gotten late.
Your wonderful table manners.
He's putting all numbers next to it, and we'll sort that out for Wednesday, 8 p.m. UK time.
If people do another super chat, am I allowed to put the name down twice?
I'm not sending it to frigging Australia. No, I will do. One joke.
Yeah, and what he means by send it to Australia is he'll make me come over to Manchester and then bring it back. Because this is still a dictatorship and not a democracy.
Dominic Tarrant there, talking about we played very good football. Still at Barcelona B at the minute. Andrew says get a spreadsheet if you're some sort of an accountant.
Why would you want to leave an audit trail?
Well, but I did not. Hang on a minute. I'm just watching it. I did not know.
Yeah.
Take care, section. Thanks, mate. You're a legend.
Thanks, mate.
I did not know Barcelona's first team were in a serious mess when they turned to Pep.
Yeah. They were.
I remember it was the current mess
every morning. They were like 18, 20 points behind Madrid the season that they sacked. Was it Rijkaard got sacked? And then Pep's first season, they were 10 points ahead. So basically 30-point turnaround. But just a word of advice, and Simon Pearce, if you're watching, take note. this sort of thing.
Andrew's put that.
No Portuguese hacker can ever get stuff like that.
Sorry, this has turned into a real crap stream, hasn't it, for the last hour? I do apologise. Everyone's leaving. What have we done wrong?
Well, because probably
everyone has to stay at least. At least they have to see you make it to 12 hours. So we've still got 25 minutes to go at least on that.
Yeah, it worked. Cheeky says I worked with Frank Rijkaard for 5 years, but they had to change something. Something was not right, and they started thinking of candidates. The amount of problems we had at the time. Ronaldinho was getting old. He's partying all the time, trying to suck Messi into the lifestyle.
Messi? That is something I didn't know.
I love Ronaldinho.
They looked at Jose Mourinho. Barcelona, Pep had only coached the B team for 1 year. Mourinho would. Yeah, I didn't know this. I did not know they looked at Mourinho first. But apparently he didn't fit well with the Barcelona DNA.
Mourinho pushed very, very hard for the job. He'd come from within the club.
Barcelona realised that one way was to create your own players, to create your own dynasty, which they came up with La Masia. Thank you, mate. Thank you so much, Dan. Take care.
Hey, Rich, do you know, before we went on this stream, 12 hours ago, do you know what I was just randomly scrolling through YouTube and ended up watching a couple of documentaries about? Was Jimmy Glass. Jimmy Glass and Carlisle United.
Simon Clark has come up with another €15 or dollars. I'm not sure which one it is.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Jimmy Glass keeping Carlisle United up is still one of the best football stories I've ever seen. I love it.
If we can get $100 in super chats, Martin will do a watch along for the Gruffalo after this, doing all the Gruffalo's expressions as he meets the little mouse.
Do you know I did not know Ronaldinho
and the little snake?
I didn't know they were that tight.
Oh yeah. They were very close. If you ever see footage of like after Ronaldinho left Barcelona, anytime he met up with Messi, Messi just looked like a little kid in awe of him. He absolutely adored Ronaldinho.
Like Mark Hayes has put here, Mourinho was better as fuck because of it. I never knew that. I never knew that he was desperate to get the job like that. He was already at Chelsea, wasn't he, by this time?
Yeah, he already had his success at Chelsea, yeah.
Yeah,
because you're talking about 2 or 3 years removed from the 15-goal season with Chelsea.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So why? That makes us. So was he willing to leave Chelsea then? Piss off, Rich. As a player, he was we're talking about Cruyff now. Do you think they were using Pep the closest thing to get to Johan Cruyff?
Well, he already had the link because Pep played under him, didn't he, when he was a Barcelona player?
See, it says here at La Masia, there were 2 new faces at first team training. This is Josep Guardiola. He says, I want to have a great season for the youth team. My God, he looks weird there. It's great this has happened. I'll carry on working. Henry Winter's now talking about what you're looking at now here. That's a mouse.
Yes, the Gruffalo's friend, the mouse. The mouse has come to say hello.
Pep Guardiola was inspired. It was just someone said he's as thin as spaghetti. But the hell, every time I look at him now, Lou Martin was his journalist and friend. From such a young age, when Pep played, the team played. I didn't know he was this good a player. Destiny brought them together and all the necessities. That's my father's football system had Pep was a great footballer. Andrew W's put, I think Rich is losing the plot. We've thought that for a while, mate.
What plot?
It's working for me. Sorry, with me. I'm waiting for
No, working for, we all know what you like.
I knew I'd get him. I knew I'd get him.
Oh, I'd rather work for Martin than work under him. That's all I can say.
It's with me, ladies and gents. I was joking. Johan basically transmitted this mentality of being the best, playing his way. This is from Albert Ferrer, who was at Barcelona. And didn't he go on to be Chelsea player as well?
Yeah, he did.
Is that Alan? I think we're
No,
back. Oh, now the song
Champions
League at Wembley in 1992. Was that 1992 they won the Champions League at Wembley? Ronald Koeman's free kick.
Was it 92 or 94? I can't remember.
Was it 92 and 94? Yeah. I've had to put subtitles on for a copy.
No, I thought 92 was Marseille. Because 91 was Red Star.
92 was Sampdoria against Barcelona.
So we're all bleeding wrong then.
At Wembley.
94. Thank you, SOS. Thank you for that, mate. God, he had really buck teeth back then, didn't he? No, it says 1992. He's holding up the bloody what?
Yeah, Sampdoria. They beat at Wembley in 1992.
There you go. Thank you. 92, 94. Won it twice. Pep was the heart and soul of everything that Johan Cruyff had built. And in May 2008, he was appointed manager of Barcelona's first team. We knew Mourinho was the chosen one, but there was no doubt that Guardiola was the right choice. He says, we don't promise we will win, but we will try. Fasten your seatbelt. You will have a good time. Hey, bloody hell, doesn't that sound rather familiar? The first meeting was a phone call because I was playing for Spain.
The funny thing is, Alan just had fasten your seatbelts. We'll be having a good time on his watch-along as well. Coincidence. Amazing.
Oh, bloody hell. Popcorn gate.
Talking with your mouth full.
Sorry. I've been on for 11 and a half hours. Be off.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you lose your ability to have table manners.
I'm losing my ability to bloody be safe.
Oh, God.
I had a good job. You know what? I'm sorry. Does anyone feel really old when you look at Ida Good Johnson?
Yeah.
They started the season against one of the smallest teams ever in Spain. Jordi Cruyff. He looks different now. Barcelona is a very toxic place when it comes to football.
If it was toxic then, imagine what it is now.
I think you're used to it by now. Part the Dalek. They one draw against Racing and a defeat against Numancia, who were just promoted. Some decisions were already being questioned, like having Pedro and Busquets. They were just kids that arrived from the B side. Thought Pep didn't bring kids in. Every defeat, every draw would be used by the media to say he's inexperienced. It should have been Jose Mourinho. Take care, Charlie. You're a legend, mate. Thank you. This is the best Barcelona in a long time, is what Pep said in response. This was my father. He would have these kind of things. Pep also believed it, but he also believed in 100%. Cheek was convinced because of what the players were saying. They were excited. They were happy. Carlos Puyol said, I think we got a revolutionary coach. He looked at every detail. How can you dominate possession if you can't keep the ball? The opposition don't score. Sounds familiar, that, doesn't it? With Pep's philosophy, there are 3 key things. Play the ball out from the back. This is from Dominic Tarrant. Pass and move your opponents around to attack. And the third one is high pressing to get the ball back quicker. Which I think is that 5 to 10 second rule, isn't it? A similar way, you know, he used to play handball, didn't he? So I wonder if that's where he got it from. He wanted our fullbacks so high up on the pitch that would force the opposition to sit back. Risky if you lose the ball, but we had Busquets, Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi, and you form a diamond. As soon as we're in possession, I don't think the opposition believe they can win the ball off us. Sporting Gijon against Barcelona. So, by the way, the pushing up fullbacks is something that he's always believed in. Alan, are you listening? Rich is switched off. I don't know where he's gone.
No, I'm just watching a documentary about Manuel Estiarte.
They had one big win against Sporting Gijon, and then something clicked, and then pew, we fly.
I hope they play Real Valladolid soon.
Remember Deportivo La Coruña.
I want to hear more Martin pronouncing Spanish clubs, especially
Gijon is right. Gijon.
No, that's why I want to hear more of it.
All right, donkey.
It was a beautiful story to tell. Guardiola, a kid from La Masia, becoming a great manager. Lionel Messi, the story of Andre Iniesta, the return of Piqué, Puyol, the spirit.
He's not a donkey, he's a Gruffalo.
Brave football, attacking football, dominating the game, the possession. He made it something so much fun to watch.
Pat, it's time to start the next video. Gruffalo's child.
Even though you know what kind of football you were about to watch.
Son of Gruffalo.
So unpredictable.
3, 2, 1. Gruffalo's child.
Yeah, Real Madrid versus Barcelona. The very first, May the 2nd, 29. Barcelona had to go to Real Madrid. If they got a result, they would probably wrap up the league. I remember that Pep said, this is in Puyol, if we go to Madrid to draw, we're going to lose. So we're there to win it. Oh, I like this. This is giving me so much insight. The day before, Pep asked me if I could stay late to speak with Messi about the game in Madrid. This is Dominic Tarrant. Pep was watching Real Madrid games, and he realised that when the midfielders put pressure on, the midfielders of the other team, the defenders stayed behind.
Fires come out of the Gruffalo's mouth.
Yeah, for opening 30 metres. We have this little kid called Lionel Messi. What if we switch and put Messi not on the centre forward, but in the midfield with 30 metres to run?
The big bad mouse is terribly strong. The big bad mouse. Oh, he's got a tail like a snake.
Will you shut up? This is not bloody. They're all saying that was the day he changed football forever.
The crow looks bored. The Gruffalo's child looks cold.
I think Rich is bored.
Oh,
Rich, we've gone to under 100 people now.
It's been a long day for all of us.
We're doing a watch along of a documentary, a preview. I can't wait. I'm going to do this with on the next Thursday night chat. I'm going to get Panorama on, or we'll do a Panorama watch along.
Yeah.
Oh,
you can't watch it with us, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll just give you a blow-by-blow commentary.
Yeah.
Pardon?
An angry-looking nurse.
Oh, yeah. The 2009 league final, Barcelona versus the Rags at Wembley. Oh, have a bit of this.
Imagine what this must be like, Pat. It's what, 11:51 at night. You try to stay awake, and there's a watch along of a documentary. And when you close your eyes a bit, it looks like it's a Gruffalo doing a watch along of a documentary.
You stop
and then stuffing his face, with air dried. Stuffing his face with air dried popcorn.
Sorry, we're stopping that. Jesus, 21 minutes in, we'll try it another time. This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
A Gruffalo says Dominic Torrent.
Simon Clark's foot. What have I done?
Yeah.
That is simulate.
I'm struggling to drink my water.
Yeah. This could be it. I reckon we could do a new YouTube channel, documentary watch-alongs, and it could be absolutely take the globe by storm. Especially if you take that photo.
Well, Rich narrates the Gruffalo story.
Yeah, we could get S4C, have like a Welsh documentary about, the collapsing steel mills of Port Talbot, and in Welsh, and we could have Martin coming in, and he could mention a couple of the Welsh teams, really good pronunciation, randomly say a Welsh name. Oh dear. So we're going to win the treble, man.
David Mack, thank you so much. I'm going to start adding up the money in a minute. Thank you so much, David Mack, because I think you lot deserve. We're going to go another 10-15 minutes. You lot deserve to know exactly how much you've raised today for Alzheimer's Society. Yeah. Thank you so much, David Mack. You're our legend as well. Yeah.
We're in the final stretch, less than 10 minutes to go.
Absolutely well done, Martin. You are nearly there. Listen, we're not even ending dead on midnight. I don't know where Andy is at the minute, Paddy. Andy's gone somewhere. I think he's on the floor having his kebab. Gruffalo eating popcorn, talking about Dominic Torrent. This has gone so professional at the beginning, and then Rich comes on and it dies.
Stop deflecting, Martin.
Andrew, you're right. It's Gogglebox. Right, Rich and Pat, I'm going to come off camera for 5 minutes. Can you two keep people entertained while I tell up what we've done today?
We're going to tell the little story about when the Gruffalo went to Failsworth. Can you buy full-size adult Gruffalo suits for the Christmas special?
Oh God! I'm sure you can get a few at the Christmas markets.
Whoever that was it? Who was it? Was it Simon Clark who called?
I think so. Yeah, he came up with the Gruffalo. Oh God!
I can't wait till I can go and watch the Gruffalo on a big TV.
Yeah.
Straight after the stream, it's straight onto the Gruffalo.
Yeah, I know what I'm watching. I know what I'm watching for dinner after work tonight.
Yeah. So do you think the Gruffalo would like the false nine, or do you think the Gruffalo probably likes some more traditional centre forward playing?
I don't know. I think Gruffalo would be more of a traditionalist.
Yeah.
4-4-2.
4-4-2. Yeah. No, you're probably right. I reckon the Gruffalo would pick Kovacic for the Arsenal game, though. I reckon the Gruffalo would be a bit defensive. Wouldn't want, little snake getting around the outside, or a fox in the box, or, speedy little mouse. Like Diego Jota, he's a bit like the mouse from the Gruffalo, isn't he? little bit speedy, a little bit
Yeah,
cunning, but ultimately
it's a decent comparison. Yeah.
could be barbecued. You know, I'm not sure who the Gruffalo's child is. I'll have to find that. Probably a hobbit or something.
Yeah. No, Gruffalo's child wouldn't be Odegaard, would it?
The Gruffalo's child, Odegaard. No. The Gruffalo's child, bit impetuous, you know, bit simple. Does the Gruffalo's child